Chapter 51. A win-win situation. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Li Qingqing set her suitcase aside and unlocked the door with her fingerprint. To her delight, she found Hu Lai standing at the threshold, arms wide open. "Welcome home, Qingqing." A smile illuminated Li Qingqing's face as she left her suitcase outside and stepped forward into Hu Lai's embrace. They shared a warm hug followed by a kiss, a lingering connection that eased the ache of their 10-day separation. Although the saying "absence makes the heart grow fonder" had always been a mystery to both Hu Lai and Li Qingqing, they had finally come to understand its true essence during this brief interlude. In the throes of passionate love, their sudden parting, though only for 10 days, felt like an eternity. It seemed as if their separation spanned not merely a decade but an expanse of time in which each day, each hour, each minute, and each second was steeped in longing for one another. Hu Lai found solace only in clutching Li Qingqing's pillow at night, while she, too, struggled with restless nights for the first 2 days before gradually adjusting. Their kiss was drawn out, and when they finally broke apart, they found themselves slightly breathless. Leaning wearily against Hu Lai, Li Qingqing murmured, "Let me rest a bit before I cook." Hu Lai held her close and replied, "No, we won't be dining at home tonight. To celebrate, let us eat out. Order whatever your heart desires. It's on me." Li Qingqing chuckled, "Oh, are you finally recalling how many meals you owe me? Want to settle the score? That has nothing to do with it. I settled that debt long ago." Hu Lai retorted confidently, "Settled? When did you do that?" Li Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "With meat," Hu Lai declared, unabashed. Li Qingqing's cheeks flushed as she playfully slapped his chest. "Is that really repaying a debt? You're merely taking advantage. How can you say that? It's clearly a win-win situation. Mutual benefit." As they bantered, their hearts swelled with sweetness. The once desolate home was now filled with warmth and laughter, embodying the essence of what it meant to be home. A thought stirred within Hu Lai. What if, in the future, he were no longer a member of the Madrid Pirates? Or if Li Qingqing were to leave the Madrid Kings, forcing them into a long-distance relationship? What would they do then? He recalled how Song Fatty had mentioned that many players from both the Madrid Pirates and the Madrid Kings resided in the town of Herrera when he first introduced the villa to him. It was only now that he grasped the weight of those words. He never anticipated that a simple outing with Li Qingqing could lead to encounters with both teammates and rivals. As they excitedly arrived at the entrance of an upscale restaurant, a waiter inquired, "Do you have a reservation?" Momentarily taken aback, Hu Lai realized he had forgotten to make one. With a hopeful demeanor, he asked, "No reservation. Is there still availability?" The waiter, having recognized Hu Lai's identity, maintained a polite smile and shook his head, adhering to the restaurant's policy. "I'm sorry, sir. Our establishment operates on a reservation-only basis. Without a reservation, dining is unfortunately not permitted. My sincerest apologies." This is the most upscale restaurant in the town of Herrera, frequented by numerous celebrities, including not only sports stars, but also various social luminaries. To ensure that these distinguished guests are not disturbed during their meals, the restaurant only accommodates patrons with prior reservations. However, as Hu Lai and Li Qingqing decided on a whim to dine out, they completely overlooked the necessity of making a reservation. Even had they attempted to book a table an hour earlier, they would have found no availability. This restaurant is exceedingly popular. Though Hu Lai felt a twinge of disappointment, he refrained from putting any undue pressure on the ordinary waiter, turning to Li Qingqing and suggesting, "Shall we try another place?" Li Qingqing readily agreed, saying, "Sure. After all, dining is merely about the food. What truly matters is sharing the experience with someone you cherish." Just as they were about to leave, they encountered an individual approaching them. The person's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Who? What are you doing here?" It was none other than Hu Lai's teammate, Iwan Martinez. "Iwan, I came here with my girlfriend." Hu Lai gestured towards Li Qingqing. "Your girlfriend?" Iwan Martinez exclaimed again, his eyes wide with astonishment. "You never mentioned this." Hu Lai, somewhat exasperated, replied, "We made it public." Martinez waved his hand dismissively. "Apologies. I must have missed the gossip." He then extended his hand towards Li Qingqing, introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Iwan Martinez, Hu's teammate. It's a pleasure to meet you." Li Qingqing reciprocated politely with her introduction. "Hello, I'm Li Qingqing. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Are you two planning to leave?" After exchanging pleasantries, Martinez inquired of Hu Lai. Hu Lai indicated the restaurant entrance behind him. "We intended to dine here, but we forgot to make a reservation. We're now considering a different venue." "Different venue? Where?" "I can take you inside." Martinez enthusiastically stepped forward. draping an arm around Hu Lai's shoulder. Don't worry, I have a reservation. Before Hu Lai could decline, he led both Hu Lai and Li Qingqing to the restaurant entrance, where he provided the reservation details to the waiter. After a brief verification, the waiter guided the three of them into the restaurant. Even as they entered this upscale establishment, Hu Lai remained somewhat dazed, wondering, we just walked in? Not only did they gain entry, but he also spotted a familiar face. Alejandro Solados, the captain and leading forward of the Madrid Kings, a World Cup best player. He too was dining in the restaurant. Martinez, noticing Solados, did not adhere to the anticipated rivalry between the Madrid Pirates and the Madrid Kings. Instead, he led Hu Lai and Li Qingqing over to greet him. Upon seeing Hu Lai, Solados stood and shook his hand, exchanging a few courteous remarks, such as expressing his pleasure at meeting him and wishing him a delightful evening. When Solados noticed Li Qingqing by Hu Lai's side, he paused momentarily, recognizing her as a player from their club's women's team. However, he refrained from making any overt acknowledgement, merely smiling and nodding gently to her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Martinez bid farewell to Solados and continued deeper inside with Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. Unable to contain his curiosity, Hu Lai inquired, "It seems that the relationship between the pirate players and the Kings players is not as strained as one might think?" To which Martinez chuckled, "Would you prefer we engage in a brawl upon meeting? Both Solados and I represent our national team, and we are well aware that regardless of club rivalries, we ultimately play for Spain. Therefore, it is essential that our relationships remain cordial. Moreover, Solados is a decent fellow during our matches. He merely fulfills his responsibilities as a captain. Unlike Peralta, that guy is a complete jerk. If you encounter him during a match, be cautious not to injure yourself." As Martinez led Hu Lai to their reserved table, they found three familiar faces already seated: Joaquin Bella, the team's right back Jose Irasusta, and Tonini Cardoso. "Hey guys, look who I've brought along," Martinez announced with a flourish. "Allow me to introduce Li Qingqing and her boyfriend Hu Lai." Li Qingqing gracefully greeted the trio in Spanish. "Hello." The three men appeared astonished, their eyes widening as they took in the tall, beautiful girl, then glancing at Hu Lai standing beside her. Tonini suddenly exclaimed, "Aha! The mystery is solved." Irasusta asked, "What mystery?" Tonini continued, "I wondered why Hu Lai went straight home after training without hanging out. If I had such a stunning girlfriend, I wouldn't be out mingling with you lot either." Martinez pointed towards the restaurant entrance. "Then why don't you leave?" Ignoring him, Tonini turned to Hu Lai and Li Qingqing. "Please, have a seat. Don't just stand there." The others finally snapped back to reality and stood to make room. The waiter promptly brought over 2 additional chairs, and new tableware was already set. Although the arrangement was slightly cramped, no one minded. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing sat closely together. Joaquin Bella furrowed his brow. "Hu Lai, why does your girlfriend seem somewhat familiar to me?" Martinez teased, "What beautiful woman doesn't he look familiar to you?" "Oh, come on. I genuinely think she looks familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Hu Lai then introduced, "Qingqing is a women's football player. She currently plays for the Kings women's team." The entire table gasped in surprise. Martinez quipped, "Well, you previously had the audacity to question the camaraderie between Pirate and Kings players. This is not merely a good relationship. You're practically sharing a bed." Hu Lai defended, "Men's and women's football are different." He wasn't entirely wrong. In the realm of football, men's and women's games exist in 2 disparate worlds. Many people are indifferent to women's football, seldom attending matches or being well acquainted with female players. A star like Li Qingqing could walk the streets of Madrid without the need for disguise, aside from the occasional admiring glance due to her physique and beauty. Few would recognize her as a football star. In discussions surrounding the rivalry between Madrid Kings and Madrid Pirates, it is often assumed that the animosity pertains solely to the men's teams, with little regard for the women's teams. However, in recent years, the success of the Madrid Kings women's team has infused this local derby atmosphere into the matches of both women's teams, thereby augmenting the popularity and attention surrounding women's football, much to everyone's delight. Nonetheless, when it comes to intensity, the women's derby still pales in comparison to the men's matches, falling significantly short. What are you discussing? The conversation is lively, yet the pace is too rapid for Li Qingqing, who diligently practices her listening skills nearby, but struggles to comprehend fully, prompting her to quietly inquire with Hu Lai. Hu Lai informs her, "They are complimenting your beauty." "Really?" Li Qingqing is somewhat incredulous. "Why would I deceive you? Do you lack confidence in your appearance?" Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, a shy smile graces Li Qingqing's face. Can she understand Spanish? Who? Bella. Noticing Hu Lai and Li Qingqing conversing in Chinese, curiously asks. She understands a little and can speak only a bit. She is still learning. Hu Lai replies on behalf of Li Qingqing. He then turns to Li Qingqing and says, they are asking if you can speak Spanish. Li Qingqing responds with the simplest greeting in Spanish. Hello everyone. My name is Li Qingqing, and I am Hu Lai's girlfriend. It is a pleasure to meet you. We are equally pleased to meet you, beautiful lady. They enthusiastically respond. The atmosphere becomes more vibrant with the addition of a woman among a table of men, enhancing the conviviality of the evening. On their drive home, Li Qingqing smiles at Hu Lai and remarks, your teammates are quite an amusing bunch. Although she did not comprehend most of the topics discussed during dinner and relied on Hu Lai for translations, she could still infer the content from their reactions. A group of people gathered for a meal, filled with laughter and joy, showcases Hu Lai's successful integration into the group. While his recent scoring of 4 goals certainly contributes to his acceptance, the ability to communicate freely is equally significant. Li Qingqing finds herself in a position where, despite not being ostracized, she is not particularly popular due to the language barrier and is still striving to assimilate into her new team. While she feels happiness for Hu Lai, her determination to master Spanish intensifies. Hu Lai, however, furrows his brow and suddenly contemplates a question. What is it? She inquires. When we met Solados, did he recognize you? Li Qingqing affirms. Yes, he nodded at me. Our training fields are adjacent, so he must know who I am. Then why didn't he mention it at the time? This question leaves Li Qingqing puzzled as she contemplates before attempting to respond. Perhaps he didn't want your teammates to know my identity? But now they all do. So what if they do? Li Qingqing is unconcerned. Yet Hu Lai ponders deeply. Could this cause you trouble? What trouble? Li Qingqing asks, intrigued. If the fans of the Madrid Kings were to discover that your boyfriend is a player for the Pirates, would they direct their ire towards you once we triumph over the Kings? Li Qingqing chuckled. Are you already fixated on winning the Madrid Derby? Hey, my purpose in coming to Madrid is to vanquish the Kings. I assent to it? Such ambition. Li Qingqing gave him a thumbs up, then continued. But you needn't worry about me. If you defeat the Kings men's team, I shall assist the Kings women's team in overcoming the Pirates women's team, and thus avenge the men's team, right? How could the Kings fans possibly blame me? Hu Lai was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't considered that angle. He then pondered Li Qingqing's words. He aids the Pirates in overcoming the Kings, while Li Qingqing helps the Kings take revenge on the Pirates. Then he would assist the Pirates in avenging themselves against the Kings, with Li Qingqing continuing to help the Kings repeatedly retaliate against the Pirates. This is a perpetual cycle of vengeance. When will these grievances cease? What are you thinking? Li Qingqing inquired as she noticed Hu Lai suddenly fall silent. Oh, it's nothing. I was contemplating how this truly represents a win-win situation. Huh. I help the Pirates defeat the Kings, and you help the Kings defeat the Pirates. Regardless of which team wins or loses, we have achieved dual victories. While driving, Hu Lai managed to free one hand to display 2 fingers, both a V and a 2. P.S. On the first day of December, I humbly request votes for the month. This chapter concludes. Chapter 52. The well-being of all is true well-being. When Hu Lai arrived at the team's training the following day, the locker room was abuzz with the news that his girlfriend was, in fact, a star player for the Madrid Kings women's football team. Having discussed this matter with Li Qingqing and recognizing that, irrespective of the outcome, it was a win-win situation, Hu Lai was not particularly anxious. If people learned of it, so be it. Therefore, to those who approached him seeking confirmation, Hu Lai offered unequivocal affirmations. Thank you for your inquiry. Yes, indeed, Qingqing and I are a couple. Qingqing truly plays for the Madrid Kings women's team. Although everyone was puzzled as to why Hu Lai prefaced his statements with thank you for your inquiry, they nonetheless marveled at his relationship with Li Qingqing. I have heard of football players dating female footballers, but the rivalry between your teams makes this scenario quite peculiar. Indeed, not only must we compete on the field, but the rivalry continues even after the match concludes. What rivalry are you referring to? Hey, if we triumph over the Kings, couldn't Hu's girlfriend exact revenge on the Kings in their private quarters? Conversely, if our women's team loses to the Kings women's team, can't Hu also seek retribution for the female players? It seems that, no matter the outcome, Hu emerges unscathed. Hu Lai stood there, astonished, as he listened to the banter of his teammates, unsure of how to respond. Goodness, he had never imagined this situation could yield such a dual victory. The teasing regarding Hu Lai's girlfriend being a star of the Madrid Kings women's team soon dissipated among his teammates. No one would genuinely dwell on the matter. After all, romantic relationships are private affairs. While others may jest occasionally, serious scrutiny would only provoke annoyance. As for which pirate triumphed on the field, or how the Kings fared, those matters belong solely to them and are of no concern to others. The Madrid Pirates must concentrate their energies on preparing for the league. This marks the final round of league matches before the national team's competition day. Upon completing this match, the players will disperse to report to their respective national teams, gearing up for the World Cup qualifiers in various regions. Having completed 2 rounds of La Liga, 6 teams currently boast victories in both matches, amassing 6 points each. Catalonia leads the standings due to a superior goal difference, having decisively defeated Malaga Athletic 1-0 in their second match. The Madrid Pirates follow closely behind, having secured a 2-0 victory against Valerio at home, albeit with a goal difference less than Catalonia. In third place is Madrid Kings, who triumphed 1-0 against Royal Verviers away. Fourth is Biscay Athletic, who also celebrated a 2-0 home victory over Pamplona. The presence of these 4 teams in the top 4 is hardly surprising, given their considerable prowess. However, the 5th place position is a bit of a surprise, occupied by Seria. In this round, they faced the formidable Valencia at home, a team that ranked 4th last season and earned a spot in the Champions League. Remarkably, Seria emerged victorious with a score of 3-1. Zhang Qinghuan delivered an outstanding performance in this match, contributing 1 goal and 1 assist, earning the title of player of the match. In terms of performance during this round, he outshone Hu Lai, who scored only once. Excited Chinese fans have taken to the internet, proclaiming, "Who is the true master of Catalonia?" directing their attention towards Catalonia's midfield core and captain, Gaspar Roses. Both Roses and Zhang Qinghuan serve pivotal roles in their teams, acting as offensive orchestrators, despite their different positions. Zhang as an attacking midfielder and Roses as a central midfielder. They share similarities in playing style, both possessing delicate footwork and imaginative passing, and even the common flaw of not being the fastest on the field. Although their statuses and achievements differ vastly, much like one would not compare an Audi with a Yachty in terms of performance, the current comparisons underscore Zhang Qinghuan's burgeoning prowess. This once revered Chinese football prodigy, after years of wandering, seems poised to finally meet the expectations and hopes placed upon him. There remains a sense of wistfulness. Had he not taken that detour, could Zhang Qinghuan have already leaped from Seria to a true footballing giant, akin to Hu Lai today? The answer remains elusive. Life, however, is not built on hypotheticals. Thus, it can only be said that all past experiences, whether good or bad, have collectively shaped the Zhang Qinghuan we witness today. Had he not traversed that winding path, his mindset would have been entirely different. In facing adversity and hardship, would he still maintain his composure? After all, at that time, he was merely a child who relied excessively on his father, entrusting all matters to him. It was the sudden demise of his father that abruptly cast him into a world devoid of protection, compelling him to struggle for survival. Having endured this ordeal, he emerged as the resilient Zhang Qinghuan we see today. This, in essence, is the most fortuitous arrangement that fate has bestowed upon Zhang Qinghuan. Prior to losing his father, he resembled gold, brilliant and adored by all, yet too malleable. Now, he has transformed into a diamond, forged under intense heat and pressure into the hardest of stones. Before the commencement of the 3rd round of the La Liga season, Hu Lai did not train with the team, but instead took a day to fly back to the United Kingdom, specifically to London, the capital. Accompanying him was Samuel Lu Ray, the football general manager of the Madrid Pirates club. Their journey served multiple purposes, including attending the draw for the upcoming UEFA Champions League and the award ceremony for various accolades from the previous season's Europa League. Hu Lai was no stranger to such events, having previously attended as a nominee for the best young player in Europe, ultimately claiming the award and becoming a paragon among young players across Europe. However, this time he was not there to contest for the best young player award, as he was approaching 24, surpassing the age limit for candidates. Moreover, according to regulations, players who have previously won the award are ineligible for repeat accolades. This year's frontrunner for the Best Young Player award is Mario Salado from Catalonia, who is finally on the brink of achieving his aspirations. Yet, despite his recognition, he remains unable to surpass the record for the youngest recipient held by Meli. Hu Lai's presence this time is due to his inclusion in the final 10-player shortlist for the Ballon d'Or and the Best Player award in the Europa League. Although he is among the 10 nominees for the Ballon d'Or, his role is primarily that of a participant. The award for the previous season will likely be contested between Kendall Cabanca of Manchester Athletic and Soren Gribouche of Blue and White Munich, with Gribouche having a higher chance of winning. As one of the four Heavenly Kings, the midfield partner and successor of the illustrious Greyman de Elmer, Gribouche is a world-class maestro, celebrated for his comprehensive skill set, strong tactical vision, and precise long-range passing. He played a pivotal role in Blue and White Munich's triumphant treble last season and is currently at the pinnacle of his career at the age of 30. In comparison, Kendall Cabanca appears somewhat juvenile. Importantly, in terms of accolades, Cabanca falls short, possessing only an English Premier League title while lacking a UEFA Champions League trophy. His direct encounter with Gribouche in the Champions League final only served to diminish his standing. Aside from these two, the remaining players on the shortlist are largely there to fill the ranks. Meli Banega is also included in the 10-player list. Yet his performance last season with Madrid Kings yielded neither La Liga nor UEFA Champions League titles, severely undermining his competitiveness. Captain Gaspar Rosas of Catalonia is also among the 10 nominees. Despite having clinched a La Liga title, the prospect of winning the Ballon d'Or remains elusive. Hu Lai, who is merely an addition to the list, is in a similar predicament. Even the illustrious Messi has yet to secure this accolade, let alone him. Although he lacks competitiveness for the Ballon d'Or, Hu Lai has already claimed another prestigious award. Unlike the European Golden Ball, which remains shrouded in uncertainty until the last moment, the title of Best Player in the UEFA Europa League does not demand such secrecy. Thus, 3 days ago, Hu Lai was informed that he would be awarded the Best Player title for the previous season's Europa League, a recognition he rightly deserves. Despite only participating in the Europa League from the round of 32 last season, he astonishingly scored 13 goals during the knockout stage, significantly contributing to Leeds City's triumph in the tournament during their inaugural appearance. The Best Player award in the Europa League is determined by coaches from the 48 teams that participated in the group stage and 55 journalists from UEFA member countries. Since Leeds City did not compete in the group stage, coach Tony Clark was not even eligible to vote. Nonetheless, the overwhelming majority of coaches and journalists still cast their votes for Hu Lai, underscoring the merit of his accolade. For Hu Lai, this accolade marks yet another personal honor in his burgeoning career. Since commencing his journey in the China League One in 2022, he has consistently garnered individual accolades each season, including various top scorer and best player titles. Among these, the most prestigious are the Premier League's top scorer and best player awards, along with the World Cup's top scorer title. Now, he adds the title of best player in the Europa League to his repertoire. As an Asian player, Hu Lai has surpassed his predecessors, establishing an unparalleled legacy in terms of personal honors. Furthermore, at just under 24 years of age, his future is boundless. Chinese media has already begun another wave of acclaim for Hu Lai, with countless reporters flocking to London to cover this grand event. However, Hu Lai himself is not particularly keen on traveling to London, primarily because it means he must part from Li Qingqing. After a rigorous training camp, she has just returned home, and now he must fly to London before they even have a chance to enjoy their time together. Last season, Paris Saint-Germain's women's team underperformed, failing to secure any league, cup, or European titles, resulting in Li Qingqing not being nominated for the Ballon d'Or among the 5 finalists, rendering her unable to attend the event in London. When the club approached him about the trip to London, he initially resisted, questioning the purpose. Am I among the top 10 nominees? I certainly won TB in the top 3. With the league approaching, I prefer to train with the team. However, the club insisted, you have won the Europa League Best Player award, so you must attend. With no excuses left, Hu Lai reluctantly agreed to go. To avoid such partings in the future, both he and Li Qingqing will strive to excel, aiming for opportunities to attend various award ceremonies and events together. After all, one's success is far sweeter when shared. Greetings to all, it is indeed a pleasure. This chapter concludes here. Chapter 53. The awards ceremony. Hu Lai was no stranger to London. During his tenure playing for Leeds City, he visited the city several times each year, as it was home to 5 Premier League teams: London Bridge, Arsenal, North London Wanderers, West Sydenham, and London Mars. Additionally, whenever he returned to China for matches, he would invariably catch a flight from London. The UEFA Champions League and Europa League group draw ceremony, along with the awards ceremony, were hosted in London, providing him with an opportunity to revisit familiar grounds. At the airport, he was surrounded by numerous media personnel, including both Chinese and a significant number of Spanish and English journalists. With a wave of his hand, Hu Lai addressed the enthusiastic reporters, joking, "You needn't treat me like this. It makes me feel as though I've won not just the Europa League Best Player award, but rather the Champions League Best Player or even the Ballon d'Or." The journalists chuckled at his humor. A Chinese reporter, amidst the laughter, inquired, "Even if it were for the Champions League Best Player, you are not far from it. Are you, Hu Lai?" Hu Lai shook his head, stating, "I shall strive towards that goal, but I remain uncertain as to how far I am from it." Being included in the 10-person shortlist for the Ballon d'Or is already a commendable achievement. Indeed, it signifies that I am regarded by professional journalists and authoritative institutions as one of the top 10 players in European football. However, I do not place much importance on it. After all, without the award, it amounts to nothing. An English reporter asked, "Many believe you are the most likely Asian player to win the Ballon d'Or. What are your thoughts?" Hu Lai humbly responded, "Such praise is flattering. I can only say that I will work diligently towards that goal." After attending to the reporters at the airport, Hu Lai, accompanied by the club's general manager, Li Qingqing, boarded a private car en route to their hotel. Following a brief period of rest and a change of attire at the hotel, he would take the vehicle provided by the organizing committee to the awards ceremony venue, striding down the red carpet amidst the cheers of fans and the lenses of reporters, ultimately to receive his coveted Europa League Best Player trophy. After spending a night in London, he would fly back to Madrid the following morning. Meanwhile, General Manager Li Qingqing would remain in London to participate in the UEFA Champions League group draw ceremony. Just as Hu Lai finished traversing the red carpet, he encountered Meli, who smiled at him. That smile sent a shiver down Hu Lai's spine. He glanced behind him, seeing no one else, and pointed at himself, asking Meli, "Are you smiling at me?" Meli nodded with a smile. "Indeed, who else could it be? Is my zipper undone, or is there sauce on my face?" Ignoring Hu Lai's banter, Meli maintained his smile, leaned closer, and in a hushed tone said, "I am quite pleased that you ultimately chose not to join the Kings." Hu Lai's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh dear, my phone is recording." Meli dismissed his words with a laugh. "I eagerly anticipate our encounter in the 7th round of the league." With that, he turned and walked away without shaking Hu Lai's hand or patting him on the shoulder. Hu Lai sighed behind him. "When will this cycle of vengeance cease? Is it merely due to your elimination in the Olympics? Is that truly significant? If I were to eliminate you in the Champions League in the future, would you not go mad?" Shaking his head, Hu Lai continued forward, only to encounter Kendall Kabanka, who was engaged in light banter with a man of modest stature yet standing tall. He intended to bypass them, but Kabanka called out to him, "Who?" Reluctantly, he halted to greet him. "Hello, Kabanka." Kabanka gestured toward the man he was conversing with, saying, "Allow me to introduce you to Soren Gribush." Hu Lai was certainly familiar with Soren Gribush, the current captain and midfield linchpin of Blau-Weiß Munich. Gribush was regarded as the heir apparent to the legendary son Graymand Elmer. Just 3 months prior, they had been adversaries in the Champions League final, yet here they were, sharing jovial moments. Upon seeing Hu Lai, Gribush smiled and greeted him in English with a German accent. "Hello, Hu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Although we have yet to face each other, I often hear your name, even in Germany." "How fortunate I am," Hu Lai feigned humility. "I am glad you did not choose to join Real Madrid," Gribush chuckled. "It would be rather dull to have you and Meli on the same team. Look at Kabanka. He would certainly never choose Real Madrid." Hu Lai glanced at Kabanka and inquired, "So when will you be joining Catalonia United?" Kabanka smiled slightly, not directly answering. "I still have a year left on my contract with Manchester Athletic." Understanding dawned on Hu Lai. "Ah, I see. See you in La Liga next year." Gribush interjected, "Do not speak so definitively. I am currently persuading him to join us in Munich." Kabanka shook his head. "If I were to go to Blau-Weiß Munich, other competitions would become utterly devoid of challenge." "Huh, such a statement belittles the Ruhr-Rhine." Kabanka retorted. "You just acquired the leading scorer from the Ruhr-Rhine." Much like Real Madrid, Blau-Weiß Munich, as the dominant force in German football, was often quoted. The finest German players should serve Munich. At the peak of their prowess, 6 of the 11 starting players of the German national team hailed from their ranks. At that time, some jested or perhaps mocked, suggesting that the German national team should don the blue and white stripes of Blau-Weiß Munich in international competitions. Upon hearing Kabanka's jest, Gribush merely laughed heartily. Then we can fully immerse ourselves in the Champions League. Isn't that splendid? Kabanka shook his head. Not at all. I prefer to engage in more challenging endeavors. With that, he bid farewell to Gribush and took Hu Lai with him. Hu Lai glanced at the hand that grasped his sleeve. Why are you pulling me? Do you wish to linger and chat with Gribush? Let him persuade you to consider a transfer to Blau-Weiß Munich? Well, I thought you two were discussing something else. It turns out he was trying to recruit you. Kabanka replied to Hu Lai. Will you really come to La Liga next year? Hu Lai inquired. If all goes well, I shall, he replied. I aim to defeat Meli. Just as I did in the Champions League. I shall also vanquish you, much like I did in the Premier League. Sounds as though I've never triumphed over you in the Premier League, Hu Lai scoffed. Have you? Kabanka appeared visibly taken aback. Hu Lai was equally astonished. You can't be serious. You don't even know this. In the 2025 to 2026 season, we triumphed over you at home with a score of 10-0. And I scored the only goal. After a moment of contemplation, Kabanka suddenly realized, I recall that match now. He then grinned mischievously. But I wasn't on the pitch, so it doesn't count. You still haven't defeated me. To his surprise, Hu Lai wasn't angered. Instead, he chuckled in return. I remember as well. You had just returned from injury, prioritizing the World Cup, hence you didn't take the risk. Ultimately, not only did you lose the Premier League title, but I also snatched the Best Player award from you. Oh, and you didn't win the World Cup against us either. Kabanka inhaled deeply, recognizing that when it came to unearthing old wounds, he couldn't compete with Hu Lai. I am quite curious. Curious about what? Curious as to how you've yet to be beaten to a pulp, Kabanka replied, gritting his teeth. Hu Lai laughed. That's a question you ought to discuss with Meli. Discuss what? Because he, too, is eager to know the answer. Kabanka found himself at a loss. Realizing he was dealing with quite an irksome character, he decisively turned to leave. Hu Lai made no attempt to retain him and proceeded to find his own spot. Soon after, he encountered Tony Clark, the head coach of Leeds City. Boss, Hu Lai exclaimed, surprised to see his former coach here. What brings you here? Clark smiled and explained, I've been nominated as one of the 3 candidates for UEFA's Best Coach of the Season. Hu Lai chuckled, congratulations, boss. But merely being nominated does not guarantee victory. In truth, that award belongs to Handcheck. Clark's assertion held merit. After leading Blue-White Munich to a treble of Bundesliga, DFB Pokal, and Champions League titles, Bjorn Handcheck was indeed the favorite for the best coach honor. Much like Hu Lai, he was merely a contender in the race. Nonetheless, being nominated among the top 3 was already an impressive feat, indicative of Clark's standing among all coaches in European football last season. I watched your 2 matches with Madrid Pirates. Though it pains me, I must admit, leaving Leeds City was the right choice. We were simply too small. Clark remarked with a shake of his head. I now have only one thought. Let us hope we don't draw Madrid Pirates. Hu Lai waved his hand dismissively. I don't wish to encounter Leeds City either. It seems we've reached a consensus on this matter, Clark stated, extending his hand to Hu Lai. They shook hands before parting ways to find their respective places. Hu Lai restrained himself from inquiring about Zhou Zijing. After 2 rounds of La Liga and 2 rounds of the Premier League, Zhou Zijing had not only failed to make an appearance, but hadn't even been included in the squad list. Hu Lai pondered whether Zhou Zijing would adapt to the team in a manner reminiscent of his own initial experience upon joining Leeds United, spending a month acclimatizing through training and internal matches before receiving his opportunity. The reason for his own gradual integration stemmed from his physical condition, which at that time did not meet the demands for competing in the Premier League. Did Zhou Zijing encounter similar issues? His physique was already among the most robust of Chinese players. Despite such lingering doubts, Hu Lai refrained from voicing them, fearing that such inquiries might negatively impact Zhou Zijing. After all, every Chinese player venturing abroad must contend with the challenges of acclimatization. Ultimately, Zhou Zijing's path was one he had to navigate himself. The UEFA draw and awards ceremony unfolded over 2 days. The first evening was dedicated to the awards, followed by the group draws for the Europa League and the Champions League the next day. During the awards ceremony, accolades were announced one by one. Mario Salado from Catalonia was elated to receive the award for Europe's Best Young Player from the previous season, visibly moved and initially stammering during his acceptance speech. The accolade for Europe's Best Coach rightfully went to Bjorn Handcheck, who led Blau-Weiß Munich to a treble victory. The former coach of the Madrid Pirates, after achieving great acclaim, chose not to continue with the Pirates, but returned to Germany, where he reached the zenith of his career with Blau-Weiß Munich. Fortunately, his successor, Perotti, had also guided the Madrid Pirates to a Europa League title. Otherwise, many would have longed for Hantek. Nevertheless, even with that solitary Europa League victory, Perotti's achievements paled in comparison to Hantek's treble. Hu Lai ascended the stage to receive his awards for Europa League's best scorer and best player, delivering a brief and humble expression of gratitude. While the Chinese media and fans were exhilarated, Hu Lai understood that he was not the focal point of the evening. He maintained a calm demeanor, even less exhilarated than when he had won the European Best Young Player award the previous year. The true star soon arrived. The award for Champions League Best Player was bestowed upon Soren Gribauche, who played a pivotal role in securing victory for Blau-Weiß Munich, netting 5 goals and providing 6 assists, contributing to 11 goals overall. His recognition was well-deserved. The climax of the evening, the coveted European Player of the Year award, also known as the Ballon d'Or, was awarded to Gribauche. This was hardly surprising. If the midfield linchpin of a treble-winning team were to be overlooked, it would cast serious doubt on the award's credibility and authority, relegating it to the same status as FIFA's World Player of the Year. Kendall Cabanca received the silver ball, while Mendy Payet, the leading forward for Paris Ager, was honored with the bronze ball. With no major international tournaments this year, the primary criterion for these awards was the performance in club competitions, making Gribauche's accolades thoroughly justified. At the conclusion of the ceremony, the 3 award winners stood on stage with their respective trophies of varying hues, allowing the throng of photographers to capture the moment. Their smiles gleamed brightly upon the polished surfaces of the awards. Hu Lai, like others, sat in the audience, applauding and casting envious glances. Although he responded cautiously during the interview at the airport, his heart burned with fervor. One day, he too would find himself immersed in this very scene, standing proudly at the center position. Chapter End. Hu Lai's honor roll. As of 2027, the accolades Hu Lai has garnered throughout his football career thus far. Personal honors. 2020, Best Scorer and Best Player of the Annong Cup High School Group in the Annong Province Middle School Football Championship, Amateur. 2021, Best Scorer and Best Player of the 7th National High School Football Championship, Amateur. 2022, Best Newcomer of the China League 1. 2023, Best Scorer and Best Player of the East Asian Cup, Best Scorer, Best Local Player, Best Popular Player, and Best Player of the China League 1. 2023, Best Scorer and Best Player of the Chinese FA Cup. 2024, Best Scorer and Best Player of the U23 Asian Cup. 2024, Best Scorer, Best Local Player, Best Popular Player, and Best Player of the Chinese Super League. 2024, Best Scorer of the AFC Champions League. 2024, Chinese Footballer of the Year. 2025, Chinese Footballer of the Year. 2025 to 2026, Best Scorer, Official Best Player, and Best Goal, a last-minute goal against Tramed in round 37 of the Premier League. PFA Player of the Year, PFA Young Player of the Year. 2026, Best Scorer of the 23rd CONCACAF World Cup. 2025 to 2026, European Best Young Player Award. 2027, Best Scorer and Best Player of the China Cup. 2026 to 2027, Best Scorer and Best Player of the UEFA Europa League. Team Honors. 2019, Champion of the Annong Cup High School Group in the Annong Province Middle School Football Championship, Amateur. 2020, Champion of the Annong Cup High School Group in the Annong Province Middle School Football Championship, Amateur. 2021, Champion of the 7th National High School Football Championship, Amateur. 2023, Champion of the East Asian Cup. 2023, Champion of the China League 1. 2023, Champion of the Chinese FA Cup. 2024, Champion of the U23 Asian Cup. 2024, Champion of the Chinese Super League. 2025 to 2026, Champion of the Premier League. 2027, Champion of the China Cup. 2026 to 2027, Champion of the UEFA Europa League. Chapter in Chapter 54, UEFA Champions League Group staged the morning after the award ceremony. Hu Lai returned to Madrid, even attending the team's afternoon training. By evening, he was seated on the sofa with Li Qingqing, eagerly watching the live broadcast of the UEFA Champions League group draw. This would mark his second participation in the Champions League, and he hoped fervently to avoid an early exit from the group stage this time. Despite being named the best player of the previous season's Europa League, he wished to steer clear of that competition once more. The title of Europa League champion, much like an achievement, was sufficient to satisfy him. He is, after all, not a sailor of Sevilla, addicted to the Europa League. Due to the fact that last season the Madrid Pirates failed to secure the La Liga championship, they were not designated as a seeded team in the Champions League draw. This poses a significant risk for the Madrid Pirates. Despite their prestigious status, it remains entirely possible for them to falter in the group stage of the Champions League. In truth, based on their European competition points, they could easily have been one of the 8 seeded teams. However, since UEFA altered the criteria for seeding in the Champions League, the outcome of the draws has become much more suspenseful. It is indeed remarkable that teams like the Madrid Pirates and the Madrid Kings, lacking last season's La Liga title, have been relegated to the second tier, presenting a formidable challenge. No one wishes to share a group with such teams. Which teams would you prefer to be grouped with? Inquired Li Qingqing, nestled beside Hu Lai while watching television. Hu Lai shrugged, saying, "It doesn't matter. As long as it's not Leeds United, I'm fine with anyone. It would be even better if we could encounter Qingqing and Xiaoyu. Chunxing's team, Ajax Amsterdam, having clinched the Eredivisie Championship last season, is naturally a seeded team in this season's Champions League and may indeed find themselves grouped with the Madrid Pirates. On the other hand, Xiaoyu's Alvarado did not win the Primera Liga title but secured their place in the Champions League group stage through qualifying rounds, making them a third-tier team rather than a seeded one. Thus, there exists a genuine possibility of all 3 teams being drawn into the same group, which would certainly create an exciting atmosphere. The Champions League group stage could witness 6 thrilling matches featuring Chinese derbies. However, this grouping scenario carries a degree of harshness, as only 2 teams from each group can advance, which means it is quite likely that one, or even both, may fail to progress. What about you? Would you prefer to avoid Paris Saint-Germain? Hu Lai asked Li Qingqing again. Just as the men's football boasts the Champions League, the women's game has its own prestigious tournament. Women's football is flourishing in Europe, surpassing traditional powerhouses like China and the United States. Consequently, the Chinese Football Association now encourages more female players, like Li Qingqing, to venture abroad to play in Europe. In fact, it is often easier for them to do so than for their male counterparts, given the inherent strength of the Chinese women's national team. Apart from Li Qingqing, other players in the women's squad also possess considerable talent. Provided they are willing to play abroad, they will find no shortage of suitors in Europe. I have no preference, whether I encounter them or not. It makes no difference to me, Li Qingqing remarked nonchalantly. As a professional player, she would not hesitate in competition, so what difference does it make if she faces them? The Women's Champions League differs from the men's. Only 16 teams compete in the group stage, divided into 4 groups. The tournament commences in October and continues until mid-December, leading to the selection of 8 teams for the knockout stage. During this phase, a 2-legged home-and-away format is adopted, culminating in the final, which is a single decisive match. Li Qingqing's best achievement in the Women's Champions League has been reaching the semifinals, and she has yet to participate in a final. The transfer to Madrid's Royal Club was solely motivated by the pursuit of the UEFA Champions League title. The Royal Club's women's team, having secured the championship of the Spanish Women's Super League, has been designated as a seed team, thereby exempting them from the intricacies of preliminary rounds and qualifying matches, granting them direct entry into the main event. The criteria for determining seed teams in the Women's Champions League mirror those of the men's, comprising the defending champions and the 3 teams with the highest league points. The Royal Club's women's team has already claimed one of the seed positions, affording them a slight advantage in the group draw. Conversely, Paris Ager's women's team, having failed to clinch the title in the previous season's French league, stands a genuine chance of being grouped with the Royal Club's women. Prior to the Men's Champions League draw, the Women's Champions League group draw takes place. Speculations abound regarding the draw process, with rumors of manipulation suggesting that certain matchups can be orchestrated. Others believe that the draw is purely a matter of chance. In reality, both assumptions are flawed. The Champions League draw is not entirely random, but bears traces of human arrangement. However, it is equally impossible for one to dictate the outcomes at will. The 32 teams in the Champions League are divided into 8 groups, further categorized into upper and lower halves. Groups A to D comprise the upper half, while groups E to H belong to the lower half. This bifurcation corresponds to the designated match days of Tuesday and Wednesday, a decision made for the convenience of television broadcasting. Due to broadcasting requirements, teams from the same national league must be evenly distributed across the 2 halves. For instance, if 4 teams from La Liga participate in the Champions League group stage. 2 must be allocated to the upper half and 2 to the lower half. In cases where 5 teams are involved, one half will contain 3 teams while the other will hold 2. National broadcasters provide UEFA with specific principles regarding the avoidance of teams from the same league in the same half before the draw. Typically, the 2 most high-profile teams are separated into different halves. For example, the Royal Club and Catalan League must be placed in opposing halves, ensuring that each match day features a marquee matchup to capture audience attention. This allows Spanish television to broadcast the Royal Club's match one day and the Catalan League's match the next, thereby maximizing the influence of both teams and safeguarding viewership ratings and advertising interests. This arrangement prevents scenarios where both the Catalan League and the Royal Club compete on the same day, leading to a significant imbalance in viewership across the 2 match days. Prior to the draw, UEFA releases a list of avoidance principles, which effectively confines certain teams to a limited range of potential groups. If the Catalan team is drawn into the upper half of the bracket, then the Madrid Kings must inevitably be placed in the lower half. Moreover, the Madrid Pirates and Valencia must be allocated to different halves, and due to the rule that prohibits teams from the same national league from being in the same group, the allocation of these 2 teams across 4 groups becomes a matter of chance, with a 50% probability rather than a mere random draw. Furthermore, additional regulations may influence the grouping outcomes, some of which may not even pertain to football, but rather other external factors. For instance, Russian teams are strictly prohibited from being grouped with Ukrainian teams, and the reasons for this are well understood. The first team to be drawn was the Catalan team, assigned to Group H in the lower half. This assured that the Madrid Kings would certainly be placed in one of the 4 groups in the upper half. Indeed, when the Madrid Kings were drawn, the available options for grouping were restricted to Groups A, B, C, and D in the upper half. However, since Valencia had already been allocated to Group A, the Madrid Kings could not possibly join that group, leaving only Groups B, C, and D as viable options. Ultimately, this formidable team was placed in Group B, alongside the Serie A champions, Torino. Leeds City, as the previous season's Europa League champions, also secured a seed in this season's Champions League group stage and was drawn into Group G. Upon witnessing this draw, Hu Lai, the commentator from CCTV Sports Channel, chuckled, remarking, the lower half. Leeds City is in the lower half, and they are quite likely to face the Madrid Pirates. Since both the Madrid Kings and Valencia were drawn into the upper half, the only La Liga representative in the lower half remains the Catalan team. By the principle of parity, it is certain that the Madrid Pirates will also be in the lower half. Moreover, they cannot be grouped with the Catalan team in Group H, thus significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering Leeds City. As the 2 guests holding the draw each raised a slip of paper, one bearing the name Leeds City and the other denoting Group G, there was a palpable sense of anticipation. Though not surprise, Hu Lai exclaimed joyfully, Group G. Leeds City. The Madrid Pirates have been placed in the same group as Leeds City. Finally, this year's Champions League group stage features a Chinese derby. Although 4 Chinese players are participating in this year's Champions League, the previous draws had yet to present a scenario where 2 Chinese players would face each other. Now, Hu Lai and Zhou Zijing will meet in the group stage, fulfilling the wishes of many fans eager to witness a Chinese derby in the Champions League. Turning to Hu Lai, who bore an expression of astonishment, Li Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. Congratulations, Hu Lai, you can go home now. Appendix. The group stage draw for the 2027 to 2028 UEFA Champions League. Group A, Lions, France. Tramed, England. Valencia, Spain. Belgrade Ghosts, Serbia. Group B, Turin Bulls, Italy. Madrid Kings, Spain. St. Petersburg Metallurgy, Russia. Piraeus, Greece. Group C, Manchester Athletic, England. Alvaro, Portugal. Weisdorf, Germany. Rome City, Italy. Group D, Blue and White Munich, Germany. Gulf Lighthouse, Turkey. Rotterdam Elite, Netherlands. Haken, Denmark. Group E, Amsterdam Athletic, Netherlands. Stan Park Rangers, England. Antwerp City, Belgium. Saxonstad, Germany. Group F, Portuguese, Portugal. Insubra, Italy. London Bridge, England. Bordeaux Sports, France. Group G, Leeds City, England. Madrid Pirates, Spain. Ruhr-Rhine, Germany. Kiev, Ukraine. Group H, Catalonia United, Spain. Paris Ager, France. Vesuvius, Italy. Moscow Golden Spike, Russia. Chapter 55. The manipulation of fate. The anticipation surrounding the UEFA Champions League group stage draw was not solely the concern of Hu Lai. When Zhou Zijing spotted the words Madrid Pirates and Group G on the television screen, he leaped excitedly from the sofa, vigorously pumping his fist in the air. Huh. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Beside him, Senkawa Junpei shared in the exhilaration. After spending so long as teammates with Hu Lai, he was finally on the verge of realizing his initial ambition to become Hu Lai's rival. Why had he once urged Hu Lai to leave Leeds City with such determination? Because he understood that only by Hu Lai departing could there be a possibility of him standing against his greatest opponent. After all, compared to Hu Lai, the chances of him remaining at Leeds City and still facing Hu Lai as a rival were exceedingly slim. If he continued to stay at Leeds while Hu Lai joined another team, their paths would inevitably cross. However, he had not anticipated such a swift encounter. He had thought perhaps he would have to wait several seasons. Patience was not an issue for him, but if the day of their reunion on the pitch could arrive sooner, he would welcome it with open arms. In contrast to the two individuals who were wholeheartedly eager to challenge Hu Lai, the reactions of others in Leeds City were mixed, imbued with a sense of complexity. This was particularly true for Peter Williams. Noticing her boyfriend's furrowed brow, his girlfriend, Delphine Isabella, turned to him and inquired, "Why the long face?" "Honestly, Delphine, I do not wish to face Hu Lai in the group stage." "Why not? Do you not want to reunite with him? Aren't you friends?" "We are indeed friends. But that does not imply I desire to meet him in competition, nor does it mean I wish to see him in the Champions League. This season, I hope to lead the team into the knockout stages of the Champions League, but Hu Lai is not an easy opponent," Peter elaborated. "This group is exceedingly challenging. Group G, which includes Leeds City, also features the Madrid Pirates, Ruhr-Rhein, and the Ukrainian powerhouse Kiev. One could assert that both the Madrid Pirates and Rulin are formidable contenders. Even in any other group, should these two teams find themselves in the same group, they would essentially secure both qualification spots. The remaining two teams would merely vie for a place in the Europa League knockout stage. Leeds City faces a daunting challenge in competing with these two teams, particularly this season as they are missing Hu Lai, with Hu Lai having joined the Madrid Pirates. The balance has shifted unfavorably for Leeds City even before the match has commenced. Unlike players such as Zhou Zijing and Sun Chuanjun, who are filled with the zeal to challenge formidable opponents, Peter Williams, the vice-captain of the team and soon to be the first captain next season, prioritizes the interests of the team above all. Should it ensure Leeds City's advancement to the Champions League group stage, he would not mind being placed in the weakest group, facing the feeblest adversaries. The lesser the challenge, the better. With Hu Lai's departure, Peter has taken upon himself the grave responsibility of guiding the team forward. The team's progression in the Champions League is of utmost importance. Personal interests pale in comparison. How splendid. I suspect that God has heard my previous prayers. At the White Rose Tavern, David Miller and his companions are engrossed in watching the live broadcast of the Champions League draw on television. Upon seeing the Madrid Pirates and Leeds City drawn into the same group, a cheer erupted among them. They did not dwell on Leeds City's chances of advancing. Their minds were solely focused on Hu returning to Flanders Stadium. Hu. Levin proclaimed loudly, "I stand by my word. Even if Hu scores upon his return to Flanders, I shall cheer for him." "Yet he wouldn't celebrate," John Fawkin interjected. "Why?" The group turned their puzzled gazes toward John. "Did you not witness the last home match of the Pirates? After Hu scored, the Pirates fans were utterly unresponsive, like wooden dolls. They merely watched as Hu performed his signature celebration, yet no roar followed," John articulated. "Thus, I hope when they visit Flanders and Hu scores, he will celebrate. And we can teach those Spaniards how to properly celebrate Hu's goal." After John's statement, he looked at his companions in the tavern, who appeared stunned, and countered, "Do you think I am mistaken?" David Miller was the first to respond. "No, I find your reasoning sound, John. To be honest, I've only watched 2 matches of the Pirates, and they certainly lacked flavor. While those Spaniards may admire Hu, they are clearly far from our level. Therefore, we must educate them. You all speak with fervor, but how could Hu possibly celebrate if he scores against us? He is no Sean Barnett's puppet," someone remarked, awakening them to the realization. They collectively understood that given Hu Lai's sentiments towards Leeds City, even if he were to score, he would not celebrate. Yet if he chooses not to celebrate, how can we align with him? John broke the silence, suggesting, "Let him know that he should celebrate freely. We shall not hold his jubilation against him. But how shall we convey this to him? Do you possess Hu's contact information?" "I do not. Yet I am confident we will find a way, John mused, though he too had not fully devised a plan, understanding the necessity of this matter. Watching the Pirates match. When Hu scored, the absence of a thunderous cheer felt akin to enjoying a game without a refreshing beer. It simply lacked fulfillment. Hu, this chant, birthed by Leeds City fans, aspired to resonate in other locales. Henceforth, whenever Hu found the net, such a roar should echo. Chinese fans have embraced this chant, enthusiastically echoing it following Hu's goals. In stark contrast, the Spanish supporters seemed oblivious to the significance of this treasured tradition, whose name ought to reverberate across the globe alongside his goals. During the pre-match press conference for the European Super Cup between Leeds City and Bayern Munich, Tony Clark raised his hand to address the reporters, stating, "Let us refrain from discussing Hu and the Madrid Pirates. Our adversary in this match is Bayern Munich. I kindly ask for your respect. Thank you." After a subdued chuckle, the reporters honored Clark's request, abstaining from mentioning Hu's reunion in the pre-game conference. Fortunately, they need not wait long. On September 28th, during the second round of the Champions League group stage, Leeds City would host the challenge of the Madrid Pirates. That day would also mark Hu's return to Flanders Stadium. A similar scenario unfolded in distant Madrid, Spain. Outside the training facility, Hu declined to comment on his return to Flanders. "What does it feel like to face your former club? I apologize, but my focus is solely on our next league opponent, Sebastian. They are formidable, and I must dedicate myself entirely, without distraction." Given his statement, the reporters refrained from pressing Hu. This was particularly true for the Chinese journalists, who recognized Hu as a significant figure in Chinese football. It was unwise to offend him, risking future interviews. To jeopardize such opportunities could lead to an unfortunate career setback. For instance, a football journalist named Qin Bo, who had previously sided with Wang Xinke during the feud with Hu, now found himself unable to secure any interviews with him. Although Hu had not explicitly stated it, the fact remained that Qin's media outlet could not gain access to him. It was not merely Hu's refusal. Even those national teammates with whom Hu shared a good rapport declined to engage in any form of interview with Qin. Consequently, Qin, a once prominent football journalist, found himself without a media outlet willing to employ him, relegated to crafting content for social media. Nevertheless, as he could not attain interviews with a group of national players, he somewhat resigned himself to the situation, emerging as one of the few staunch critics of Hu online, thus attracting a loyal following and discovering his own path to success. After all, no one can win the affection of all, not even Hu. When he initially declared his intention to confront Wang Xinke, critics questioned his audacity to claim such a stance. Did he truly believe he would never lose a match? Once he achieved that feat, they criticized Hu Lai for lacking grace, being overly aggressive, and possessing a mind as narrow as a needle's eye. Such a person, even if successful in football, reveals himself to be a petty individual in terms of character. Therefore, do not assume that now, with Hu Lai being hailed as the hope of Chinese football, he is free from criticism. The internet is rife with disparaging remarks about him, especially after his true nature was exposed. Those who criticize him have emerged boldly, as if they have found a legitimate reason to attack Hu Lai, claiming the moral high ground. As long as Qinbo can capture the attention of these critics, he can carve out a niche for himself in the vast landscape of the internet. This approach can be seen as a unique strategy in the fiercely competitive arena of social media, creating a new path by leveraging differentiation and granularity to reach a tipping point, analyzing the pain points of target users, penetrating their mindset, and utilizing his own popularity and traffic to generate revenue, thus forming an ecological loop. We have observed an intriguing phenomenon. A Spanish journalist inquired, after joining Leeds United. "You scored in your first 3 matches. Can we expect you to maintain that scoring streak in your first 3 matches with Madrid Pirates?" Hu Lai glanced at the journalist, thinking to himself how astute he was to notice such a precedent and even guess correctly. Why was he able to score consecutively in the first 3 matches? Because I have the Linksy card. After all, wouldn't it be a waste not to fully exploit the value of an external aid? However, such thoughts are best left unsaid. Hu Lai smiled slightly. "I certainly hope to score again. Any forward would think the same. But whether I can score remains uncertain until the match concludes. The only guarantee I can offer is that I will give my utmost effort to secure a goal during the game." Despite Hu Lai presenting himself as humble and low-key during pre-match interviews, he transformed into a ravenous lion on the field, relentlessly attempting to assault the Sebastia goal from the very first minute. By halftime, He had already scored for Madrid Pirates. And now he was back. Accompanied by the exclamations of Spanish commentator Sanchez, Hu Lai received a pass from Tanini with the outside of his left foot, drawing it into the penalty area. He then swung his left foot as if to shoot. As he deceived a returning defender into attempting a block, he cleverly pulled the ball back with his left foot, switching to his right foot to curl a beautiful arc aimed at the far corner. The Sebastia goalkeeper leaped, but failed to touch the ball. It sailed into the net. Magnificent. Hu Lai, Guolol. Sanchez's elongated shout echoed, marking his second goal. He had once again propelled the Pirates ahead 2-1 on the road. In his first 3 matches with Madrid Pirates, he had already netted 6 goals, an astounding average of 2 goals per match. His right foot was ablaze with brilliance. The chapter concludes with Hu Lai's career statistics regarding appearances and goals. As of the 2026 to 2027 season, in the 2022 China League 1 season, he made 15 league appearances, scoring 11 goals and providing 1 assist. In the 2023 China League 1 season, he participated in 29 league matches, netting 30 goals and contributing 2 assists. He also appeared in 7 FA Cup matches, scoring 11 goals and assisting once. For the national team, he played 3 matches, scoring 5 goals, note 1. For the U23 national team, he made 3 appearances, scoring 3 goals. In the 2024 Chinese Super League season, he played 23 league matches, scoring 30 goals and providing 1 assist. He appeared in 10 AFC Champions League matches, netting 12 goals and assisting once. He also played 1 match in the Super Cup, scoring once. For the national team, he made 1 appearance. For the U23 national team, he participated in 13 matches, scoring 18 goals and providing 1 assist. In the 2024 to 2025 Premier League season, he made 15 league appearances, scoring 11 goals. For the national team, he played 3 matches, scoring 2 goals. In the 2025 to 2026 Premier League season, he participated in 36 league matches, netting 32 goals and providing 3 assists. For the national team, he played 13 matches, scoring 14 goals and providing 1 assist. In the 2026 to 2027 Premier League season, he made 27 league appearances, scoring 21 goals and providing 5 assists. He played 3 matches in the International Champions Cup, scoring 2 goals. He also participated in 1 Community Shield match. In the UEFA Champions League, he made 5 appearances, netting 5 goals. In the UEFA Europa League, he played 9 matches, scoring 13 goals and providing 1 assist. For the national team, he made 16 appearances, scoring 17 goals. As of the statistics, Hu Lai has made 36 appearances for the national team, scoring 38 goals and providing 1 assist. He has played 85 matches for the Flash Stars, scoring 95 goals and providing 6 assists. For Leeds City, he participated in 96 matches, netting 84 goals and providing 9 assists. By the time of his transfer to La Liga's Madrid Pirates, he had played a total of 233 matches across various competitions, scoring 238 goals and providing 17 assists. Note 1. Although the U23 national team represented at the 2023 East Asian Cup, it is still regarded as the national team. Thus, the statistics are counted as national team data. Chapter 56. The queries of Max Kiley in the recently concluded 3rd round of the La Liga. The Madrid Pirates triumphed away against Sebastián with a score of 2-1, achieving their 3rd consecutive league victory. Who scored both goals in this match, proving to be the pivotal contributor to the team's success in securing all 3 points on the road. This striker, who cost the club a staggering 120 million, is in remarkable form, wreaking havoc on the field. Even the most discerning Pirates fans can no longer question whether the club's investment in Hu was worthwhile. They have already begun to regard him as a future legend of the club. With 6 goals in 3 matches, Hu is etching his name into La Liga history. He is not only the first player in the history of Madrid Pirates to score 6 goals in his first 3 matches, but also the first in La Liga history to achieve this feat with a new team. Though Hu has only just begun his journey in La Liga, he has rapidly become the center of attention. From Madrid to Seville, from Barcelona to Valencia, media and fans alike are abuzz with discussions about him. One might say that the Seville Navigators were truly unfortunate to lose in the Europa League final. Who could possibly withstand such a lethal force? It is said that there exists a Chinese proverb, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Who vividly exemplified this adage with his 6 goals across 3 matches. Not only did he shine with the Madrid Pirates, but he also netted 5 goals in his initial 3 matches with Leeds City. That season, he scored a total of 11 goals in the Premier League. with nearly half of them coming in those first 3 encounters. Reports suggest that the production company Championship Godfather is contemplating adjusting Hu's adaptability rating to 20. Despite the stringent defense from Sebastian during the match, Hu managed to seize 2 opportunities, converting them into goals. With only 4 shots taken, 3 of which were on target. He exhibited remarkable efficiency. From observing these 3 matches, one might be astonished to conclude that Hu had been playing with the team for the entirety of the season. Were it not for the reminder, one might easily assume he was a player who had transferred to the squad last season. In his second goal during the match, the synergy between Tanini's pass and Hu's forward run was impeccable. Had Tanini delivered the ball a fraction earlier, or Hu made his run a moment sooner, it would have undoubtedly resulted in an offside. When Hu declined the offer from the Madrid Kings, some fans expressed that he would eventually regret not choosing the Kings. Now, it is uncertain whether it is Hu should feel remorse or the Kings themselves. Up to this point in the season, Meli has also found the back of the net 4 times. Were it not for Hu's 6 goals, Meli would likely be leading the scoring charts. But now he has been overshadowed by Hu's brilliance. I can only imagine that fans of the Kings fantasize about the possibility of Hu joining their ranks and partnering with Meli, believing that would render the Kings invincible in La Liga. Alas, whether by fate or fortune, such a scenario did not materialize. As the competitive nature of La Liga is what makes it truly captivating, rather than a monopoly on championships. Bayern Munich's dominance in the Bundesliga with 6 consecutive titles raises questions about the league's intrigue. Frankly, after witnessing Hu's performances in these 3 matches, I suddenly understood the sentiments of Tony Clark. The first assistant coach, Jesus Valentin, expressed to head coach Ettore Perotti his reflections on Hu's capabilities. I too have come to comprehend his perspective. We previously believed we had discerned Hu's limitations at Leeds City. Restricting him solely to a poacher role seemed to impede his growth. It is perplexing how Clark could have overlooked such a straightforward matter. However, I now consider that perhaps Clark recognized this limitation but deemed that allowing Hu to focus on his poaching instincts was the optimal strategy for Leeds City. After all, when a player possesses such formidable scoring prowess, what need is there for alteration? Indeed, during these 3 matches, I found myself wavering. There were moments when I seriously contemplated abandoning our new expectations for Hu, allowing him to play in the manner he knows best. Perotti noted that in the season's opening round, due to the brief pre-match training time, he instructed Hu to play in his familiar style when he substituted him in, essentially encouraging him to operate as a straightforward poacher, akin to his role at Leeds City. Due to Hu Lai's exceptional ability to seize opportunities and his efficiency in front of the goal, this approach is the most straightforward and requires minimal synergy. However, Perotti's decision at that time was a reluctant temporary measure, not indicative of a long-term strategy to follow in Hu Lai's footsteps at Leeds City. His intention was to allow Hu Lai to gain confidence through scoring, solidifying his position within the team, buying time, and gradually adjusting the strategy. Unexpectedly, Hu Lai excelled in these 3 matches, playing in his accustomed style, scoring goal after goal without pause. Consequently, the Madrid Pirates achieved a remarkable 3 consecutive victories at the start of the league season, leaving Perotti astounded and contemplating whether to let Hu Lai continue in this vein. Fortunately, he remained resolute and did not abandon his original plan. He believed that for Hu Lai to reach greater heights, and for his Pirates to achieve superior results, aiming for both the league title and the Champions League, Hu Lai must adhere to the path he had laid out for him. He needed to integrate more into the possession-based system, enhance his passing ability, and position himself more frequently in the attacking third, rather than predominantly lingering in the penalty area as he had previously. Ultimately, this was a positive development. With 6 goals in 3 matches, ample time was afforded to both the team and Hu. Even if his performance wavers in the future, it would not likely foster a detrimental public sentiment, as Perotti noted. People would be more forgiving and patient with him, allowing for a more composed execution of the plan. From recent training sessions, it was evident that he was progressing swiftly. Nevertheless, a concern arose. Ettore Valentin furrowed his brow, stating that Maxi did not create the splendid chemistry with Hu that you anticipated. After a commendable first half in the opening round, he seemed to fade thereafter. Perotti sighed deeply. Perhaps during the first match, I should not have substituted him at halftime. Since the aim was to keep Hu focused on positioning, it was necessary to replace him. Your decision was sound. After all, he and Hu were not synchronizing well, as he often opted to take shots himself rather than passing. In contrast, Di Quinzo seemed more compatible with Hu's positioning style. Valentin shook his head. After scoring in the first round, Everyone believed that Maxi Carey had finally triumphed over the physical and psychological torment wrought by his injuries. However, in the second round, while partnering with Hu Lai, his performance was less than satisfactory. The two failed to connect, as Carey appeared eager to prove himself by scoring. Feeling he was not inferior to who had just netted a hat trick. In the match against Valero, there were several instances when Hu Lai had made runs into open spaces, yet Carey stubbornly refrained from passing, insisting on attempting to score himself. On one occasion, after a series of feints at the flank, Hu Lai stood idly in the center, watching as Carey maneuvered without passing, ultimately choosing to take a forceful shot that soared over the crossbar. Consequently, not long into the second half, Perotti substituted Carey with Li Qingqing. Shortly after Li Qingqing entered the fray, Hu Lai scored, with Li Qingqing providing the assist. It is fair to say that this substitution yielded immediate results. In the third round of the league, during the away match against Sebastia, Kelly was notably absent from the starting lineup. It was not until the 72nd minute that he made his entrance onto the field, substituting for the prolific Hu Lai, who had scored twice. Hu Lai had flown to London midweek to attend an UEFA awards ceremony, resulting in disrupted training. Moreover, considering his impending journey back to distant China for national team duties, Perotti decided to replace him early to mitigate the risk of fatigue and potential injury during the international fixtures. Upon entering the game in place of Hu Lai, Kelly faced no issues with coordination, yet his performance remained lackluster. It was evident to all that he was overly anxious, lacking the patience and finesse required to capitalize on opportunities. Perhaps I should have another earnest discussion with him, Perotti mused. Convincing him would not be an easy task, but it was necessary. I believe he can coexist with Hu, Perotti stated. Reflecting on it now, the confidence Kelly gained from his first-round goal might have been a double-edged sword. Valentin concurred with Perotti's assessment. This season, the inaugural goal for the Madrid Pirates, scored by Maxi Carey, had inflated his confidence, leading him to believe he had returned to peak form and could dominate Hu Lai in their competition. However, his performance on that goal may have been merely fleeting. Let us wait until he returns from national duty. I shall have a thorough conversation with him then. I hope he can approach it with a calm demeanor, Perotti sighed. His concern for Maxi Carey was palpable. To propel the Madrid Pirates beyond the achievements of the handcheck era, both Maxi Carey and Hu Lai were equally vital. Perotti believed that Kelly's skills and experience could provide significant support for the team. Currently, the Pirates lacked a player capable of orchestrating attacks among the four midfielders. Two were primarily laborers. Ramirez was a quintessential defensive midfielder, while Joaquin Bella, though slightly more versatile than Ramirez, was mediocrity personified, leaving the offensive thrust reliant on the flanks. In Perotti's vision, Kelly could serve both as a forward, breaching defenses, and as a withdrawn player, acting as a free spirit in the attacking third, aiding the team in orchestrating offense. His technical prowess combined with Hu Lai's scoring ability could elevate the offensive potency of the Madrid Pirates to new heights. Of course, this was contingent upon Kelly altering his previous playing habits, a task that would prove challenging, especially when he felt self-assured. Chapter 57. The fallen Dutchman Danny Drew launched a long pass from the backline, propelling it directly to the forwards. The main striker for the Dutch national team, Lilith Tessis, utilized his body to shield off the Finnish defender as he skillfully controlled the incoming aerial ball, then turned to advance into the penalty area. However, he underestimated the tenacity of the Finnish defender. Just as he pivoted, slightly misplacing the ball, the opponent decisively executed a tackle, thwarting his attempt. Tessis could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled away, slipping entirely from his grasp. Yet, the Dutch offensive thrust was far from over. His striking partner, Maxi Carey, initially positioned himself centrally to receive the ball. Upon witnessing the pass intercepted, he swiftly reacted. With his left foot firmly pressing against the solid ground, he launched into a sprint. Before the Finnish defenders could comprehend the situation, he took a swift stride to catch up with the ball, and without any adjustments or halting, he unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The speed at which the ball surged across the artificial turf surpassed that on natural grass, causing the Finnish goalkeeper to dive late, despite his initial attempt to save it. Before his hands could make contact, the ball had already nestled into the back of the net. The home supporters in Finland emitted a low murmur of discontent, while the few Dutch fans who had traveled with the team erupted into exuberant cheers. With the qualifiers for the 2028 Italy European Championship reaching its climax, the Dutch team needed only to defeat Finland away to secure their advancement. Kyrie's goal, just 9 minutes into the match, set a promising tone for them. "Max Kyrie," exclaimed the commentator from Dutch national television, thrilled to announce that he had opened the scoring for the Netherlands. Though his club performance had been lackluster, Kyrie flourished in the national team, where he undeniably emerged as the offensive nucleus. It was hoped that this goal would restore his confidence and reinvigorate his competition at the club level. After scoring, Kyrie was elated. He spread his arms, initially intending to perform a diving slide on the turf, only to recall that this was artificial grass, which had a different friction coefficient compared to natural grass. Celebrating with a dive could potentially damage his vulnerable areas. Thus, he abandoned that notion and simply ran. However, such a mundane display of exuberance could hardly satisfy our king of pressure, Maxi Kyrie. Upon reaching the corner flag area, he paused, resting his hands on the flagpole, standing with crossed legs in a relaxed posture, awaiting his teammates to swarm him and envelop him in embraces. Having opened the scoring for the national team, Maxi Kyrie was in exceptional form, displaying increased enthusiasm. He persistently dashed across the field, pursuing every potential goal-scoring opportunity. At one moment, he even powered through a narrow gap between two Finnish defenders with sheer speed. Had he not overstepped on the final touch, he would have faced the goalkeeper one-on-one. Poised to score a stunning goal, Maxi Kyrie flew across the pitch like the wind, rediscovering the joy he once felt while playing. The ball danced beneath his feet. In harmony with his intentions, he masterfully controlled it, deceiving defenders at will, directing them where he pleased, making them tumble when he desired, and leaving them bewildered. The frustration he felt at his club dissipated in the national team, where he experienced a full release. It was as though he had recharged, rejuvenated and brimming with energy, ready to return to his club for another challenge. He firmly believed that based on his performance with the national team, there would undoubtedly be a place for him within the Pirate squad. He acknowledged the remarkable achievement of 6 goals in 3 matches by Hu Lai. Yet he asserted his own capabilities, asserting that he merely required an opportunity. As the Dutch national team advanced, their pass was intercepted by a Finnish defender. Having breached the defensive line, Kyrie did not linger ahead but swiftly retreated, preparing for the imminent offensive. If his teammates were to secure the second drop and subsequently attempt a counterattack, only to discover that he, the forward, was offside, it would indeed squander a golden opportunity. As fate would have it, just as he returned to the back line, he witnessed Dutch midfielder Robin van Persie pass the ball that had been deflected by a Finnish defender. The football soared above them, prompting Kyrie to sprint forward. The Finnish defenders beside him were momentarily caught off guard, with only one defender rushing in from a distance. Both raced towards the ball, but Kyrie had the advantage in positioning and was poised to seize it first, another clear chance. However, to his dismay, after merely 2 strides, Kyrie suddenly slowed, allowing the pursuing Finnish defender to overtake him easily and intercept the ball, clearing it with a powerful kick. Kyrie furrowed his brow, reaching for the back of his left thigh. The Dutch commentator expressed bewilderment. "It appears Kyrie has sustained an injury?" Indeed, he had. The commentator struggled to find words, pondering whether fate had been unduly harsh on the Netherlands football gem. A severe knee injury before the World Cup, nearly a year of recovery, and having finally regained his footing in the new season, only to have the spotlight snatched by Hu Lai. Now, after returning to the national team and showcasing a promising form, he had pulled a thigh muscle. Could it be due to excessive excitement? Perhaps he had overexerted himself? Upon realizing the nature of his predicament, a wave of disappointment washed over Kyrie, his once charming visage crumpling. Yet he did not collapse in despair. Instead, he raised his hands to signal for a substitution. Deep down, he felt a flicker of relief that it was merely a muscle strain. In comparison to his previous knee injury, a muscle strain felt as harmless as a playful kitten. Thank goodness it's just a muscle strain. A brief respite is all I need, and it won't be long, definitely not exceeding a month, as long as I cease all activity and exit the field. No need to panic, Maxi. This is a trifling matter for someone who has experienced grand stages. Kyrie twirled his fingers in a circular motion, conveying his intent to the coaching staff below. "We regret to inform you, Mr. Parati, that Kyrie has sustained an injury." Parati's heart sank as he held the phone. What exactly transpired? He inquired. He strained his left thigh muscle while chasing the ball. A strain? Yes, a strain. Parati exhaled in relief. After all, a muscle strain was far preferable to a joint injury. A muscle strain would necessitate at least a month of rest, yet for Maxi Kyrie, this month could serve as an invaluable period of reflection. He hoped that during this time, Kyrie could heed his counsel. After hanging up the phone call from the Dutch national team, Parati turned to his assistant coach, Valentin, who inquired with a concerned gaze, "Is Kyrie injured?" "Yes. A muscle strain in his left thigh," Parati replied. Valentin sighed deeply, feeling a sense of regret for Kyrie, whose career seemed to be plagued by misfortune. Since that injury during the 2026 World Cup, it appeared that Kyrie's professional journey had been fraught with bad news, with any fleeting moments of positivity merely setting the stage for subsequent setbacks. Truly a case of to suppress first and then to raise. The specifics of the injury were still unknown, but the Dutch national team promised to send a detailed injury report later. Simultaneously, Kyrie would conclude his national team duties early to return for treatment and rehabilitation, Parati noted. On the bright side, at least we won't have to worry about whether to play Kyrie or Li Qingqing, albeit temporarily, Valentin reassured. That's all we can do. Parati began, but before he could finish, the phone rang again. Upon answering, his expression quickly turned grave, and this usually mild-mannered gentleman could not help but utter an Italian expletive. "What? An ankle injury? Surgery required. At least 5 months." Following their victory over Kuwait in the qualifying round, the players of the Chinese team arrived at the restaurant this morning in high spirits. Since the commencement of the qualifying rounds on June 11th, they had played 3 matches, with the first round being a bye, resulting in only 2 games played. In these 2 qualifying matches, they first achieved a resounding 6-0 victory against Bangladesh on June 16th, with Hu Lai, fresh off winning the Europa League, continuing his excellent form by scoring twice. However, it was Zhou Zijin who shone even brighter, netting a hat trick, while Zhang Qinghwan also contributed with a goal. Then, on September 3rd, returning to their home ground, the Chinese team triumphed 3-1 over Turkmenistan, amid the cheers of their fans. In this match, Hu Lai did not score, but it was Luo Kai, who came on as a substitute for Tremid, who opened the scoring for China, paving the way to victory. Subsequently, Chen Xingyi and Wang Guangwei added to the tally with a goal each. Chen Xingyi has also been in fine form this season, having secured a starting position at Ajax and providing an assist, with this goal marking his first in a formal match for the new season. Prior to rejoining the national team, the Serie A League had also seen a round of matches, with Wang Guangwei as the starting center-back for Eldria, playing the entire match with a commendable performance. He has successfully navigated his adaptation period in Serie A. The seasoned defender, 35-year-old Alessandro Altobelli, returning from injury, finds it increasingly difficult to reclaim his starting position. The main goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan, who was injured before last year's Asian Cup, has also returned to the national team, reclaiming his spot between the posts. It can be said that this Chinese team is increasingly approaching the formidable state that everyone has been anticipating. With such a team competing in the qualifying rounds, there is little doubt of their success. Chinese fans and media are looking ahead to the final round of qualifiers, which is crucial in determining their chances of participating in the World Cup. With a light and joyful spirit, the players enjoyed breakfast in the restaurant before proceeding to the hotel gym for some light recovery training. Wang Guangwei pulled out his phone, as was his habit, to keep abreast of the latest news in European football while having his meal. The Chinese team was engaged in the World Cup qualifiers, while Europe was occupied with the European Championship qualifiers. After a short while, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Kyrie is injured? Oh dear, Hu Lai. Your position as a starter is secure now," Chen Xingyi remarked. Hu Lai scoffed. "Whether he is injured or not, my starting position is firmly established, thank you very much." Zhang Qinghwan, concerned about his La Liga rival, inquired, "What kind of injury did he sustain? A muscle strain, perhaps?" "No, wait, an ankle injury? Is he going to need surgery? Expected to be sidelined for 6 months?" As Wang Guangwei relayed the key details, he looked up to find the table in stunned silence. They were taken aback by the severity of Max Kyrie's injury. Hu Lai shared in their astonishment, even more so. Injured before the World Cup with a knee issue, and now facing an ankle injury. Was this rebellious Dutchman destined to be grounded permanently? Chapter 58. A shattered frame from the footage of the match. It was evident that Kyrie, after sprinting a couple of steps, realized he had sustained a muscle strain, prompting him to halt his pursuit and signal for a substitution. To all appearances, it seemed like a routine muscle injury. However, post-match examinations by the Dutch national team's physician revealed that, in addition to the muscle strain, he had incurred a more severe ankle injury. The cause of Kyrie's ankle injury during the match remained a mystery. After the game, Dutch national team coach Joseph de Rooster suggested that the hardness of the artificial turf at the Finnish home ground might have been a contributing factor. But this assertion was met with rebuttal from the Finnish side, who questioned why only Kyrie's ankle had been affected when all players competed on the same field. Regardless of the cause, Max Kyrie faced yet another significant setback in his career. Having just spent a year recovering from a knee injury, he now found himself grappling with an ankle ailment. Even if he returned to the pitch in 6 months, it was uncertain whether he would regain his former prowess. Meanwhile, Kyrie's contract with the Madrid Pirates had dwindled to a mere 2 years. Although the Pirates had promptly offered a contract extension following his knee injury, it was unlikely they would extend the same courtesy this time. Speculation arose that both parties might negotiate an early termination of the contract. This is nonsense, Max. The club has not mentioned anything about your contract. They simply wish for you to focus on your recovery, his agent, Jim Castian, reassured him in the hospital room. Kyrie reclined on the hospital bed, having been urgently transferred from Finland to Munich, home to one of Europe's premier sports medicine clinics, where his surgery was scheduled. His agent, Jim Castian, had flown in from the Netherlands to be by his side. Had it not been for their children needing care, Kyrie's wife would undoubtedly have been there, too. Instead of waiting for the club to cast me aside, I would rather propose a mutual termination of the contract. It would make things easier for everyone, Kyrie expressed, startling Castian. Don't entertain such foolish thoughts. It is merely an ankle injury, far better than a knee issue. At least in 6 months, you can return to the court. Upon hearing Castian's words, Kyrie suddenly chuckled. Ha, Jim. When I suffered a muscle strain, I thought to myself, at least it's just a strain. Yet now, hearing you say it's only an ankle injury feels absurd. When did an ankle injury become a stroke of luck? I speak the truth, Maxie. As long as it isn't your right knee that's injured, it's all good news, Castian replied earnestly. At the time of Kyrie's injury, Castian was at home in the Netherlands watching the game live. When he saw Kyrie touching the back of his thigh and signaling to come off, he recognized it as a sign of a muscle strain. Although he felt regret that Kyrie's excellent form was interrupted, he still breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a muscle strain. Indeed, not just Kyrie Maxey himself, but also Parati and Valentin, who were far away in Spain. All believed that for Kyrie at this moment, a muscle strain could be considered good news. After all, his knee had undergone surgery a year prior. Since then, the right knee had become a ticking time bomb within Kyrie's body. No one knew when it might explode, or if it would. Therefore, as long as it wasn't a knee injury, it could be considered acceptable. For players who have suffered severe knee injuries, their knees become permanently and irreversibly more vulnerable and prone to injury. Should there be a subsequent injury, Kyrie's career would truly be over. It is important to note that he had injured his knee's anterior cruciate ligament. Thus, even if the ankle injury required surgery, it was still preferable to the prospect of a previously fragile ligament tearing once more. Kyrie was well aware that he simply needed time to come to terms with it. His condition had been improving, only to be thwarted by an injury in a relatively uneventful national team match, leading to surgery and a 6-month absence from games and training. When the national team's doctor conveyed this news to him, he thought he had misheard. How did a mere muscle strain turn into an ankle that needs surgery? This must be a quack. However, when a reputable physician presented the imaging and explained the changes in his ankle, he fell silent. According to the doctor's explanation, this could be a consequence of his right knee injury. After the initial injury, he had developed a mental shadow, leading him to avoid exerting too much force with his right leg, thus placing additional strain on his left leg. His left ankle was already overloaded, and combined with the artificial turf in Finland being harder than natural grass, the cumulative factors ultimately resulted in this peculiar outcome. Kyrie certainly acknowledged the validity of his agent's words. As long as it wasn't a recurrence of the right knee injury, it was relatively good news. Yet he still found it hard to accept. Half reclining on his bed, he turned his face away, pondering, even if I don't terminate my contract with the club, once I recover, only a year and a half will remain on my contract. What can I do then? I have reached the age of 32. And by the time I recover from my injury next year, I will be 33. My right knee has undergone surgery, and my left ankle has also been operated on. Jim, what do you think I can still achieve? The individual who once remained calm and composed upon discovering his strain now lies on a hospital bed, murmuring to himself like a pitiful creature devoid of hope. Castian stands beside the bed, observing Kyrie, who turns his head away to avoid meeting his gaze, unsure of how to offer comfort. Before the World Cup, Kyrie did not display such despondency following his injury, though he experienced pain at that time. He remained focused on swift recovery and returning to the field, filled with hope for the future. How different it is now, where discussions of the future are steeped in despair. Let us first proceed with the surgery, Castian can only suggest. Regardless of what the future holds, refrain from making hasty decisions now. After the operation, we shall assess the recovery progress. Kyrie did not respond, yet he did not immediately refute Castian's words. To Castian, this silence seemed to convey tacit agreement. On the very day of the Chinese team's match against Malaysia in the second round of the qualifiers, Max Kyrie underwent his surgery, the effects of anesthesia still enveloping him in a hazy slumber within the hospital room. Although the clinic declared the surgery a resounding success, no one could ascertain if the Flying Dutchman would ever soar again. Previously, with an injury to his right knee, one could argue that his left leg remained intact. Now, with his left ankle compromised as well, neither leg is in a satisfactory state. Coupled with the impending milestone of 33 years, Max Kyrie's professional future appears bleak. Some have even asserted that, even if Max Kyrie does not retire, his current physical condition would severely limit his opportunities with the prestigious Madrid Pirates. While the Pirates would not dismiss him during his recovery, it is quite probable that they might part ways with him in the final year of his contract upon his return. Others harbor even more pessimistic views, suggesting that this Dutch football star may face a downfall, with retirement potentially preserving a semblance of dignity. Otherwise, the sight of such a proud figure, mired in the quagmire of injury and struggling for recovery, would evoke not only pity but also lament for the cruelty of fate. Nevertheless, these foreboding voices regarding Kyrie's future are not entirely unwelcome. They reflect a concern for his well-being. A more disheartening perspective may prove even harder for Kyrie to accept. His injury is indeed a misfortune for the Madrid Pirates supporters, yet, observing Hu's performance since joining the Pirates, the fans might find solace. Even with Kyrie expected to miss a significant portion of the season due to his injury, Hu's remarkable contribution, 6 goals in 3 matches, has seemingly led the Pirates supporters to forget who Max Kyrie even is. Kyrie can now focus on his recovery without the pressure of a swift return. Perhaps this is, in fact, beneficial for his ailing body. To validate this notion, Hu Lai scored a goal in the match between the Chinese team and Malaysia, propelling the team to a 4-0 victory on the road and achieving a third consecutive win in the qualifiers. In this match, Hu Lai was substituted after merely 60 minutes, clearly reflecting coach Jorge Dillon's awareness of the immense responsibility resting on the shoulders of Hu Lai, a key player for the Madrid Pirates. He was afforded a brief respite before embarking on his journey home following the national team's match. With Maxi Kyrie sidelined for 6 months due to injury, the Madrid Pirates are in dire need of a robust and healthy Hu Lai more than ever. Chapter 59. Protection. Hu Lai stood on the terrace of the second floor, gazing leftward into the darkness where the houses blended into the inky night sky, devoid of light. "What are you doing here?" came the voice of Li Qingqing, who had just concluded her Spanish revision. "You should practice your left foot." "All right," Hu Lai replied, though his feet remained rooted as he continued to stare into the distance. Following his gaze, Li Qingqing discerned the faint outline of a white house in the shadows. "What are you looking at?" she inquired with curiosity. "That," Hu Lai said, raising his hand to indicate the indistinct dwelling, "is Kyrie's home. I know, even though we are neighbors, we have never paid a visit. Typically, the lights of that house would illuminate the night, but today it remained dark." Hu Lai mused aloud. "I suppose his wife has taken the children to visit him in Germany, where he underwent surgery." Li Qingqing withdrew her gaze and regarded the person beside her. Sensing her scrutiny, Hu Lai turned to meet her eyes. "It's nothing, really. I just noticed that direction was dark, so I paid a little attention. Let us go. We should head down to practice." With that, he turned and walked away, with Li Qingqing following closely behind. Later that evening, as they lay in bed, Li Qingqing nestled against Hu Lai and suddenly asked, "Hu Lai, are you afraid of getting injured?" Hu Lai thought to himself, "I have the broken giant bear shin guards and the red string of true love. What do I have to fear?" Yet, upon reflection, he realized that these items merely reduce the likelihood of injury, not eliminate it altogether. It's best not to speak too confidently. One must not tempt fate. Thus, he nodded and replied, "Of course, who among players isn't afraid of injury?" "Yes, I'm afraid too, but not overwhelmingly so," she countered. "It's quite contradictory. Isn't it? How can one be both afraid and not afraid?" Li Qingqing nestled further into Hu Lai's embrace, adding, "I am afraid. But the thought of you being here alleviates my fear." with a beautiful woman in his arms. Hu Lai contemplated how wonderful it would be if he could lend all his protective items to Li Qingqing. This notion was not new to him. He had previously considered it. After moving in together, he had even retrieved the broken giant bear shin guards from his system space, intending for Li Qingqing to wear them. Curious about the shin guards emblazoned with a bear's head, she obediently strapped them onto her shins. However, when Hu Lai scanned them with his system vision, he was disappointed to find no notifications had emerged. As he gazed at the red string adorning Li Qingqing's wrist in the same manner, he discerned the inscription "String of True Love." This indicates that the damaged bear leg guards are ineffective on anyone other than himself, not even on Li Qingqing. Yet, why does the lover's string transform into the string of true love on Li Qingqing's wrist? Is it because this bracelet was woven by Li Qingqing herself? Must she manually craft a pair of leg guards? Such a notion is absurd. How could that be possible? He could only hold Li Qingqing tighter. In his embrace, she whispered softly, "So you need not fear. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall be by your side." In the fourth round of the Hu Lai League, the Madrid Pirates returned to their home ground. This marks their second home match of the new season. In this round, the Madrid Pirates face the Phoenicians. After this match, they will remain at home to confront the formidable Ruhr-Rhein in the Champions League. The team has concluded their pre-match warm-up at the stadium and retreated to the locker room to make final preparations for the game. Hu Lai was meticulously preparing his feet. He began by wrapping a protective skin film around his ankle and the arch of his foot, ensuring the skin was safeguarded while also preventing sweat from saturating the tape, which could lead to slippage and instability. The foundation wrapping required finesse. It should neither be too tight nor overly extensive, as excessive tightness could induce cramps. Generally, wrapping to the midfoot suffices. Once the base was set, he proceeded to apply tape externally. The skin film merely protects the skin, while the tape serves as the true stabilizer. He first wrapped a circle of tape around the midfoot to secure the lower anchor point, followed by another circle above the ankle to secure the upper boundary. Next, he created a stirrup at the heel, whereby the tape was wrapped beneath the heel and adhered vertically to the anchor point above the ankle. It is crucial to pull the tape upward firmly as it passes the outer ankle to provide support and prevent inversion, which could lead to spraining. After establishing the stirrup, he applied a horizontal piece of tape above the ankle bone to form a hoof. Upon completing the hoof, he repeated the stirrup process twice more, ensuring to exert upward force on the outer side to enhance stability and prevent inward rolling. He then began to wrap tape horizontally around the previously made stirrups, ensuring that all intersection points were positioned on the front side. Only when wrapping around the instep should the crossover points be positioned on the side of the foot, thereby avoiding any interference with ball contact and control during play. Finally, once the foot was thoroughly wrapped, only the forefoot and toes remained free to move, while the ankle was securely stabilized. This meticulous preparation of the feet is a standard practice among professional athletes, performed prior to both matches and training, serving as a measure to mitigate the risk of injury. However, most players find their self-preparation less proficient than that performed by team physicians, who possess greater expertise and attention to detail. Yet, some prefer to tape their own feet, as it allows for personal adjustments to the desired tightness. Some individuals even prefer not to wear foot protection, opting instead for the simplest muscle tape, which offers a thinner and more flexible alternative. For those players who enjoy displaying their skills, the use of foot protection may hinder their ankle mobility. Thus, they turn to muscle tape, albeit with slightly diminished protective efficacy. Should an ankle twist during a match, the risk of injury escalates significantly. If the binding feels overly tight after application, there is no need to dismantle it entirely. A simple cut with scissors at the constricted area can provide relief. Typically, those with minor injuries around the ankle seek assistance from the team physician for a more secure application. This time, Hu Lai approached the game with exceptional seriousness, as Maxi Kelly had recently sustained an ankle injury, serving as a stark reminder. Though equipped with damaged bear shin guards and the red string of true love, the former is not something he can wear in every match. It costs 30,000 points and is only valid for one game. To use it in every match would require an exorbitant total of 114,000 points just for the league, enough to purchase a World Wave Experience card. Hu Lai could never justify such an expense. Thus, it is imperative to prioritize personal protective measures in advance, which is the most effective way to mitigate injury risks. Supplementing this with the red string of true love to attract good fortune and honing self-protection skills has allowed Hu Lai to play with minimal injuries thus far. Hu Lai meticulously prepared his left foot first, donning a sock that reached his ankle before positioning the shin guard against his shin bone. He did not rush to pull the sock up, but rather wrapped it several times with a skin membrane to secure the shin guard before adjusting the sock into place. This way, during the intense movements of a match, the shin guard remained steadfast, providing solid protection for his shin. As Hu Lai finished preparing his left foot and began to work on his right, team captain Juan Ramirez approached him with a look of concern. Seeking to discuss a matter, "Hu Lai, we are planning to organize a show of support for Maxi during this match. After we score, we would like to lift his jersey to the camera to cheer him on and wish him a swift recovery. So, if you score during the game, could you cooperate?" Hu Lai was somewhat taken aback. He had not realized that Maxi Kelly was so well-liked within the team. He had assumed that Kelly's notorious temperament had alienated him from others. However, it seemed that perhaps, as Captain Ramirez suggested, Kelly was indeed a decent person, and Hu Lai merely encountered a version of him twisted by injury. Noticing Hu Lai's hesitation, Ramirez continued to persuade him. "I know you two have had some, differences. But you are teammates after all, so I hope." Before he could finish, Hu Lai regained his composure and responded affirmatively. "Of course, I am willing to help, Captain. Besides, I have no issues with him." This statement was not merely a formality. Hu Lai genuinely held no grievances against Kelly. After all, he has already emerged victorious in the competition against Kelly. No matter what Kelly does, it will not affect him. Even if Kelly were to self-destruct, Hu Lai would still remain a key player for the Madrid Pirates. As a victor, what need does he have to target Kelly? Kelly's attitude towards himself is poor. Throughout his life, Hu Lai has encountered numerous individuals who have treated themselves poorly. In comparison, Kelly's attitude can only be deemed as normal. Upon hearing Hu Lai's affirmative response, Ramirez felt delighted and casually bestowed upon him a compliment. "That is truly wonderful, Hu. You are a good person." However, he was still apprehensive that Hu Lai might feel embarrassed. Yet, Hu Lai genuinely did not feel any embarrassment. It was merely a jersey, not a request for him to lift Kelly in his arms. Chapter 6. This goal is dedicated to you. The atmosphere at Pirate Park Stadium was electric, filled with the roar of the crowd. The stadium, with a capacity of 80,000, was completely packed, a typical scene for the home games of the Madrid Pirates. It is rare to find an empty seat in their arena. Statistics reveal that the average attendance at Pirate Park is the highest among the top 5 leagues in Europe. Whenever the Pirates play at home, even from 2 kilometers away, one can hear the cacophony emanating from this venue. It is noteworthy that the surrounding area is residential, implying that each home game inevitably disturbs the peace. However, Pirate Park has never received a complaint for this reason. The residents here are all fans of the Pirates. Why would they complain about the noise from their home ground? In fact, they would prefer it to be even louder, as it creates sufficient noise and pressure for their opponents. On game day, not many people remain at home in the vicinity. Even those at home, listening to the distant clamor along with the television broadcast, experience the match with a heightened sense of presence. The current uproar in the stadium was not due to a goal scored by the Madrid Pirates. In fact, nothing particularly remarkable was occurring on the field. It was merely an ordinary phase of the game, with the players of the Madrid Pirates maintaining possession. Indeed, this is the norm at Pirate Park. Such levels of noise are commonplace for the players on the field. They have long since acclimatized to it. The visiting players must also adapt, otherwise, they will face immense pressure. The Pirates' opponents in this match, the Phoenicians, are newcomers who ascended to La Liga from the Segunda División through playoffs last season. However, this is not their first visit to Pirate Park. For seasons ago, they competed in La Liga and are familiar with this stadium. Facing the formidable Madrid Pirates, the Phoenicians did not adopt a defensive posture to engage in a slow battle with the home team. Instead, they adhered to their characteristic style of play, which involves attacking head-on against the Pirates. Regardless of their adversary, they choose to advance boldly. This is not merely a display of courage. It is simply because this is the only style they know. Unlike the defensively adept Valero, the Phoenicians excel in offense. They emphasize meticulous technique and ground coordination, which are hallmarks of Spanish teams, regardless of the disparity in strength or the size of the clubs. The players exhibit a level of technical skill on the pitch that generally surpasses that of their counterparts in the Premier League. This technical prowess appears almost innate, akin to a genetic trait. The Phoenicians capitalized on their offensive strengths, securing third place in last season's Segunda División, thereby earning a spot in the playoffs. where they emerged victorious. They netted a remarkable 74 goals in the Segunda División, surpassing even the top two teams that directly earned promotion, showcasing the ferocity of their offensive capabilities. Upon their arrival in La Liga, the Phoenicians did not alter their style of play in response to the heightened caliber of their opponents. Instead, they fully embraced their distinctive attributes. In the first 3 rounds of the league, they scored 2 goals in each match, totaling 6 goals, resulting in 2 draws and 1 loss, placing them 14th in the standings. Their attacking prowess is certainly formidable. In their match at Island Park against a top-tier team, the Phoenicians exhibited no trepidation, continuing to wave the banner of offense, launching an assault on the goal of the Madrid Pirates from the outset. The Madrid Pirates reciprocated without hesitation, engaging in an exhilarating exchange of attacks. The match was undeniably captivating, with an electric atmosphere. From Hu Lai's perspective, while the Phoenicians play an attacking style of football, their offense lacks the fervor and purity of enthusiasm found in teams like Leeds City. Their commitment to attack stems from necessity rather than a genuine love for it. This distinguishes them from Leeds City, which has evolved beyond this initial phase to a more advanced stage characterized by an intrinsic enjoyment of offensive play, relishing the thrill of a full frontal assault regardless of the vulnerabilities it exposes at the back, finding pleasure in either vanquishing their foes or being vanquished themselves. Due to this disparity, the attacking threat posed by the Phoenicians does not reach the magnitude of that presented by Leeds City. While the Pirates occasionally face pressure from the Phoenicians' advances, it does not evoke the same level of anxiety and disarray as seen with Leeds City's opponents. After weathering the initial barrage from the Phoenicians, the Madrid Pirates began to counterattack, leveraging their superior collective strength. Lacking a midfield orchestrator, the Pirates' offensive strategy heavily relied on the flanks, particularly the left side. Tony and I, having traveled back to Brazil for national team duties, found himself on the bench due to the exhaustive travel and physical demands. He was replaced in the starting lineup by young Croatian player Luka Salavic, who is versatile enough to play as a left winger or left midfielder, primarily serving as a backup for Tony and I. Although Ion Martinez also participated in matches for the Spanish national team, he played only as a substitute, accumulating less than half an hour of total playtime across 2 matches, thus retaining his starting position in this round of the league. The right flank remained unchanged, with the pairing of Silverio and Aristusta continuing to start. In the midfield, a rotation took place. Captain Juan Ramirez, having returned to the club after representing his national team, retained his starting position, while Joaquin Bella was relegated to the bench. In his stead, another midfielder, Damian Daya, assumed the starting role. Due to the national team fixtures, Perotti decided to make alterations to the starting lineup. However, the forward duo remained unchanged, with Hu Lai and Li Qingqing continuing their partnership. Following Maxi Kelly's injury, Perotti found himself less troubled regarding forward selection, though he became increasingly reliant on these 2 strikers. The Pirates are not devoid of other forwards, yet their abilities significantly lag behind those of the 3 established players. Unlike the midfield, where 2 to 3 starting spots are available, the forward positions cannot be frequently rotated. It would be impractical to change the entire lineup for each match. Thus, hoarding an excessive number of high-caliber forwards would be a waste of both human resources and financial assets. Players who remain on the bench for extended periods can negatively impact the locker room's stability and team morale. For Perotti, prior to Kelly's injury, having Hu Lai, Li Qingqing, and Kelly as the 3 excellent forwards in the squad was more than sufficient, allowing for a seamless rotation between the 2 available positions. The remaining forwards essentially served as fillers, making it unnecessary to invest heavily in acquiring top-tier strikers, as those of such caliber would hardly accept a backup role. Consequently, in the forward lineup of the Madrid Pirates, aside from Hu Lai and the other 2, the substitutes are either young talents promoted from the youth team, who can endure the sidelines, or role players of modest ability with a clear self-assessment, who remain undeterred by prolonged bench time. As for talented and young forwards, the club opts not to keep them on the bench, but rather loans them out for development, allowing them to gain experience and grow. An example of this is Abakar, a promising young forward cultivated by the Pirates Youth Academy, who was loaned to the Segunda División prior to the start of this season at the tender age of 22. Following Kelly's injury, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing saw a significant increase in their playing time, along with an escalation in their responsibilities. The team is already contemplating whether to terminate Abakar's loan during the winter break and recall him to bolster the squad. In a swift maneuver, Hu Lai turned and sprinted past the Phoenician defender trailing him, simultaneously raising his hand to signal for the ball. The Phoenicians excel in offense, but are less commendable in defense. From Hu Lai's perspective, the defensive pressure was not particularly stringent. Both the tactical arrangements and individual player capabilities were lacking, which afforded him an opportunity. Ramirez delivered a precise through ball to Hu Lai, who opted not to charge into the penalty area but instead skillfully stopped the ball with the outside of his right foot before directing it towards the flank. There, right back Irasusta had already made a run to support the attack. Hu Lai's pass was executed with great finesse. It was neither sent directly to Irasusta's feet nor hastily played under pressure, but rather placed perfectly. This clearly reflected the culmination of his training with the team over the past days. Irasusta did not even need to decelerate. He could deliver a cross with ease. He too followed suit, adjusting his steps as the ball was transmitted during the game, ultimately delivering a high-quality cross. The Phoenician defenders in front of the goal were focused solely on D'Cunzo, unaware that Hu Lai, who had just passed the ball, made a sudden dash towards the near post and executed a sliding shot. He directed the ball, delivered by Irastus, straight towards the goal. The Phoenician goalkeeper, who was primarily focused on the central defense, was unprepared for Hu Lai's swift maneuver at the near post. By the time he reacted to Hu Lai striking the ball, it was too late. The ball rolled into the net, brushing against the near post before he could intervene. What a splendid moment. In the 23rd minute of the match, he opened the scoring for the Pirates, breaking the deadlock. This marked his 4th consecutive goal in La Liga matches. Amidst Sanchez's resounding cheers, Hu Lai did not rush to the corner flag to perform his usual celebratory gesture, but instead sprinted towards the substitutes bench. He remembered the captain's instructions before the match. The first goal of the game was to be dedicated to the injured Maxi Kelly. His teammates followed suit, racing back to the substitutes bench, where Joaquin Bella, who had been seated there, had already retrieved Kelly's jersey, ready to hand it over to the returning Hu Lai. Hu Lai accepted the jersey, unfolded it, and proudly displayed it to the camera. He waved the jersey, and his teammates shouted towards the camera, "Get well soon, Maxi. Keep it up, Maxi. We will be waiting for you, Max." Chapter 61. The challenger in yesterday's match, where the Madrid Pirates triumphed 4-2 over the Phoenicians, a heartwarming scene unfolded. Hu Lai, who opened the scoring for the Pirates, showcased Maxi Kelly's jersey to the camera after his goal. In a post-match interview, he expressed that this gesture was to wish Kelly a speedy recovery and a return to the team. This act also dispelled rumors regarding any discord between him and Kelly. Accompanied by the news anchor's commentary, the footage from yesterday's game was displayed. After scoring, Hu Lai dashed to the substitutes bench, raising Kelly's number 10 jersey high for the camera. Other Pirates players surrounded him, enthusiastically shouting into the camera. The atmosphere was somewhat chaotic, yet cheers for Maxi could still be heard. "What a good lad," his wife Sophia remarked with a smile as she watched the scene on television. Her husband, Kelly, grunted in response. She turned to him, asking, "Isn't it so, dear? Did you not expect him to be the first to send you well wishes?" Kelly grunted again. "Who would have thought? Perhaps you should be a bit kinder to him? Like passing him the ball appropriately during the game? Do you think I can still step onto the field?" Kelly pointed to his left foot, which had just undergone surgery and was encased in a cast, resting on a specially designed support to ensure it received adequate protection from any sudden impacts. "I didn't mean now. I meant once you've recovered. I meant once I've recovered too. Sophia, do you really think I can return to the field?" "Why not?" Sophia Kelly gazed at him, questioning. Maxi Kelly met her gaze for a brief moment, but soon averted his eyes first. "Everyone knows I cannot return to the past. No one can go back, Maxi." The expression on his wife's face grew serious. "I cannot return to the past either, let alone the past. I cannot even return to yesterday, an hour ago, or even a second ago. But so what? Just because you can no longer play football as you used to, does that leave you at a loss?" In response to his wife's probing, Kelly lowered his head in silence. Yet Sophia was relentless, continuing to press. "I know you have lost your speed, but does that mean you can no longer play? Is football merely a contest of speed? Do you not still possess skill? Did you not always claim that your technique is the finest in the world? Have you been deceiving me all along? Do you truly lack confidence in your own footwork?" She leaned closer to her husband, attempting to discern the truth in his eyes. But Kelly turned his gaze away. Sophia forcefully placed her hands on his cheeks, turning his head to compel him to look at her. "Look into my eyes, Maxi. Where has the man gone who boldly proclaimed his prowess?" Kelly refused to meet her gaze, instead lowering his eyelids to evade her scrutiny, remaining silent. The atmosphere between the couple became palpably awkward. Just then, their daughter, clad in pajamas, appeared at the doorway, excitedly pointing at her parents and exclaiming, "Are you two going to kiss?" The child's unexpected arrival shattered the tension. Sophia cupped her husband's face in her hands and gently kissed him. She then rose and walked towards their daughter, lifting her into her arms and bestowing a kiss upon her. "Sweetheart, why are you still awake?" "Mommy, I can't sleep. I'll stay with you." The wife ascended the stairs, cradling her daughter. Maxie Kelly sat alone on the sofa, enveloped in silence. He remained at a loss for how to respond to his wife's barrage of questions. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of their daughter had liberated him. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss in the face of his wife's inquiries and gaze. He recalled how, upon hearing that Hu Lai was joining the team, he had stormed off to confront Coach Parati, feeling that the club did not trust him and insisted on spending a staggering sum to acquire a forward. Looking back now, the club's decision proved to be wise. Hu Lai had scored in every one of his 4 matches with the Pirates, netting 7 goals and setting a new rookie record. Had the club not signed Hu Lai, his injury would have left the team struggling this season. Relying solely on Li Qingqing would have mirrored last season's predicament. While the Italian was exceptional in dribbling, his scoring ability was rather mediocre. Admittedly, he had scored 2 goals this round, which was commendable, but that was largely due to the lamentable defense of the Phoenicians, who had conceded 11 goals in 4 matches. Thus, it was not that the club lacked faith in him. Rather, he realized he had not earned the trust of the club. He had believed that his knee injury marked the nadir of his misfortune, the lowest point of his career. However, in retrospect, that knee injury was merely the inception of all his misfortunes, a mere prelude to a descent into a deeper abyss. Just observe how Hu Lai scored 7 goals in 4 consecutive matches, and then glance at his own left foot encased in plaster. What could he possibly contend with? Max Kiri felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. In those 4 matches, Hu was wreaking havoc in Spain. A young man clad in a Ruhrrhein sports jacket lay on his bed, holding his phone aloft, reading the headlines displayed on the screen. "This Hu is truly remarkable. I discerned his prowess last summer." Upon finishing the headlines, he remarked with a sense of wonder. The young man seated in the adjacent chair, engrossed in his phone, retorted, "What is there to discuss? The whole world has recognized it, all right? He is the World Cup Golden Boot winner." To his surprise, the young man on the bed scoffed softly, seemingly dismissive. "So what if he's the World Cup Golden Boot winner? Is that fleeting accolade worth much? Achieving the title of top scorer in the World Cup often relies more on luck than on skill. Perhaps you just happened to face a weak team in the group stage, allowing you to inflate your stats." It was during that International Champions Cup match against Leeds City that I confirmed Hu's remarkable talent, just as the legends foretold. In that match, he scored a single goal, and Leeds still succumbed to us. Indeed, they lost to us. Yet, they had few offensive opportunities in that match, and even then, he managed to score. That was merely our own defensive line faltering. True, John. We made an error, but isn't that quite normal? Who can guarantee that no mistakes will occur in 90 minutes of play? However, most errors do not lead to goals, as the opposing forwards often lack the ability to capitalize on chances. The young man who had been playing with his phone set it aside and began to ponder this matter seriously. The one reclining on the bed continued. "Now consider his transfer to the Pirates. The Pirates' midfield lacks a dedicated playmaker, yet through the flanks, particularly the left, who still manages to accumulate so many goals. His efficiency is astonishing. Moreover, he rarely squanders opportunities." At this juncture, the young man paused and inquired, "John, do you think I will ever be as formidable as Hu?" Seated in the chair, John Sett replied, "Absolutely. Moreover, you will surpass him, for you are taller and stronger, and your speed is unparalleled. Most importantly, you are merely 17. Janus, I have never encountered a 17-year-old with your physical prowess, thus your achievements will undoubtedly eclipse his." Hearing his teammates' enthusiastic praise, Janus Edmund joyfully sprang from the bed, proudly displaying his robust physique. "Then let us make a promise." Standing at 1 meter 88 at just 17, Edmund declared, "If I score in the upcoming match against the Pirates, I shall seek Hu to exchange jerseys." Why wait until you score to ask for a jersey? Because that will leave a more lasting impression on Hu. Besides, during the exchange, I can introduce myself like this. Edmund cleared his throat, deepening his voice. "Hey, Hu. Was that goal of mine in the match striking? I apologize if I startled you." He then turned to John Seth and asked, "Do you think that sounds rather cool?" Seth sighed, "That's quite foolish." Edmund quickly regained his enthusiasm, exclaiming, I can hardly wait for the Champions League match in the middle of the week to commence. I hear the atmosphere at Pirate Park is incredibly fervent, and I am curious to see how it compares to our Valley Stadium. European football is replete with notorious home grounds, with nearly every team claiming theirs is the most formidable. However, a truly raucous atmosphere is distinctly recognizable. Only a few stadiums can rightfully earn such an accolade. Among them is the home ground of the Madrid Pirates, Pirate Park, and the other is the Valley Stadium of Ruhr-Rhein. Notably, the home grounds of Turkish teams cannot simply be described as fervent, they are akin to hell itself. Thus, when discussions arise regarding the intensity of home atmospheres, Turkish teams are often excluded from the conversation. Returning to the main point, it is a coincidence that both teams boast a substantial working-class fan base. The Madrid Pirates are well known, but Dortmund, the city where Ruhr-Rhein is located, is an essential industrial hub within the Ruhr Valley, home to countless industrial workers. Football is a sport of the working class, and its popularity in Dortmund is entirely justified. Furthermore, the Ruhr-Rhein team is renowned in the Bundesliga for its passionate play. Their matches are often thrilling, though their performance can be somewhat erratic, contrasting sharply with the steadiness of their arch-rivals, the blue and white Munich. Every time I witness Edmund sprinting down the pitch, I envision a heavy-duty truck racing forward. This sentiment resonated with Ruhr-Rhein's assistant coach, Moritz Radin, as he observed Jana's Edmund charging towards the penalty area during practice. Hearing this remark, head coach Leroy Kuhn chuckled. What a vivid metaphor. As they conversed, the football was sent soaring from the flanks. Let me at it, came the thunderous shout from in front of the goal, as Jana's Edmund, having just completed a full-speed dash, leaped high into the air, no longer merely a speeding truck, but rather a heavy-duty vehicle launching off a bridge into flight. He then collided with the football. Thud! The ball soared into the net. Kuhn clapped his hands. Well, it seems Edmund is in excellent form. Chapter 62. The king does not envy the pirates on September 14th, in St. Petersburg. A gentle breeze accompanied by light rain, with the ground temperature at 10 degrees Celsius. Even for a high-latitude city like St. Petersburg, this temperature feels a tad low in mid-September, owing to the fine drizzle falling from the sky. The rain is not heavy, but it is quite cold. Fortunately, the wind today is not too strong. Otherwise, the temperature would plummet further. Teams hailing from warm Spain find it challenging to adapt to such weather conditions. The climate can be considered a natural fortress for Russian teams, applicable not only to football, but in various aspects as well. Fortunately, the Royal Madrid team is neither affiliated with a French club nor a German one, thus evading the burdens of historical legacies. Nonetheless, the inclement weather has instilled a sense of unease among the Royal Madrid supporters, who fear that their team may succumb to a defeat against the St. Petersburg Metallurg under such conditions. Indeed, the current score reflects this troubling trend. After 25 minutes of play, St. Petersburg Metallurg leads 1-0 at home. The sudden downpour and drop in temperature have certainly posed challenges for the Spanish side, who appear lackluster since the match commenced, as if they had not warmed up sufficiently. The brand-new artificial turf, a marvel of modern technology, presents an unusual sensation underfoot, resembling neither artificial nor natural grass entirely, leaving the Royal Madrid players somewhat disoriented. Melibane is quite displeased, not solely due to the current score and the team's performance, but also because he senses that he has fallen behind in the competition with Hu Lai. In the previous round of the league, Royal Madrid was unexpectedly held to a 2-2 draw by Royal Carthage away from home, and he failed to score in that encounter as well. Initially, all three top teams in the Spanish league had enjoyed perfect starts, but now Royal Madrid finds itself trailing. Meanwhile, Catalonia United and the Madrid Pirates continue to maintain their flawless records, causing Royal Madrid to slip to fourth place in the standings, even ranked below Royal Carthage. Despite both teams sharing the same points, the latter holds a superior goal difference. The team's ranking pales in comparison to that of the Madrid Pirates, and his individual goal tally also falls short of Hu Lai's. A fire of determination burns within Melibane, dispelling any chill he might feel. Since winning the UEFA Champions League at the tender age of 19 with Royal Madrid, Melibane has been heralded as a future superstar. While it cannot be said that he played a pivotal role during that Champions League triumph, merely a rotational substitute, his prodigious talent was evident to all. Being nurtured at such a young age by a prestigious club like Royal Madrid speaks volumes about his limitless potential. Melibane has certainly not disappointed those who placed their faith in him. Although he was a rotational player during his first Champions League victory, by the 2024 to 2025 season. When Real Madrid clinched their 11th Champions League title, Melibane had become an indispensable mainstay of the team. He not only made significant contributions in the Champions League, but also excelled in the league, establishing himself as a formidable asset. At that time, Hu Lai had just begun his journey in Europe, battling to remain in the Premier League with a relegation-threatened team. The disparity between the two was stark, one soaring to great heights while the other struggled beneath. It is likely that no one in the world would have deemed Hu Lai comparable to Melibane. Even after Hu Lai's unexpected victory over Argentina in the Olympics, an event considered an anomaly, hardly worth contemplating a comparison between the two. Who could have predicted that merely 2 years later, it would be Melibane who found himself at a disadvantage in the rivalry with Hu Lai? Since Hu Lai's transfer to the Madrid Pirates, he has scored in every one of his last 4 matches, amassing an astonishing 7 goals and demonstrating remarkable efficiency. In contrast, Meli has only netted 4 goals, nearly half of Hu Lai's tally. With Hu Lai's prolific scoring, the Madrid Pirates have secured victory in all 4 matches. Currently positioned second in the league, trailing Catalonia United only by goal difference, which stands at a mere 2 goals. Meanwhile, the Real Madrid has fallen to 4th place. Although the race for the league championship is akin to a marathon, so too is the competition for the league's top scorer. Yet, Meli remains acutely aware of the significance of each match. When Hu Lai, in his exceptional form, challenges him, how could Meli remain indifferent? The draw against Royal Carton halted his scoring momentum, a situation that cannot be altered. Must the upcoming Champions League match follow suit? The raucous cheers and howls from the Russian fans in the stands irk Meli, who feels they are targeting him. Their chants are not for Yura, but for Hu Lai. As Meli receives the ball, he suddenly leans forward, poised to propel it forward. This prompts the defenders of St. Petersburg Metallurgy to retreat quickly, yielding space in front of him. Meli deftly uses the outside of his left foot to gently nudge the ball inward while sidestepping, driving towards the center. A second defender from St. Petersburg Metallurgy attempts to intercept him from behind, but Meli has already maneuvered ahead. He is forced to halt abruptly, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Their bodies collide, yet Meli remains upright, only slightly unsteady, skillfully maintaining possession of the ball. Even amidst such physical contact, his ball control remains unperturbed. This is the prodigious talent of Meli Banega among the youth. After deftly evading 2 defenders from St. Petersburg Metallurgy, Meli continues his lateral advance towards the opponent's penalty area. The center-back rushes forward to challenge him. Meli lifts his left foot, feigning a shot, and as the defender lunges to intercept, he sharply directs the ball to the right and breaks into the penalty area. The St. Petersburg Metallurgy goalkeeper, noticing Meli's entry, shifts to cover the angle. Other players from St. Petersburg Metallurgy converge on him, aiming to trap him within the penalty box. While intercepting is out of the question, they aim to prevent him from shooting or to force a shot that veers off target, deeming it a successful defense. Yet, just as the encirclement is about to close in, Meli unleashes a shot. His right foot strikes the ball towards the near corner. Positioned too closely, the St. Petersburg Metallurgy goalkeeper can only collapse to the ground in a futile attempt to block it with his foot. He fails. The ball surges past him and into the net. Meli. Oh, splendid. Absolutely magnificent. He single-handedly dismantles the entire defensive line of St. Petersburg Metallurgy. The commentator gasps in astonishment. In truth, when Meli suddenly initiated his dribble, gasps of astonishment filled the air. This goal was wholly deserving of the fervent commentary that accompanied it. It epitomized the pinnacle of individual heroism, combining both aesthetic appeal and significance. Before Meli, the players of St. Petersburg Metallurg appeared as mere rusted tin figures, helplessly watching as he deftly maneuvered past them. Even amidst the cold, rainy night in Russia, Meli maintained an extraordinary level of athleticism. Although the new season did not see the arrival of Hu, the fans of Madrid Kings need not dwell on regret, for they still possess the almost omnipotent Meli Banega. While Hu may be a prolific scorer, could he have netted such a magnificent goal? The commentator from Madrid Kings TV expressed his excitement with such words. Perhaps the pressure of Hu's 7 goals over 4 matches was felt not only by Meli, but also by the commentator himself. During this period, the media's discourse predominantly revolved around Hu, leaving Meli somewhat overshadowed. Naturally, the commentator felt compelled to advocate for the star player of his team. In his view, Hu was merely a ruthless scoring machine, effortlessly sending the ball into the net with little flair or technical difficulty. How could he possibly be compared to Meli? Though Meli's goals may not match Hu's quantity, each one possesses remarkable quality, truly a masterpiece of human football artistry. Regarding the recent goal, could Hu have accomplished such a feat? Unlikely, for he lacks that capability, one might say. The commentator from Madrid Kings TV felt a sense of vindication. Meli's exquisite goal arrived at an opportune moment, effectively quelling the arrogance of their rivals and instilling confidence in the fans of Madrid Kings. In conclusion, he even asserted that this goal would become the best goal of the Champions League this season. Post-goal, Meli was equally exhilarated, racing towards the corner flag, pumping his fists toward the few traveling Madrid Kings supporters. With 3 emphatic punches, he ignited cheers from the stands. However, his jubilation was quickly drowned out by the jeers of the St. Petersburg Metallurg fans. Undeterred by the Russian fans' disdain, Meli waved to the Kings supporters and embraced his teammates in celebration. On the sidelines, the Kings coach, Roy, wore a relaxed smile. Granting Meli greater freedom to express his prowess was indeed a wise decision. As he ages, Solatos's capabilities are waning, and Meli undeniably needs to shoulder more responsibilities. Moreover, he possesses the talent to do so. Is it regrettable not to have signed Hu? Yet, we have Meli. Why should the Kings envy the Pirates? Chapter 63. Thank you. Meli. Meli Banega. Amidst the commentators' excited calls, Meli suddenly burst into action, skillfully evading 3 defenders from St. Petersburg Metallurg before penetrating the penalty area. Then, faced with the encroaching defenders, he calmly slotted the ball into the near corner. The football found the net just before the goalkeeper could make a save. The splendid offensive display culminated in a resounding conclusion. This is Meli. This is Meli. Ah, Meli. The commentator in the video roared with fervor, nearly breathless with excitement. Indeed, it was an extraordinary goal. Meli glided across the field as though it were his own domain, the football at his feet obedient like a cherished companion. No matter how the players of St. Petersburg Metallurg attempted to intervene, they could scarcely touch the ball. This was merely Meli's first goal of the match. Subsequently, he netted 2 more, achieving a hat trick, ultimately leading Madrid Kings to a remarkable comeback from an initial deficit of 1 goal to triumph with a score of 6-1. In the video, the news anchor narrated the unfolding events, showcasing all 6 goals by Madrid Kings. Besides this remarkable solo effort, Meli also scored 2 long-range strikes from outside the box, executed with identical finesse. One was a left-footed curler after dribbling from the right flank to the center, while the other was a right-footed curler after transitioning from the left flank to the center. These 3 goals vividly illustrated his exceptional touch, nimble dribbling, and rapid footwork. His vibrant presence on the field also drew the defensive attention of St. Petersburg Metallurg, thereby creating scoring opportunities for his fellow Madrid Kings players. It can be said that Meli was the principal architect of Madrid Kings' resounding 6-1 victory on the road. Consequently, he was justifiably awarded the title of Player of the Match. Truly, my Meli is remarkable. Han Shuyu shared the news of Meli's hat trick and Player of the Match accolade on her social media, commenting as such. She then switched to her messaging page and transferred €300 to a ticket scalper she had only recently added. This purchase secured her a ticket for the Champions League match between Madrid Pirates and Ruhr-Rhein at the Pirates' home ground. In truth, the face value of the ticket was not nearly so exorbitant. However, everyone understands that purchasing from scalpers rarely aligns with the official prices. The actual face value was merely €45. Given that this was a group stage match, ticket prices could not be excessively high. The scalper, well aware that this was Hu Lai's first Champions League match at Madrid Pirates, dared to inflate the price 6-fold, presenting an air of indifference about the sale. Indeed, there was no concern over sales. This was Hu Lai's Champions League match. Coupled with the fervor generated by Han Shuyu's vlog from the Pirates Park, countless Chinese students yearned to experience the fervent atmosphere of the Pirate supporters in person. Thus, even at €300, if Han Shuyu hesitated, the ticket would vanish. This €300 represented a significant expenditure for her, had it not been for the recent surge in views on her videos, yielding some income. She would have deemed this match beyond her reach. Previously, she had refrained from recording videos for the last 2 matches of Madrid Pirates, including the recent home victory of 4-2 against the Phoenicians. On one hand, the sudden rise to fame had overwhelmed her, causing uncertainty and prompting her to pause filming. On the other hand, accumulating funds for the Champions League was also a primary reason. In truth, she need not spend such a substantial amount on match tickets. For her friend Li Qingqing, a devoted supporter of the Madrid Pirates, had graciously offered to gift her the ticket he had procured. However, Han Shuyu declined his generous gesture, preferring instead to spend €300 on an overpriced ticket from a scalper. As a fervent fan of the Madrid Kings, how could she possibly accept a handout from a Pirates supporter? Accepting once might be excusable, but to do so repeatedly would compromise her integrity as a Kings fan. This reluctance also stemmed from the relatively low prices of group stage tickets. Had it been the Champions League semifinals, scalpers would undoubtedly sell a single ticket for €1,000, with no shortage of eager buyers. At that juncture, Han Shuyu would find it nearly impossible to attend an important match supporting Hu Lai, as €1,000 would be an insurmountable burden for her. Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of dismay at the thought of missing such significant games. After purchasing her ticket, Han Shuyu began jotting down notes in her notebook, meticulously recording points to consider for her vlog shoot the following day and devising a filming schedule. She also drafted several questions, intending to conduct impromptu interviews with Pirates fans before entering the stadium. Some of her inquiries were rather benign, such as, "What are your thoughts on Hu Lai's performance of 7 goals in 4 matches?" This was a question she anticipated would elicit enthusiastic praise for Hu Lai. Yet, she had also prepared a few sharper questions. What is your perspective on the relationship between Hu Lai and Kelly? Han Shuyu aimed her camera at 2 Pirates supporters before her, posing her query. One of them furrowed his brow and replied, "I am uncertain about the media reports suggesting their relationship is strained, but in the last match, Hu Lai raised Kelly's jersey after scoring, which leads me to believe their relationship might not be as dire as portrayed." The other chimed in, leaning closer to the lens. "I believe there are indeed some issues between them, but they seem to be football-related. Such issues can be resolved, and I hope they can connect more on the field. I truly think they can coexist harmoniously, and once they find their rhythm, I am confident they will create numerous goals together. After all, Kelly is an imaginative player, capable of executing astonishing technical maneuvers and delivering unexpected passes, while Hu Lai possesses an exceptional ability to seize opportunities." His companion nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "They are simply a perfect match." Han Shuyu was somewhat moved by their words. The envisioned synergy was indeed beautiful. Alas, Kelly was currently injured, and any hopes for their striking partnership would have to wait another 6 months. What the future held was uncertain. Han Shuyu could only express her wish for Kelly's swift recovery and a triumphant return. The prospect of wishing well for a key player of a rival team was something she would have never uttered in the past. Yet now, it came to her with effortless ease, and she felt no sense of wrongdoing. Upon arriving at the stadium and changing in the locker room, the Madrid Pirates players preparing for warm-up were greeted by a familiar figure. "Hey, look who's here." Captain Juan Ramirez led Maxi Carey into the room. The sight of Carey, leaning on crutches, stirred excitement among the team. "Hi, Maxi. What are you doing here instead of resting at home? Have you truly recovered?" The joyous banter continued. "Ah, that's splendid news." Laughter filled the air as they jested with Carey, but Hu Lai remained a mere observer, acutely aware of Carey's popularity within the team. Although he could not fathom the reason behind it, the evidence was undeniable. Perhaps it was due to their rivalry that Carey treated him with indifference, yet it did not imply that he held the same attitude towards everyone else. After the playful teasing subsided, Carey addressed his teammates. "I've come to cheer for you all, and I'll be watching from the box during the match. So don't let my visit be in vain, guys." He gestured with 2 fingers pointing toward his eyes. He then approached Hu Lai, locking eyes with him. While the locker room was not entirely silent, the chatter diminished as everyone turned their attention to this exchange. Ever since Carey had refrained from passing to Hu Lai in the second round of the league, rumors about their strained relationship had circulated in the media. The situation had not escalated, primarily due to Hu Lai's impressive performance, 7 goals in 4 matches, while Carey's contributions had faltered, thereby preventing any significant fallout. Some fans even speculated that the alleged discord was merely media sensationalism. However, those within the team were acutely aware of the tension between Carey and Hu Lai, especially since Carey had openly expressed his disdain for Hu Lai. The root of this animosity lay in Carey's belief that Hu Lai's arrival threatened his position on the team. Now, with Carey sidelined due to injury, he found himself at a complete disadvantage in their rivalry. If Hu Lai maintained his current form and performance, Carey's chances of reclaiming his spot upon recovery in 6 months seemed bleak. His own future with the Madrid Pirates was uncertain. Thus, when they encountered each other again, what would transpire? Would they feign ignorance, treating each other as if they were mere phantoms? To everyone's surprise, Carrie approached Hu Lai first, and with a straightforward demeanor. He simply said, "Thank you." There was no hesitation or ambiguity in his tone, just a candid expression of gratitude. The reason for his thanks was well known. Hu Lai had raised Carrie's jersey in celebration after scoring against the Phoenicians, conveying his best wishes. Carrie's unexpected gesture caught Hu Lai off guard, and by the time he processed the moment, Carrie had already walked away. He gazed at Kyrie's retreating figure, yet refrained from calling out to him or explaining that the gesture of raising the jersey was the captain's idea, not his own. Wait, could it be that the captain had orchestrated this deliberately? He believed that, given his state at the time, it was highly probable he would score first in the match. Thus, no matter the circumstances, the one raising the jersey would certainly be himself. Was he attempting to ease the tension between himself and Kyrie in this manner? With this thought, Hu Lai turned to look at the captain, Juan Ramirez, who was trailing behind Kyrie. Upon sensing Hu Lai's gaze, the latter responded with a smile and a nod, yet remained silent, continuing to greet Kyrie and their teammates in the locker room. Chapter 64. Fan behavior. When Maxi Kyrie arrived in the box, his wife, Sophia, was already there waiting for him. Upon his arrival, she inquired, "How did it go? Did you visit the locker room?" Kyrie, aware of the true question his wife sought to ask, did not beat around the bush and replied directly, "I thanked him." What was his reaction? Sophia pressed further. "I don't know." "Don't know?" Sophia's eyes widened in disbelief. "I turned and left after I spoke, so I didn't see his reaction," Kyrie honestly conveyed. His wife sighed in exasperation. Then she chuckled. "But it's commendable that you thanked him in person, huh? Now just focus on your recovery." Kyrie nodded in agreement, though he remained silent. They then settled in to await the commencement of the match. However, it wasn't long before someone in the box recognized Kyrie, approaching him for an autograph and a photograph. The box they occupied was not the small, private room one might envision in a restaurant, but rather a spacious area that could be described as a hall. Near the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, 2 rows of sofas could accommodate dozens of spectators watching the game simultaneously. Behind the seating area, a vast 360-degree bar island awaited, staffed by dedicated servers catering to the esteemed guests watching the match in the box, offering drinks and light meals. All complimentary. The stadium box was not merely a superior venue for watching the game. It was a social hub. After all, those watching the match were predominantly social elites, figures from the political and business spheres. Engaging in networking activities while enjoying the game was quite customary. The situation at Pirate Park Stadium could still be considered ordinary. At least those watching from the box genuinely cherished the Pirates, albeit from various social standings. Conversely, the situation at the Madrid Kings venue was far more intricate. In the VIP boxes of Crown Stadium, many attendees were not even fans. Their presence was merely a social check-in or a pursuit of networking opportunities, utterly disinterested in the outcome of the Madrid Kings matches. The atmosphere inside the box contrasted starkly with that outside, where Kings fans passionately cheered for their team, their emotions ebbing and flowing with the progression of the game. The esteemed guests within the private box are predominantly preoccupied with their stock market gains or the outcomes of distant commercial negotiations in East Asia. Those who approach Kyrie are, in fact, admirers of the Madrid Pirates, yet they are simultaneously accomplished businessmen, adorned in tailored suits with scarves emblazoned with the team's insignia, a testament to their allegiance. They express their condolences regarding Kyrie's injury and convey their hopes for his swift recovery, asserting that the team requires him, Maxi, regardless of the circumstances. "You are an indispensable member of the team." Kyrie graciously complies with their requests for autographs and photographs, and only after fulfilling these obligations does he return to his seat beside his wife. Sophia smiles at him and says, "Look, my dear, they still need you." She senses the melancholic mood and negative disposition her husband has adopted following his ankle injury and seizes every opportunity to uplift his spirits. In truth, attending the game and visiting his teammates in the locker room were entirely Sophia's suggestions. She believes it is essential for him to venture out, to avoid sequestering himself at home, and to engage with others, particularly his teammates and fans, reinforcing his sense of being valued and needed. Sophia is acutely aware of her husband's struggles. Despite his bravado, he does not possess the fortitude he projects. He yearns for affirmation of his worth. Clearly, watching the Pirates take on Rollerhane has immersed him in an atmosphere of being needed, and Sophia hopes this will invigorate him. However, in response to her sentiments, Kyrie remains indifferent, offering no reply as he sits quietly on the sofa, awaiting the commencement of the match. Giannis Edmond, clad in Roar Haynes away white jersey, strides into the players' tunnel. His gaze immediately lands upon Hu Lai, who is already standing in the passage. This is not Edmond's inaugural encounter with Hu Lai, yet it is the first time they find themselves in such a setting. During the preseason International Champions Cup clash between Roar Haynes and Leeds City, Edmond, then merely 16 years old, had witnessed Hu Lai from the bench, as the team's star forward was Mark Becker. Although Edmond had become the youngest goalscorer in Roar Haynes' history, he could not usurp Becker's position. Thus, he had only been a spectator as the match unfolded, having stepped onto the pitch only in the final 10 minutes, by which time Hu Lai had already been substituted. Strictly speaking, the two have never faced each other on the field. Edmond had initially planned to approach Hu Lai after the match to exchange jerseys, but a sudden concern arose. What if someone else were to claim that honor first? The more he pondered this possibility, the more insistent it became, prompting him to ensure he would secure Hu Lai's jersey by arranging the exchange in advance. Consequently, he departed from his group and made his way directly to Hu Lai. The tall and imposing figure of Edmond drew the attention of everyone present as he approached Hu Lai. The players of the Pirates regarded him with puzzled expressions. Joaquin Bella quietly inquired in Spanish to Hu Lai, "Do you know him?" Hu Lai shook his head, replying, "I do not know him." He then asked in German, "Is there something you need?" Edelman, beaming with a broad grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth, appeared somewhat foolishly delighted. "You speak German? How wonderful. I was just pondering how to express my thoughts clearly in English, as my English is rather mediocre." "That's all right. You may speak German. I understand and can converse in it," Hu Lai responded before asking, "So, what is it that you need?" "Well, Hu, I have an idea. May I exchange jerseys with you after the match?" Hu Lai was taken aback. Exchange jerseys? While not uncommon, it is not something that occurs in every game. Moreover, I typically do not initiate such exchanges, save for Junpei Senkawa. Thus, the probability of me exchanging jerseys is rather low. Furthermore, I cannot fathom why someone with whom I have never interacted would suddenly wish to swap jerseys with me. Generally, exchanging jerseys carries a special significance, implying a degree of admiration, fondness, and mutual respect. Otherwise, two individuals with a poor relationship would never consider such an exchange. To be willing to collect an opponent's jersey indicates that this opponent has earned one's acknowledgement. Yet, the conundrum is that I have yet to face this individual on the field. Hu Lai scrutinized the tall, somewhat simple-looking young man before him and suddenly realized, could it be that this lad is an admirer of his? Oh my, I never expected to have a fan among the players. What an honor. Although Hu Lai rarely initiated jersey exchanges, it did not mean he would refuse when approached. After all, how could he disappoint a young admirer? Thus, he nodded, "No problem." Seeing Hu Lai's affirmative response, Edelman was elated. "That is splendid. It's settled then. Your jersey must be reserved for me and not given to anyone else." "Ah, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Janis Edelman, the number 9 of Roar Rhine." He gestured towards the number on his back. This number had belonged to Mark Becker last season, but after Mark's transfer to Blau-Weiß Munich, the number became available. Edelman expressed a strong desire to don the number 9 jersey, and thus it was bestowed upon him. "Once I score during the match, I shall come find you to exchange jerseys." With that, Edelman turned and returned to his team, leaving Hu Lai somewhat bewildered. What did he just say? He wants to exchange jerseys after scoring? Why set a condition? Must he score to be eligible for a jersey exchange? He found the thought process of the new number 9 of Roar Rhine perplexing. "I finally have a player fan, but he seems a bit dim-witted. What were you discussing?" Joaquin Bella approached Hu Lai, who had fallen into silence. "Oh, nothing much. He wishes to exchange jerseys with me, so he came to make a reservation." Upon hearing this, Bella joyfully patted Hu Lai on the back, exclaiming, "Aha, the treatment of a superstar. The match hasn't even begun, and already there are those eyeing your jersey." Realizing this, Hu Lai acknowledged, "Indeed, since I have fans now, if I do not deliver an impressive performance or score a goal during the match, how can I provide my supporters with a sense of accomplishment in their admiration for me? As an idol, I must present something of value to gracefully accept the adoration of my fans." Nodding thoughtfully, Hu Lai's voice suddenly took on a deeper, more magnetic tone. "You are right, Joaquin. I cannot disappoint that tall fellow." "Why did your voice suddenly change?" "It sounds so formal," John said, asked Edmond, who had just returned to the team. Edmond chuckled. "I asked Hu Lai to keep the jersey for me, to prevent it from being snatched away by others. He agreed. What a reasonable person. He continued, John, you must create opportunities for me during the match. I promised Hu Lai that if I score, I would ask him for his jersey. Whether I can obtain Hu Lai's jersey depends entirely on your passing. However, John Set shook his head. I won't pass the ball to you specifically, Yanis, unless you are in a prime position. Otherwise, if they notice I am favoring you with my passes, they will adapt their defense accordingly, which would be detrimental to our offense. So I will play as I normally do. Your ability to score is not my concern. It is up to your own effort. He then patted Edmund's shoulder. Standing at only 175 meters, it appeared somewhat odd and comical for him to reach up to pat the shoulder of the 188-meter tall Edmund. All right, I will strive to do my best. Edmund felt Set was right. I will prove that I am better than Becker. The transfer of Mark Becker to Bayern Munich had left the Ruhr-Rhine fans disheartened, feeling betrayed. Edmund believed that if he could excel during this period of transition, he could help the Ruhr-Rhine fans completely forget about Mark. It was akin to winning the hearts of girls who had just experienced heartbreak, filling their void with a flurry of goals to soothe their disappointment. He sought to convey to them that regardless of that scoundrel Mark, he, Yanis Edmund, was their true champion. Chapter 65. Integrating into the system, the match had commenced for a while, with the home team, the Pirates, holding the upper hand. After all, in terms of sheer strength, the Pirates were indeed superior. Furthermore, the Ruhr-Rhine had recently lost their key striker, Mark Becker, during the summer transfer window. With Coach Kuhn favoring younger players, the current Ruhr-Rhine was undergoing a transition, featuring several young talents. While these young players possessed promising potential, their actual prowess still left much to be desired. Han Shiyu began providing live commentary to the front camera of his phone once again. While engaging in this activity, she activates the front camera and then speaks to the lens. It is not that Han Shiyu desires to captivate the audience with her visage. Rather, she cannot upload extended footage of her competitions online, as doing so would infringe upon copyright laws, if the rights holders are stringent. Even a few minutes of footage could lead to a complaint and the subsequent removal of the video. Thus, Han Shiyu merely incorporates the pivotal moments of the goals into her videos. More often, her footage consists of her self-commentary or captures the spectators in the stands. As a football content creator, Han Shiyu is not merely like some female fans who focus solely on the attractiveness of the players. She possesses a genuine understanding of football and can discern tactical nuances, as she articulated earlier. Ruhr-Rhine is younger and more dynamic, but, consequently, lacks experience and is somewhat inferior in strength to the Madrid Pirates. Although Ruhr-Rhine is among the elite 13 clubs in Europe, there exists a hierarchy within these prestigious teams. For instance, the Royal Madrid stands as the pinnacle among the elite. Comparatively, Ruhr-Rhine has historically and presently lagged behind the Madrid Pirates. Ruhr-Rhine has secured the UEFA Champions League title only once in its history and has long been overshadowed by the Blue and White Munich in the Bundesliga. Even among the players of this team, some perceive their club as inferior to Blue and White Munich. Otherwise, why would the team's top scorer, Mark Becker, transfer to their arch-rivals? Was it solely due to the superior salary offered by Blue and White Munich? More likely, he believes that at Blue and White Munich, he has a greater chance of winning more championships and competing for prestigious individual accolades such as the European Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year. Nevertheless, Ruhr-Rhine is not devoid of advantages. Their youth training system is more robust, and they are eager to provide opportunities for young talent. Thus, for the gifted young players across Germany, when faced with the choice between playing for Ruhr-Rhine or Blue and White Munich, the majority would opt for Ruhr-Rhine. Yanis Edmund joined Ruhr-Rhine at the age of 14. After less than 2 years of adjustment, he was promoted to the first team. Standing at 188 meters and weighing 88 kilograms, his physique does not conform to that of a cumbersome, stationary striker. In fact, he possesses commendable speed. Although his technical skills are somewhat raw, he exhibits remarkable impact. He is the starting forward for Ruhr-Rhine in this match. Ruhr-Rhine employs a single striker tactic, and Edmund must not only spearhead the attack, but also serve as a pivotal support for the subsequent offensive players. In response to him, the coach of the Madrid Pirates, Perotti, has assigned specific roles to the two center-backs. The physically superior Kepa Amantegui is tasked with containing Edmund, utilizing his strength to engage him, while the other center-back, Riva Moreno, is responsible for intercepting Edmund's ball. Moreno, though not tall at 182 meters, serves as the second captain of the Madrid Pirates and is also the captain of the Colombian national team. He possesses remarkable speed, agility, and exceptional jumping ability. coupled with a fierce playing style that compensates for his lack of height. Thus, despite his relatively modest stature, Moreno is an indispensable bastion in the defensive line of the Madrid Pirates. Whether in aerial duels or ground interceptions, his performance is exemplary. Under the combined defensive efforts of him and Amantegui, Edmund found himself in a grueling battle, failing to exert the anticipated influence. Simultaneously, John Setter, the midfield orchestrator for Rollrain, found himself entangled by Juan Ramirez, the captain and defensive midfielder of the Madrid Pirates, rendering him unable to escape. Consequently, Rollrain's offensive maneuvers operated as if hindered, akin to a machine lacking lubrication. Conversely, the Madrid Pirates capitalized on their advantages along the flanks, launching wave after wave of assaults on Rollrain's goal amidst the thunderous cheers of their home supporters. The performances of Tonini and Martinez on the left flank were commendable, and even the unpredictable Silvilio shone in this match. This time, the Pirates were not limping along. Unlike the 3 matches in August, Hu Lai did not remain solely at the forefront. Instead, he frequently withdrew to support his teammates, exchanging positions. Commentator He Feng noted the distinct difference in Hu Lai's performance in this match compared to previous ones. It appears Parati has decided against allowing him to solely focus on being a poacher, as Yin Kong remarked beside him. The 3 matches at the season's outset, yielding 6 goals, were indeed impressive, yet at that time, Hu Lai was still the player from Leeds City, whereas Parati's Madrid Pirates do not mirror the same structure as Leeds City. Therefore, if he aims to integrate seamlessly into the team, he must adhere to Parati's tactical philosophy. However, there is no cause for concern regarding a potential reduction in Hu Lai's goal tally. Perhaps it may occur temporarily, but in the long run, once he truly assimilates into the team's tactical framework, goals will undoubtedly follow. Yin Kong, fearing impatience among the fans, quickly painted a picture of optimism to assuage their anxieties. Although Hu Lai has yet to exhibit any signs of stagnation in his progress, it is prudent to prepare for potential setbacks, as it reflects foresight. If the concerns he harbors do not materialize, it would certainly be fortuitous. On the pitch, Hu Lai demonstrates remarkable enthusiasm in his movements, not merely confining himself to the penalty area or the center. He is deeply engaged in the attacking framework of the Madrid Pirates, a commitment that demands considerable physical stamina due to the continuous running involved. Initially, Hu Lai's physical condition was indeed a weakness. However, from Flash Star to Leeds City, and now to the Madrid Pirates, both Leeds City and the Pirates place significant emphasis on physical conditioning. After years of training, Hu Lai has transformed. He can now endure a full 90 minutes, a stark contrast to his earlier struggles. Moreover, he has access to stamina elixirs, replenishing his energy after each match, ensuring that any fatigue incurred is swiftly restored. In both training and forthcoming matches, his physical condition has impressed the fitness coach responsible for assessments. Hence, the current Hu Lai is unafraid of running. In fact, he has become quite adept at it. Let him run incessantly on the field. It poses no challenge for him. Not merely dashing back and forth, he is not like a headless chicken without purpose. The manner in which he runs and what he does thereafter are both meticulously planned. These are the skills honed during regular training. Nearly 30 minutes into the match, leveraging their home advantage and superior possession skills, the Madrid Pirates subdued Ruhr Lane, orchestrating multiple attacks that threatened the Ruhr Lane goal. The Pirates supporters in the stands were elated. In this group, aside from Kiev, Ruhr Lane and Leeds City are the primary competitors for the Madrid Pirates' advancement. With 2 spots available for progression, if the Pirates can gain the upper hand over Ruhr Lane, their place in the next stage would be nearly assured. On the field, the Madrid Pirates launched another offensive. This time, D'Cunzo's low shot from the flank forced Ruhr Lane's goalkeeper, Simon Knigies, to dive and parry the ball. However, as D'Cunzo targeted the far corner, even after Knigies managed to deflect it, the ball remained in the penalty area. Hu Lai surged towards the goal for a follow-up shot. Despite being hindered by Ruhr Lane's center back, Jose Amorim, he managed to poke the ball. Yet, due to Amorim's interference, his shot lacked power and was swiftly blocked by the quick-reacting Knigies. The ball was eventually cleared by team captain Noah Baumann, sending it out of play. The rapid sequence of events left both sets of fans in stunned silence until this moment, when the stands erupted with gasps. The Madrid Pirates fans collectively sighed in disappointment, while Ruhr Lane supporters began to chant in unison, rallying behind their team. Amorim was glued to Hu Lai. Whenever Hu Lai approached the goal, such was the treatment he received. The commentator, Yin Kong, proclaimed loudly. The two had clashed in the World Cup previously, and after that encounter, Amorim was certainly cautious around Hu Lai, familiar with his prowess. Jose Amorim not only serves as a key center-back for Hu Lai, but is also a mainstay in the Brazilian national team. During that World Cup group match, when Hu Lai scored the equalizer, Amorim stood on the goal line, nearly becoming the hero for Brazil as he blocked a close-range shot from Roque with his body. Yet, Hu Lai surged from behind, executing a spectacular diving header. On that occasion, Amorim failed to intercept the ball, watching helplessly as it soared past him into the net. With such an experience, Hu Lai posed a constant threat, requiring no reminders from others. When D'Cunzo charged into the penalty area, the attention of others was captivated by the diminutive Italian forward, yet Amorim immediately sought out Hu Lai, closing in on him. Even though D'Cunzo chose to shoot rather than pass to Hu Lai, Amorim maintained his vigilant defense. Understanding that he could not afford to lose sight of Hu Lai until the Pirates' attack was conclusively thwarted. As anticipated, after D'Cunzo's shot was parried by goalkeeper Kanigis, Hu Lai darted towards the ball's landing point, poised for another attempt. Prepared in advance, Amorlin used his physical strength to press against Hu Lai, preventing his follow-up shot from gaining power. Well done, Jose. The team captain, Noah Baumann, who cleared the ball, turned around and gave a thumbs-up to his central defender partner. The Brazilian center-back grinned broadly, his teeth bared. Behind him, Hu Lai had also risen from the ground and remarked to Amorlin, "Great defense, Amorlin." Amorlin was somewhat taken aback by Hu Lai's comment. His expression froze in uncertainty, puzzled by the implications of Hu Lai's praise. Literally, it seemed like a compliment. But coming from an opponent, was there a hidden agenda he was unaware of? Observing Amorlin's reaction, Hu Lai felt exasperated. "Don't overthink it. I genuinely complimented you. Your defense was indeed impressive." However, Amorlin's expression grew more serious, his vigilance akin to the fine beads of sweat adorning his dark brown face. Disinterested, Hu Lai decided to let him ponder the meaning of his words. If Amorlin wished to speculate, that was his prerogative. Alas, in this world, even sincere praise is met with suspicion. How far we have fallen. That last play by Hu Lai was so close. Amorlin's defense was exceptional. Han Shiyu seized the moment during a brief lull in the match to provide commentary to the front-facing camera. "But it's all right. Keep pushing, Hu Lai. Continue to assault their defense, and surely a goal will come." The first goal of the new Champions League season. The Pirate fans beside Han Shiyu applauded the team's offensive effort, offering both praise and encouragement. Chapter 66, A Shot or a Pass. John Setter is a prodigious talent in Norwegian football, having gained significant recognition at the tender age of 17. He was then scouted by Rurhein and brought to Germany, where he quickly distinguished himself on the team. Now, at just 24, he has been a mainstay in Rurhein's first team for 3 seasons, serving as the midfield orchestrator. Though standing at a modest height of 1.75 meters, Setter possesses remarkable stamina and is classified as a box-to-box midfielder. Alongside this, he boasts commendable technical skills and proficiency in short to medium-range passing. Across Europe, numerous clubs are vying for his signature, and Rurhein is doing everything in its power to retain him, especially this summer, with the departure of their star striker, Mark Becker. Rumors circulated that Setter was disillusioned with the club's ambition and contemplated leaving. However, both Setter and his agent swiftly dismissed these rumors, asserting that he had never considered departing from Rurhein. For Setter, Rurhein is indeed an ideal environment. He plays an indispensable role in the club's ongoing youth revitalization initiative in the midfield. In the previous season at Rurhein, he made a commendable contribution of 7 goals and 12 assists, showcasing his exceptional abilities. However, his significant impact extends beyond mere statistics, as he played pivotal roles that cannot be quantified by goals and assists alone. Yet, as the saying goes, there is always a higher peak, and today, John Seth faced the formidable Juan Ramirez, who is in remarkable form. This player is a crucial asset to Spain's hopes of clinching the World Cup in 2026. Although he did not score or assist during that tournament, countless journalists and experts have lauded Ramirez as the cornerstone of the championship-winning team. Without his tireless runs, interceptions, and sweeping plays in midfield, Spain would undoubtedly have struggled to secure the title. His presence was vital for their midfield linchpin, Gaspar Rosas, who would have found it exceedingly difficult to maneuver without Ramirez's protective shield. At just 29 years of age, Ramirez is at the pinnacle of his career, perfectly blending physical prowess with experience. While his physical attributes may not be particularly striking, they serve him well as a sweeping defensive midfielder due to his agility. He stands as one of the world's elite players in this position, excelling in stamina, precise anticipation, and possessing a masterful understanding of the game. Under Ramirez's defensive prowess, Seth found himself in a challenging predicament. For instance, when a teammate passed the ball to him, Seth attempted to shield the ball from Ramirez while making adjustments. However, Ramirez accurately anticipated Seth's intentions, deftly poking the ball away from behind him, thus reclaiming possession. As Seth turned around, he collided with Ramirez, losing his balance and falling to the ground, yet he refrained from signaling the referee for a foul. The referee, positioned nearby, clearly observed Ramirez's clean defense and remained indifferent to Seth's plight. Ramirez, undeterred by Seth, maneuvered around him to chase the ball, swiftly passing it to the winger, Silverio. The Portuguese winger surged forward along the flank, but soon faced opposition from Ruhrrhein's defenders. Rather than forcing a dribble, Silverio opted for a lateral pass to the rapidly advancing Joaquin Bella in the center. Upon completing the pass, Silverio did not linger. He made a diagonal run toward the center, aiming to exploit the gap behind Ruhrrhein's defensive line. His movement drew the attention of Noah Baumann, the central defender and captain of Ruhrrhein. This granted Joaquin Bella a moment of composure to control the ball. With Silverio occupying the center, Bella shifted toward the right flank. After just 2 strides, he passed the ball to the wide-open D'Cunzo, then continued his diagonal run, circumventing D'Cunzo to the right side, effectively restricting Ruhrrhein's left back from assisting Amoulin in defending against D'Cunzo. Meanwhile, Silverio continued to press forward in the center. Upon receiving the ball outside the penalty area, D'Cunzo chose not to attempt a breakthrough, nor did he pass to the advancing Silverio or to Joaquin Bella, who was making a run from behind. He decisively passed the football toward the left flank of the penalty area. There, due to the earlier advance of Ruhrrhein's right back into the attack, a vast space was left unguarded. Meanwhile, Hu Lai, who was originally positioned in the center, shifted to the left flank. As the ball rolled along the grass, he was adjusting his steps. Ruhrrhein's central defender and captain, Noah Baumann, was entangled with Silverio. Upon witnessing the ball being passed behind Silverio, he hesitated, fearing that if he rushed in, Hu Lai might simply slide the ball across to Silverio in the center. His concern was not unfounded. A similar situation had occurred merely 10 minutes prior. At that time, Hu Lai had also drifted to the flank, and when Amoulin charged in, he promptly passed the ball to the center. Had D'Cunzo not mishit his shot, Ruhrrhein could very well have found themselves trailing. Thus, Baumann was reluctant to gamble on whether Hu Lai would make the pass. After all, Hu Lai's position was somewhat awkward, and shooting directly would offer a narrow angle. However, should he opt for a lateral pass, Silverio would find himself with an unmarked opportunity to shoot. What? Allow Silverio to shoot? Even if Silvelio's shot was not as formidable as Hu Lai's, no defender would dare to leave an attacking player unguarded in such a prime position within the penalty area. As Baumann hesitated, the ball had already reached Hu Lai's feet. The goalkeeper, Kanigis, moved toward the near post, attempting to block any potential shot from Hu Lai. To his surprise, Hu Lai did not stop the ball. Instead, after adjusting his steps, he struck the ball directly with his right foot. His posture was somewhat peculiar, with his upper body leaning slightly forward and his lower body bending, his kicking leg not fully extended, creating an oddly awkward motion. Yet, despite this unconventional stance, he managed to loft the ball into the air, tracing a magnificent arc. Kanigis leaped, desperately reaching out to intercept the ball. But he missed. The curve of the ball was even greater than he had anticipated, bypassing his fingertips and heading straight for the upper corner of the goal. "Hoo!" Sanchez exclaimed, elongating his voice as Hu Lai took the shot. The ball soared through the air, and his shout seemed to last as long as the ball's flight. This is an essential skill for Spanish commentators. Lung capacity is a crucial factor determining whether a Spanish commentator can become a top-tier talent. Joaquin Bella, having circled around from behind Silverio, noticed that Silverio did not pass the ball to him. Nevertheless, he did not halt his run. Instead, he continued onward, making a wide arc to position himself at the far post. Should Hu Lai direct the ball toward the far post, he would become an unexpected ace. Ruhrrhein would never suspect such a maneuver. Do not assume that Hu Lai could not make the pass. Had he just arrived at the Pirates, Bella would not have made such a run. He understood that Hu Lai's inability to deliver the ball was not a matter of desire, but rather a reflection of his passing capabilities. At that time, Given Hu Lai's imaginative passing routes and precision, he was simply incapable of executing such plays. However, after more than a month of training with the team, Bella observed a remarkable enhancement in Hu Lai's passing skills. Recognizing the possibility of a successful delivery, Bella eagerly made his approach, pondering the potential of encountering the perfect opportunity. A header or a deft touch could lead to a goal. As Bella surged forward, he witnessed the football soaring through the air, sent by Hu Lai from a distance, spinning vigorously and tracing a beautiful arc towards the back post. His heart leapt with joy as he prepared to execute a volley. Yet, at that moment, he noticed that the ball had veered off course, not coming directly toward him, but curving mid-flight. This ball, could it be? Bella's body, propelled by inertia, continued to rush forward, but he found himself devoid of momentum. Gliding on the grass in a poised position to strike, he remained in sync with the ball, sliding out of bounds as the football soared into the net. Goal. Sanchez's elongated shout transitioned seamlessly into GOL, a term derived from Latin, distinct from the English goal, yet phonetically similar. Hu. A splendid goal. It appeared to be a cross, yet the ball executed an astonishing curve mid-air. The goalkeeper of Rhineland, Qingqing, was utterly powerless. Despite having exerted himself to the fullest, all his efforts were rendered futile in the face of such an exaggerated trajectory. Hu Lai had scored his first UEFA Champions League goal since joining the Madrid Pirates. After pushing his lungs to the limit with a prolonged roar, Sanchez's mouth moved with the rapidity of a machine gun, articulating at breakneck speed. The Pirate Park erupted in jubilant cheers, a collective release of emotion from all the home fans. In the 32nd minute of the first half, the Madrid Pirates took the lead with a goal. Hu Lai sprinted towards the corner flag, executing his signature celebration, while faint echoes of "Hu" resonated from the stands. The number and name on his jersey came into focus on the television broadcast. 14. Hu Lai? End of chapter 67. Cannot disappoint, the fans. Kunzo passed the ball to the left, where a gap appeared. Hu Lai? Accompanied by the shout of the commentator, he foamed. Xiaolon abruptly rose from the sofa in front of the television. Shoot, she urged her son. In a previous, similar opportunity, her son passed the ball back, only for it to be squandered without hesitation by the diminutive Italian. Thus, this time, as a mother, Xiaolon selfishly yearned for her son to score. Although shooting from this position was no small feat along his path to the goal, apart from the goalkeeper, Qingqing, who approached to block the angle, there were also the center-backs from Rhineland, all of whom posed a potential threat to intercept the ball. Perhaps he could attempt a shot at the near post? Just as this thought crossed Xiaolon's mind, her son had already taken his shot. From his movements, it was unclear whether it was a shot or a pass. The ball was deftly curled towards the far post. Then Xiaolon noticed Joaquin Bella lurking at the back post, and she presumed her son was about to pass again. However, she soon realized that the ball was not aimed at Bella, but rather veered towards the goal. While her heart soared with joy, she also worried that her son's hasty shot might miss the target. Yet, her fears were unfounded. The ball soared through the air, tracing an exaggerated arc that seemed destined to sail over the crossbar or veer wide, yet it stubbornly curved back. It grazed just beneath the crossbar and nestled into the Rhineland net. Magnificent! Xiaolon raised her arms triumphantly, her voice elongated in exultation. Beside her, Hu Lai offered no dissent. Indeed, it was a beautiful goal. Whether intentional or fortuitous, it mattered not. What counted was that it had found the back of the net, catching Rhineland off guard. Splendid, Hu Lai. Stunning. Absolutely magnificent. Han Shuyu exclaimed from the stands, capturing the jubilant celebrations of the fans while intermittently shouting in excitement behind her phone. This goal was nothing short of breathtaking. Hu Lai executed a direct, unyielding shot. The ball nestled into the far corner. Although some fans of Li claimed after his brilliant solo effort yesterday that Hu Lai could never score a goal so spectacular, she acknowledged that while Hu Lai may not possess Li's dribbling finesse, he too had his share of remarkable goals. Who scored the best goal in last year's World Cup? It was our Hu Lai. It's not as if only goals that involve dribbling past several players can be deemed spectacular. In that moment, Han Xiu completely forgot that just the day before, she affectionately referred to Li as Mei Bao. However, that was a separate matter. Her admiration for Li did not necessitate her unwavering allegiance to all of Li's fans. Following Li's goal yesterday, the online comments had infuriated her, especially on Spanish forums. Many fans of Real Madrid and Li shared the goal, not hesitating to call out Hu Lai, questioning whether he could have scored that goal. While Hu Lai had his fair share of goals, none could compare in terms of brilliance to even a single one of Mei's. A new contender for the season's best goal in the UEFA Champions League had emerged. There were even more outrageous remarks that Han Shuyu wished to forget. As they ignited her fury, she was indeed a fan of Mei, but she was equally a supporter of Hu Lai. If it came down to a fierce rivalry between Mei and Hu Lai, she would undoubtedly stand by Hu Lai without hesitation. After all, she was Chinese. And so was Hu Lai. He represented the hope and pride of Chinese football. Why should she not support her own, choosing to aid an outsider instead? For this matter, she had an altercation in a fan group for Real Madrid in Madrid, simply because the opposing party, being Chinese, dared to assert that Hu Lai could not compare to Mei in this regard. The individual even presented a multitude of data and facts to substantiate their viewpoint. Yet, Han Shuyu paid no heed to such trivialities. What data? What facts? Hu Lai is Chinese. We are also Chinese. If we do not support our fellow countrymen, what are we even thinking? To claim that Hu Lai is a disgrace among the Chinese, that would be a noble stance. But now is this the time to showcase your internationalism? Fueled by such emotions, when Han Shuyu witnessed Hu Lai's exquisite strike into the far corner of the net, she was naturally elated. She even included a segment in her vlog, hoping to clarify for her followers, Hu Lai is in no way inferior to Mei. In every aspect, he stands equal. In the private box behind Han Shuyu, Max Kyrie did not leap from the sofa when Hu Lai scored, as his ankle was still encased in a cast. Nevertheless, he was not indifferent to the goal. Sitting on the sofa, he applauded while whispering to his wife. This scene naturally made its way into the televised broadcast. Commentator Sanchez, upon witnessing this moment, remarked, Kyrie is also applauding Hu's goal. Since his injury, Hu's importance has grown exponentially, and Hu did not disappoint the expectations placed upon him, scoring consecutively, including this goal. He had netted in every match since transferring to the Madrid Pirates, with 4 league games and 1 Champions League match under his belt. The discussion of who is more vital to the team between Kyrie and Hu has become somewhat moot. It is evident to all that the 24-year-old Hu Lai is destined to become the cornerstone of the Madrid Pirates' future. While the declining Kyrie can only be regarded as part of the team's past, there really is no competitive relationship between the two. As competition only arises when there is parity, Hu Lai's overwhelming superiority over Kyrie renders any notion of rivalry meaningless. After Hu Lai's goal, the Madrid Pirates played with greater ease on their home turf, exhibiting a relaxed demeanor and dominating the field. Relayan could only rely on youthful vigor to contend with the Pirates, barely managing to avoid conceding another goal in the first half. As the second half commenced, the balance of power remained with the Madrid Pirates. Relayan altered their tactical approach, abandoning the head-on strategy of the first half in favor of a defensive counterattack. This method suited them well. On one hand, Edmund possessed the speed to surge forward during counterattacks, and on the other, his physical advantage allowed him to serve as a stronghold for Relayan's offensive maneuvers. Relayan's adjustments bore fruit. Merely 12 minutes into the second half, they equalized through a counterattack. However, it was not Edmund who scored. He was responsible for the assist. At the time, Relayan executed a long pass from the backfield aimed at the towering Edmund, who leapt high, brushing past the defense of Kepa Amantegui to deftly redirect the ball to the side. The football landed at the feet of Set, who had made a late run. After passing the ball, Edmund raised his arm, signaling for Set to pass it back to him, while continuing to surge forward, thus drawing the attention of the Madrid Pirates defenders and creating an opening for Set. The Norwegian prodigy deftly controlled the ball, executing a fluid motion to nudge it forward before unleashing a powerful shot. The ball soared towards the Madrid Pirates' goal like a cannonball. Faced with this rapid, grass-skimming strike, the nearly 2-meter-tall goalkeeper, Havel, was slightly slow to react and failed to make contact. The ball nestled into the net. Tour. The German television commentator shouted exuberantly, Set. Magnificent. Magnificent. Edmund's header assist, Set's long-range shot. These two young players seized this rare opportunity. They have equalized for Ruhr-Rhein. And only 12 minutes have passed in the second half. There is still time. Do not give up. Now it was the turn of the 2,000 Ruhr-Rhein fans in the stands to erupt in cheers. Meanwhile, the Pirates supporters fell silent. Aha, John. How was my positioning? Edmund exclaimed as he joined Set in celebration, giving his friend a hearty embrace while shouting in his ear. Impeccable. Set replied, equally elated. Next time, it's your turn to assist me. Edmund seized the moment to make his request. All right. Next time there's an opportunity, I'll pass to you. Set. Filled with joy, acknowledged that it was indeed Edmund's pass and movement that had aided him this time. Thus he refrained from mentioning his previous assertion. After all, as long as Edmund found space, he would pass the ball to him. Other Ruhr-Rhine players rushed over to celebrate the goal with them. After a brief commotion, they returned to their half. Meanwhile, the Madrid Pirates players had already taken their positions. For instance, Hu Lai stood alone in the center circle, with the ball at his feet, awaiting the restart. As Edmund passed by Hu Lai, his gaze fell upon his jersey with a fervent glimmer in his eyes. He was already envisioning the moment after the match when he would exchange jerseys with Hu Lai. He had set a personal rule: if he scored, he could approach Hu Lai for a jersey swap. However, ideally, it would not just be his goal, but also a victory for Ruhr-Rhine away from home, making the exchange all the more meaningful. Suddenly, Hu Lai, feeling someone's gaze upon him, turned to see a pair of intense eyes. It was the somewhat goofy-looking giant, Edmund, staring directly at him with palpable anticipation. Hu Lai furrowed his brow, suddenly understanding the significance behind that gaze. Although he had scored during the match, the Madrid Pirates had still been held to a draw by Ruhr-Rhine. The young admirer must be eager to see what his idol could deliver. Hu Lai, do you see that fervent gaze? How could you bear to disappoint and sadden a devoted admirer? Though I managed to score a goal, can a single goal truly satisfy such an ardent fan? It is rare for me to have a devoted follower, a towering figure. I shall not let you down. With this thought, Hu Lai nodded in acknowledgement towards Edmund. Upon noticing Hu Lai's nod, Edmund was initially taken aback, but soon exhilaration washed over him. Is he commending my recent performance? Although I have yet to score, I have evidently garnered his approval. Keep pushing, Yanissi. You can do it. Edmund, brimming with enthusiasm, clenched his fists and vigorously waved them towards the fans in the stands. The German commentator, witnessing this scene, joyfully remarked, Edmund appears quite thrilled. Although he did not score this goal, he played a pivotal role in this offensive maneuver for Ruhr-Rhine. If he can maintain such form, it is likely that his first goal in the Champions League is not far off. Keep it up, Edmund. You are the new hope of Ruhr-Rhine. Edmund's triumphant gestures, however, incited dissatisfaction among some of the pirate fans in the stands, who responded with boos. Yet this also ignited the spirit of the Ruhr-Rhine supporters, who responded with fervent cheers and applause. On the sidelines, Ruhr-Rhine's head coach, Leroy Kuhn, chuckled, "Look at that lad, Moritz. He acts as though he were the one who scored." Assistant coach Moritz Ryden laughed in agreement. Who knows, perhaps the next goal will indeed be his? Note, Tor in German means goal, and in football, it denotes scoring a goal. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 68. Divine Retribution, Yanissi Edmund. With the German commentator's booming voice, Ruhr-Rhine's young striker slammed the football towards the goal of the Madrid Pirates. A gasp arose from the pirate supporters in the stands, while the Ruhr-Rhine fans eagerly unleashed their cheers. Alas, what a near miss. Hifong felt as if his heart had momentarily stopped, and it is no exaggeration. It truly halted for a second. Edmund's header narrowly sailed over the crossbar. A collective sigh of relief echoed through Pirate Park Stadium. Edmund clasped his head in disbelief, his eyes wide, unable to fathom how his perfect header could have gone awry. However, this moment of shock was brief. He quickly regained his composure and turned to retreat. He understood that the match was far from over. Now was not the time for despair. During this period, Ruhr-Rhine's offensive was relentless. With the home team Pirates largely on the defensive, Hifong spoke gravely, the underlying concern palpable. The Madrid Pirates, who had dominated the first half, found themselves subdued after conceding a goal in the second half. With their spirits lifted by the equalizer, Ruhr-Rhine seized the momentum and continuously pressed against the Madrid Pirates' defense. Edmund's recent header was merely a reflection of Ruhr-Rhine's vigorous assault during this time. In contrast to the steady and composed style of Bayern Munich, Ruhr-Rhine embodies a team characterized by its audacity and fervor, with passion as their defining trait. This intensity stems from both their football culture and the composition of their squad. Passion necessitates physical stamina, which is why the average age of the players on Ruhr-Rhine's roster is relatively young. Indeed, younger athletes are typically more agile than their older counterparts. During the first half of this UEFA Champions League group stage match, Ruhr-Rhine adhered to their customary tactics, engaging in high pressing to seize the initiative against the Pirates. However, the home team, Madrid Pirates, exhibited a more composed performance, and their overall superiority in strength enabled them to effectively neutralize Ruorine's high-pressing strategy. Consequently, Ruorine faced considerable challenges in the first half, ultimately conceding a goal and falling behind on the scoreboard. At halftime, Ruorine's coach, Kun, decisively altered their strategy, opting for a more pragmatic approach focused on counterattacks. The results were immediate. Not only did Ruorine stabilize their defense, but they also equalized with a counterattack that found the back of the net against Madrid Pirates. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Ruorine would solely rely on defending and countering. In the ever-evolving nature of football, the tactics employed by both teams are subject to continuous adjustment based on the dynamics of the match. Following the equalizer, Kun signaled for a return to their high-pressing strategy, aiming to capitalize on the surge of morale and press the Madrid Pirates into making errors, thereby creating further scoring opportunities. Although Edmund's attempt did not result in a goal, it was evident that their approach was sound. If they continued on this path, a goal was surely imminent. As predicted, following Edmund's missed header, Ruorine intensified their offensive onslaught, while Madrid Pirates shifted to a defensive counterattacking strategy, launching long passes from the backfield to target Hu Lai and Li Qingqing, or sending balls to the flanks for the advancing Tonini and Silvilio. These became the Pirates' fundamental maneuvers during this period. Let us not concede any more goals, Han Xiyu murmured anxiously to herself as she observed the match from the stands. At this juncture, Ruorine clearly held the upper hand, rendering the Madrid Pirates fans noticeably quieter. Consequently, Han Xiyu reduced her habitual self-talk to the camera, fully immersed in the match, neglecting to record any videos. Perhaps she had not yet realized that, as a fan of Real Madrid, such thoughts should not cross her mind. After all, Hu Lai had already scored in this Champions League group stage. What concern was the outcome of the Pirates game to a devoted fan of the Kings? Had she not thought this way before? Yet now, she found herself worried about the potential defeat of the Madrid Pirates. Yanez Edmund attempted a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, only for the ball to be blocked by the central defender Emantegui, ricocheting to the edge of the penalty box. Juan Ramirez seized the opportunity, leaping ahead of setter to contest the aerial ball, deftly directing it towards his midfield partner, Joaquin Bella. Upon receiving the pass, Bella lifted his gaze forward and spotted Hu Lai making a run. Consequently, he opted for a long, sweeping pass aimed at Hu Lai. At this moment, Relane was pressing high, their defensive line advanced, leaving vast expanses of space in the front. Should the ball reach Hu Lai's feet with precision, a potentially lethal one-on-one situation could arise. Relane had just scored against the Madrid Pirates with a swift counterattack, and now they sought to return the favor. This was the Pirates' response. The home fans in the stands at Pirate Park erupted in collective jubilation, regardless of whether this attack would culminate in success. Following the ball forward was Hu Lai, positioned at the forefront. He craned his neck to track the ball as it soared above him. He sprinted after it. Yet the opportunity was far from ideal, for Relane's goalkeeper, Canigis, had decisively abandoned his goal. In such circumstances, the advantage lay with the goalkeeper, as the ball was hurtling towards his direction. Canigis and the ball were in a collision course, and he stood a chance of reaching it before Hu Lai, even if the contact point would likely be outside the penalty area. Nevertheless, this mattered little. Although the rules dictated that a goalkeeper could not handle the ball outside the box, Canigis merely needed to leap and head the ball out of play to thwart this somewhat hasty counterattack by the Madrid Pirates. Despite this, Hu Lai pressed on, determined to reach the ball's landing spot, even if his pursuit appeared futile. Canigis dashed beyond the penalty area, the ball hit the ground, then rebounded high. Hu Lai arrived simultaneously, extending his foot toward the ball. Canigis tucked his hands behind his back, wary of unintentionally handling it. He leaped forward, ready to direct the ball towards the sideline, but he failed to make contact. For just as he sprang into the air, Hu Lai, in a desperate attempt, managed to touch the ball first. However, due to the awkwardness of his effort, he failed to lift the ball over Canigis, nor did he direct it towards the goal. Instead, he inadvertently hooked it back. The ball soared over his own head, landing behind him. Relane's central defender and captain, Noah Baumann, who had been trailing closely, skidded to a halt, aiming to intercept the ball. Hu Lai, having turned around, noticed Baumann lunging for the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked the ball upwards, eluding Baumann. Yet, in doing so, he inadvertently sent the ball further away from the goal. Meanwhile, the previously out-of-position goalkeeper, Canigis, had not lingered outside the penalty area, swiftly turning to race back to the goal. Regardless of the circumstances, the alarm had been downgraded a level, thanks to the diligent captain who had contained Hu Lai, rendering him incapable of posing a direct threat to the goal. When Kanigis had leaped, hoping to head the ball, only to find nothing but air. He had been drenched in cold sweat, fearing Hu Lai might flick the ball past him into the net. Thankfully, that scenario had not materialized. As Kanigis sprinted towards the door, he glanced back to assess the situation. He beheld Hu Lai, still facing away from him, gazing up at the football suspended in the air. Hu Lai had just flicked the ball over Bauman's head, yet the counterattack from the Madrid Pirates seemed to falter. He was moving further away from the goal, and facing away from the direction of the attack. At this juncture, the prudent course of action might have been to secure control of the ball and await the arrival of his teammates. However, Hu Lai was unwilling to adopt this strategy, for he recalled that the opposing goalkeeper had just charged out of the penalty area. Surely he had not yet returned to guard the net. Did this not imply that the Ruhr-Rhein goal was unprotected? Rather than halting the ball to wait for his teammates, he preferred to take a gamble. As he observed the football still soaring through the air, an idea sparked in his mind. He raised his arm, exerted force with his legs, and propelled himself upwards. Bauman, who was poised to close in behind Hu Lai to prevent him from turning, was taken aback as he witnessed Hu Lai leap into the air. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell open, his head tilting back in tandem with Hu Lai's ascent. He was in close proximity to witness the ensuing spectacle. Hu Lai, suspended in midair, used his left foot as a lever, driving his right leg upward. Then, with a striking motion, he connected with the airborne football. Boom! The football soared from that point, tracing a high parabolic arc, as if constructing a bridge in the sky leading to a distant shore. Bauman stood rooted, tilting his head back, his neck following the trajectory of the football, his body turning in tandem, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the ball, eager to discover its ultimate destination. Suddenly, Kanigis, focused intently on his run towards the goal, was startled by the thunderous cheer emanating from the stands. The raucous applause sent a shiver down his spine. He had reached the penalty spot, perilously close to the goal. Had something unexpected occurred? In his haste, he had not yet turned to look back when he saw, within his line of sight, the football descending from the heavens, hurtling towards the goal before him. What was happening? How could the football be here? Kanigis found himself utterly powerless against this ball. He was still a distance away from the goal and could only widen his eyes in astonishment as he watched the football plummet into the open net before him. The ball rebounded off the ground, crossed the goal line, and was ensnared by the net, losing momentum and collapsing to the earth. In that moment, Kanigis himself succumbed to utter exhaustion, sliding to the ground on his knees. What had he witnessed? Was this a miracle? The roar of the crowd at Pirate Park reached a crescendo, as if divine retribution had struck, a bolt of lightning crashing into the Ruhr-Rhein goal. Boom. Chapter 69. This ball should only exist in heaven. Upon realizing the precision of his long pass, Joaquin Bella harbored little hope for this counterattack. He knew he had overhit the ball slightly, unless the opposing goalkeeper, Kanigis, remained huddled in his small goal area, unwilling to emerge. But how could that be? Any competent goalkeeper would not linger idly at the goal, allowing Hu Lai to receive the ball and create a clear shot. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to Hu Lai, who has made another trip for naught. Such sentiments are undoubtedly shared by more than just Joaquin Bella, whether among the players of the Madrid Pirates on the field or the fans in the stands. Everyone believed that the Pirates' offense had come to an abrupt halt from the very beginning. As Li Qingqing ran halfway, he raised his head to assess the situation and instinctively slowed his pace, realizing there was no need to expend unnecessary energy. However, he was taken aback when he witnessed Hu Lai astonishingly reclaiming the football ahead of Kanigis. Li Qingqing quickly resumed his sprint to catch up. He understood that Hu Lai needed support at that moment. After retrieving the ball, he turned, now with his back to the direction of the attack. Under such circumstances, it was evidently impossible to pose a direct threat to Ruhr-Rhein's goal. He had to promptly assist Hu Lai, allowing him to pass the ball, and then reposition himself to open up the play. As he contemplated this, Hu Lai skillfully flicked the ball over the captain of Ruhr-Rhein, Noah Baumann. However, the ball was played further back, and an opposing defender had closed in, necessitating that he accelerate. Li Qingqing hastened his pace. Then he witnessed Hu Lai leap into the air from his position, executing a stunning bicycle kick from a considerable distance away from the goal. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't rush now. I will support you shortly." As he observed the goalkeeper Kanigis charging out of the penalty area in an attempt to intercept the ball, the commentator, Sanchez, maintained a normal tone and pace. Kanigis is coming off his line, and he and Hu are contesting the same ball. Who got there first? He has reclaimed the football. From that point onward, Sanchez's tone intensified, his volume increasing along with his pace, for he realized the pirates' attack was far from over. Noah Bauman. Be careful. Hu. Brilliant. Another flick. 2 consecutive flicks. Well done, Hu Lai, maintaining control of the ball with 2 successive flicks. Now, patience is required, no need to rush. Li Qingqing is already on his way to support him. He Feng praised Hu Lai's impressive consecutive flicks, unable to restrain himself from offering reminders. As if fearing Hu Lai might act impulsively, and as if his words could be heard by Hu Lai himself. Thus, when he saw Hu Lai suddenly leap from his place and opt for a direct overhead kick, he gasped in shock. An overhead kick. Too hasty from this position. No. Wait. Hu Lai. How will Hu handle this? Overhead kick. Overhead kick. Overhead kick. Overhead kick. Amidst Sanchez's relentless and fervent shouts, the football traced an arc through the air, heading straight for the unguarded Hu Lai goal. Simultaneously, every Pirates fan in the stands at Island Park Stadium leapt from their seats, raising their arms in jubilant exclamation. Their cheers converged into a tempest above the stadium. Han Shiyu was among the ecstatic crowd, her phone firmly aimed at the field, exclaiming in astonishment. Hu Lai? Overhead kick? Overhead kick. Hu Lai. Meanwhile, Hu Lisin, who had been seated on the sofa in front of the television, suddenly sprang up, eyes wide as he beheld the scene on the broadcast. His son soaring through the air, executing an overhead kick from a considerable distance away from the goal. At this very moment, goalkeeper Kanigis had just entered the penalty area, still a considerable distance from the goal. If he could merely direct the football within the confines of the goal, it would surely result in a score. Hu Lisin's heart raced violently within his chest, and he found himself unable to suppress his mounting anxiety. He yearned for the scene he envisioned to materialize, yet feared it might merely be a fleeting hope. Whether in the stadium or before the television screen, countless spectators felt as though the football soared through the air for an eternity, tantalizing them all. It was as if the ball was teasing their anticipation until it finally descended before the goal, bounced, crossed the goal line, and fell into the empty net. In that instant, the emotions of everyone were completely released. The first to lose composure was the television commentator. He Feng and Yin Kong roared in unison. Beautiful, beautiful. Hu Lai. A super world-class strike. Simply unbelievable. This goal should only exist in the heavens. Hu Lai had executed an astonishing goal, one that seemed unfathomable in the realm of real football. The Spanish commentator Sanchez, narrating the match live, pushed his vocal cords to their limits. Gol golazo. 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 In Spanish, golazo signifies a great goal, pronounced similarly to golazo. Thus, when listening to Spanish commentary, one often hears the commentator repeatedly exclaiming golazo. 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 A fervent celebration of a remarkable goal. After a brief pause to catch his breath, Sanchez unleashed a barrage of praise. What a splendid goal. A magnificent goal. An extraordinary goal. He deftly flicked the ball twice outside the penalty area, evading the defenders of Hu Lai, and then executed a bicycle kick from over 30 meters away. My goodness. Such a goal, has graced our eyes. The football traced the most exquisite arc through the air, unstoppable by anyone. Neither Bowman nor Kanigis could do anything but watch as the ball found the net. What a magnificent strike. A celestial descent. Absolutely breathtaking. The Island Park Stadium was engulfed in a tremendous storm of excitement. Han Shiyu, amidst the stands, was surrounded by jubilant pirate fans who leapt and cheered fervently. She was among them. What a goal. Brothers, what have I just witnessed? A world-class strike. No. A super world-class strike. Have I ever seen such a distant bicycle kick score? Is this the goal I paid 300 euros to witness? Brothers. Oh my heavens. Who said Hu Lai's goals lack the aesthetic appeal of Mary's? Step forward and apologize to Hu Lai. Is this goal not far more spectacular than Mary's? Unquestionably more thrilling. The visual allure transcends all expectations. The extraordinary strike from Hu Lai is not an isolated moment. Similar feats have been witnessed not only from him, but from others as well. Yet, before today, has anyone ever seen such a bicycle kick? Han Shiyu's question resonated deeply within everyone present. Aside from this very moment, when had they encountered anything like it before? The head coach of the Pirates, Pilati, covered his mouth with both hands, his eyes wide in astonishment as he stared blankly toward the goal of Relaine. He was so taken aback that he forgot to celebrate the goal. The closest to Hu Lai was Noah Baumann, the captain of Relaine, who, after witnessing the entire sequence of events, turned to look at Hu Lai, who was just rising from the ground. In Baumann's eyes, Hu Lai appeared as if he were an unmasked alien. He understood that every remarkable goal contains an element of luck, but surely Hu Lai's fortune was extraordinary. Di Chuanzhua had initially intended to assist Hu Lai, but as he sprinted forward, he was met with the sight of Hu Lai executing that stunning bicycle kick. He had been internally lamenting Hu Lai's eagerness, but now, he said nothing, instead rushing to Hu Lai and bringing him crashing back to the ground. Erupting with exclamations in Italian, demanding, "How did you do that? My God, how did you achieve such a feat?" He didn't seek an answer. He merely wished to express his overwhelming astonishment. As more players from the Pirates, after the initial shock, began to sprint from the backfield, they were eager to partake in the celebration of a goal that could be etched in history. They yearned to be a part of this momentous occasion. Jonas Edmund stood on the field, watching as the jubilant Pirates players rushed past him toward the direction where Hu Lai had been pinned to the ground by his teammates. Recalling the moment he had just witnessed in defense, it felt as though he had seen a comet streaking across the sky, crashing down beyond the horizon. That goal reminded him of what Seth had once told him. "You will surpass him. Your achievements will eclipse his." John, oh John, can I truly be greater than such a person? Will my accomplishments really exceed his? Max Kyrie sat on the sofa in the VIP box, surrounded by esteemed guests who, at this moment, mirrored the fervor of the ordinary Madrid Pirates fans in the stands, cheering, shouting, and unleashing a torrent of expletives. This was a stark contrast to his earlier composed and refined demeanor. In the presence of Hu Lai's brilliance, social status, identity, and wealth became utterly inconsequential. Every fan would undoubtedly celebrate Hu Lai's goal. Kyrie, however, remained seated on the sofa, gazing vacantly at the surging crowd before him. They all raised their arms high, obstructing his view and rendering him nearly blind to the happenings on the field. Yet, it mattered not. The inability to see was of little consequence. It was merely a celebration of madness, more frenzied than usual. Kyrie sat there, seemingly impervious to the deafening cheers, as if he had not heard the uproarious clamor at all. Meanwhile, Sophia leaped up, joining in the celebration like everyone else. Subsequently, she turned her face towards her husband, only to find Kelly sitting alone on the sofa, completely unmoved, appearing rather out of place amidst the jubilant crowd. She should have reminded her husband not to present himself in such a manner on the television broadcast, to avoid providing fodder for the post-match media frenzy. Yet, upon witnessing her husband's despondent expression, she halted her own cheers, staring blankly at him. She realized that her husband perhaps no longer cared about how the media would comment on his relationship with Hu. Chapter 70. The best goal. Hu Lai's goal astounded everyone, not only those present at the match, but also the viewers watching the live broadcast. Discussions abounded regarding his second goal. The television broadcast later replayed the sequence of the goal, freezing the frame as Hu Lai executed an acrobatic bicycle kick, drawing a straight line from his vertical projection on the grass directly to the center of the goal. They even marked the distance, 342 meters, revealing to all that Hu Lai's incredible bicycle kick was executed from 34.2 meters away from the goal. Good heavens, over 34 meters. Could this be the longest bicycle kick goal in Champions League history? Indeed. The previous record for the longest bicycle kick in the Champions League belonged to Alvaro Custodio, whose acrobatic strike was from 27 meters. Not only in the Champions League, this must be the farthest bicycle kick in the world of football. Just yesterday, Melli dribbled past 3 defenders to score, and today, Hu executed a bicycle kick from 34 meters. The Champions League season has barely begun, and the competition for the best goal is already so fierce. Fierce, you say? Is there any doubt left regarding the best goal? Not selecting Hu's strike would imply a scandal. The best goal in the Champions League? I believe this goal will become the FIFA Best Goal of the Year. Regardless of nationality, everyone's attention was captivated by Hu Lai's goal, to the extent that the subsequent match itself seemed unworthy of attention. It is important to note that Hu Lai's goal merely helped the Madrid Pirates regain the lead, but did not guarantee victory. Yet, it seemed that no one was concerned about this fact, even when Di Quinzo secured the victory for the Madrid Pirates with a goal in the 78th minute. Few mentioned it afterward. Di Quinzo's goal, which led the Madrid Pirates to a 3-1 victory over Hu Lai, pale in comparison to Hu Lai's second strike during the match. Post-match, all media outlets and fans were engrossed in discussions about Hu Lai's remarkable goal. The most exhilarated were the Madrid Pirates and Chinese fans. The former even flocked to the official social media account of the Madrid Royal Club, leaving comments such as, "Who else could score such a goal?" This was a direct reference to the commentary of the Madrid Royal radio announcer during the previous day's match, who had remarked that the fans of the Madrid Royals should not lament missing Hu Lai's brilliance, as Meli was more than capable of scoring such a magnificent goal. In an effort to console the fans of the Madrid Kings, or perhaps to bolster their morale, such comments might seem quite reasonable. However, the individual in question chose to invoke Hu Lai at the end, attempting to elevate one while disparaging the other, which understandably irked many supporters of both Hu Lai and the Madrid Pirates. In today's digital age, what news can truly remain concealed? Following the remarks made by the official commentator of the Madrid Kings radio station, this statement was seized upon by Meli and the fans of the Madrid Kings, who then elaborated upon it extensively. They ingeniously carved out a new competitive arena, not to compare goals scored, but to measure the magnificence of the goals themselves. This has become rather irksome. Admittedly, Meli's dribbling ability surpasses that of Hu Lai, as evidenced by a particular goal he scored against St. Petersburg Metallurg, which, in the grand scheme of his career, is not particularly rare. Yet, each player's attributes are distinct. For the fans of the Madrid Kings to employ this comparison to create a rivalry between Meli and Hu Lai comes off as rather lowbrow. After all, regardless of how spectacular Meli's goal may be, it remains just one goal. It cannot equate to two simply because of its aesthetic appeal. Rather than utilizing existing comparative standards, they insist on establishing conditions that favor Meli, clearly indicating an intent to ensure his victory at all costs. This was precisely the crux of the contention between the fan bases. Supporters of the Madrid Pirates and Hu Lai felt that the Madrid Kings were resorting to extreme measures to secure a win for Meli, which they deemed utterly shameless. Meanwhile, the supporters of the Madrid Kings and Meli proudly asserted, if Meli can achieve this, why can't Hu Lai? They were quite certain that Hu Lai could never replicate Meli's solo prowess. However, they overlooked a critical point. The definition of a spectacular goal is not singular. Not only goals that involve dribbling past multiple players can be deemed magnificent. Consequently, retribution came swiftly. The following day, during the UEFA Champions League group match, Hu Lai scored an undeniably spectacular goal. This moment was then thrown back in the faces of their rival fans. Could they dare claim this goal was not impressive? While Meli may be capable of weaving through defenders, could he score a backheel goal from 35 meters out? The fans exchanged barbs, engaging in heated online disputes. This time, Meli and the Madrid Kings supporters were truly at a loss. In the face of Hu Lai's indisputable brilliance, their arguments held no weight. That goal was simply breathtaking. Following the match, whether from mainstream media, online influencers, or football legends and journalists, accolades for Hu Lai's goal poured in. Bobby Klein, a former England international and host of the renowned Sky Sports show Season in Progress, took to Twitter immediately after Hu Lai's goal, stating, "I mentioned yesterday that Meli's goal was unparalleled, and indeed, it was extraordinary. I stand by that opinion. However, my apologies to Meli, in my eyes, whose goal is a rare treasure. It is truly a divine gift." Klein is renowned as the amiable figure in the football world, always praising others and sparing feelings, rarely making particularly controversial statements. However, this time, he could not refrain from allowing Meli to serve as a stepping stone for Hu Lai. Moreover, his remarks garnered substantial support and did not stir much controversy. As he articulated, Hu Lai's goal was a divine gift, a rare encounter. In the face of such a goal, Meli's impressive feat of dribbling past 3 defenders appeared rather commonplace. While Meli's fans might argue that Hu Lai's goal was merely a stroke of luck, they would only invite ridicule. As every magnificent goal is inevitably intertwined with a touch of fortune, who dares claim their stunning long-range strike was devoid of luck? If that were the case, could Meli's goal not also be deemed a lucky one? During his sequence of dribbling past 3 St. Petersburg Metallurg players, if luck had not favored him and the opponents had opted to foul, that goal would have never materialized. Aside from Klein, former Portuguese international Custodio, who once set the record for the furthest overhead kick in the Champions League, also shared his thoughts after the match regarding the shattering of his record. "I did not watch the live broadcast, but after Hu's goal, I immediately learned about it from my family and friends. It was truly a spectacular goal, both in terms of distance from the goal and the two preceding flicks. Along with the difficulty of the overhead kick itself, it was a work of art. I am delighted that my record has been surpassed by such a goal. The official accounts of UEFA and the Champions League subsequently selected Hu Lai's goal as the best of the round. This outcome signifies that Meli's goal against St. Petersburg Metallurg could hardly be considered for the season's best goal. Whether Hu Lai's 34-meter overhead kick will be awarded as the season's best remains uncertain, but Meli's goal is certainly disqualified. After all, if it cannot even claim the title of the round's best goal, what basis exists for it to be deemed the season's best? On the flight back to Dortmund from Madrid, Set noticed his friend Edmund was unusually downcast and inquired, "What's wrong? Regretting not swapping jerseys with Hu?" After that match, Hu Lai had proactively sought out Edmund to fulfill his pre-match wish of exchanging jerseys. However, Edmund had declined. This surprised even Hu Lai. Edmund, with a serious demeanor, explained, "I said I would only swap jerseys if I scored. Since I did not score in the match, I cannot take your jersey." "Are you serious?" Hu Lai asked, perplexed. "Yes, I am serious. I did not perform well in this match, so I cannot accept your jersey." "All right," Hu Lai responded with a smile, waving goodbye to Edmund, thus leaving Edmund empty-handed. Nevertheless, Edmund did not dwell on this matter. "I am still pondering, can I ever measure up to someone like him?" Edmund confided his doubts to Seth, who chuckled in response. "Why not? It is precisely because Hu is so formidable that he is worth chasing after. Everyone aspires to scale Mount Everest because it is the highest peak in the world. The stronger Hu is, the more determined you should be, right, Janus? Why do you appear so intimidated now?" Hearing this, Edmund retorted, "Hu is afraid." "Not afraid. That's good. Next time we face them, you can trade goals for Hu's jersey." Seth patted Edmund's shoulder. Chapter 71. A whip-like opponent. The day following the UEFA Champions League match, a video surfaced online, showcasing the training session of the Madrid Kings players. It appeared to be a typical practice, devoid of any peculiarities. The players donned training vests of various colors, engaged in group drills. However, at the 10-second mark, as the ball soared beyond the penalty area, Meli suddenly leaped into the air, attempting an acrobatic kick. Alas, his effort sent the ball soaring high into the sky, akin to a cannon shot. The video abruptly ended there. This footage, captured on a mobile device, exhibited a shaky and unstable quality. Clearly not the work of an official Madrid Kings media representative. After undergoing several compressions, the clarity diminished, yet it mattered little, for even in such a poor resolution, it was evident that Meli was the one who had sent the ball skyward with his acrobatic attempt. This clip was disseminated by a reporter known to be sympathetic to the Madrid Pirates, leaving little doubt as to its intent. As anticipated, the comments section below the video was inundated with derision from numerous Madrid Pirates fans, mocking Meli. "Oh dear, is he trying to imitate Hu with a 35-meter bicycle kick?" While the actual distance of Hu's bicycle kick was 34.2 meters, the casual discourse rounded it up to 35 meters. As the fans spread the word, Hu's kick had transformed into a legendary 35 meters. Hu scores with a bicycle kick in a match, while Meli can only attempt one in training, and still fails. If I were Meli, seeing Hu score a bicycle kick would mean I wouldn't attempt one for at least a month. Meli's actions only confirm that he indeed falls short compared to Hu. Haha. The club was investigating who had leaked the training video. Agent Alfonso Candela set down his phone. Having just concluded a call with the club, he expressed his outrage regarding the breach of privacy concerning the internal training footage. The Kings Club assured him they would thoroughly investigate the matter, promising to provide answers to Meli and the others if an insider was indeed responsible. This incident was particularly egregious. What was merely an ordinary failed bicycle kick during training should not have garnered such attention under any other circumstances. However, just after Hu Lai executed a stunning bicycle kick, the release of this video seemed to carry ulterior motives. Suddenly, Meli transformed from a heavenly prodigy into the butt of everyone's jokes. How infuriating! To take an ordinary training video and twist its context, inciting discord. Even after ending the call, Candela remained exceedingly upset. What does a bicycle kick in training have to do with Hu? It's utterly disgusting. Of course, there is a connection. Before Candela could finish his thought, Meli interjected, leaving him momentarily speechless. He turned to Meli with a puzzled expression. The Argentine prodigy shook his head and explained. "In that moment, I genuinely wanted to see if I could score from such a distance with a bicycle kick." He pointed to the screen of his phone, which displayed the video of his failed attempt. That goal involved a significant element of luck, not just you. But if you asked him to attempt it again under the same circumstances, he would fail 100 times out of 100. Candela quickly retorted. Certainly, it was luck. Yet, he managed to score. Regardless of whether it was fortune or not, from now on. The record for the longest bicycle kick goal in world football will belong to Hu until it is broken. Thus, debating luck at this point is futile. We need not entangle ourselves like those fans, questioning whether Hu was merely lucky. The goal stands as a fact. Upon hearing Mei's words, Candela was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Mei continued, "It is evident that Hu is an exceptionally formidable opponent. In certain aspects, I truly do not measure up to him." Candela, thinking Mei was feeling disheartened, quickly offered words of comfort. "You and he are not of the same playing style, Mei. Such comparisons are overly simplistic." Yet, Mei smiled and interrupted, "Alfonso, you misunderstand. When I say I do not measure up to him, it is not out of despair, rather. It is through acknowledging this that I can strive for improvement." "Strive for improvement?" Candela inquired. "Indeed," Mei nodded, confiding in his agent, Alfonso Candela, someone with whom he was intimately familiar. "I am aware of how the outside world perceives me. They proclaim me a future superstar, a standout among the young talents in contemporary football. Whether it be Carbonca, Ricardo Barria of Tremede, or any others, they do not compare to me. I have heard it so often that I have begun to believe it myself." Upon hearing Mei's declaration, Candela refrained from interrupting this time, listening intently and patiently. He had known Mei since he was very young, having recognized his potential when Mei was signed to the Royal Youth Team, subsequently securing a lucrative management contract with him. Over the years of collaboration, their relationship had evolved far beyond a mere business arrangement of profit-sharing. They had grown to share a bond akin to that of family. Now, hearing Mei speak so earnestly, Candela realized that Mei was engaging in meaningful reflection, a process that would ultimately benefit him. Mei continued, "Yes, it sounds as if they are correct. I have won the UEFA Champions League, and not just once, but twice. In the realm of the club's accolades, I have secured every conceivable title: League Champion, Copa del Rey Champion, Spanish Super Cup Champion, UEFA Super Cup Champion, and FIFA Club World Cup Champion. Aside from my pursuits with the national team, I find little else to aspire to." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Moreover, post-Salados, I will undoubtedly emerge as the principal star of the Kings. Simply perfect. Wouldn't you agree, Alfonso?" Candela nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is the case. In today's football landscape, the once revered quartet of legends has aged, some retiring, their influence significantly diminished. Both media and fans are now more enamored with the burgeoning talents of the age cohort epitomized by Mei. Among this new generation, Mei undeniably stands at the forefront, with others trailing behind. Even Cabanca, long considered Mei's peer, pales in comparison to Mei in terms of club honors, naturally resulting in a disparity in stature and acclaim. This season, Mei's significance within the Kings has surged dramatically. The club appears intent on sculpting Mei into the next iconic superstar. Tactical arrangements and media resources are decidedly tilted in Mei's favor. In this regard, both Alfonso Candela and the Kings share a mutual understanding, and as Mei's agent, he naturally welcomes this development. Although Mei has yet to clinch the Ballon d'Or or the FIFA World Player of the Year award, Candela is confident that if the current trajectory continues, it will not be long before Mei achieves these coveted pinnacles that every professional player dreams of. Mei possesses the talent, and the Kings offer the resources. It is a seamless alignment. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Mei furrowed his brow and continued, "Everything seems to come too easily. Last season, I even found myself somewhat complacent. To call it complacency may be a bit harsh, considering Mei scored 38 goals across all club competitions last season. If such a performance is deemed lackluster, then few players in the world could be considered professional. However, from another perspective, Mei does have a point. The Kings were eliminated from both the League and the Champions League last season, securing only a rather inconsequential Copa del Rey title. The reasons behind this are complex, yet Mei feels a sense of accountability. Had his performance been slightly better, especially in key matches, perhaps he could have altered the final outcome. If he could lead the Kings to reclaim the Champions League title, then the upcoming Ballon d'Or would surely be his. Candela, upon hearing Mei suggest his last season's performance was lackadaisical, felt compelled to interject with a counterargument. In his view, Mei's performance last season was commendable. Although the club's total goals may not have surpassed those of Hu Lai, who served as the offensive linchpin at Leeds, Meli's role as the Kings' finisher was largely overshadowed by Solace. It is only this season that Meli has begun to receive greater freedom to take shots. Thus, to score 38 goals amidst such circumstances across the league, Copa del Rey, and Champions League is truly remarkable. Such performance undoubtedly merits the accolades bestowed upon Meri by the public. However, Candela hesitated, swallowing his words, for he realized that regardless of Meri's true performance last season, if he could not settle for mediocrity and continued to strive for improvement, why should he deter him from doing so? Indeed, Meri subsequently remarked, "Fortunately, at this juncture, Hu has arrived in Madrid, and he has become a genuine rival to me. Each week, I receive updates about him and witness his performances. He serves as a whip, rousing me from complacency, making me understand here." Meri lifted his gaze towards Candela, making me understand that if I remain idle, he will surpass me. Those things that everyone takes for granted will drift away from me, and I will be left with nothing. This time, Candela refrained from searching for excuses to comfort Meri. Instead, he nodded solemnly and said, "You are correct, Meri." Meri smiled, his joy evident. "Alfonso, I am truly delighted that you think this way. I feared you might consider me overly sentimental." Candela's face bore the proud smile of a mentor witnessing the success of his protege. "How could I? I have always believed you would become the best player in the world. However, to achieve greatness, one must persistently maintain the drive to advance. It is an immense fortune in your career to have a rival who spurs you on, much like the four heavenly kings, who continuously compete and elevate one another." Chapter 72. Where has your Hu gone? The Madrid Pirates counterattack. He has retrieved the ball. He has lobbed it over Bauman's head. A bicycle kick. He has executed a bicycle kick. My God, the ball has gone in. The ball has gone in. It is utterly unbelievable. Hu has scored with an acrobatic kick from such a distance. The television is broadcasting a thrilling highlights reel of the Champions League group stage. The fervent commentary comes from British commentator Matthew Cox. In the White Rose pub, patrons gaze upward at the screen, captivated by the goal. Someone mused, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel that since Hu moved to Madrid, he has become a phenomenon in Europe." Another countered, "That's merely because he used to be at Leeds City, where we saw news about him daily, so it didn't seem remarkable. Consider the Pirates fans now. They too can see his news every day. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Hu has gained more fame than before, especially since the Pirates are a true powerhouse. Regardless of how the Pirates fare, I genuinely miss Hu." This sentiment resonated with everyone, prompting a collective sigh. In another Champions League group match held yesterday, Leeds City faced Kiev away but was held to a 0-0 draw, failing to score and secure all 3 points. In fact, since the new season commenced, Leeds City has encountered significant challenges. Hu Lai's departure has had a profound impact on the team. The tactics of Leeds City primarily revolve around an offensive strategy. Their prior achievements have been firmly anchored in their ability to score goals. It is precisely this capability that enables them to pose a threat to their opponents and seize control of the match. However, should they fail to find the net, their threat diminishes significantly. Opponents may then conclude that if Leeds City cannot challenge their goal, their attacking football merely provides an opportunity for counterattacks. Consequently, what was once an advantage for Leeds City has transformed into a disadvantage. As their offensive play loses its potency, the flaws in their defense become glaringly apparent. After 4 rounds of the new Premier League season, Leeds City has recorded 2 draws and 2 defeats, yet to secure a victory. With only 2 points, they languish in 17th place, facing a precarious situation. They have scored 4 goals but conceded 11. Such a performance understandably leaves fans dissatisfied, leading to a nostalgic longing for Hu Lai. This season, Leeds City has indeed placed greater emphasis on defense, even enlisting a coach adept in defensive strategies to enhance the team's defensive capabilities. Yet, the transition in tactics is not an overnight endeavor. Players accustomed to the previous attacking style find it challenging to adapt to the new post-Hu Lai football. Observing Hu Lai's departure from Leeds City to the Madrid Pirates, where he has consistently found the back of the net in every match, scoring 9 goals across 5 games, is undoubtedly bittersweet for Leeds fans. The pang of longing is palpable. At this moment, Hu Zijing is engaged in light warm-up exercises in the designated area beside the Flanders Stadium. However, this does not imply that he is about to take the field. As a substitute, it is unlikely he would only begin warming up when called to play. Not every substitution allows for a leisurely warm-up before entering the game. Sometimes, players are called upon due to injuries or unexpected decisions by the head coach. In such instances, there is no time for a slow warm-up. Readiness must be immediate. Therefore, to ensure substitutes are always prepared to enter the fray, players on the bench are frequently summoned in batches to warm up along the sidelines. Currently, Zhou Zijing is warming up alongside some teammates. This routine warm-up does not guarantee his participation in the match. After a brief warm-up, returning to the bench to observe the game is the norm. In fact, being able to warm up by the sidelines is already a considerable privilege for Zhou Zijing. It is worth noting that throughout August, he was unable even to make the matchday squad for Leeds City, let alone warm up on the sidelines. Now, at the very least, he can watch the game from a closer vantage point, which feels more exclusive than the VIP boxes above. Yet, Zhou Zijing does not desire this VIP treatment. He yearns for more. Having joined Leeds City in mid-July, 2 months have passed. Although he has participated in some inconsequential warm-up matches, he has yet to set foot on the pitch in an official game for Leeds City. After the national team match, perhaps due to his scoring in that game, he was finally selected for the squad. However, in both the recent Premier League encounter against Highlanders and the Champions League match against Kiev, despite being named on the roster, he remained on the bench for the entirety of both matches, unable to contribute on the pitch. Leeds United managed a draw of 1-1 against Highlanders and a 0-0 stalemate against Kiev. As a forward, Zhou Zijing could only watch from the sidelines, feeling utterly frustrated at his inability to assist his team in scoring. Given such a lackluster performance, how could one expect Leeds fans to forget Hu Lai? They are presently yearning for his return, as the once formidable Leeds United has now encountered a striking deficiency. In previous matches, Coach Clark explored various attacking combinations. Yet, regardless of the formation, the results were less than satisfactory. Last season, Rasky performed commendably, largely due to Hu Lai's presence, which drew significant defensive attention away from him, alleviating his pressure. With Hu Lai's departure, the Polish player now faces the brunt of the opponent's defensive focus alone. He struggles to capitalize on rare attacking opportunities as Hu Lai once did, which frequently places Leeds in precarious positions, vulnerable to counterattacks. In the upcoming home match against London Mars, Clark opted for Lorenzo to start alongside Rasky, hoping to leverage the tall striker's aerial prowess to create chances for Rasky. However, the Italian forward, now in the twilight of his career, exhibits a noticeable decline in physicality and skill. Despite his diligent training, he cannot compensate for the effects of age and finds himself outmatched in duels against the defenders of London Mars. In the first half, buoyed by the support of their home crowd, Leeds maintained a semblance of dominance. However, after failing to secure a goal before halftime, their offensive momentum waned significantly. As the second half commenced, London Mars intensified their counterattacks, leaving Leeds' defense increasingly precarious. Throughout this ordeal, Zhou Zijing could only observe from the sidelines. Expecting Leeds fans to forget Hu Lai now seems an insurmountable task. Just moments ago, Leeds supporters began to chant Hu's song, a melody that should have echoed after his goals. Yet, with Hu Lai's transfer, it seemed they had lost the opportunity to sing it. Its sudden resurgence during this match signifies a clear sentiment. The fans are reminiscing about Hu Lai, particularly in this context, where their own team struggles offensively, while Hu Lai dazzles with a brace in the recent Champions League group stage. His second goal being an extraordinary long-range bicycle kick that has captivated all of Europe. In comparison, Zhou Zijing feels like an unnoticed player, yet to make an appearance for Leeds. He originally believed that only he lived under the shadow of Hu Lai, only to discover that the entire Leeds City was, in fact, enveloped by that same shadow, and yet he still dared to proclaim his intention to defeat him. Zhou Zijing found this rather amusing. Not to mention Hu Lai. He was even inferior to Luo Kai. At least Luo Kai had begun to play matches in Trade, albeit as a substitute, which was a promising sign. And what about him? He had not even made his debut. It was truly disheartening. The comparison was unbearable. When would the era belonging to Zhou Zijing finally arrive? Or could it still come? Just as Zhou Zijing was engulfed in his turmoil, the game took an unexpected turn. The London Mars, who had maintained the upper hand, executed a rapid counterattack that breached the Leeds City defense, culminating in a goal by their Australian young forward, Benjamin Torrio. Leeds City was now trailing at home. While the Leeds City fans were still lamenting and suffering over the conceded goal, Benjamin Torrio, the scorer, executed a surprising maneuver. He sprinted towards the corner flag, leaped into the air, performed a 180-degree turn, and landed with his arms flung backward. Although his execution was far from perfect, it was evident to all that this was Hu Lai's signature celebration. Scoring against Leeds City on their home ground, and then replicating the iconic celebration of a legendary Leeds player. What could this possibly signify? But there was more to come. After scoring, Torrio gestured towards the Leeds City stands, mimicking a searching motion. "Where has your Hu Lai gone?" The Flanders Stadium erupted. A storm of boos formed instantaneously. The Leeds City players, initially consumed by regret over the goal they conceded, now stood with heads in hands, faces contorted in agony. Upon witnessing Torrio's celebration, their expressions changed dramatically. They glared furiously and rushed to confront him. Meanwhile, the other players of the London Mars hurriedly intervened to protect their teammate. Thus began a shoving match, with players from both sides clashing together. The boos from the stands mingled with the shouts of Leeds City fans. Stunned by the cacophony, Zhou Zijing could only exclaim, "What on earth is happening?" Chapter 73. Catching up to his former pace, Ferrek Quinn was seething with rage. Pointing at the goal scorer Benjamin Torrio and shouting, "You little brat, come do that in front of me again. Watch me not take you down." He was forcefully pushed away by Jay Adams, who continuously urged him, "Calm down. Ferrek, calm down. You'll be in trouble if you get a card. Even a yellow card isn't worth it. Damn it, this is too much." Quinn spat, struggling as he cursed. He was not the only Leeds City player filled with such anger. Junping Senkawa was the first to charge toward Torrio, and had it not been for Peter Williams's quick reflexes in restraining him, he might have toppled the Australian to the ground. However, while Peter managed to hold back Senkawa, he could not stop Kamara, who rushed forward and forcefully shoved Benjamin Torrio. The latter fell to the ground, inciting even greater chaos. Not only were the players of Leeds City consumed by fury, but the fans in the stands shared their indignation. In the north stand of Flanders Stadium, Levin was gesturing provocatively with both middle fingers raised, bellowing, "You cursed Australian. You're as good as dead. How dare you celebrate here?" David Miller and his companions echoed the sentiment. Meanwhile, the fans in the front rows, closer to the pitch, attempted to scale the advertising boards, striving to breach the layers of security to physically confront Benjamin Torrio. Fortunately, the security personnel remained vigilant, preventing such an escalation. Thus, they continued to hurl insults and make crude gestures at Torrio from behind the protective barrier. Everyone recognized the meaning behind Torrio's actions, a blatant provocation. His celebration was a mocking reminder of Leeds City's recent struggles following Hu Lai's departure, likening them to a toothless tiger. It was akin to tearing open a scab, exposing raw flesh, and dousing it with salt. Who could endure such a slight? Yet, Torrio appeared unfazed by the turmoil he had incited. Shielded by his teammates, he persisted in his taunts, defiantly pointing at Kamara and Quinn, seemingly undeterred by the vitriol directed at him by Leeds City's players and supporters. From the sidelines, Tony Clark inquired of his assistant coach, Sam Randier, "Do we have any old scores with London Mars?" Randier furrowed his brow, contemplating. "Last season we split victories, and the season prior, we triumphed in both encounters. But those were standard matches with no underlying tales. Indeed, there were no narratives detailing the encounters with London Mars. What is this fellow thinking?" Clark gestured toward the protected Torrio. Randier shrugged. "Who knows? Perhaps the Australian has lost his wits. He may believe that this will provoke us, inciting our impatience." "Provoke us?" Clark scoffed, suddenly commanding Randier, "Sam, go fetch Zhou. I need him on the field." Randier nodded and dashed toward the warm-up area. Clark then turned to the fourth official, gesturing broadly to protest Torrio's provocations, asserting that failing to issue a reprimand would be utterly unjustifiable. Zhou Zijing stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the unfolding conflict. He was then tapped on the shoulder by a teammate, who pointed toward the assistant coach, saying, "The assistant coach is calling for you." Zhou glanced over to see Randier beckoning him. "Zhou, come back." He hurried over. "Follow me," Randier instructed tersely, merely nodding in Clark's direction. Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such unexpected fortune. He realized what this gesture implied. He was likely to be substituted onto the field. His debut in the Premier League is imminent. The celebration gesture by Torrio was rather unsportsmanlike. He surely must comprehend its implications, as his actions were deliberate. On the television screen, commentator He-Feng was vociferously condemning Benjamin Torrio's recent celebration. Meanwhile, on Chinese social media, There were countless voices expressing even more fervent criticism. All Chinese fans extended their warm regards to the family of the 24-year-old Australian international, with even Torio's dog not escaping the ire. In front of the television, Zhou Shanghai was also venting his frustration. His discontent stemmed not from his allegiance to Hu Lai, but rather from Torio's provocation towards Lead City. For his own son was a player for Lead City, thus he naturally sided with them. In the midst of his tirade, the broadcast abruptly shifted to Zhou Zijing, who was standing beside Coach Clark. Zhou Shanghai ceased his complaints and leapt from the sofa, clenching his fist. He knew that his son was about to take the field. Ultimately, the on-field conflict was quelled after various interventions. The referee issued a yellow card to the provocative Torio and similarly penalized Kamara for pushing him down. Such an equitable distribution of penalties did not appease the Lead City fans in the stands, who continued to boo and hurl insults. It was entirely predictable that, from this point on, whenever Torio touched the ball, he would be met with a deluge of jeers. Following the resolution of the conflict, Lead City made a substitution. Number 18, Zhou Zijing, replaced the captain, number 9, Lorenzo Esposito. He Feng's tone elevated as he set aside previous events. Zhou Zijing was about to make his entrance. This was his first Premier League match. It marked his inaugural appearance since venturing abroad. Yan Kong remarked beside him. It is not surprising that Zhou Zijing replaced Lorenzo. Their playing styles are similar, yet Zhou Zijing holds the advantage of youth and should prove to be more threatening on the field. As Zhou Zijing sprinted onto the pitch, he was met with only a smattering of boos, for the majority of Lead City's fans had directed their fury towards Benjamin Torio. This alleviated the pressure on him significantly. Before leaving the field, Lorenzo passed the captain's armband to Peter Williams, who donned it with pride and shouted to his teammates, "Guys, we absolutely cannot allow that London scoundrel to act with such impunity. They must understand the consequences of inciting our wrath. Let them know our strength." The Lead City players roared in agreement, glaring at the players from London Mars. Since the beginning of the new season, they had been struggling, bearing immense pressure and harboring pent-up frustration. Now, this frustration desperately sought an outlet, and London Mars had unwittingly provided it. As Zhou Zijing raced onto the field, the atmosphere was charged, almost incendiary. He could hear the shouts ringing in his ears, and his body, which had just warmed up, felt ablaze once more. This is the Premier League. This is the very competition Hu Lai had experienced time and again. At long last, I have finally caught up with his former strides. Subsequently, Zhou Zijing directed his gaze toward the opposing forward, Benjamin Torio. It is thanks to your antics, young man, that I now have the opportunity to play. In return, I shall ensure that you experience a thorough defeat. Hee. Torio abruptly sensed an unfriendly gaze directed his way. Following it, he spotted the towering Chinese player who had just entered the match. Upon noticing Torio's glance, the other party unexpectedly flashed a toothy grin. Torio was utterly perplexed. What is there to smile about? Is this a sign of madness? After a brief interruption lasting several minutes, the match resumed. The London Mars team, having scored, intended to seize the moment and press their advantage. However, upon the restart, they encountered formidable resistance. As Torio seized the ball in the forward position, preparing to surge ahead, he was abruptly tackled from the side by Junpei Senkawa. He fell to the ground, losing possession in the process. Lying on the grass, Torio raised his arms, appealing to the referee for a foul against Senkawa. Yet, the referee offered no response. Instead, a cacophony of boos erupted from the stands. A chorus from the Lead City fans directed at Torio. What a splendid tackle. It was impeccably executed. Senkawa's clean interception ended the London Mars offensive thrust. Quickly regaining his feet, Senkawa controlled the ball and passed it forward, continuing his run without even glancing at Torio. Infuriated, Torio struck the turf in frustration and stood up amidst the jeers, vowing silently to himself, "Just you wait. I shall score in this match, and I will net even more goals to completely vanquish you." Peter Williams glanced around swiftly before distributing the ball to Kamara while shouting in French, "Cross it in directly." With the towering forward Lorenzo starting, Lead City's strategy was inherently straightforward. Given the heightened emotions, there was no chance of engaging in a drawn-out exchange with their rivals. A more aggressive approach was inevitable. This style, while perhaps lacking in technical sophistication, perfectly suited the current Lead City squad. Upon hearing Peter's encouragement, Kamara promptly took a shot and delivered a cross. The ball arced through the air, soaring into the penalty area of London Mars. There, a figure leapt skyward, outpacing the central defenders of London Mars, and headed the ball toward the goal. It veered off. Alas, Zhou Zijing's header went astray. He Feng exclaimed in disappointment. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. Keep shooting. Having the audacity to attempt is commendable. Yin Kong praised Zhou Zijing from the sidelines, asserting that such confidence is essential. Although the header missed, it was evident that Zhou Zijing was not intimidated. This is indeed a positive sign. As Zhou Zijing landed and saw the ball fail to find the net, he lamented, clasping his head in despair. This was his first touch since entering the game. Even Hu Lai, in his debut for Leeds City, did not score on his first touch. If he could have scored that goal, wouldn't he have surpassed Hu Lai in his debut? Alas, alas, just as Zhou Zijing lamented his missed opportunity. The goalkeeper of London Mars warned his teammates, do not let that lad easily make contact with the ball. He gestured toward Zhou, who was clutching his head in despair. Chapter 74. Indifferent to surroundings. Although Zhou Zijing did not achieve the remarkable feat of scoring on his first touch in his debut, Leeds City's offense surged in the wake of his near header. The players were already brimming with pent-up energy, akin to a dozen barrels of gunpowder, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. A perilous situation indeed. Zhou's exceptional display provided them with an ideal outlet for their frustrations. It was as if molten lava, in tumult beneath the earth, sought a weak point to erupt. Once discovered, the searing magma would burst forth, capable of unleashing cataclysmic volcanic eruptions. Now, Flanders Stadium resembled the mouth of a volcano, with the Leeds City players embodying the scalding lava, having demonstrated his aerial prowess with that earlier header. The remaining task was straightforward. Launch the football toward his head. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches and weighing in at 192 pounds, Zhou was no slight figure. And even on the Premier League stage, his physicality was formidable. When the central defenders of London Mars underestimated him merely because he was Chinese, they soon realized that this player was as robust as an ox. Wait, his performance is indeed better than we initially expected? The fans in the North Stand, clad in white roses, were taken aback by Zhou's display. Regardless of how well he performs, he cannot compare to Hu. David Miller scoffed in indignation. With such a performance, he dares to suggest we forget Hu? Who does he think he is? However, his son, Matthew, retorted, there is no need to compare him with Hu. How many are there in this world who surpass Hu's prowess? As long as he helps us enhance our offense, isn't that sufficient? David shot his son a glare, ignoring him. Yet, upon observing the field again, he could indeed see that Leeds City's offensive threat had significantly increased. With a powerful striker now on the pitch, their attack gained focus and could maintain possession in the final third, alleviating the prior concern of easily losing the ball in that area. Consequently, the two fullbacks felt emboldened to push forward. With the audacity to commit more players to the attack, Leeds City's offensive threat naturally grew. When Ferret Quinn received the ball on the left flank, Zhou's forward movement compelled the London Mars defense back into their penalty area, creating a relatively open space at the edge of their box. Consequently, Quinn opted not to deliver a direct pass toward the goal, but instead laid it off to Jay Adams in the center, who, unmarked, unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Though the London Mars goalkeeper managed to deflect the football, the Leeds City fans in the stands were filled with exhilaration, erupting in cheers to rally their team. A corner kick was awarded to Leeds City, prompting the London Mars players to retreat into their penalty area to bolster their defense. Among them was the 186-meter-tall forward, Benjamin Torrio. As a striker, his heading ability was commendable, and his lack of speed rendered him more suited for aerial defense than for counterattacks. Upon entering the penalty area, Torrio noticed a Chinese player smiling at him, a smile that unnerved him as he pondered its meaning. Dismissing the eccentricity, he focused on his designated position just outside the small box at the back post. In front of him stood two central defenders from London Mars, entangled with two central defenders from Leeds City. Torrio was responsible for guarding the back post, flanked by another Leeds City forward, Dominic Lasky. The two stood closely together, with Torrio spreading his arms in a protective manner, while simultaneously signaling to the referee that he had not made contact with Lasky. The penalty area was densely populated with players from both teams, a veritable tangle of bodies. Zhou Zijing did not push forward to the goal, as he was also marked. Once both sides were ready, Leeds City took the corner. Peter Williams did not deliver the ball directly from the corner flag into the goal area. Instead, he gently nudged it sideways to Kamara, who was waiting nearby, a tactical corner. The Frenchman, after stopping the ball, feigned a direct advance, causing the two London Mars defenders in front of him to retreat, thus creating space for a cross. At the moment Kamara struck the ball, Zhou Zijing initiated his run. He first pretended to dash toward the near post, deceiving the defender assigned to him, who then positioned himself incorrectly, allowing Zhou to suddenly halt and pivot toward the back post. In the midst of the chaotic penalty area, the opposing players had lost track of Zhou, who turned and leaped toward the back post. Torio was engaged in a contest with Lasky, who attempted to break free and run toward the back post. But Torio effectively blocked him with his body. The football was approaching the back post. As long as he prevented Lasky from jumping to the ball's trajectory, his defensive effort would be deemed successful. Just as Torio contemplated this, a figure suddenly entered his peripheral vision. When he recognized who it was, he was struck with alarm. It was the Chinese player. Zhou was soaring toward his position. In a moment of panic, Torio abandoned his focus on Lasky and leapt into the air, striving to contest the ball. It was too late. Just as he took off, Zhou had already ascended. His presence fierce and formidable, akin to an enraged bull, crashing into his embrace. Zhou Zijing almost collided with Torio, but in that very instant, he connected with the ball using his forehead. The sensation of contact vanished almost instantly, as if it were a reflexive blink. When he opened his eyes once more, he beheld a football nestled within the net of the goal ahead, spinning idly. Beside him, or rather beneath him, Benjamin Torio had lost his balance, his body tilting uncontrollably downwards. Simultaneously, he lifted his head, staring in astonishment at the towering Zhou Zijing. He could hardly fathom that this Chinese giant had scored a goal over him. Zhou Zijing, he stuttered, equally taken aback that Zhou Zijing had managed to find the net in his debut overseas match. What a magnificent play! A header into the goal. Zhou Zijing had also netted his inaugural goal since joining Leeds United. The timing of this goal was nothing short of perfect. Zhou. Oh yes. Zhou. He has scored. A debut goal. Ah, this truly reminds me of another Chinese player. The other Chinese player mentioned by Matthew Cox was undoubtedly Hu Lai. When Hu Lai first donned the Leeds jersey, he too had scored on his debut. Now, Zhou Zijing followed a similar path, coming off the bench in his debut, rising to the occasion, and finding the back of the net. Whether this is mere coincidence or a twist of fate remains uncertain. Yet Matthew Cox felt a twinge of nostalgia. Leeds United had lost Hu Lai, but now, perhaps as a divine compensation, they had been gifted another Chinese player who scored on his debut. A goal has been scored. The fans in the north stand, clad in white roses, were left agape, astonished that the player they had disdained, Zhou Zijing, had indeed scored. Livon turned to his superior, David Miller. Shall we cheer, David? For a moment, David Miller was at a loss for words. However, the rising chorus of cheers around him provided the answer. His son, too, could hardly contain his excitement. With a sigh, David Miller raised his arms. What are you waiting for? We've scored. Let those Londoners know this is our retaliation. The cheers grew louder in the north stand, cascading throughout the stadium. The Leeds United fans, having bottled up their frustration since Torio's earlier goal, finally unleashed their pent-up energy. As for the new recruit, whom they had previously viewed with skepticism, while he may not rival Hu, the lad certainly possessed some talent. I scored. No way. I actually scored. As Zhou Zijing landed, he turned to run, but his mind was blank regarding any celebratory gesture. Fortunately, his teammates came to his rescue. Halfway through his sprint, he was enveloped by elated teammates, who tackled him to the ground in exuberance. He no longer needed to ponder how to celebrate, as his teammates roared in his ears, uttering words he could not comprehend. Yet, he could feel their joy resonating within him. For the first time, Zhou Zijing sensed that he was truly becoming a part of this unfamiliar team. Indeed, it was clear, scoring was the key. As long as I can score, there will always be a place for me in this team. After the celebration finally subsided, the Leeds United players returned to their half of the pitch. Meanwhile, the players from London Mars had already stationed themselves, awaiting the restart of the game. Though momentarily vexed by the equalizer, there remained 30 minutes on the clock, and a draw was not devoid of opportunity. Indeed, one must maintain composure and a steady mindset. Benjamin Torio stood resolutely at the center circle, a football at his feet, poised and ready for the restart. Meanwhile, the players of Leeds City were hastening toward the halfway line, preparing to return to their defensive positions. Observing the jovial Leeds players, Torio could not suppress a derisive snort, his displeasure evident upon his face. Unfazed by the presence of the opposing team, he deliberately showcased his disdain, feeling an exuberance in his performance and confident in his ability to score again. At such a moment, how could he possibly show weakness before the Leeds players? Suddenly, Zhou Zijing, who had been amidst his Leeds teammates, broke away from the group, veering toward the center circle, heading directly for Torio. Rask, taken aback, instinctively attempted to call out to Zhou, only to be intercepted by Peter Williams and Jay Adams, who simultaneously restrained him. "No worries, Dominic. Just watch," Adams said with a grin as they all turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Zhou reached Torio and, amidst the latter's puzzled gaze, casually rested his arm above his brow, striking a pose as if gazing into the distance. It was a genuine display of looking far beyond. For Torio stood right before him, yet he feigned ignorance, treating his opponent as if he were mere air. Torio's pale complexion flushed a deep crimson in response. Chapter 75. Though he is not here, his legend endures, whether it was Benjamin Torio's brazen provocations following a goal or the camaraderie of his London Mars teammates defending him. They dared to act as they did, confident that Leeds City could not retaliate. They were aware of the Sevilla Mariners fans who had taunted Hu Lai, only to be met with his hat-trick retribution. Yet, that incident arose from the Mariners' direct provocation of Hu Lai, inciting his wrath. Now, however, they were taunting Leeds City, a team from which Hu Lai had long departed. What could be the repercussions? Could Hu Lai somehow traverse back from Madrid to Leeds for vengeance? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Just look at Leeds City now. Once a formidable force, they resembled a lost dog without Hu Lai. With a humiliating 0-3 defeat at home to Stan Park Rangers and a dismal 1-5 loss to Tranmere, their recent performances were nothing short of disastrous. The London Mars believed that even if they could not replicate the overwhelming victories of Tranmere and Stan Park Rangers against Leeds, securing a win on their turf was entirely within reach. Once champions of the Premier League and UEFA Europa League, Leeds had seemingly transformed into a soft target for all. Should provoking the Leeds players lead them astray, disrupting their composure and facilitating a smoother victory for the London Mars, perhaps even by a wide margin, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to do so. The London Mars team underestimated the repercussions of provoking Leeds City. Indeed, they succeeded in inciting the Leeds players, yet the latter did not lose their capacity for retaliation. Perhaps they underestimated the resolve of the Leeds players. Zhou Zijing's goal was merely the beginning. Following the restart of the match, London Mars attempted to capitalize on the kickoff, seeking to control the ball and mount an offensive against Leeds City. However, they encountered staunch resistance from the very outset. A deafening chorus of boos erupted from the Flanders Stadium every time a London Mars player touched the ball, with Benjamin Torio receiving the loudest jeers. The cacophony was so overwhelming that it felt as though a person with a normal heart could easily develop arrhythmia after just an hour in such an atmosphere. The air was stifling and scorching. Under these conditions, the players of London Mars gradually felt constrained, unable to express themselves freely. The Leeds players escalated the intensity of their physical confrontations, each clash seemingly aimed at incapacitating the London Mars players. Benjamin Torio found himself the primary target. Upon receiving the ball, Leeds players charged at him with ferocity. He had no choice but to release the ball immediately. Any hesitation would surely spell doom for him. Peter Williams received a yellow card for a foul on Torio, yet this did little to deter Leeds from their quest for vengeance. A long ball from midfield soared into Leeds City's penalty area, where Torio, attempting to evade an offside trap, sought to collect it. However, the pass was over it, destined to fall into the hands of the advancing goalkeeper, Van der Ven. As Van der Ven lunged, he retracted his left leg, thrusting his knee forward in an attempt to intercept Torio. In a split second, Torio instinctively raised his hands to shield his face and sidestepped. Had he not evaded, he might have suffered a serious injury from Van der Ven's knee. Furthermore, it was difficult to deem Van der Ven's actions a foul, as he was merely executing a standard maneuver to protect himself, a routine adopted by some goalkeepers to avoid injury, even at the expense of their opponents. After securing the ball, Van der Ven cast a regretful glance at the evading Torio and muttered, "Coward, why are you hiding?" Torio felt an urge to retort, "I'm not going to dodge and wait for you to knock me out." The London Mars offensive failed to pose a threat to Leeds City, who, conversely, intensified their assault, becoming even more ferocious than before. Merely 5 minutes after Zhou Zijing's goal, Peter Williams seized the opportunity presented by Zhou's pressure on the London Mars defense, which was pinned back in their penalty area, and unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty arc. It was a strike of exceptional quality, despite the London Mars goalkeeper's desperate attempt to save. He could not touch the ball. The football found the net, and Leeds City surged ahead with a score of 2-1. Although they had taken the lead, Leeds City did not relent in their offensive onslaught, continuously probing for weaknesses in the London Mars defense. The Leeds City supporters in the stands suddenly rediscovered the exhilarating sensation of watching their team play, unrestrained fervor in pursuit of offense. Meanwhile, the London Mars found themselves under immense pressure in the face of Leeds City's relentless assault. To suggest that merely escaping with a draw would suffice feels overly optimistic. Yet even such a modest hope was not to be entertained by Leeds City. In the 78th minute, Kamara surged into the fray and delivered a low shot that found the back of the net, putting Leeds City ahead 3-1 against London Mars. A 3-1 lead. With mere minutes remaining, this scoreline essentially signified victory for Leeds City. They were on the cusp of securing their first triumph of the new season, a monumental achievement. As for Torrio, he was substituted in the 74th minute, having lost his effectiveness as a forward, as every time he touched the ball, he was targeted by Leeds City players. It was evident that Leeds City intended to ensure he received a stern lesson, as if to demonstrate that certain behaviors were intolerable at Flanders Stadium. With Torrio being singled out, London Mars' offensive efforts faltered, prompting the coach to withdraw him. As he left the pitch, the crowd rose in a chorus of boos and jeers, the cacophony overwhelming even the commentators' voices. Torrio's dismal performance concluded, and while he managed a goal, it was unlikely he would receive a favorable rating post-match. His foolish celebratory antics had cost London Mars dearly. Matthew Cox harshly criticized the Australian forward, noting that he had incited Leeds City's wrath and awakened a fierce beast. How foolish. On camera, Torrio hung his head, returning to the bench, stripped of the defiance he had exhibited earlier. It is foreseeable that for a long time to come, whenever he visits Flanders Stadium, he will receive the warmest of welcomes, albeit less than affectionate, from the Leeds City fans. Despite Torrio's exit, Leeds City showed no signs of relenting against London Mars. Even with the match now assured in their favor, they continued to press forward relentlessly. In the 86th minute, Dominic Lasky scored the final goal of the match for Leeds City, assisted by Zhou Zijing, who skillfully shielded a London Mars defender before calmly passing the ball to Lasky, who finished with a precise shot. 4-1. Oh my. Leeds City was in a frenzy. It was the first time this season that Leeds City played with such unbridled vigor. Though it had merely been a half, one could only hope this match would help Leeds City regain their confidence and rhythm. Just as Matthew Cox was remarking on this, Lasky, having scored, sprinted toward the corner flag, beckoning his teammates to follow. Leading the charge were Peter Williams, Kamara, Charlie Porter, and others, who simultaneously leaped into the air, executing a 180-degree turn before landing gracefully on the pitch. They astonishingly executed Hu Lai's iconic celebration together, aiming to rectify the situation and to demonstrate to Torrio on the bench what true Hu Lai celebration entails. Even the Leeds City fans were taken aback by the players' actions, resulting in a lack of a synchronized, thunderous cheer upon their landing. However, they soon collectively chanted, "Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who? 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 Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who? Who? Who?" This was specifically directed at the players from London Mars, imparting a profound life lesson. Who is your father? Who is your father? Even if he is no longer with Leeds City, he will always be your father. Forever and always, he is your father. While Lasky was joined by a few teammates to perform the Hu Lai-style celebration, Zhou Zijing refrained from joining them. He slowed his pace. For how could one who regards Hu Lai as a rival stoop to perform his celebration? Thus, he merely observed from the sidelines. Then he heard the shouts erupting from the stands. The Leeds City fans were passionately chanting Hu Lai's surname, expending every ounce of their energy, their voices reaching a new crescendo. A peculiar thought suddenly crossed Zhou Zijing's mind, and a phrase naturally surfaced in his heart. He may no longer be here, but his legend remains. Truly, it is a daunting mountain to climb. Yet, Zhou Zijing did not feel disheartened. He had scored his first goal in his overseas career during this match and firmly believed that as long as he continued to play, one day he too would become a legend on this very field. Chapter 76. The essential conditions for becoming a legend. The match between Leeds City and London Mars concluded with Zhou Zijing, Peter Williams, Kamara, and Lasky scoring. culminating in a 4-1 victory for Leeds City at home, marking their first win of the season, including the European Super Cup, League, and Champions League. This was Leeds City's inaugural victory, a sensational feat in itself. However, post-match, another incident overshadowed all else. It was the controversial celebration executed by Benjamin Torrio, the Australian forward of London Mars, after scoring, which triggered a series of subsequent events. Consequently, this match became the most noteworthy of the round in the Premier League, garnering significant attention not only domestically but also across Europe. The narrative was indeed legendary. The visiting team from Flanders attempted to humiliate Leeds City by invoking their legendary star, only to find themselves on the receiving end of Leeds City's furious retaliation. Is this tale not more captivating than a simple 4-1 scoreline? In this round of the Premier League, we witnessed not only a fierce clash between Manchester United and London Bridge, but also the North London derby featuring the Navy Port and the North London Wanderers. In stark contrast, the match between Leeds City and London Mars was rather commonplace, garnering little attention aside from local media. However, this seemingly mundane encounter unexpectedly transformed into the focal point of the entire round, sparking extensive discussion. The match between Leeds City and London Mars unfolded with a cinematic narrative. Prior to the opening goal from London Mars, the game proceeded ordinarily. Despite playing on home turf, Leeds City continued to exhibit their dismal form from the new season. They appeared to have yet to recover from the loss of Hu, becoming overly reliant on him, a condition I previously warned was perilous. When Benjamin Torrio, the Australian forward for London Mars, broke the deadlock, the match took an unforeseen turn. To everyone's astonishment, Torrio celebrated his goal at Flanders Stadium in front of 30,000 Leeds City fans with Hu's signature celebratory gesture, followed by a gesture of searching. This act incited the ire of Leeds City fans and players, leading to on-field altercations. What transpired next was devoid of suspense. The final score revealed a 4-1 victory for Leeds City. Torrio was substituted early in the match, and, upon examination post-game, it was discovered he had sustained a minor injury, potentially sidelining him for the next round. The provocateur, Torrio, became the butt of the joke. Commentator Matthew Cox criticized Torrio's folly, though I believe his words were rather lenient. Torrio's actions were not merely foolish, but utterly ridiculous. Both traditional and online media buzzed with reports and discussions about this match. Klein, hosting Season in Progress, engaged guests Hector Ingram and Peter Nelson in debate over the events. Frankly, I am still perplexed as to why Torrio chose to perform that gesture. Did he genuinely believe he could humiliate Leeds City and escape unscathed? Had he underestimated the fervor of Leeds City fans? Klein raised his hands in bewilderment, to which Ingram suggested that perhaps Torrio, having just transitioned from the A-League to the Premier League this season, had yet to witness the chaotic brilliance of Leeds City's attacking football. Nelson chimed in, asserting that Torrio's perspective reflected a widespread misunderstanding held by many. Intrigued, Klein prompted, "Oh, please elaborate, Peter." Nelson posited that Torrio might have been influenced by a prevailing notion that Leeds City without Hu resembled a tiger without its claws, indistinguishable from a mere house cat. Thus, he believed that even if he insulted Leeds City, they would be powerless against him. Klein and Ingram nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a prevalent sentiment. Numerous individuals had previously warned of Leeds City's predicament, advising against their over-reliance on Hu. Ignoring such counsel has led them to their current plight. They also mentioned that if Leeds City had not previously relied on Hu Lai, they would not be facing a crisis now. Of course, those making such statements fail to consider that without reliance on Hu Lai, while Leeds City might not be suffering so acutely now, their past achievements, including the Premier League and Europa League titles, would likely be beyond their reach. Indeed, the successes that Leeds City has enjoyed are inextricably linked to Hu. The depth of the fans' affection for Hu serves as a testament to his significance to the club. However, it is crucial to remember that football is a team sport. If only Hu were present while the rest of the squad comprised mediocre players, Leeds City would have never claimed the Premier League and Europa League titles. Following Hu's departure, Leeds City's underwhelming performance can be attributed to their struggle to adapt to a style of play devoid of his influence. Given time, they will surely find their footing. Ingram chimed in, affirming the sentiment. Indeed, after all, this Leeds City boasts talents like Peter Williams and Jay Adams, both of whom are England internationals, alongside French international Kamara and Polish international Lasky. Their overall strength is commendable. even if contending for the championship proves challenging. They should not be languishing in their current position in the Premier League. They simply require a transformation. Nelson clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "And Torrio has provided Leeds City with just such an opportunity for metamorphosis." His actions, while infuriating Leeds City, have also rekindled in the players the mindset and momentum they once had in their championship pursuits and their triumph in the Europa League. Klein chuckled heartily, noting, "Thus, we witnessed many Leeds City fans rushing to Torrio's account post-match to express their gratitude. They truly should thank Torrio. If Leeds City can sustain their performance and spirit from this match, they stand a chance to vie for European competition qualification," Nelson remarked. One could say that Torrio's actions have jolted Leeds City awake. Of course, the price Torrio paid was rather steep. It is the first time I've seen someone awaken a slumbering giant bear at the cost of their own life. Ingram also laughed. "I heard that some media outlets are compiling lists of the 10 most foolish actions on the pitch. And Benjamin Torrio's provocation of Leeds City after scoring has made the cut." "Indeed, it was quite foolish," Klein responded with a smile and a shake of his head. "However, what strikes me most is Hu's popularity at Leeds City. Logically speaking, Hu's tenure at the club was brief, spanning just 2.5 seasons. Yet, he has indelibly etched his name into the annals of Leeds City's history. I would not be the least surprised if the club were to announce a statue of Hu outside the Flanders Stadium tomorrow. Although Hu has departed the Premier League, his influence remains profound. I believe that yesterday's match should serve as a source of relief for other Premier League teams. They ought to be grateful Hu is no longer in the league, for had he remained, their fortunes would surely have been less favorable." Upon hearing Klein's remarks, Ingram and Nelson exchanged glances, both breaking into bittersweet smiles. As former victims of Hu Lai, they resonated deeply with Klein's words. All they could do was express their gratitude to the Madrid Pirates for taking Hu away. Otherwise, should Hu Lai remain in Leeds City, the competition for this season's Premier League championship may prove to be even more intense than ever before. Observing Hu Lai's performance following his transfer to the Madrid Pirates, one might perceive him as having ascended to a new level. Such a Hu Lai, coupled with Leeds City's fervent attacking football, is indeed a formidable combination, an unstoppable force. I wonder how Hu would react upon learning of such an extraordinary circumstance. Before long, he will return to Leeds alongside the Madrid Pirates. Leeds City has expressed their affection for Hu in this manner. It raises curiosity about how he will perform when he encounters his former club again. Klein, stroking his chin, wore a grin that suggested he relished the unfolding drama. "I did not witness that match, but I followed the news. Frankly, it moved me deeply. I never anticipated that I would continue to be cherished by the fans of Leeds City after my departure. I must say, there will always be a special place for Leeds City in my heart." Before the match between the Madrid Pirates and Royal Steel, Hu Lai granted an interview with reporters. Naturally, the questions revolved around the game between Leeds City and London Mars. The events that transpired during that match were indeed bizarre, capturing not only the attention of England, but also sparking discussions across Europe. The impact of this incident was profound for everyone involved. After all, no one had foreseen that Hu Lai, having only served Leeds City for 2.5 seasons, would attain such a prominent status. Torrio performed Hu Lai's celebratory gesture in front of Leeds City fans and players, only to be subdued and thoroughly beaten by the entire Leeds City team, who also dragged the entire London Mars team down with him. It is not uncommon for a player who has brought honor to their former club to receive nostalgia and affection from the fans upon their departure. However, it is indeed rare to receive such support and love from former teammates. Everyone in the professional football sphere understands how challenging this is. Yet, Hu Lai has accomplished it. The influence of this event on Hu Lai has been profoundly positive. The exorbitant transfer fee catapulted him into the ranks of Europe's elite players, and his past achievements are quite persuasive. However, that alone is insufficient. To become a true superstar, one must possess legendary tales. The events unfolding at Flanders Stadium serve as the finest testament to such a legend. The entire world recognizes that Leeds City, both fans and players alike, would go to great lengths for a player who has already departed. Such influence is unparalleled. Not even the 4 heavenly kings can compare. As none among them has achieved such a feat, it is easy to envision that as long as Hu Lai's honors continue to accumulate, his reputation and status will soar like a rocket. At that point, given this legendary footnote, no one will dare to assert that Hu Lai is unworthy of such accolades. A journalist, following the topic of Leeds City, inquired, "On the 28th, You are set to encounter Leeds City in the Champions League. After witnessing the match between Leeds City and London Mars, what sentiments will you carry into the game against Leeds City? Hu Lai waved his hand dismissively, a smile gracing his face. Our next opponent is Royal Steel, not Leeds City. Thus, my focus is solely on Royal Steel. The tone and content of his response felt familiar to the journalists present. One of them recalled that during the third round of the league, prior to the match between the Madrid Pirates and Sebastian, when the Champions League group draw had just been announced, Hu Lai had responded in a similar manner to a question regarding an imminent reunion with Leeds City. In that match, Hu Lai scored twice, aiding the Madrid Pirates in a 2-1 victory over Sebastian. Upon this recollection, a journalist immediately recognized the implication. Does this mean Royal Steel is in peril? Chapter 77. Consecutive goals. Hu Lai. I knew it. I knew it, exclaimed Alvarez Sanchez, the commentator for Spanish television, as he chuckled in the broadcasting studio. At that moment, Hu Lai had just completed his signature celebration. He has scored again. His goal propelled the Madrid Pirates to a 2-0 lead against Royal Steel away from home. This marks his 5th consecutive goal in La Liga. There is speculation whether he can surpass the record set by Uruguayan striker Agustin Rivero for the most consecutive goals within the Madrid Pirates, achieved during the 2003-2004 season. Rivero, who played for the Madrid Pirates at the turn of the century, netted a total of 128 goals over 5 seasons, placing him 10th on the club's all-time scoring list. The record mentioned by Sanchez pertains to Rivero's achievement of scoring in 8 consecutive league matches that season, totaling 11 goals. Of course, this is merely the record for consecutive goals within the Madrid Pirates. The overall record in La Liga belongs to the Madrid Pirates' archrivals, the Madrid Kings. The record holder is none other than the current captain of the Madrid Kings, one of the 4 greats, Alexander Solace, who set this record during the 2022-2023 season by scoring 25 goals across 17 consecutive league matches. Currently, Hu Lai has scored 8 goals in 5 consecutive La Liga matches, surpassing Rivero to become the holder of the consecutive goals record within the Madrid Pirates seems achievable. However, breaking Solado's remarkable record of 17 matches and 25 goals presents a significant challenge. Achieving this record requires both skill and a stroke of good fortune. Even the formidable Maxi Kyrie, at the peak of his prowess, could not surpass Rivero's record, scoring 10 goals in 6 consecutive matches. Though his scoring efficiency was higher, it bore no relevance to breaking records. With the goals from Hu Lai and Tony and I, the Madrid Pirates ultimately triumphed over Royal Steel with a 2-0 scoreline. Both they and Catalonia have maintained an unblemished record in the league thus far, each accumulating 15 points. However, due to an inferior goal difference compared to Catalonia, they currently occupy the 2nd position. Royal Carthage, originally in 3rd place, drew against Samir Sports in this round, allowing Madrid Kings, who triumphed over Getafe, to surpass them. Meili scored twice, bringing his total to 6 goals in the league, closely trailing Hu Lai in the scoring charts. The top 3 in La Liga have reverted to being dominated by the 3 giants of Spanish football. Since the commencement of the new season, Serie A has performed admirably, now sitting in 4th place after a hard-fought home victory against Biscay Athletic. Zhang Qinghuan did not score in this match, but provided an assist, showcasing commendable performance. Moreover, his excellence is not confined to the league. He also shone in the Europa League group stage that began last week. In the inaugural match of the Europa League group stage, Serie A faced Budapest Youth, where they settled for a draw at home. Had it not been for Zhang Qinghuan's assist in the 78th minute, Serie A might have suffered a setback at home. Judging by their performances in the league and the Europa League, Serie A's primary objective this season should be to pursue success in the league. Achieving results in the Europa League would be splendid, yet if not, it is of little consequence. There should be no undue pressure. Indeed, prior to the new season, the Serie A club set the objective of striving for European competition qualification in the league, without imposing specific demands for the Europa League. Clearly, after experiencing relegation post a Europa League campaign, the upper management of Serie A has learned a valuable lesson, recognizing that league performance is paramount. While advancing further in the Europa League could yield significant financial rewards, the economic repercussions of relegation would far outweigh the benefits, perhaps even surpassing those of participating in 2 consecutive Europa League tournaments. Following the match against Royal Steel, the league resumes next Tuesday. In this encounter, Parati intends to rotate the starting lineup. This is not due to a lack of physical stamina to cope with the demanding schedule. as the Madrid Pirates have just completed their summer training camp and are in peak physical condition. The primary reason for the rotation lies in the upcoming 7th round of the league, which marks the season's first Madrid derby. The Madrid Pirates will face Madrid Kings away from home, necessitating ample rest for the key players to perform optimally. After the City Derby against Madrid Kings, they will also confront Leeds City in the Champions League group stage. The schedule is not only intense, but also filled with significant matches. The only opportunity for rotation remains in the match against Pamplona, currently positioned 18th in the league. However, a question arises regarding Hu. First assistant coach Jesus Valentin inquired of Perotti whether a rotation was necessary. Upon hearing this question, Perotti did not respond immediately, but instead fell into contemplation. He understood why his assistant posed this question. Logically, as the team's primary scorer, Hu is of utmost importance, and it is crucial to ensure that his physical condition remains impeccable. Thus, arranging for Hu Lai to rest during the match against Pamplona is quite reasonable. However, this seemingly rational decision has sparked disagreements within the coaching staff. Some express concern that allowing Hu Lai to take a break could disrupt his current prolific scoring rhythm. He has netted 8 goals in the last 5 matches, scoring in each encounter. What if this rotation leads to a halt in his scoring streak during the local derby against Real Madrid? Others worry that Hu Lai himself may be reluctant to rest at this juncture. While it remains uncertain whether he can break Agustin Rivero's record for consecutive goals, asking him to rotate under such momentum effectively means sacrificing his opportunity to achieve that milestone. Would Hu Lai accept such an arrangement? Since joining the team, he has exhibited a compliant demeanor, avoiding conflict. Yet, everyone has their limits. It is impractical to directly inquire whether Hu Lai cares about the consecutive scoring record, suggesting he could rest if he doesn't tee. Ultimately, Perotti turned to the team's fitness coach, Diego Morales. Has the physical assessment report been released? Before each match, players undergo a fitness evaluation to ascertain their physical condition. If they do not pass, they cannot participate in the game. Should their fitness not fully recover, they may find themselves on the substitute list. Morales nodded. It has been released. As before, Hu Lai's fitness is at a perfect 100%. He seems as if he has never played against Royal Steel. The other coaches couldn't help but marvel. This is not the first occurrence. Yet witnessing Hu Lai's remarkable recovery ability once again remains astonishing. In previous pre-match assessments, Hu Lai's fitness has consistently been impressive. At that time, fitness coach Morales noted a peculiar aspect and even spoke with Hu Lai, who revealed his extraordinary recovery speed, attributing it to a kind of innate talent. However, during that period of weekly matches, Hu Lai's fitness performance, while commendable, was not extraordinary. Many fit players could achieve similar results. Yet since returning to the club after international duty, the team has faced consecutive matches week after week. Under such circumstances, Hu Lai's fitness has remained among the best in every assessment, raising eyebrows. Has his fitness indeed reached such an exceptional level? With matches only 3 to 4 days apart, coupled with travel across the vast distances of Eurasia, it has had no apparent effect on his recovery. Ultimately, Perotti made the call. Let him start, but substitute him early. Upon hearing this, Valentin wrote Hu Lai's name into the starting lineup. This roster was sparse, with most positions yet to be finalized, pending the training sessions over the next couple of days. Hu Lai, if your coach informs you to rest during the match against Pamplona, what would you do? During dinner, Li Qingqing posed this question to Hu Lai. I shall seek a private conversation with him, hoping he may reconsider his stance. I had assumed you would acquiesce to the coach's directives. Thus, would you be concerned about the record-breaking discussions circulating outside? Li Qingqing gazed at Hu Lai with wide eyes. Naturally, I aspire to shatter records. Hu Lai replied candidly with a nod. If possible, I would also like to surpass the record set by Cerrados. However, at present, my primary goal is to break the record of 8 consecutive matches scored by Rivero. I believe my recent form has been exceptional, and I wish to maintain this momentum. In truth, there exists a significant reason that Hu Lai withheld from Li Qingqing, simply because he could not articulate it. He had a system task to fulfill. After scoring 6 goals in 3 matches, he received a mission from the system. Task: please strive to maintain a scoring streak in every league match. The longer, the better. Task reward: to be determined by the final completion rate. For each additional match in the scoring streak, 50,000 points will be awarded, along with a potent intelligence potion. Current progress: 6 unknown. This was the first task assigned to him after transferring to Madrid Pirates. Hu Lai had now grown accustomed to the elusive task system, or rather, felt resigned to it. The tasks were entirely at the system's whim. When in a good mood, it would issue tasks, but it could remain silent for months when displeased. Although the system presently served merely as an auxiliary to Hu Lai's capabilities, in his early days, when he was still a novice in the world of football, the system had been invaluable. Without its assistance, he would have struggled immensely. Yet now, after years of training with a professional team, he was far from helpless without the system. At this point, the most evident benefits he derived from the system were the stamina potion and various training scrolls. The red string of lovers had become a permanent item, adorning his wrist without the need to expend 10,000 points for each match. Though items like the damaged giant bear shin guards and Linksy card were indeed useful, he did not require them for every match. Nevertheless, Hu Lai still yearned to complete tasks, hoping for an abundance of them, as he needed to accumulate a sufficient number of points. These points were primarily reserved for crucial national team matches, such as pivotal World Cup qualifiers or even the World Cup itself. Those were the moments when he needed the system the most. Li Qingqing, naturally, would not consider the system aspect. She could never fathom that her boyfriend was reliant on such a mechanism. Yet, she understood Hu Lai's earnest desire. Who would complain about scoring too few goals? Who would hesitate when on the brink of potentially creating a new record? Thus, she remarked, "Once I finish my revision, I will assist you in practicing your left foot. You must be the focal point now. Opponents will undoubtedly target your right foot in defense. If you can swiftly score with your left foot at this juncture, it will complicate their defensive strategy against you." Hu Lai nodded in agreement. "Then I shall rely on you, coach." Chapter end. Chapter 78. The right steel for the right blade. In truth, Hu Lai, your left foot is already quite capable. Upon witnessing Hu Lai skillfully control the ball passed to him with his left foot, Li Qingqing called out to the opposite side. "Have you not attempted to shoot with your left foot during training?" Hu Lai nodded. "I have tried." "And how did it go?" "I scored a few goals." As he spoke, Hu Lai passed the football back to Li Qingqing with his left foot. Indeed, he had scored with his left foot during training. And not merely by chance. Even the coach and his teammates were astonished and praised the rapid improvement of his left foot. "Then why don't you attempt a left-footed shot during matches?" Li Qingqing inquired with curiosity. She had observed Hu Lai's games and conducted thorough statistics. Unlike the forced practice of using his left foot during training, he seemed to impose a restriction on himself during matches, as he had yet to attempt a single left-footed shot in gameplay. Hu Lai hesitated. "Well, one must use their best skills when it truly matters." When it truly matters. Li Qingqing paused for a moment, then clapped her hands. So you're planning to outsmart the king? What a harsh way to put it." Hu Lai retorted, feeling exposed. "Isn't that the case?" "Absolutely not. This is called strategy. It will catch the king off guard." "I see. Strategic play requires a strong heart." Li Qingqing acknowledged, passing the ball back. Hu Lai caught the ball with a grunt, but refrained from further argument. Suddenly, Li Qingqing asked, "Now that you've shared your strategy with me, are you not afraid of me spilling the beans?" Hu Lai scoffed. "Would you betray me?" Li Qingqing shook her head. "Never." "Then that settles it." Hu Lai shrugged. "If I cannot trust you, who can I trust?" Upon hearing his words, Li Qingqing placed her hands on her hips, proudly declaring, "You are absolutely right, Hu Lai. You can always trust Li Qingqing." "What did you say?" Hu Lai mumbled under his breath. "What was that?" "Nothing, nothing." "I said to continue." Hu Lai urged, signaling for her to pass the ball promptly. "Now." Li Qingqing struck the ball powerfully. "Wow, you're shooting." Although she exclaimed in surprise, Hu Lai managed to halt the football this time, while not as adept as with his right foot. Considering he had only begun training his left foot since late July with the Madrid Pirates, achieving such progress was indeed remarkable. "Very impressive, Hu Lai. Of course. Just look at who I am, the genius among geniuses." Hu Lai boasted unabashedly. Li Qingqing gave a thumbs up. "Let us give credit where it's due. A great teacher breeds a great student." Mission Series. Attempt to score a goal with your left foot during a match. Task rewards. Stamina potion, X5, 10,000 points. And unlock the next stage of the task. Hu Lai glanced at this entry in his task log. This was not a new task. It had actually appeared in his system log some time ago, approximately half a month prior. The task was straightforward. Simply score a goal with his left foot. Given Hu Lai's prior success in training matches, this requirement posed little difficulty. Perhaps that was why the rewards were rather modest. 10,000 points and 5 bottles of stamina potion. If Hu Lai were solely focused on the rewards for these two tasks, he likely would not have bothered to glance at them. However, the description of the next phase of the task ignited his imagination. This is a series of tasks. It is quite normal for the reward of the first step to be modest, yet as long as one perseveres to the final step, the rewards should prove substantial. Nevertheless, despite the task being logged for half a month, Hu Lai has shown no inclination to complete it. As he explained to Li Qingqing, fine steel should be reserved for the edge of the blade. Since he must score with his left foot, he certainly cannot afford to complete the task indiscriminately. The optimal choice lies in aligning the completion of the task with actual needs. Thus, Hu Lai has refrained from finishing this task, intending to undertake it at the most critical moment. His left foot is his secret weapon, reserved for pivotal times. So what constitutes a critical moment? The upcoming match against Madrid Kings certainly qualifies. But does the current match against the 18th-placed Pamplona count as a critical moment? Initially, it did not seem so. But now it is hard to say, for Hu Lai's time is running short. Although he has been included in the starting lineup prior to the match, Coach Parati specifically informed him that he would be substituted early. The exact timing of this substitution remains uncertain. It could occur at the 60-minute mark or even during halftime. With 30 minutes already played in the first half, Hu Lai has yet to score. This means he has at least another 15 minutes to achieve consecutive goals. Just 2 minutes ago, he had a promising opportunity in the penalty area. The ball was delivered from the right. Hu Lai only needed to strike with his left foot to potentially score. Yet, he opted to stop the ball with his left foot before adjusting to shoot with his right. The ball was deflected out of bounds by a rushing Pamplona defender. So, should he use his left foot to score? Ultimately, Hu Lai shook his head. It was not yet time to resort to scoring with his left foot. In the 38th minute, the Madrid Pirates initiated an attack from the left flank. Ion Martinez surged forward after receiving the ball, drawing the attention of the opposing defense before delivering a precise through ball behind the Pamplona backline. Luka Solovic, who had replaced Tanini in the starting lineup, was perfectly positioned to receive the pass and charged into the penalty area. Once inside, he was tripped by an ill-timed challenge from a Pamplona defender. The referee promptly blew the whistle, awarding a penalty to the Madrid Pirates. A penalty. Hu Lai's opportunity. He cheered joyfully at the sight. Indeed, Hu Lai rushed over, gently lifting the ball with his foot before placing it at the penalty spot. He did not hesitate, nor did anyone contest his right to take the penalty. This was not merely due to an understanding of Hu Lai's need for the goal, but rather because during penalty training, everyone recognized his reliability from the spot. Thus, Parati had entrusted him with the responsibility of taking penalties. In other words, Hu Lai is now the foremost penalty taker for the Madrid Pirates. Whenever a penalty is awarded during a match, and provided he remains on the field, it is certain that he will take the shot. The sight of Hu Lai placing the ball on the penalty spot induces a wave of tension among the spectators. Although penalties boast a high conversion rate, they are by no means guaranteed to result in a goal. The common belief that scoring from a penalty is straightforward places immense pressure on the player, leading to expectations of success. Failure is deemed unacceptable. When a situation allows for no margin of error, the specter of failure looms ever closer. Under such immense pressure, it is not uncommon for players to falter, resulting in missed penalties. Now, everyone is acutely aware of how desperately Hu Lai needs this goal. Can he withstand the pressure and score? The goalkeeper from Pamplona bounces on the goal line, appearing remarkably relaxed. Simultaneously, he seizes this moment to exert pressure on Hu Lai, attempting to distract him. The television broadcast captures a close-up of Hu Lai, who wears an expression of tranquility. As the camera zooms out and the whistle blows, Hu Lai takes a few steps back, sprints forward, and strikes the ball. The goalkeeper decisively lunges to his left, while Hu Lai, being a right-footed player, is more inclined to direct the ball towards his stronger side. However, as the goalkeeper dives, he realizes that Hu Lai has chosen to push the ball down the center. The ball rolls along the grass and into the net. Splendid. Hu Lai scores. He has now netted goals in 6 consecutive league matches, steadily progressing towards Riviero's record. After scoring, Hu Lai rushes to the corner flag and performs his signature celebration. In the stands of Pirate Park, a chorus of "Hu" erupts in response to his gesture. Yet, the cheers remain sporadic, lacking in harmony and fervor, somewhat disappointing. If the 80,000 fans could synchronize their voices, the resulting roar would undoubtedly surpass the impressive atmosphere of 30,000 at Flanders Stadium. The players of the Madrid Pirates rushed to embrace Hu Lai, excitedly patting him and shouting in jubilation. On the sidelines, Parati and Valentin exchanged knowing smiles, both relieved to sense the easing of tension. With the team breaking the deadlock at home, they can now substitute Hu Lai without hesitation. A collective sigh of relief ensues. Chapter complete. Chapter 79. Relentless pursuit. By Melli having scored from the penalty spot in the first half, Hu Lai was ultimately substituted during halftime, with the objective of scoring accomplished. Remaining on the pitch served little purpose. After Hu Lai's exit, the Madrid Pirates, fielding a rotated lineup, found themselves engaged in a tight contest against Pamplona. In the second half, French midfielder Damien Gia extended the Pirates' lead. However, in the 79th minute, Pamplona managed to breach the Pirates' defense. With the scoreline narrowed to a single goal, Pamplona's spirits soared, prompting them to mount a fierce offensive in the final 10 minutes, hoping to equalize against the Madrid Pirates on their home turf. Fortunately, regardless of the rotations, the first-choice goalkeeper Jonathan Haywell remained a starter. The final 10 minutes transformed into a showcase. He executed a series of remarkable saves, both high and low, ensuring the integrity of the goal. Ultimately, the Madrid Pirates triumphed over Pamplona with a score of 2-1, securing their 6th consecutive victory in the league. However, due to Catalonia United's home win of 4-1 against Sebastia in this round, the Madrid Pirates found themselves in second place. For Catalonia United to distance themselves from the Madrid Pirates, they must rely on their arch-rivals, the Madrid Kings, to perform well in the next match. Should the Madrid Kings defeat the Madrid Pirates while Catalonia United secures an away victory against the Phoenicians, they could extend their lead to 3 points. As the reigning champions of this season, Catalonia United naturally aspires to retain their title. Initially, they did not perceive the Madrid Pirates as serious contenders for the championship. Their primary concern lay with the Madrid Kings. Little did they expect the Madrid Pirates to exhibit such remarkable form since the season commenced, largely owing to the outstanding performance of their new recruit, Hu Lai. He seemed to have seamlessly integrated into the team, wreaking havoc ever since his arrival at the Madrid Pirates. Hu Lai's goals directly contributed to 3 victories for the Madrid Pirates in the first round of the league. His hat trick propelled the team to a 4-1 away triumph against the Sevilla Navigators. In the third round, he scored twice, leading the Madrid Pirates to a 2-1 away victory over Sebastia. In the 6th round, Hu Lai converted a penalty, opening the scoring for the team, ultimately resulting in a 2-1 home win against Pamplona. Had Hu Lai's goals been excluded from these 3 matches, the Madrid Pirates would have recorded 2 draws and 1 loss, acquiring merely 2 points. Hu Lai single-handedly contributed an additional 7 points to the team. Moreover, this is merely a simple arithmetic problem. Yet, the dynamics of a football match are far from straightforward. Without Hu Lai's goals, the team's morale and mentality would have been significantly altered, likely leading to outcomes vastly different from the current ones, turning what could have been draws into defeats. His importance to the Madrid Pirates is undeniably evident. Consequently, there is little concern now regarding Maxi Kelly's recovery from injury. Had this been the previous season, discussions regarding Kelly's injury sustained before the World Cup would have dominated the media until his return to fitness. Even after his recovery, should he have performed poorly, he would have remained a focal point of media scrutiny. Due to Kelly's injury, the Madrid Pirates endured a winless season across the league, the King's Cup, and the Champions League, suffering defeats on all fronts. The impact of his absence on the team is clearly apparent. In contrast, this season, despite Kelly's injury, the Madrid Pirates have surged forward, closely trailing the reigning champions in the league. The only potential obstacle in their path may indeed be the forthcoming match against the Madrid Kings. Let Melli take the field, commanded Madrid Kings head coach Jimmy Roive to his assistant coach Fernando Gonzalez, while observing the score of 11 on the large screen from the sidelines. Previously warming up, Melli Banega swiftly positioned himself at the edge of the pitch, ready to enter the game. The commentator remarked, Roive ultimately could not resist deploying Melli onto the field. Now, the Madrid Kings faced the formidable resistance of a hell away from home, indeed necessitating a player of Melli's explosive caliber. Much like Parati of the Madrid Pirates, Roive also made adjustments to the starting lineup for this match. Their shared objective is the forthcoming city derby this weekend. Their adversaries, akin to those of the Pirates, are not particularly strong, being ranked 17th, a hell. Yet, a hell displayed tenacity comparable to that of Pamplona, who ranked just below them. With merely 20 minutes remaining in the match, the Madrid Kings still failed to gain the lead, prompting Roive to become restless. The Madrid Kings not only aspired to triumph in the city derby on Saturday, but also to secure the championship. Therefore, even with rotations, It was no justification for not securing a victory against Hell. Prior to Meli's introduction, Roivy had already utilized one substitution, bringing on the starting center forward Ryan Vandenberg. However, his inclusion was not intended for scoring, but rather to bolster the Madrid Kings' control within Hell's penalty area. The Belgian international Vandenberg, a robust center forward with exceptional playmaking abilities, is somewhat lacking in scoring prowess. Nevertheless, the Madrid Kings did not rely on him for goals. Previously, when partnering with Solace, he was specifically tasked with drawing defensive attention away from Solace while providing passes and assists, functioning as a tactical center forward. Thus, despite occasionally missing open goals and facing criticism and ridicule from fans, Vandenberg's position remains secure under Roivy's guidance. This season, Roivy has altered the Madrid Kings formation to a 4-3-3, advancing Meli, originally a midfielder, to the front line, requiring Vandenberg not only to serve Solace but also to assist Meli. Initially, both Meli and Vandenberg were on the bench, with only the captain Solace in the starting lineup. Now, with Meli's entry, the Kings' primary attacking line finally assembled. Roivy aimed to deliver a decisive blow to Hell, returning home with 3 points to face their arch-rivals, the Pirates. Meli often retreated to collect the ball from the front. After being pushed to the front line, he frequently drops back to midfield to retrieve possession. This is his playing habit and a directive from Coach Roivy. Although nominally a forward, at times he resembles a free-roaming player in the attacking third. He interchanges positions on the flanks, utilizing his dribbling to propel the team's offense and create chaos. Hu Lai had already found the net in the afternoon's match, scoring 9 goals over 6 league matches, leading the scoring charts. Naturally, Meli was unwilling to remain in his shadow. After retreating for the ball, he pivoted and surged forward. After attracting a sufficient number of Hell players, he pushed the ball forward to center forward Vandenberg. Upon passing, he did not halt, but rather made a slight lateral move before continuing his advance. Vandenberg, positioned at the edge of the penalty area with his back to the goal, received the ball and, leveraging his physical advantage, held off Hell's central defender before deftly tapping the ball sideways. At this moment, Melius surged forward, deftly guiding the football in front of him, skillfully evading the hasty tackle of the Hell center back. Amidst the gasps and shouts of the Hell supporters, Melia made his way into the penalty area and unleashed a low shot. The ball skimmed along the grass, darting towards the far corner of the goal. Despite the Hell goalkeeper's desperate dive and his outstretched hand, it was a moment too late. The ball grazed the far post before rolling into the net. Melia Benega, the commentator exclaimed, his voice resonating with excitement. Melia, magnificent. He has scored again. This marks his 2nd goal in consecutive league matches. It is his 7th goal in the last 6 league games. He is relentlessly pursuing Hu. Alfonso Candela, watching the match from a television broadcast, recalled Melia's exuberant celebration after scoring, and it reminded him of their previous conversation. Melia was indeed spurred on by Hu. Such a Melia was unprecedented in Candela's memory. Last season had been Melia's most statistically impressive, with a total of 38 goals across league, cup, and Champions League competitions. Yet even so, he had never managed to score 7 goals in the first 6 matches of the league. Adding to that his brace in the Champions League, Melia had already netted 9 goals in 7 matches. If this momentum continued, Melia's goal tally this season would undoubtedly surpass 40 with ease. Candela felt immense gratitude towards Hu and the Madrid Pirates. Had they not intercepted the king and taken Hu away, how could Melia have blossomed into the player he was today? If Hu had joined the Kings, given his scoring prowess, Roivy would hardly have allowed Melia such freedom to shoot. In that scenario, Melia would have likely been relegated to a mere support role for Hu. No matter how adept he was at breaking through defenses or dribbling, ultimately, it would have been Hu basking in the limelight. To be frank, this arrangement might have benefited the Madrid Kings, but it would not have served Melia well. The current situation is decidedly in Melia's favor. The Madrid Kings have channeled all resources towards him, and Melia himself is striving for excellence. Candela firmly believes that as long as Melia continues to deliver outstanding performances, he will undoubtedly emerge as the foremost among the next generation of football legends. While Hu is undoubtedly a prolific scorer, his style lacks the flair that Melia possesses. One should not even mention the acrobatic goal. As Klein remarked, such goals are divine gifts, rare occurrences among Hu's scoring feats. In terms of aesthetic appeal in football, Hu simply cannot rival Melia. In time, Melia will not only be recognized for his goal-scoring abilities, but also for his captivating style of play. earning both honors and the adoration of fans. Truly invincible. As Melia's agent, Candela could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of such a future. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 80. Derby preview. Last night marked the conclusion of the current round of La Liga, with the Madrid Kings triumphing over Ahel with a score of 2-1 away from home, securing their position at third place with 15 points. Meli made a pivotal impact in the match after coming off the bench and scoring a goal, proving to be an essential contributor to the team's victory. Following 6 rounds of the league, Meli has netted 7 goals, placing him second in the league's scoring chart this season, just behind who has scored 9 goals. Both players continued their remarkable form by finding the net in this round of matches, much to the delight of the fans. With the upcoming Madrid derby, supporters will have the opportunity to witness their exceptional performances. The 7th round of the league features the much-anticipated City Derby, presenting a showdown between the 2 young talents. Hu and Meli. Our reporter conducted an interview with Hu outside the Casa training base today to gather his thoughts on this impending clash. The scene shifted to Hu, surrounded by eager journalists, all extending their microphones toward him. One journalist inquired, "Hu, you have turned down the Kings on 2 occasions. Is this due to dissatisfaction with the club?" Hu shook his head, responding, "I bear no grudges against the Kings. My refusal was simply a matter of seeking better opportunities. I hold great respect for this illustrious club, but I do not believe that one must join the most successful club to be deemed successful. I have enjoyed my time at Leeds City, and I am confident in my ability to succeed with the Pirates as well." Meanwhile, in front of the television, Li Qingqing pointed at the screen and remarked to Hu, "Your answer was quite forthright." "Forthright?" Hu retorted, "I thought I had been rather diplomatic. I even took the time to commend the Kings." Li Qingqing rolled her eyes and turned back to the screen, shaking her head. However, the journalist's question was quite provocative. He clearly aimed to stir up controversy and create a sensation for the derby. Hu was not taken aback by this. The report continued, shifting to the Madrid Kings training base, where Meli was being interviewed by journalists. "Meli, what are your thoughts on Hu not joining the Madrid Kings?" Another provocateur inquired. Hu interjected, "That's yet another instigator." Meli, maintaining a smile on the screen, replied, "Everyone has their own choices. My duty is to play football well, not to judge others' decisions. I will give my all in the matches to help the team secure victories." Look at Hu. That is true diplomacy. He entirely sidestepped the question, evading the journalist's trap. Li Qingqing commented, "Do you believe that tomorrow the internet will be flooded with criticisms of you? They will undoubtedly wield your own words as evidence. And taking statements out of context is second nature to them." Hu shrugged, "Let them be. I do not care. What about you? Will any journalist come to interview you?" Li Qingqing paused, then shook her head, "Not at all. The influence of our women's football team is still quite limited. No media would be bored enough to seek me out." Upon hearing her response, Hu suddenly turned, mimicking a reporter with a microphone, and asked, "So, Li Qingqing, which team do you support in this Madrid derby?" Clearing her throat, Li Qingqing responded, "Well, of course, I support the Madrid Kings." "Oh, saying that might upset your boyfriend, don't you think?" Hu teased. Li Qingqing, with utmost seriousness, remarked, "I believe he wouldn't be as petty as you suggest." Hu Lai rolled his eyes in response. Unable to contain her laughter, Li Qingqing teased, "Aren't you always boasting about your big heart?" Hu Lai then playfully tackled her, pinning the girl down on the sofa, exclaiming, "Today, I want to be a little petty." As he gazed down at Li Qingqing, who lay beneath him with her hair tousled and cascading behind her, revealing her fair and elongated neck, he couldn't help but notice the gentle rise and fall of her chest with each breath. Upon realizing Hu Lai's wandering gaze, Li Qingqing bit her lip, her cheeks gradually flushing crimson. She was acutely aware of what Hu Lai was observing and contemplating at that moment. When he finally lifted his gaze again, he was met with the sight of her bashful yet enchanting demeanor, causing his breath to quicken, and he could no longer resist leaning closer. Quickly, Li Qingqing raised her hand to halt him. "Wait, aren't you worried about your legs giving out during the match?" "The match? It's still a ways off," Hu Lai insisted, striving to break through her defenses. "Not really. Today is Wednesday, and the match is on Saturday." Merely 2 days away, Li Qingqing countered, simultaneously trying to block him and persuade him. "I don't want you to underperform, regardless of winning or losing. You mustn't falter when it matters most." With Li Qingqing's palm pressing against his forehead, preventing him from advancing, Hu Lai began to acknowledge the potential risk involved. He recalled a meme he had seen online. "If the Pirates perform poorly this year, the king will bear the responsibility." though it was merely a joke. He did not wish for his girlfriend to face any backlash. After all, there are always those who take jokes too seriously. All right, Hu Lai relented. Getting off Li Qingqing. Let us discuss it after the match. I'll allow you to exact revenge on the king. Revenge? I don't understand. How would that work? Li Qingqing inquired, perplexed. Hu Lai pondered for a moment. Perhaps by letting you take the lead? Flushing, Li Qingqing playfully smacked Hu Lai, you rogue. Meanwhile, the news on television continued. The Madrid Derby was a highly anticipated event. Following interviews with Hu Lai and Meli, reporters also spoke with players from both teams and their coaches. In addition to the on-site interviews, guests in the studio, supporting both the Madrid Kings and the Madrid Pirates, shared their opinions, speculating on the outcome of Saturday's match. This was not limited to just one news program or one media outlet. Traditional media and online platforms alike were abuzz with discussions regarding the upcoming Madrid Derby. Numerous media outlets, while comparing the two teams, opted for a straightforward approach by contrasting player valuations. After all, higher-priced players are generally deemed to possess superior abilities, a notion that is almost a given. Are there high-priced, low-quality players? Certainly, but such instances are extreme outliers. In most cases, a player's ability is indeed proportional to their market value. Currently, the highest-valued player on Lead City is Hu Lai, who has just joined the team for a transfer fee of 120 million. For the Madrid Kings, it is Meli Banega. Although Meli has never left the Kings and has no transfer fee, his market value is not equivalent to that fee. Based on the transfer window's evaluation, Meli is currently valued at 150 million. The player with the highest market value is the Madrid Kings, whose total team valuation reaches an impressive 158 billion. In contrast, the Madrid Pirates possess a total valuation of 126 billion. Not only do the Kings triumph in terms of player valuations against their city rivals, but they also stand as the highest valued team in La Liga. The Pirates rank third in this regard, while the second highest team is Catalonia United, valued at 155 billion, falling slightly short of the Kings. From a purely financial perspective, the strength of the Madrid Kings far surpasses that of the Madrid Pirates, aligning with their status as a premier club. Aside from the illustrious Meli, the second highest valued player in the Kings squad is the midfield linchpin, Brazilian international Dudu Carlos, whose valuation stands at 80 million. The once renowned Solace, one of the four great kings, has seen his market value decline from a peak of 170 million to a mere 45 million due to aging and diminishing physical prowess, failing to even secure a spot in the top 3 of the Kings roster. On the Pirates side, their second highest valued player is not Maxi Kelly. Had Kelly not suffered from a series of injuries, his valuation would likely hover around 100 million. However, due to 2 consecutive seasons lacking convincing performances, he has become less sought after in the transfer market, causing his valuation to plummet to 35 million. The current second highest valued player for the Pirates is Italian forward Daniele Di Quanzo, who transferred to the club for 55 million. Following a stellar season, his valuation has now risen to 78 million. The third highest valued player on the Pirates is their starting goalkeeper Jonathan Havel, valued at 66 million, while the fourth is the team's principal center back, Riva Moreno, at 55 million. In addition to examining the team's strength through market valuations, some media outlets have opted to analyze the number of international players. Among the 26 registered players in the Kings' first team, 20 are international representatives. Conversely, of the 25 players in the Pirates' first team, 17 are internationals. Naturally, the greater number of international players contributes to the Kings' superior strength. Of course, the aforementioned analysis is typical of mainstream media. In contrast, sports media endeavors to showcase its professionalism by predicting the starting lineups for both teams based on experience, which is not particularly challenging as the strongest lineups are quite evident. Subsequently, they analyze and compare each player in the predicted starting positions. The Kings employ a 4-3-3 formation, with Belgian international Ryan van den Berg at the center of the attack, flanked by Meli Banega on the right and Alexandre Solace on the left. Meanwhile, the Pirates utilize a 4-4-2 formation, with the forward line comprised of Hu Lai and Di Quanzo. Although the styles of the forwards differ, a simple comparison can still be made. Hu Lai is a traditional striker who can effectively complement the dribbling and shooting capabilities of Di Quanzo. As long as Di Quanzo can disrupt the defense of the Madrid Kings, Hu Lai will seize the opportunity. On the side of the Madrid Kings, Meli will undertake a task akin to that of Di Quanzo, utilizing breakthroughs to unsettle the defense of the Madrid Pirates. Moreover, he possesses superior scoring ability compared to Li Qingqing, coupled with Vandenberg's physical advantage in the penalty area. Along with the experienced Solace, their scoring prowess slightly surpasses that of the Madrid Pirates. However, judging by the number of goals scored in the first 6 rounds of the league, the Pirates have netted 2 more goals than the Kings. This is primarily due to Hu Lai's extraordinary individual scoring capability, which not only levels the playing field between the two teams' forward lines, but also allows the Madrid Pirates to outscore the Kings. Thus, the offensive strengths of both teams are evenly matched, each possessing advantages as well as vulnerabilities. In the midfield, the Madrid Kings deploy 3 central midfielders in a line. The Brazilian core Dudu Carlos and Swedish international Albin Estrom lean towards offense. Dudu showcases exquisite technical skills, endowed with the innate talent and flair of Brazilian players. Estrom is physically robust, adept at relentless running, and possesses commendable long passing and shooting abilities. Ghanaian midfielder Mohamed Osei, on the other hand, focuses on defense, boasting impressive physicality and intercepting prowess, albeit with slightly slower speed. Their synergy forms the midfield triangle of the Madrid Kings, pivotal in securing their 3 consecutive La Liga titles and the club's 11th UEFA Champions League trophy. Conversely, the Madrid Pirates feature a quartet in midfield. On the left is Brazilian international Cardoso Tanini, while Portuguese international Silvério occupies the right. Captain Juan Ramirez commands the center, flanked by the more balanced Joaquin Bella, who excels in both offensive and defensive roles. In comparison, the Kings' midfield is more balanced, whereas the Pirates fall short in organizing attacks, as neither Ramirez nor Bella excels in this regard. Their offensive strategy relies heavily on the wings, yet Silvério's inconsistent form renders their right flank unreliable, hinging on fortune. Consequently, the Madrid Kings maintain a superior edge in midfield. Defensively, both teams are closely matched. The Madrid Kings' central defenders are Argentine international Sergio Peralta and the young Spanish prodigy Nuno Siqueiros. The former, despite a less than stellar reputation, exhibits remarkable defensive capabilities that should not be underestimated. The latter, a product of the Madrid Kings Youth Academy and captain of Spain's U23 team, has boundless potential. The Kings' left-back is also a Brazilian international, Rassel Fonseca, proficient in both attack and defense. The right-back position is held by Spanish international Patting Garcia. Guarding the goal is Spain's #1 goalkeeper, Rodríguez Bakker, a representative of the golden generation of Spanish football, a world champion, and one of the top 5 goalkeepers in Europe. The central defensive pairing for the Madrid Pirates consists of Colombian captain Riva Moreno and Kepa Amantegui, who has retired from the Spanish national team. Compared to the Kings' central defenders, these two have played together for 5 seasons, resulting in a stronger rapport. Given that Siqueiros has only recently established himself in the first team this season, his chemistry with Peralta cannot match that of the Pirates duo. The left back for the Pirates is the Spanish international Inigo Martinez, whose speed is his greatest asset. The right back, Jose Irasusta, has previously been selected for the Spanish national team, though he is no longer a capped player. The goalkeeper for the Madrid Pirates, Jonathan Havel, represents Belgium and was recognized as the best goalkeeper at last summer's CONCACAF World Cup, holding a prominent position in contemporary football. Furthermore, the depth of the bench for the Madrid Kings is considerably stronger, providing a broader range of tactical adjustments. In comparison, the strength of the Kings surpasses that of the Pirates, and with the advantage of playing on home turf. Many are inclined to favor the Kings in their pursuit of triumph against the rebellious Pirates, thereby upholding the dignity of their reign. However, the true allure of football lies in the unpredictability of the match, regardless of pre-match analyses or the eloquent assertions of experts. It ultimately comes down to the 11 players on the field engaging in a genuine contest to determine the outcome. Merely contrasting the teams based on paper statistics is akin to playing cards, yielding no clear victor. The media is well aware of this, and their various maneuvers merely serve to amplify the fervor surrounding the local derby, capturing the attention of the public. We eagerly await the grand spectacle to commence. Chapter 81. The atmosphere of the derby. Early in the morning, Han Shuyu appeared at the entrance of the Aurora Hotel. Compared to her first visit to stake out the Madrid Pirates players, she arrived an hour earlier this time. Nevertheless, the place was already teeming with people. The police were compelled to seal off 2 streets at the hotel's intersection to manage traffic and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Han Xiyu struggled to push her way through, but ultimately failed to reach the front line. She had to remain outside, raising her selfie stick high to capture the magnificent scene. Brothers, this is the Madrid Derby. In past matches, how could there have been so many fans outside the Aurora Hotel? Today, despite arriving an hour earlier than last time, I still can't even get to the front row. It seems that securing Hu Lai's autograph will be quite impossible. Let me show you the situation here. It's utterly astonishing. Although it is an away game, the Madrid Pirates opted to stay at the Aurora Hotel since they are still playing in Madrid. As per tradition, they would also come out after breakfast to sign autographs and take pictures with fans. When Hu Lai emerged from the hotel lobby, he was taken aback by the dense crowd outside. He had played at home before, yet even during the UEFA Champions League group match against Rhein, there had not been this many people outside the hotel. This is the derby. Joaquin Bella noticed Hu Lai instinctively take a step back and gently placed a hand on his back, whispering reassuringly. Hu Lai stood at the entrance, gazing into the throng. Among the sea of faces, numerous vibrant expressions could be seen, accompanied by countless flags. Hu Lai easily spotted the Chinese national flag amidst the crowd, and there were quite a few of them. It remained unclear whether they were brought by Chinese students or by Spaniards themselves. Hu Lai had never participated in any derby match. Whether in the domestic arena or the Premier League, the Flash Stars and Leeds City find themselves devoid of derby rivals. Thus, the fervent atmosphere is a novel experience for him, stirring a whirlwind of emotions. This is the essence of a derby. After breakfast, Hu Lai took the time to sign autographs for the enthusiastic fans. Each Pirate supporter who sought his signature urged him, saying, "You must score today, Hu. Go for it, Hu. Show the king your prowess." He felt immense gratitude that Hu had chosen not to align with the king. As he bent to sign, he expressed his appreciation. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your support." He even encountered a female fan, possibly old enough to be his grandmother, adorned in his number 14 Madrid Pirates jersey. Not only did she request his autograph and a photograph, but she also enveloped him in a warm embrace, planting a kiss on his forehead and proclaiming, "This is a blessing for you, Hu. With this blessing, you are sure to score today." With his head held high, Hu replied, "I truly feel empowered, fighting for you, my lady." The elderly woman beamed with joy, gently caressing Hu's face. This tender moment was captured by Han Xiyu, who recorded it through her selfie stick, adding splendid content to her viewing vlog. The interaction between the Madrid Pirates players and their fans was brief, despite the crowd. Not everyone was fortunate enough to approach the players for autographs. Han Xiyu decided to leave before the event concluded, having already secured the footage she desired. She had another event to attend, the Madrid Kings fan meet and greet. Indeed, the Madrid Kings also offered fan benefits, albeit with a less intimate approach compared to the Pirates. Their fan activities were typically confined within the hotel where they stayed, creating a separate space where several players sat at a table. Fans would queue to present their items for signatures, a rather formal and lackluster affair. The players, fulfilling what felt like an assigned duty, did not exhibit the same warmth as their pirate counterparts. However, no one would dare complain, for such an opportunity to obtain player autographs is commendable. Moreover, these events ensure that Kings fans from all across the nation have the chance to engage closely with their beloved stars. Each time the Kings embark on an away game, they arrange such fan activities. In contrast, the Madrid Pirates only host fan events during home matches. After all, the Madrid Kings are a club with a fan base that spans throughout Spain, attracting admirers in other cities as well. Nationally, Kings fans outnumber Pirates fans. However, within the greater Madrid area, Pirates supporters dominate, as their base is primarily in the southern part of Madrid, which boasts a larger population than the north. There is no need for the Pirates to venture to away games to organize welfare activities. They merely need to conduct them in Madrid to sufficiently satisfy the majority of their loyal supporters. When Han Xiyu arrived at the Kings event venue, a long queue had already formed outside the hotel. Everyone was adorned in the vibrant red jerseys of the Madrid Kings, brandishing various posters, photographs, and flags of the players, as well as jerseys, items intended for autographs from the athletes shortly. Han Xiyu quickly joined the line at the back. Despite the throngs of people, the queue advanced swiftly, indicating the rapid pace at which the King star players were signing, for the signatures of all celebrities often resemble mere scrawls, emphasizing speed over legibility. Han Xiyu recorded this scene on her phone, capturing important material for her ball game vlog. Since it was the Madrid Derby, she could not solely document the Pirates' side. The perspective of the Kings, as one of the protagonists, was equally essential. While filming in the queue, Han Shuyu overheard fans lamenting, "Alas, Mei is not here today. I had hoped to get his autograph. Is Mei absent? I suddenly feel disinclined to wait, as I came specifically for him." Such sentiments were understandable. After all, it was a derby, a match of paramount importance, and one would naturally wish to spare Mei any disturbances. Yet, Mei has not appeared to sign for us in the last 3 matches. Hearing the murmurs of the Madrid Kings fans, Han Shuyu furrowed her brow slightly. The atmosphere was starkly contrasting. The Pirates' side was a sea of red flags and jubilant crowds, while the Kings' supporters lamented the absence of their cherished star. Previously, Han Shuyu had never perceived any issues with the event's arrangements and fully understood the club's intentions and challenges. Given the Madrid Kings' stature, having all first-team players present for autographs would indeed impose a substantial burden on everyone, particularly the players themselves, who might find it overwhelming. Therefore, selecting only a few players to meet the fans' demands and rotating them for each match seemed reasonable and reflected the club's exceptional management skills. However, after personally experiencing the fan welfare activities of the Madrid Pirates, the comparison led Han Shuyu to feel that the Kings Club was evidently less attentive to its supporters than the Pirates Club. This notion arose naturally in Han Shuyu's mind, and she did not perceive any wrongdoing in harboring such thoughts towards her beloved club. The Madrid derby between the Kings and the Pirates commenced at 4 in the afternoon, local time, which was considered an early start for Spaniards. This timing was, of course, intended to accommodate East Asian fans, or more specifically, to cater to Chinese supporters. The Madrid Kings already boasted a vast following in China, with the latest statistics indicating that they are the foreign club with the largest number of fans in the country. With the addition of Chinese player Hu Lai to the Madrid Pirates, the anticipation surrounding the Madrid derby has naturally intensified. To facilitate the viewing experience for Chinese fans and to further enhance the La Liga's influence in the Chinese market, this highly anticipated local derby has been scheduled for 4 p.m. Typically, in accordance with Spanish customs, the prime time for viewing matches is around 9 or 10 p.m. Thus, matches that commence at 2 or 3 in the morning, or even 4 or 5, are considered normal for La Liga. Madrid operates on Eastern European Time, UTC-1, while China operates on China Standard Time, UTC-8, resulting in a time difference of 7 hours between the two regions. Moreover, due to Spain's implementation of daylight saving time from late March to late October, the current time difference is reduced to 6 hours. Therefore, Madrid's 4 p.m. translates to 10 p.m. in China, allowing fans to enjoy the match without disrupting their rest, as it concludes just before midnight. At 2 p.m., Han Shuyu arrived at the Crown Stadium, located in the heart of Madrid, 2 hours early, with approximately half an hour remaining before fans were allowed entry. A considerable number of supporters from both sides had already gathered. The fans of the Kings donned red jerseys, while the Pirates sported blue. Their separation is stark as oil and water. Despite the crowd, a sense of order prevailed, maintained by security personnel and mounted police, who employed various methods to create barriers and delineate distinct paths for each team's supporters, ensuring they did not intermingle. Seizing the opportunity, Han Shuyu captured footage and randomly interviewed several fans from both sides. Following her successful approach before the match between the Madrid Pirates and Relaine, she intended to replicate this strategy for the derby. She prepared questions in advance, seeking insights and expectations regarding the forthcoming match, which lent her the appearance of an unaccredited journalist. Her endeavor continued until she was approached by an actual reporter for an interview. Han Shuyu's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized the sweetly smiling journalist before her. Shanshanjia? Wang Shanshan, wearing her signature smile, responded, "I know you too, Shuyu. I've watched your videos on Bilibili." Han Shuyu was taken aback to be recognized by a reporter from CCTV, her excitement leaving her momentarily speechless, only able to respond with a shy smile. "Would you mind participating in a brief interview with us?" Wang Shanshan gestured towards the camera nearby. Numerous media outlets had sent teams to cover this Madrid derby, with CCTV deploying a dedicated reporting team to comprehensively cover the event and even sending He-Feng from China to provide live commentary directly from the Crown Stadium, underscoring the significance of this match. Of course, no problem. Han Shuyu quickly tidied her appearance, primarily her hair, which had become disheveled from filming. Wang Shanshan patiently awaited her to compose herself before commencing the interview, looking at Han Shuyu in her light gray Madrid Kings jacket and asking, "Which team do you predict will win this city derby?" Chapter complete. Chapter 82. those grievances. Han Shuyu stood before her chair, which was situated in the northern stand of the Crown Stadium, a bastion of ardent supporters of the Madrid Kings. Upon her arrival, the home team's fans had already unfurled a massive tifo at the pinnacle of the northern stand. The tifo depicted the goddess of harvest, Ceres, clad in the crimson jersey of the Madrid Kings. Behind her stood the star players of the team, including their captain, Solace, the prodigious talent, Meili, the goalkeeper, Bakel, and the midfield linchpin, Carlos. Above these illustrious figures was one of the mottos of the Madrid Kings: the finest players, the greatest team. Opposite the northern stand, across the field, lay the southern stand, the domain of the visiting fans of the Madrid Pirates. They, too, had prepared a colossal tifo, this time featuring the goddess of harvest, Ceres, but robed in the azure jersey of the Pirates. How could this same goddess be both a symbol for the Kings and don the colors of the Pirates? This duality exists because both clubs revere Ceres as their emblematic goddess of fortune. Following their championship victories, both the Madrid Kings and the Madrid Pirates converge upon the Plaza de Ceres for celebration, as it is conveniently located in the heart of Madrid, facilitating a gathering of supporters. Not only the fans of these two clubs, but even the Spanish national team celebrates their victories at the Plaza de Ceres. Last summer, after the Spanish national team triumphed in the Copa America, they returned in glory to revel alongside thousands of jubilant fans at this very location. The tradition of celebrating championships at Plaza de Ceres was initially conceived by the fans of the Madrid Pirates as early as the 1970s. Following the team's conquest of the UEFA Cup, numerous Pirate supporters gathered at Plaza de Ceres to celebrate. It was during this time that a Pirate fan, with assistance, ascended the statue of Ceres and adorned her neck with a Pirate scarf and team flag. This striking scene was captured by a photographer and published in newspapers, quickly spreading throughout Madrid and Spain, becoming an iconic moment. When the Madrid Kings later secured their championships, their supporters also chose this site for celebration, somewhat provocatively displaying the King's scarf and flag around the goddess's neck, thus aggravating the Pirates fans. This sparked a protracted contest between the two sets of supporters over the goddess, a rivalry that continues to this day. The team that claims victory gains the honor of possessing the goddess and the right to hoist their scarves and flags around her neck. From the mid-1980s to the late 1990s, the Madrid Kings experienced their zenith, clinching 8 league titles, 6 Copa del Rey titles, and 2 Champions League titles over a span of 15 years. Their triumphs were unparalleled, and the Kings fans relished their dominance, treating the Plaza de Ceres as their own backyard. In stark contrast, the 1980s and 1990s marked a nadir for the Madrid Pirates, who managed to secure only 2 Copa del Rey titles, failing to win even a single league championship. The broadcasting of La Liga made its debut in China during the mid-1990s. An intriguing query arises: why are there such a multitude of fans for Real Madrid in China? The answer lies in the timing of La Liga's introduction. It coincided with the zenith of the Royal Madrid club's glory, captivating numerous fans who were enchanted by the team's regal attire and formidable prowess. At that time, it was common to witness celebrations in the Plaza de Cibeles, where the entire squad and their supporters rejoiced after clinching titles, leading many Chinese fans to mistakenly believe that this iconic square was exclusively reserved for the Royal Madrid's championship celebrations. Upon entering the new millennium, their astonishment grew when they observed the Madrid Pirates also celebrating their victories in the same plaza. Of course, it has since become evident that both teams opted for the same location to commemorate their triumphs. The phenomenon of 2 rival teams sharing a stadium is not unheard of, yet it is indeed rare for sworn enemies to converge in a singular venue to celebrate their victories. During the 1990s, the Royal Madrid fans even petitioned the Pirates to vacate the Plaza de Cibeles for their celebrations, asserting that the Royal Madrid had celebrated there far more frequently, thus intertwining the plaza's identity with that of their club. They sought to monopolize the plaza in rightful claim, unwilling to share it with the Pirates. Naturally, the Pirates vehemently opposed this presumptuous demand, which incited their ire. To prevent the Royal Madrid from celebrating in the plaza, the Pirates exerted tremendous effort during every encounter with their rivals. Understanding this historical context reveals why the Pirates and the Sevilla Navigators are also fierce adversaries. The Navigators' defeat to the Royal Madrid was not merely a loss of a league title. It heralded a 15-year era of brilliance for the Royals, nearly transforming the Plaza de Cibeles into their private domain. Consequently, the Pirates regard the Sevilla Navigators as accomplices of the Royal Madrid and treat them accordingly. Even today, in the 2020s, both teams remain locked in fierce competition for control of the Plaza de Cibeles. The massive typho displayed by the Pirates features not only the goddess Cibeles adorned in their colors, but also illustrations of all 25 players from the first team. In contrast to the Royals, who only feature a select few star players on their typho, the Pirates choose to include every member of the first team, underscoring their unity regardless of individual fame or market value. They believe that each player deserves to bask in the adoration of the masses. Thus, each season, the Pirates fans diligently create a new, grand typho, updating their familial portrait. Prominently displayed above is the motto of the Madrid Pirates: "We represent Madrid." As the club boasting a larger fan base in Madrid, their claim holds no fault. Although the Madrid Kings are a prominent football club, they have not managed to root themselves in Madrid as effectively as their rivals, the Pirates. Even before the match commenced, the fans of both teams began their fierce rivalry. The Kings supporters, particularly exuberant, raised their middle fingers and hurled insults at the opposing players, even though the Pirates had yet to take any action on the field. This was inconsequential. Past encounters had already given ample reason for hostility. From the perspective of bitter rivals, how could the players of the opposing team refrain from wrongdoing? Thus, the vitriol was justified. In the past, Han Shuyu would have relished such an electrifying atmosphere. Indeed, the very reason she was willing to spend lavishly to witness matches like the Madrid Derby and the National Derby was to bask in this fervent camaraderie against a common foe. She had purchased her ticket 10 days in advance, not through the official website but from a scalper. As a fan of the Madrid Kings, she had invested €40 in a fan card upon beginning her studies in Madrid, believing it would afford her the opportunity to secure tickets 2 days earlier than regular tourists. However, she soon discovered that this card was virtually useless. In reality, even a member of the Madrid Kings could struggle to obtain tickets for significant matches, let alone a mere fan card. For instance, the ticket for today's City Derby cost her €500 from a scalper, despite the face value being only €75. This exorbitant markup was disheartening, especially when she learned that tickets for die-hard fans were actually priced lower than those for premium vantage points. As she transferred the funds to the scalper, her heart ached at the expense, which, despite her earnings from videos on Bilibili, represented a considerable financial outlay. €500, nearly 3,600 Chinese yuan. Yet, she was determined to witness this derby in person and to document her experience through a vlog, prompting her to grit her teeth and make the payment. However, standing before her seat in the south stand, she began to regret not having purchased a ticket in the north stand. She feared that if the Kings scored, her instinctive cheer might provoke the ire of the rowdy fans surrounding her. For Han Shuyu, this Madrid derby promised a uniquely intriguing experience, akin to her interview with Wang Shanshan outside the stadium. When asked whom she anticipated would win, she replied, "I hope the Kings triumph. But I also wish Hu Lai scores." Her attire mirrored the complexity of her emotions. She donned a light gray sports jacket emblazoned with the Madrid Kings insignia, underscoring her allegiance. Yet beneath it lay a red jersey of the Chinese national team, number 14. This encapsulated her current state of mind, torn, profoundly torn. As she gazed across the other 3 stands, the vibrant red of the 5-star flag caught her eye, filling her with envy. Had she been seated in the north stand, she could have unabashedly displayed her identity as a Chinese supporter. Especially in the southern stand, where the away fans are situated, even the Spanish supporters brandished the Chinese flag. They were cheering for Hu Lai. However, the Madrid Kings did not field any Chinese players, hence the northern stand was devoid of a single red flag. Instead, numerous white banners emblazoned with the emblem of the Madrid Kings waved vigorously, contrasting with their home jersey color, which was not red, but white. Hu Lai and his teammates concluded their warm-up and returned to the locker room. During the warm-up, he was met with a chorus of boos from the Madrid Kings fans. Given his past actions against the Madrid Kings, such treatment was hardly surprising. Nevertheless, Hu Lai felt no unease. On the contrary, he was rather exhilarated. It was a derby. A derby. Even if you had done nothing, merely by virtue of being a sworn enemy, you would be booed and insulted. They say there is no football without a derby, and today, he could consider his football career fulfilled. Head coach Parati was utilizing the final moments to remind everyone of the significance of this match. "I need not tell you what this game means to us. The Kings are an incredibly aggressive team, and you must be especially vigilant during the match. controlling your emotions and maintaining your composure. Do not let their antics lead you to lose your reason. I understand that derbies can easily get under one's skin. The amiable coach smiled at this point, as if he were merely discussing an ordinary match rather than an intense local derby. Meanwhile, Hu Lai was in the system space exchanging for the damaged giant bear shin guards and worn giant bear jersey, then equipping them. He chose not to use the Lingxi card on his teammates, deeming it unnecessary, and the 30,000 points were rather excessive. The selection of the damaged giant bear shin guards was primarily for self-protection. It is well known that although the Madrid Kings bear the name of royalty, their playing style is far from noble. Rather, it is filled with martial spirit. They emphasize a never-give-up, fight-to-the-end ethos. After all, Luis Quela, a legend of the Madrid Kings, was known for breaking others' legs on the field while risking his own. A life-size statue of him stands outside the Crown Stadium even after his retirement. This man epitomizes the spirit of the Madrid Kings. Roivy, the coach of the Kings, once explained why the team was so unruly. Our players are knights under the banner of the Kings. Knights must go to battle, and the battlefield has no room for cowards. At this moment, Roivy was in the locker room roaring at his players. From the very first minute of the match, we must fight tooth and nail against them. We will contest possession in the center circle. We will contest possession in the corner flag area. We will contest possession beyond the penalty arc, and within the penalty area, we will contest possession in every corner of the pitch. Remember, the glory of the Kings is defended by gun and blood. The team's center back, Peralta, followed suit with a fierce shout. Let us annihilate those pirate bastards. The locker room erupted in a chorus of roars. Although Meili did not join his teammates in their primal howls, he clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and wore a grave expression. For each player of the Madrid Kings, it felt as though they were not merely participating in a match, but stepping onto a battlefield rife with gunfire and peril. Chapter complete. Chapter 83. Traitors and Undercover Agents. Unlike an ordinary game, the Madrid derby commenced in a distinctive manner, merely 1 minute into the match. After the Madrid Pirates initiated the kickoff and circulated the ball in their half, they opted for a long pass aimed at the forward Hu Lai. In the ensuing aerial duel, Hu Lai was unceremoniously brought down by Peralta, the Argentine center back of the Kings. The referee's whistle, accompanied by the jubilant cheers of the Kings supporters, nearly drowned out the actions of another Kings center back, Nuno Siqueiros, who seemed oblivious to the whistle as he retrieved the ball discarded by Hu Lai and prepared to advance. Consequently, the referee was compelled to blow his whistle urgently several times to halt Siqueiros' progress. Siqueiros then expressed his apologies to the referee, gesturing towards his ear to indicate he had not heard the initial whistle. The referee, however, disregarded his explanation and signaled for a free kick to be taken by the Madrid Pirates. Notably, he refrained from issuing any cards or verbal warnings to the offending Peralta. To suggest that the referee was intentionally biased in favor of the Madrid Kings, favoring the home side, would be inaccurate. For just 3 minutes later, when the Madrid Kings launched an attack, Deducalos was unceremoniously felled by the Pirates captain, Juan Ramirez, as soon as he received the ball in midfield, effectively thwarting the Kings' counterattack. In this instance, the referee merely called the foul against Ramirez without issuing a card or verbal admonishment. These two fouls and corresponding decisions within the first 5 minutes unequivocally conveyed the essence of the Madrid derby to all present. Although Ramirez was not cautioned with a yellow card, he was met with a chorus of boos and jeers from the Kings supporters in the stands. Han Xiyu distinctly heard the Kings fans nearby raising their middle fingers and vociferously cursing in Ramirez's direction. The language employed was particularly unsavory. As a young woman, she had often perused colorful anecdotes online, and vulgarity was not alien to her. Yet, upon hearing those derogatory remarks, she felt a genuine sense of revulsion. Nevertheless, she understood the Kings fans' fervor. After all, Juan Ramirez, the captain of the Pirates, had once emerged from the Kings Youth Academy. Following Ramirez's foul on Deducalos, the stadium erupted into a cacophony of boos. As a former player for the Madrid Kings and now the captain of the Pirates, Ramirez invariably becomes a focal point during every Madrid derby. Commentator Hifong, situated in the broadcast booth, endeavored to introduce the players' backgrounds to the domestic audience. His voice strained as he shouted over the tumult. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly raucous, as the collective sounds of 85,000 fans converged into a storm of noise, nearly drowning out all else. Even with noise-canceling headphones and a microphone positioned close to his mouth, Feng found it necessary to amplify his voice to be heard. Additionally, the electric atmosphere of the Madrid Derby stirred a sense of excitement within him, naturally causing his volume to rise. In this particular match, his partner Yin Kong was not present at the venue, instead hosting from the studio during the pre-match, halftime, and post-match commentary. This meant Feng had to speak continuously throughout the entire 90 minutes. In such a cacophonous environment, straining his voice for an extended period posed the risk of rendering it hoarse by the end of the match. During the pre-match lineup, Hu Lai sensed the profound animosity from the Madrid Kings supporters directed at their captain, Ramirez, whose jeers eclipsed even those aimed at Hu Lai himself. What fueled this intense hatred towards Ramirez? Once a product of the Madrid Kings Youth Academy, Ramirez had been trained within the Royal Madrid ranks since the U13 level, progressing up to the B team, where he remained a player until his career stagnated, unable to ascend to the first team. Dissatisfied with languishing in the B team for lower-tier competitions, he declined to renew his contract and departed the club as a free agent. This is not an uncommon narrative within the emotional landscape of the Madrid Kings. Every year, numerous young talents emerge from the youth ranks. Yet only a select few break into the first team. The majority ultimately bid farewell to the Kings, finding opportunities elsewhere. Consequently, the Madrid Kings Youth Academy has nurtured countless players for various teams in La Liga. The adage, "A tree that moves is alive. A person that moves thrives," rings true, as many athletes flourish in new environments. Ramirez is one such example. After leaving the Kings, he became a cornerstone of the Spanish national team, a vital contributor to their championship success. What sets Ramirez apart from others is his choice to join the Kings' archrivals, the Madrid Pirates, after his departure. His signing with the Pirates as a free agent sparked considerable debate among Kings supporters, who struggled to accept that a former Kings player would align with their sworn enemies. When asked in an interview why he chose the Pirates, Ramirez's response shocked many. "I have been a supporter of the Pirates since childhood," initially dismissed as mere folly. The revelation of a photograph from his 6th birthday, clad in a Madrid Pirates jersey, lent credence to his claim. This player, who blossomed within the Kings' youth teams, had been an undercover supporter all along. Consequently, in every encounter between the Pirates and the Kings, Ramirez's tenacity and fervor were particularly pronounced. Whether to demonstrate to the Kings the folly of their decision to release him, or simply to assert his allegiance as a Pirate supporter, his exceptional performances left a lasting impression and created significant challenges for the Madrid Kings. During multiple interviews, he expressed no gratitude towards the Madrid Kings for their nurturing, instead perceiving defeating the Kings as a remarkable honor. Initially, many Madrid Kings fans were displeased with his transition from the Kings to the Pirates. His fervor in competing against the Kings bordered on treachery. Therefore, one might wonder which Pirate player is the most despised by the Kings fans. It is undeniable that the newly joined Hu Lai cannot surpass his captain, Juan Ramirez, in this regard. This compelled Hu Lai to resolve silently to excel in every Madrid derby, striving to usurp the title of the Kings fans' most detested player, thereby alleviating the burden on his captain. Each time he hears the jeers, Hu Lai feels a sense of regret, lamenting that his system cannot capture negative emotions, deeming it a sheer waste, a squandering of resources. As a professional athlete, there is no need to exert oneself in verbal confrontations like some do, painstakingly gathering meager fragments of negative sentiments. Just imagine, if 80,000 people boo you. Wouldn't that negativity be overwhelming? Alas, these thoughts are merely Hu Lai's idle musings. He ought to set aside such fantasies and focus on how to breach the Madrid Kings' goal. The referee's 2 fouls called within the first 5 minutes failed to temper the intensity of both teams. After all, this is a city derby. If a single foul could calm them, the Madrid derby would hardly merit such attention. The Madrid Kings played with ferocity, even bordering on brutality. Ironically, the team style was in stark contrast to its regal name, which struck as somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, the Kings fans relished this fighting spirit, especially in a city derby. The match was bound to be more intense than a regular game. The home team, the Madrid Kings, sought to seize control of the game from the outset, displaying remarkable aggression and assertiveness. The contest was fiercely contested, yet this resulted in a fragmented and disjointed spectacle, lacking fluidity. Such a match is not visually appealing. However, the fans in attendance were exhilarated and deeply engaged. They cared little for the aesthetic quality of the game. Their sole concern was the outcome. Only after the referee issued a verbal warning for fouls to both teams did the atmosphere shift slightly. It remains uncertain whether this alteration stemmed from the referee's intervention or if both teams, having completed their warm-up and established dominance over one another, finally felt ready to commence the true contest. In the 11th minute, the first shot on goal emerged. The attempt came from the home team, the Madrid Kings, with their captain, Solace, as the shooter. After receiving a pass from Melis, he delivered a low shot towards the near post, albeit from a tight angle. The ball struck the side netting, causing a ripple that momentarily thrilled the Kings fans, who cheered in anticipation, only to realize the ball had not crossed the line. Rather than feeling disappointment, they transformed their cheers into encouragement. Although the goal was not scored, the collective enthusiasm derived from the attack instilled a sense of hope. "Let us keep playing like this. Well done, Captain." Amidst the fervent roars of the Kings supporters surrounding Han Shuyu, they rallied behind their team, urging Solace onward, while simultaneously cultivating an electrifying atmosphere at home. The first half found the Madrid Pirates goal situated directly beneath the northern stands, where, should the Kings score, their most devoted fans would revel in the proximity of witnessing the goal. Solace's shot invigorated the Kings fans, filling them with anticipation for the ensuing match. However, the Madrid Pirates did not succumb to the anticipated pressure from the home team. Instead, they swiftly retaliated, launching a counterattack down the flanks, advancing into the Kings' 30-meter zone, where the overlapping fullback, Ion Martinez, delivered a cross. Accompanied by the commentator Sanchez's exuberant shout, Hu Lai soared in the penalty area, colliding with Peralta. Yet, he managed to connect first with the ball, executing a powerful header that sent the football towards the far post. It was a header of exceptional quality. Nevertheless, the guardian of the Kings' goal was equally formidable. Rodriguez Backer, the Spanish international and World Cup champion, a close ally of Solace and a representative of Spain's golden generation, lunged across the goal, using one hand to deflect the ball out of play. Unlike the earlier hollow jubilation from the Kings' attack, this time, the Pirates' offense yielded a corner kick. Having completed the header, Hu Lai, slightly unsteady after colliding with Peralta, knelt on one knee upon landing. He heard Peralta's disdainful grunt nearby, evidently displeased for failing to intercept Hu Lai's header. Rising from the ground, Hu Lai addressed the visibly irked Peralta. "Careful there, mate, you nearly gifted us a penalty." Taken aback by Hu Lai's sudden remark, Peralta turned to look. Hu Lai met his gaze calmly. "What are you staring at? Never seen an opponent considering the other side?" Peralta opened his mouth as if to respond, but his words were cut short by the returning captain, Solace, who nudged him. "What are you doing? Defend the corner." Hu Lai clicked his tongue in response. The chapter concludes. Chapter 84. The team that concedes first. The Madrid Pirates' corner kick posed no threat to the Kings' goal. The match resumed its fierce pace, with intense confrontations erupting across every corner of the pitch, as both teams sought to breach each other's defenses while also indulging in physical exchanges, an exclusive spectacle of the derby. The first yellow card of the City Derby emerged in the 17th minute, as Madrid Kings' leading striker, Van den Berg, leapt in the penalty area to contest a header against the Pirates' center-back, Riva Moreno. The latter, airborne and devoid of any leverage, was robustly collided with by Van den Berg, resulting in a loss of balance and an awkward fall that nearly twisted his waist. This foul immediately incited discontent among the Pirates players. Goalkeeper Halewell charged out of the net to confront Van den Berg. Yet, rather than directly shoving him, he spread his arms wide, storming towards Van den Berg while bellowing. "What are you doing? That's murder." Van den Berg retorted without hesitation, asserting that it was merely a routine contest for the ball and that Moreno was simply too weak. It was evident to any observer that, in terms of physique, Moreno lacked the robustness of Van den Berg. However, it was clear that he was grasping at straws. Other players from both teams quickly gathered around, each side rallying in support of their own. The medical staff of the Madrid Pirates rushed over to examine Moreno, as they could not afford to be complacent. Instances of players being injured and exiting the field just after the derby commenced were not unheard of. Fortunately, after examination, it was confirmed that Moreno was not seriously harmed. Nonetheless, this did little to diminish the Pirates' discontent with Van den Berg. While Moreno lay on the ground receiving attention, players from both teams clashed once more. Hu Lai was among them, and this time, Joaquin Bella did not prevent him from joining the fray. He utilized his linguistic prowess to engage in fervent exchanges with players from various nationalities, constructing bridges of communication between the two teams. In our country, such actions would have long been met with the ire of fans, and he, Peralta, should be grateful to still be standing on the field, rather than attempting to argue his case. Even in the Premier League, such maneuvers would be deemed malicious fouls, warranting a red card. Receiving a yellow would be a stroke of luck. How dare he protest? What? You claim Moreno was not injured? If he wasn't, he injured. It was merely a stroke of good fortune. It does not absolve Vandenberg of wrongdoing. I expected that the Kings, as a prestigious club, would possess some lofty discourse. Yet I am sorely disappointed by such crass remarks. As Hu Lai navigated through the crowd, confronting the royal players, it left them quite vexed. Whenever they sought to engage him further, he would step closer, threateningly inquiring, "What's the matter? Do you wish to brawl? Let me remind you. We have a video referee. No action will escape scrutiny." He gestured towards the overhead camera, hovering above them, operated by a motor and suspended by 2 steel cables. They certainly did not intend to confront Hu Lai. They were not foolish enough to lose their composure, as anyone would know that engaging in violence in plain view would be tantamount to asking for expulsion. Yet, their inaction was portrayed by Hu Lai as if they were on the brink of aggression, akin to the frustration of swatting at an incessantly buzzing mosquito without success. Melli, however, refrained from participating in the fracas between the players. He was not particularly adept at quarrels and felt he could contribute little by intervening. Observing the lively Hu Lai from the periphery, he couldn't help but cover his gaping mouth with his hand. Has this individual integrated into the derby atmosphere so swiftly? His performance belied the fact that this was his inaugural Madrid derby, making him appear as a seasoned veteran, as he captured a significant amount of attention amidst the tumult. The colossal jeers from the stands of the Crown Stadium persisted, particularly from the devoted fans of the Madrid Kings in the northern section. Due to the Pirates' forbidden zone being situated directly beneath the north stands, the fans, positioned advantageously, took the liberty to gesticulate rudely at the Pirate players, accompanied by an array of profanities. Their primary target of derision was, of course, the exuberant Hu Lai. Hu Lai's initial rejection of the Madrid Kings had already incited considerable discontent among their supporters. His subsequent affiliation with the Madrid Pirates provided them with a legitimate cause to assail Hu Lai, given their fierce rivalry. During the local derby, Hu Lai's animated behavior amidst the fray was naturally perceived by Kings fans as a provocative challenge. "Curse him," exclaimed Han Shuyu internally while filming with her phone, lamenting the impending need for extensive sound editing. "How many bleeps will I have to insert in post-production? This video will end up being a cacophony of beeps." The referee hurriedly intervened, blowing his whistle to separate the players and admonishing them to regain their composure. He subsequently issued a yellow card to the foul culprit, Vandenberg, who seemed somewhat disgruntled by the decision, gesturing animatedly as if to defend himself. However, rather than offering a defense, it appeared he was attempting to exert pressure on the referee. The referee, recalling that he had a card in hand, noted that Vandenberg's foul was indeed perilous, nearly resulting in Moreno's injury. Yet, this was merely the essence of Spain's most intense and explosive derby, the Madrid derby. While the most renowned derby globally is the national clash between the Madrid Kings and Catalonia United, in terms of fervor and intensity, it pales in comparison to the Madrid derby. Only in this local rivalry can one witness 2 elite teams grappling with one another like barbarians, rolling in the mud, tarnishing their elegant attire, and displaying a fierce countenance devoid of grace, far removed from the decorum expected of such prestigious clubs. 5 minutes later, as Vandenberg shielded the ball in the center circle, he was unceremoniously toppled by Joaquin Bella's combination of kicks and pushes, provoking a chorus of boos from the stands. This prompted Joaquin Bella to receive a yellow card as well. After both teams accumulated yellow cards, it seemed they were poised to engage in earnest competition. Leveraging their home advantage, the Madrid Kings consistently threatened the Pirates' goal, with Heil executing remarkable saves to maintain the integrity of the net. The visiting Pirates resorted to a defensive counterattack, retracting their defensive line and utilizing the speed of their flanks. Meanwhile, the Madrid Kings pressed aggressively, applying pressure on the Pirates' possession and passing spaces, gradually seizing the upper hand in the match. During this phase, Hu Lai found his opportunities dwindling. On one hand, he was closely shadowed by Peralta. On the other, the Pirates were predominantly on the defensive, resulting in fewer offensive chances and consequently diminishing Hu Lai's visibility. The focus of the match predominantly lingered in the half of the Madrid Pirates. Han Shuyu switched her phone to the front camera, capturing the action while conversing with the lens. Peralta's tight marking on Hu Lai was evident. Just moments ago, Hu Lai had a chance, but Peralta had effectively pushed him aside, preventing him from receiving the ball. In the past, I held a certain admiration for Peralta, despite the controversies surrounding his play. He exhibited a fierce competitiveness against the Kings. Within the team, he possessed an endearing charm. However, my sentiments have somewhat shifted, as his rivalry has now transitioned to Hu Lai. More than the outcome of the match, I find myself increasingly concerned about the possibility of Hu Lai sustaining an injury. Fortunately, she is surrounded by Spaniards who are oblivious to the Chinese language, thus alleviating any fears of her identity being compromised. As she recorded herself with the front camera, the Madrid Kings fans behind her noticed Han Shuyu engaging in a selfie, playfully making faces at the camera, clearly in high spirits. The Kings have been dominating the scene lately, and naturally, the fans are in a jubilant mood. Yet, Han Shuyu felt compelled to force a smile upon noticing the playful antics of the fans behind her. She quickly smoothed her furrowed brow and displayed a smile, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings arising from her apparent disconnection with those around her. When the Madrid Pirates launched a counterattack, Hu Lai chose not to remain isolated at the forefront, but rather opted to retreat for support. It seemed he intended to draw Peralta away from his defensive position. However, Peralta did not follow. The Pirates' offensive on the flanks had nearly reached the 30-meter mark. Should he venture out, the center would be left vulnerable. By stepping outside the penalty area, Hu Lai effectively exited his defensive zone, entrusting Hu Lai to his teammate, the defensive midfielder Mohamed Osei. This formidable black midfielder embodied all the attributes of strength and resilience. Muscular, with exceptional speed and commendable aerial prowess, coupled with precise tackling. His only potential shortcoming might be his slightly slower pace. Silverio passed the ball laterally to the retreating Hu Lai. Upon receiving it, Hu Lai attempted to cross the ball to the advancing Joaquin Bella, but before he could execute the pass, Osei struck his right heel, causing him to cry out and fall to the ground, clutching the impacted area. The referee immediately blew the whistle, halting the match, ruling Osei's action a foul, and awarding the Pirates a free kick from 34 meters out. Yet no yellow card was issued to Osei. Lying on the ground, Hu Lai expressed his dissatisfaction to the referee, gesturing for a card, but the latter ignored him. Hu Lai has been knocked down again, Han Shuyu remarked to the camera. As a player who scored 9 goals over the last 6 matches, he is now facing the most formidable defensive scrutiny. The once playful Madrid Kings fan behind him began to boo, uncertain whether it was in protest of the referee's foul call against Osei or Hu Lai's request for a card. Han Shuyu refrained from displaying any overt emotions, striving to maintain a calm demeanor in her speech. In contrast, Xialan, watching from home, exhibited no such restraint, pointing at the television screen and exclaiming, "Shameless Kings! Such a foul and no card? Must my son perform a 360-degree somersault for you to take notice? Corrupt officiating." Hu Lisin and Li Qingqing seated beside her had grown accustomed to Xialan's spirited commentary during matches. Strictly speaking, this was certainly not an instance of corrupt officiating. However, Xialan's anger is quite understandable. Li Qingqing comforted her, saying, "It's all right, Sister Xia. The Pirates have obtained a free kick, and for Tanini, the angle is just right and the distance is moderate. This may very well present an opportunity for the Pirates to score." On the screen, Tanini was positioning the football, while the players of the Madrid Kings anxiously formed a wall. Clearly, they were aware of Tanini's reputation as a master of free kicks. Though Tanini's name may sound endearing, the free kicks he executes are anything but charming. They are, in fact, deceptively tricky, for he excels at delivering powerful shots. Once the wall was set, Tanini placed the ball meticulously, took a sufficient run up, and stood with his hands on his hips, casting a glance at the referee, awaiting the whistle. Hu Lai stood inconspicuously among the crowd behind the wall, yet he was poised and ready, waiting for Tanini to strike the ball, so he could dart toward the goal. He would not squander any chance for a rebound. This was one of the secrets behind his ability to score. Despite appearing unremarkable as a forward, he never overlooked any potential scoring opportunity. At last, the whistle blew. Tanini surged forward, shooting. As he struck the ball, Hu Lai swiftly maneuvered through the throng towards the goal. The football soared high above the leaping wall of the Madrid Kings, heading straight for the upper left corner of the net. If this trajectory continued, the ball would likely sail over the crossbar, landing amidst the uproar of the north stand. While others were still recovering from the moment, Hu Lai emerged from the crowd. The ball hung in the air, seemingly motionless, without a hint of spin. Hu Lai raised his gaze towards the goal. The football arrived before him, and then suddenly plummeted. Goalkeeper Rodriguez Bakler had leapt into the air, stretching out his arms, but failed to make contact with the ball. The football grazed the underside of the crossbar and found its way into the net. Hu Lai leapt up with outstretched arms. The north stand erupted into a brief silence, followed by a cacophony of boos and jeers. No one had anticipated that, despite their home advantage and aggressive pressing, the Madrid Kings would be the first to concede a goal. Chapter 85. The spirit of the Kings, who earned the Madrid Pirates a free kick in the center of the front field, while within Tonini's striking range. As expected, Tonini stepped up to take the shot. The wall was ready, and the referee was retreating. In the commentary box, veteran commentator Alvarez Sanchez spoke rapidly to convey the on-field situation to the viewers. Just as he finished, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Tonini, Gulazzo, Gulazzo, Gulazzo. In the 28th minute, the Madrid Pirates took the lead away from home. Tonini's signature powerful shot found the net. What a splendid goal! What a goal! He echoed from the commentary box, his voice hoarse with excitement, as Tonini scored from the direct free kick. The Madrid Pirates have taken a 10-point lead over the Kings. This free kick was earned by Hu Lai in the offensive zone. Although it is a local derby, and it is not surprising who scores first, it is nonetheless the home ground of the Kings. Moreover, from the perspective of the game, the Kings appeared to have the advantage. The Madrid Pirates played pragmatically in this match. They did not rely on possession and attacking play, but rather tightened their defense and executed counterattacks. The effectiveness of their strategy has been proven. Han Shiyu is surrounded by jeers and curses, and she can hear someone nearby shouting, "This free kick should not have existed." Who clearly faked the fall. She furrows her brow, but dares only to rebut in her heart. What fake fall? Do they really think the video referee team is blind? If they're unhappy about conceding a goal, they should blame Tonini, not our Hu Lai. When Hu Lai was playing in the Premier League, there were whispers regarding his propensity to simulate fouls. However, since video refereeing has become a crucial aspect of officiating, it has provided Hu Lai's supporters with immense confidence. Every foul against him has been backed by solid evidence. Thus, the accusations of Hu Lai's simulation are merely from a small minority. Everyone knows he plays with great integrity. Although at times he may go down a bit theatrically, it ultimately stems from genuine fouls committed against him. He was truly kicked, pushed, or bumped. Given Hu Lai's physique, exaggerating a fall can be seen as a self-protective reflex or a means to attract the referee's attention, ensuring he does not suffer in silence. Regardless of interpretation, it should never be misconstrued as a penchant for simulation. This is called intelligence. Anyone who has watched Hu Lai play over time would agree. If Hu Lai were not clever enough to protect himself, considering the physical treatment he endures, he would have sustained injuries countless times by now. How could he still be thriving at 24 years of age? After scoring, Tonini sprinted towards the corner flag, followed closely by his fellow Pirates, as they embraced and celebrated in the area between the south and east stands. As the Pirates players rushed to celebrate, surrounding security personnel were on high alert, quickly encircling them with riot shields to protect them. However, they only needed to guard against the disposable plastic cups that were hurled from the east stand, as the south stand was predominantly filled with Madrid Pirates fans, who were cheering enthusiastically and raising their fists in support. Additionally, the Pirates fans directed their ire at the Kings supporters across the police barrier in the east stand, gesturing offensively, which further incited the anger of numerous Kings fans. In the distant north stand, Kings supporters pointed and shouted obscenities at their rival players, with some tossing disposable plastic cups filled with beverages and beer, though they failed to hit any Pirates players on the opposite field. Such actions seemed to be mere expressions of their pent-up frustration. Amidst the cursing crowd, Han Shiyu persisted in filming, and to avoid appearing too calm, she joined those around her in waving her fists toward the other side. As the players of the Madrid Pirates reveled in their goal celebration, the captain of the Kings, Solace, fervently clapped his hands to energize his teammates, exclaiming, "There is still time. It is not insurmountable. We can turn this around. This is our home ground. How can we allow them to run rampant here? Do not let this goal affect you." He then took a moment to console the defensive midfielder, Osai, reminding him that the free kick had resulted from his foul on Jule, as he aimed to alleviate the burden on Osai for the forthcoming match. As a pivotal figure in the defensive triangle of the Madrid Kings midfield, Osai's performance was crucial. After offering his encouragement to Osai, Solace sprinted towards the center circle, where the ball had been placed by Meli, awaiting his kickoff. Standing in the center circle, With his foot firmly on the ball, Solace turned to his teammates and bellowed, "Forward, Kings! Never give up! Fight until the end!" This rallying cry echoed the words of the legendary king, Louis Quayar, embodying the very spirit of the Kings. Not only did Solace rally his team, but the King's supporters in the stands also recovered from their initial anger and dissatisfaction following the conceded goal, joining in unison to chant the motto, "Forward, Kings! Never give up! Fight until the end!" The resounding chorus reverberated throughout the stadium, coalescing into a tempest of determination. This phrase had once been Quayar's battle cry during the 1994 Champions League final, when the Madrid Kings trailed 3-0 at halftime against the blue and white Munich, with many deeming the Kings' chances extinguished and the title destined for their opponents. During the intermission, Quayar inspired his teammates in the locker room with the fervent words, "Forward, Kings! Never give up! Fight until the end!" His impassioned call ignited the spirit of his comrades, and upon returning to the pitch for the second half, the Madrid Kings scored 3 goals within 10 minutes, equalizing the score at 3-3 and forcing the match into extra time. Quayar himself earned a penalty during the extra period, which he successfully converted, leading the Madrid Kings to a remarkable 4-3 comeback victory over blue and white Munich, clinching the club's 8th Champions League trophy. This match has since been immortalized as a classic in the annals of Champions League history. Quayar's rallying cry and his triumphant image holding the championship trophy have been etched into the chronicles of both the Champions League and the Madrid Kings, becoming timeless symbols of glory. Since that moment, this phrase has epitomized the fighting spirit of the Madrid Kings, and whenever the team finds themselves trailing, their fervent supporters raise their voices in unison, bolstering their spirits. In response to this declaration, 5,000 fans of the Madrid Pirates collectively shouted their own rallying cry, "United people never will be defeated. United people never will be defeated." While 5,000 is a formidable number, their collective voice appeared dwarfed in the presence of 80,000. Thus, as their shout emerged, it was swiftly drowned out by the fervent cheers of the Madrid Kings supporters. However, the fans of the Pirates did not relent. They maintained their fervor, vociferously cheering from the stands. As the match resumed, the Kings, having conceded, resembled enraged bulls, intensifying their battle for possession. The Piratas de Madrid's advantage in ball control was rendered futile against their aggressive high press. Ironically, the leading side appeared increasingly disorganized. Meli was particularly vibrant, showcasing his exceptional dribbling skills. Against the compressed defense of the Piratas de Madrid, he possessed the capability for individual breakthroughs. Consequently, the ball was frequently directed towards Meli. The Pirates found it challenging to contain such a remarkably talented player. Despite their defensive formation being meticulously organized, it could never achieve complete impermeability. The essence of a super talent, or a top-tier star, lies in their ability to dismantle the stalemate and disrupt the meticulously maintained tactical discipline of the opposing defense. Originally, the Piratas de Madrid had their own top-tier star, Maxi Kyrie. During the zenith of Kyrie's career, his individual prowess was unrivaled in La Liga, often executing breathtaking solo runs that left defenses in disarray before either scoring or assisting a teammate. However, with Kyrie now sidelined due to injury and Meli's formidable rise, it was the Pirates' turn to experience the treatment once reserved for their adversaries. Prior to the match, Perotti had devised a special defensive scheme targeting Meli. Yet, against such a uniquely gifted player, no arrangement could truly yield complete effectiveness. In light of Meli's tendency to drop back into midfield to receive the ball, Juan Ramirez was tasked with closely marking him. However, this left Dudu Carlos unmarked. If Joaquin Bello were to defend Dudu, who would then confront Albin Estrom, the attacking midfielder of the Kings? In essence, Meli's extraordinary individual ability permitted Roivy to allow him free rein in the attacking third, thereby disrupting the defensive structure of the Pirates, as their midfield would invariably be one player short. Despite fielding 4 midfielders against the Kings' 3, the Pirates often found themselves outnumbered. While it may seem that there were no means to effectively contain Meli, that is not entirely accurate. Fouling him was an option. However, fouling could lead to a booking, and in severe cases, result in an early exit from the match. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Perotti would not permit his players to easily foul Meli. Even if a foul was warranted, the choice of location and method had to be judiciously considered to avoid accruing a yellow card. In summary, while it may be easy to speak of strategies, executing them on the pitch proved to be exceedingly challenging. At times, players struggled to keep pace with their thoughts, relying instead on instinctual reactions. For instance, a player might commit a foul when it was entirely unwarranted, granting the opposition a dangerous free kick while also receiving a yellow card. Did the fouling player truly misunderstand the situation? In hindsight, or immediately after the foul, they would recognize their error. Yet, in the heat of the moment, with adrenaline surging, the mind often ceases to engage in rational thought. As the opponent threatened to escape, the priority was to secure their presence, regardless of any fouls. When Meli surged forward with the ball, Juan Ramirez attempted to grasp him during the chase, but was deftly evaded by Meli's quick maneuver. Ramirez collided with him again, although Meli staggered from the impact. He maintained his control over the ball. Seizing the moment of Meli's unsteady footing, Ramirez lunged for the ball. However, Meli deftly maneuvered the ball away while swiftly sidestepping Ramirez's outstretched foot. In this attempt to intercept, Ramirez lost his balance and could only watch helplessly as Meli slipped past him. Fortunately, Moreno, the central defender for the Pirates, anticipated this scenario and did not create distance from Ramirez. As their captain was bypassed, he quickly advanced to challenge Meli. Taking advantage of Meli's slight misstep with the ball, he intercepted it just in time. Oh, what a pity, Sanchez sighed. In his duel with Ramirez, Meli had emerged victorious. Yet, Moreno was astute, denying him further space to maneuver. After losing the ball, Meli noticeably became more active. Although this attack did not succeed, if he continued to play with such vigor, the Pirates' defense would be under immense pressure, certainly not favorable news for them. The fans from Madrid's Royal Club erupted in unison, chanting Meli's name, hoping he would become the hero to rescue the team from adversity. Onward, Meli. Forward. Chapter 86. The lame Hu Lai. Meli did not disappoint those who held high hopes for him. With 4 minutes remaining in the first half, he retreated to the midfield to receive the ball. Confronted by Ramirez's defense, he drew closer to Deducalos. Together, they created a 2-on-1 advantage. Executing a wall pass, Meli passed the ball to Duduk, then turned and advanced, while Duduk skillfully threaded the ball past Ramirez. Although Ramirez anticipated their move, he still failed to intercept. His tackle missed by a hair's breadth, as Meli swiftly turned to advance after making the pass. Ramirez followed suit but lagged slightly behind due to his slower pace, leaving him trailing. At that moment, when Duduk passed the ball back to Meli, Ramirez had only one option left to thwart their collaboration, a decisive tackle, hoping to disrupt the play. This was the only course of action available to Ramirez. Yet he was unsuccessful. He turned and lunged, but could not catch up to the rolling ball. Ramirez missed. Amidst the jubilant roar of the Royal fans, Meli deftly nudged the ball forward and charged towards the Pirates' penalty area. Ramirez's failure to stop Meli created a significant dilemma for the Pirates' defense. The central defender, Riva Moreno, had to step up once again to apply pressure on Meli. Yet this time, he was not as decisive as before. The distance between him and Ramirez had widened slightly, preventing him from seizing the opportunity to charge forward while Meli was still unsteady. Instead, his advance created a gap behind him, which Van den Berg promptly exploited. Meli passed the ball forward to him, and then accelerated diagonally toward the right flank. Moreno turned to follow Meli back on defense, except for the central defender Kepa Amantegui, who was positioned directly behind Van den Berg. The other Pirates players rushed toward Meli, intent on thwarting his progress. It was evident to all that Meli was in excellent form today, and they were aware of the ongoing comparisons between him and Hu Lai. Thus, Meli was undoubtedly eager to score, seeking to prove his superiority over Hu Lai. Certainly, thwarting Meli was a wise strategy. Indeed, Van den Berg passed the ball sideways, still to Meli. However, the Pirates had already fortified their positions ahead of Meli, and receiving the ball would place him in a precarious situation. Yet Meli did not respond as the Pirates had anticipated. Instead of stopping the ball, he deftly executed a diagonal pass with his right foot. Rather than returning it to Van den Berg, he delivered a precise ground pass. The ball zipped past Amantegui, who barely had time to react before it rolled into the vacant space in the left side of the penalty area. There, Solace rushed in, raising his arm adorned with the captain's armband, poised to strike without hesitation, unleashing a powerful shot. The ball was directed toward the near post, and although goalkeeper Haywell dove from the right, he was a fraction too late. His fingertips grazed the ball but failed to alter its trajectory, leaving him helpless as it sailed into the net. Goal! Sanchez roared amidst the volcanic eruption of cheers. Solace! Oh, splendid! The King of Madrid equalized just before halftime. This was the culmination of an attack orchestrated by Meli, culminating in the decisive pass. Solace appeared precisely where he needed to be, making the goals seem inevitable. At the moment of his shot, there was not a single Pirates player near him. Meli single-handedly dismantled the Pirates' defense, maneuvering past both Ramirez and Moreno from midfield, ultimately outsmarting the remaining defenders. As Solace sprinted toward the corner flag, he turned to signal to his teammates behind him, especially Meli, who had assisted him, beckoning him to join in the celebration. Meli accelerated to catch up, momentarily embraced by his teammates in jubilant celebration. Some may perceive this Madrid derby as a clash between the two young prodigies, Hu Lai and Meli. However, it was, in essence, a contest between two teams. Personal rivalries must not overshadow collective interests. Thus, rather than attempting to go it alone when surrounded, Meli astutely delivered the ball to the most perilous position, having already noticed Solace making a run into that gap during his diagonal movement. Solace finally embraced the approaching Meli, affectionately patting his face before vigorously tousling his hair. The Argentine prodigy nestled into the captain's embrace, a hint of bashful laughter gracing his features. Meanwhile, Hu Lai stood at a distance near the center circle, gazing at the jubilant players of Real Madrid, with his attention particularly fixated on Meli. Despite the incessant discussions in media and online circles about the rivalry between Hu Lai and Meli, as though they were seasoned adversaries, this Madrid derby marked merely their second encounter. Is it not surprising? Their previous meeting, which was also their first, transpired during the group stages of the last Olympic Games. In that match, Meli posed the greatest threat to the Chinese Olympic team, arguably the only significant threat. Argentina relied heavily on Meli's prowess. Without him, the Argentine squad would not have been substantially stronger than the Chinese team at that time. It was precisely due to Meli that the Chinese team found themselves in a fierce battle. One could assert that Meli alone was sufficient to contend against the entire Chinese squad, underscoring his formidable talent. Although Hu Lai had heard of Meli's renowned skills prior to that match and was aware of his playing style through television and media, the reality of experiencing Meli's prowess firsthand was an entirely different matter. During the match, Meli left the Olympic players in disarray, proving nearly impossible to restrain. The team was compelled to incur multiple yellow cards just to manage to halt Meli, albeit temporarily. 3 years later, as the two faced each other once more, Hu Lai noticed that Meli's dribbling ability had sharpened beyond his performance during the Olympics, thanks to significant improvements in his physical resilience. What had once seemed somewhat immature had now matured into a polished and sophisticated skill set. A Meli capable of dribbling, shooting, and passing was nothing short of an omnipotent warrior. Anyone facing such a versatile combatant would likely feel overwhelmed. Yet, Hu Lai remained unfazed. After all, dealing with Meli was the responsibility of the captain and Moreno. What relevance did it have to him, a mere and seemingly insignificant forward? What was his task? It was not to defend against Meli, but to score goals. Speaking of goals, Hu Lai's gaze shifted towards Peralta. This gentleman had been particularly diligent in his defensive duties throughout the first half. Aside from occasionally retreating too deep, he maintained a close watch over his assignment. Moreover, Hu Lai deliberately tested Peralta several times during the match, discovering that Peralta was particularly vigilant regarding his right foot, exhibiting a heightened level of caution. Many times, when Hu Lai controlled the ball with his left foot, Peralta seemed less concerned. However, the moment Hu Lai switched to his right foot, Peralta became visibly tense. It was evident that the coach of Real Madrid, Roivy, must have specifically instructed Peralta to focus on guarding against Hu Lai's right foot while allowing him some leeway with his left. Indeed, his steadfast refusal to utilize his left foot for shooting has become deeply ingrained in public perception. His efforts and intentions have not gone unrecognized. Hu Lai recollects that prior to this match, Marca conducted a comparison between himself and Messi. The conclusion drawn was that although he currently boasts a greater number of goals than Messi, the latter still surpasses him in skill. This is attributed to Messi's superior innate talent and higher potential, compounded by a significant factor, Messi's ambidexterity, which presents no weaknesses in either foot. In contrast, Hu Lai struggles with his left foot, rendering him at a disadvantage in this comparison. This analysis sparked considerable discourse online, with fans of both Madrid Pirates and Leeds City rallying in Hu Lai's defense. Setting aside the nebulous concept of innate talent, after all, No one can definitively measure the comparative gifts of Hu Lai and Messi. The real world is not akin to the game champions, where current abilities and future potentials are quantifiable. The assertion that Messi's ambidexterity renders him superior to Hu Lai has left many of Hu Lai's supporters feeling aggrieved. Indeed, while Hu Lai's left foot may falter, his prowess in heading is commendable. Standing at 1.8 meters, he adeptly positions himself to meet the ball's descent, resulting in a plethora of headed goals. Conversely, while it is true that Messi lacks proficiency in heading, his height of 1.75 meters and his conscious choice not to enhance this skill have led to negligible contributions in this area. After all, a player of Messi's dribbling finesse may not find heading a requisite skill. Yet, if both players share a similar shortcoming, why then is Messi deemed superior? Messi's fans counter. Can the significance of both feet be equated to that of heading? The sport is called football for a reason, not headball. While Messi may struggle with headers, his dual-footed capabilities are unmatched. Conversely, Hu Lai may score with his head, yet the inadequacy of his left foot renders him akin to playing with a handicap. Additionally, Messi supporters have resurfaced Hu Lai's goal from the previous season's UEFA Europa League quarterfinals against Ferencváros to mock his left foot. In that instance, Hu Lai attempted a shot with his left foot against the formidable Albertazzi, only for his clumsy technique to result in the ball striking his own face. This unintended deflection caught Albertazzi off guard, contributing to his team's second goal conceded that match. This incident quickly became a viral topic, featured prominently in various compilations of bizarre goals, illustrating the absurdity of Hu Lai's left foot, aimed at the goal, yet instead striking his own face. Such a left foot bears a striking resemblance to a disability. Moreover, Messi's fans have humorously suggested that Hu Lai might as well donate his left foot, with a mock proposal for Messi to insure both of his feet for €200 million, while Hu Lai would insure his right foot for the same sum. The media's relentless sensationalism has led to a rapid deterioration of public sentiment towards Hu Lai among Messi's supporters. As it appears, Hu Lai has eclipsed even Cabranca in their disdain, becoming the least favored player among Messi's admirers. Due to various jokes and comments circulating online, the fans of Hu Lai and Meili have engaged in a fierce battle. However, Hu Lai remains remarkably composed. Not only is he unfazed by the provocations from Meili's supporters, but he also wishes to applaud them for their efforts, acknowledging their effectiveness. The more the perception of his left foot as a liability becomes entrenched, the more advantageous it is for him. He is grateful to Meili's fans for swiftly disseminating this image of him without any flaws, achieving an efficiency that rivals that of a national apparatus. It is not only online that people are using his left foot as a source of amusement. Mainstream media is also engaging in earnest discussions regarding it. Many experts and renowned commentators express their regret, stating that if Hu Lai could train his left foot to be as proficient as his right, it would be nothing short of perfection. One wonders how much of this sentiment is genuine and how much is mere pretense. Hu Lai is well aware that his left foot is far from perfect. In reality, he has merely begun his journey. Yet, as he contemplates the scenarios envisioned by the experts, he finds them rather enticing. A dual threat complemented by a perfectly engineered scoring machine. He recalls the series of tasks concerning his left foot within the system, viewing them as the first steps to unlocking its potential. After forging an exceptional sword, one must inevitably face a formidable adversary to truly sharpen it. What could be a more fitting opponent than the illustrious Madrid Kings? Often heralded as the pinnacle of elite football, thus, he resolves to embark on this legendary path against the Madrid Kings, echoing a youthful fervor in his heart. Not long after Meili scores, a sharp whistle signals the end of the first half. Chapter 87. Show a foot despite conceding a goal in the final minutes of the first half. Coach Perotti commends the players for their performance upon returning to the locker room. However, he also emphasizes the need to further restrict Meili in the second half, preventing him from wreaking havoc on their defense. Hu Lai casts a sympathetic glance at his captain, knowing the immense pressure he must face. Nevertheless, this is a responsibility the captain must bear, and Hu Lai cannot offer any assistance. In fact, his own stellar performance might inadvertently provoke Meili, complicating matters for the captain. After outlining the defensive strategy, Perotti turns to Hu Lai. During your encounters with Peralta in the first half, did you feel anything noteworthy? Hu Lai nods, acknowledging. He was clearly focused on countering my right foot, which indeed posed some challenges. His contributions in the first half were minimal, and he scarcely appeared on screen. If one were to be particularly critical, it could be said that Hu Lai's performance was lacking, especially in comparison to Melee's. Upon hearing Hu Lai's admission, Parati nods in understanding. Of course, I am not criticizing your performance. I merely wish to remind you that if Peralta is concentrating on your right foot, you might consider using your left to shoot. From our training sessions, it seems your left foot is quite capable, which has left me curious as to why you rarely employ it during matches. With this, the kind-hearted Parati offers a warm smile to Hu Lai. His smile was pure, as if he genuinely did not comprehend why Hu Lai acted in such a manner. Hu Lai had never divulged to his teammates or coaches his intention to use his left foot to outmaneuver the king, yet he believed that, given the head coach's astute intellect, he must have gleaned something. Indeed, upon witnessing Parati's reaction, Hu Lai realized that his subtle intentions had not escaped the coach's discerning gaze. He had attempted to handle the ball solely with his left foot during training, a fact known to all, yet during matches, he refrained from using his left foot for shooting. This behavior could easily be interpreted as a lack of confidence in his left foot, suggesting he deemed the timing not yet ripe, thus opting for the more reliable right foot during competitions. After all, the right foot assured stable scoring opportunities. Who would dare to squander a chance at a goal? However, the head coach Parati bypassed this layer and truly resonated with Hu Lai's thoughts. This compelled Hu Lai to reconsider his perception of the coach, pondering whether this seemingly good man was perhaps not as straightforward as he appeared. Or was he, like his predecessor Tony Clark, merely an embodiment of a partially fabricated persona? Yet, what did it matter to him? He was merely a forward tasked with scoring goals. Hu Lai offered a somewhat sheepish smile, admitting, I am not entirely confident in my left foot, coach. Although I scored during training, the reality of matches is distinctly different. The most cunning deception, after all, is a mix of 9/10 truth and 1/10 falsehood. In a manner akin to this adage, Hu Lai was not wholly lying. He spoke the truth. Training and matches are indeed disparate. His ability to score with his left foot in practice did not guarantee he could replicate that success in a game. Furthermore, his left foot was currently merely functional, nowhere near the prowess of his right. The previous jests made by Melee's fans had not been entirely unfounded. His left foot was indeed feeble, so weak that it was almost negligible. Hearing Hu Lai's admission, Parati responded with an encouraging smile. I believe you should attempt to shoot with your left foot more frequently in the second half. Even if you miss, there is no need for concern. One must take the first step. With the head coach's support and understanding, Hu Lai nodded earnestly. Rest assured, coach. I genuinely intend to use my left foot more in the second half. That's splendid, Parati replied, his smile gentle and his tone warm. Proceed as you envision. We performed well in the first half. Although we conceded a goal, we must focus on the positives. Aside from that goal, our opponents had little opportunity. Our offense, on the other hand, has posed multiple threats to them. This indicates we are on the right path. In the locker room, Madrid Kings' esteemed coach Roy Wei was vocally praising his players. The halftime score stood at 1-1, which might suggest an even match at first glance. However, Roy Wei perceived a chance for Madrid King to secure victory as the home team, especially given Melee's commendable form in this match. How long could the Madrid Pirates sustain their defensive stance? In the second half, let Melee continue to disrupt the Pirates' defense, supplemented by the assistance of his teammates. This strategy is bound to tear the Pirates' defense apart. Well done, Melee. Roy V applauded Melee Barnega, vocally commending his performance. Melee responded with a slightly bashful smile, graciously accepting the coach's accolades. Subsequently, Roy V turned his attention to the center back, Peralta, also praising his performance in the first half. Well done, Sergi. You effectively neutralized Hu's right foot in the first half. However, be wary of his heading ability in the second half. I suspect Parati may prompt the Pirates to deliver more aerial crosses from the flanks. Hu Lai's most threatening shot in the first half came from a header. So after restricting Hu Lai's right foot, it is only prudent to limit his heading prowess as well. Upon hearing the coach's words, Peralta broke into a grin, assuring, Don't worry, coach. Heading is my forte. As a center back, Sergi Peralta certainly had reason to assert this. Standing at 6 feet 1 inch, his height is not exceptionally tall. Yet it is certainly advantageous. This stature guarantees him commendable agility along with impressive aerial ability. To elucidate Peralta's capabilities as an Argentine international and a key center back for the Madrid Kings, his attributes in the renowned football simulation game, Championship Godfather 2027, rank him among the top 5 center backs. His jumping and heading attributes stand at 16, both critical metrics influencing heading ability, with a maximum score of 20. As Hu Lai followed his teammates out of the locker room and onto the pitch, the captain, Ramirez, approached him and quietly advised, "Feel free to try shooting with your left foot, Hu. Do not carry any burdens. Even if we lose this match, the responsibility lies with me, not you. So pursue what you wish to do." Hu Lai turned to the captain. A peculiar sense of déjà vu washing over him. Was the captain of the working-class team also serving as a political commissar? However, he refrained from voicing this thought, simply nodding. "No problem, Captain. I know what to do." Ramirez smiled and patted his shoulder, encouraging, "Go for it. You are no less capable than Meli." As soon as he finished speaking, a group emerged from another exit in the corridor, led by none other than Meli Barnega. Upon spotting Hu Lai, the Argentine prodigy wore an expressionless face. Hu Lai, maintaining his composure, withdrew his gaze and followed the captain towards the tunnel, stepping onto the field. The cheers and songs outside had grown loud, as everyone anticipated the imminent start of the second half, their excitement palpable. Han Xiyu utilized the halftime break to grab a hot dog before returning to his seat. Then, addressing the front camera, he shared a summary of the first half. As Roivy had noted, the Madrid Kings, playing at home, clearly held the upper hand. This was evident to anyone with a discerning eye. After all, it aligned with the pre-match analyses provided by the media, as the Kings' paper strength surpassed that of the Pirates, once again enjoying the advantage of home ground. And with a recent form that has not experienced significant fluctuations, one must question whether the prestigious status of the Madrid Kings is truly justified. In fact, the Pirates' ability to level the score at 1-1 against the Kings under such circumstances is a testament to their formidable strength. The players from both teams have taken to the field. Han Xiyu has shifted the camera to the rear, focusing on the emerging Hu Lai. "Go for it, Hu Lai. Aim to score in the second half and show them your prowess." During the halftime break, Han Xiyu managed to spare a moment to browse the internet. This Madrid derby has garnered considerable attention online. In the first half, Meli provided an assist and showcased his dynamism multiple times, prompting his fans to revel in his glory. Conversely, they directed their criticisms towards the underperforming Hu Lai, which stirred frustration within Han Xiyu. Once a fan of Meli herself, she now felt embarrassed to associate with such individuals, especially considering Hu Lai was, after all, her compatriot. Meli is indeed exceptional and possesses a kind nature. But he remains a player of another team. "Come on, Hu Lai. Show those critics what you're made of." This sentiment was kept to herself, as she was wary of the substantial number of Meli fans in China, fearing their potential backlash. Though they might not act against Hu Lai, they certainly have the capacity to influence her experience. Soon after, Han Xiyu found herself troubled by the fervent King fans around her, who were vocally supporting their players. Even if Hu Lai were to score, she doubted she could cheer openly. Dear viewers, welcome back to the Crown Stadium. With the referee's whistle, the second half commences. The first half concluded with the Kings and the Pirates tied at 1-1, yet the Kings appeared to have the upper hand. Neither team made any personnel changes during the halftime break, indicating that both coaches, Roivy and Parati, were satisfied with their team's performances thus far. As the second half kicked off, commentator He Feng began to enthusiastically engage the television audience. The dynamics of solo commentary differ greatly from that of a duo. The latter requires synergy, with one providing prompts while the other responds, creating an engaging back and forth. In solo commentary, one must maintain a brisk pace to avoid lulls in the action. As he swiftly narrated, the Madrid Kings launched an offensive against the Pirates at the outset of the second half. However, their efforts were thwarted. Dudu's attempt to pass to Meli was too evident, allowing Ramirez to anticipate and execute a superb defensive maneuver, successfully intercepting the ball. Ramirez intensified his defensive efforts against Meli, delivering a splendid tackle. Immediately after regaining possession, Ramirez passed the ball laterally to the wide position, where Tanini awaited. Ion Martinez accelerated along the flank. As the Madrid Pirates sought to exploit the wings, particularly the left side, to threaten the Kings' goal. As Tanini received the ball, Ion had already darted past him. Racing ahead, the Brazilians refrained from passing the ball to Ion, as his advance had already captured the attention of Alba Nestrom, the midfielder of the Royal Madrid. The Swedish midfielder was originally positioned to block him. Seizing the opportunity presented by Ion drawing Estrom away, Tanini decisively accelerated, carrying the ball forward. The players of Royal Madrid, who had just begun their offensive, were compelled to hastily regroup for defense. The Pirates' attack surged forward with remarkable speed, as Royal Madrid scrambled to recover. Tanini encountered the formidable presence of Osai, the defensive midfielder, just as he was about to enter the 30-meter zone. This was a true defensive midfielder, far superior to the pretentious Estrom. Tanini, unwilling to become entangled with Osai, adhered to the pirates' philosophy of swift counterattacks, where speed was paramount. Should he become ensnared by Osai, this offensive thrust would be rendered futile. Thus, he passed the football to Ioun on the flank and continued his advance, seemingly intending to execute a wall pass with him. However, he soon found himself marked by the Royals' right back, Peyton Garcia. Tanini persisted in his lateral advance, but Ioun, after cutting inside, passed the ball to his supporting teammate. D'Cunzo, the Italian forward, though diminutive in stature, displayed remarkable agility. He swiftly intercepted the ball with his left foot, sending it across to Hu Lai, just outside the penalty area. Before accelerating past the young central defender, Sequeiros, and making a run into the box. At this juncture, all that was required was for Hu Lai to return the ball, allowing D'Cunzo to receive it behind the Royal Madrid defense, as Sequeiros' turning speed was decidedly inadequate. Simultaneously, Tanini's continued lateral movement had drawn Peyton Garcia back, ensuring that even if D'Cunzo surpassed Sequeiros to receive the ball, he would not be offside. D'Cunzo turned to glance at Hu Lai, closely observing his movements. He noticed that Hu Lai, who had initially intended to dash into the penalty area, had halted and raised his right foot in preparation to receive the ball. The other central defender, Peralta, positioned himself directly in front of Hu Lai, fixated on his right foot. Under Peralta's watchful gaze, the ball struck the inside of Hu Lai's right foot and gently veered to the left. As the ball fell within the reach of his left foot, Peralta's taut body momentarily relaxed. Yet, almost immediately, his eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Hu Lai unleash a powerful long-range shot from the edge of the penalty arc. The transition from receiving the ball with his right foot to shooting with his left was executed with such rapidity that Peralta was left utterly unresponsive. The Argentine defender was left merely as an observer in that moment. D'Cunzo passed the ball to Hu Lai, seemingly aiming for a collaboration, but then exclaimed, Hu Lai shoots. A long-range shot. The football was propelled toward the goal by Hu Lai's left foot. The Royal goalkeeper, Bakker, was caught off guard, utterly unprepared for Hu Lai's decisive strike. As he leaped into the air to intercept the ball, it had already soared into his net. The chapter concludes. Chapter 88, The Left Foot. D'Cunzo passed the football to Hu Lai, seemingly intent on collaborating with him. Before commentator Hifong could finish his sentence, he witnessed Hu Lai suddenly swing his left leg on the field, clearly preparing to take a shot. Indeed, before Peralta could react, Hu Lai struck the ball towards the goal with his left foot. Hifong exclaimed in astonishment, Hu Lai shoots. A long-range shot. It's a goal. Wow. It's in. Hu Lai has scored his first goal in the Madrid derby. This marks his 7th consecutive match with a goal. He is just one match away from equaling Rivero's record for consecutive goals. His excitement surged. Throughout the first half, he had been anticipating Hu Lai's goal, but alas, opportunities were scarce due to Peralta's staunch defense. Unexpectedly, merely a minute into the second half, Hu Lai had scored. The goal came so swiftly that it caught not only the Royal Madrid team off guard, but also commentators like himself. The commentary booth erupted with gasps of surprise. Commentators from around the globe narrated Hu Lai's goal in their native languages. Such a spectacle is rare in La Liga. Commentators flocked to the venue to provide live commentary rather than broadcasting from distant studios. As the Madrid derby ranks among the top 10 derbies worldwide and can easily be compared to the national derby between Real Madrid and Catalonia in Spain. Today's Madrid derby saw 210 television stations broadcasting the match across 185 countries and regions, with projections that over 700 million viewers worldwide might watch the live event. Google. Spanish commentator Alvarez Sanchez bellowed, extending his voice, Hu Lai. Just as the second half began, the Pirates have regained the lead. That shot was undoubtedly with his left foot, right? Yes, indeed, it was his left foot. My goodness. Hu Lai scored a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. The timing of Hu Lai's goal was remarkably early. Some Royal Madrid fans had not yet returned to their seats. They might have been in the restroom or hurrying back to their spots. Those already seated were collectively stunned for about a second. From any perspective, it seemed like just a routine attack, and as Hu Lai received the ball, many were more focused on D'Cunzo making a run into the penalty area. Han Xiyu held her phone, mouth agape, eyes wide open, literally dumbfounded. Her phone faithfully recorded the unfolding scene on the pitch. With the teams switching sides for the second half, and the royal goal now beneath the north stand, she captured the entire process of this goal clearly. She had originally intended to film the commencement of the second half. In truth, she herself was uncertain of the purpose behind capturing the footage. She merely intended to record it as material, contemplating its utility during the editing process upon her return. If it proved to be of no value, she would simply discard it. Han Xiyu possessed a dedicated phone for filming vlogs, boasting a storage capacity of 512 gigabytes, devoid of any superfluous applications. Prior to each shoot, she would meticulously clear space on her device. By the conclusion of her vlog recording, the phone would be nearly filled to capacity. Ultimately, a significant portion of the material would be discarded during editing, rendered entirely useless. Yet, it was precisely due to the abundance of footage that she could craft a compelling video. Thus, during filming, she always embraced a mindset of capturing everything, leaving no opportunity unseized. Han Xiyu did not anticipate that this very approach would lead her to capture Hu Lai's inaugural goal in the Madrid derby. Remarkably, he scored with his left foot. His left foot. Oh my. As the jeers and insults erupted around her, Han Xiyu finally emerged from her stupor, unable to suppress her exclamations. His left foot, indeed, comrades. Hu Lai scored with his left foot, and from a distance. Good heavens, could this be sheer luck? In her astonishment, Han Xiyu did not cheer immediately. The Madrid Royals fans around her were cursing, and her expression, accompanied by her incomprehensible Chinese exclamations, became less conspicuous. The Crown Stadium resonated with a cacophony of boos and jeers, amidst which Hu Lai, after scoring, refrained from sprinting towards the corner flag to perform his signature celebration. Instead, he remained rooted in place, covering his mouth with his hand in a gesture of surprise. What could possibly astonish him? Hu's celebratory gesture post-goal was quite amusing. He appeared genuinely taken aback. What was he surprised about? Perhaps that he had actually scored with his left foot. Sanchez chuckled. It seemed that this goal had caught not only us off guard, but also the Royals, and even Hu himself. Li Qingqing, watching the match alone at home, rolled her eyes at Hu Lai's celebration displayed on the television. Why must he be so theatrical? Joaquin Bella rushed towards Hu Lai, eager to celebrate the goal with him. But upon witnessing Hu Lai's reaction, he was suddenly struck with inspiration, mimicking the gesture of covering his mouth, eyes wide open, clearly exhibiting his astonishment. He did not forget to point at Hu Lai's left foot, as if scoring with his left foot was an unfathomable feat. Next was Iwan Martinez, who imitated the gesture, covering his mouth and widening his eyes. The other Madrid Pirates players, seeing this, joined in the celebration, many pointing at Hu Lai's left foot, seemingly incredulous that he had scored with it. Good grief. Roy Wei, observing the conceded goal from the sidelines, erupted in anger, cursing aloud. Such a goal conceded could indeed only warrant expletives, for his own players had committed no errors. Hu Lai's left-footed shot was something no one had anticipated before the match. It could not be attributed to Peralta's defensive blunder. Assistant coach Fernando Gonzalez, upon hearing Roy Wei's expletives, advised that Hu's previous goal was merely a stroke of luck. After all, during his time in the Premier League, Hu had demonstrated his capability to score with his left foot. No one could guarantee that his left foot would never find the net. However, it was unnecessary to alter their defensive strategy. Priority should remain on defending against Hu's right-footed shots. Roy Wei, quickly calming from his initial anger, nodded in agreement. Recognizing the wisdom in the assistant coach's words, it was unwise to disrupt their formation over a fortuitous goal. He gestured to Peralta at the sidelines, signaling him to continue marking Hu's right foot as before. Meanwhile, on the adjacent coaching bench, Parati celebrated the goal with his coaching staff, embracing and exchanging high fives. During this jubilation, first assistant coach Valentin inquired with a smile, "Do you think Hu's goal was simply luck?" Parati chuckled, offering an ambiguous reply. "Every spectacular goal carries an element of fortune." Second assistant coach Enzo Nahal sighed, lamenting, "Unfortunately, Hu's left foot will inevitably improve, and he may not have such favorable opportunities again." Peralta hardly marked his left at all. Parati, still smiling, replied, "Let's not dwell on such fortunate occurrences, Enzo. Hu's improving left foot is advantageous for us, as opponents must defend against both his right and left, making him increasingly difficult to counter." The players of the Madrid Pirates finally concluded their celebration and made their way back to their half. As Hu Lai passed by Meli, he noticed Meli's gaze fixed upon him and met it with a smile, almost as if provoking him. he observed that Meli's expression remained unchanged. So he casually continued past him with that same smile. Once he had passed, he quietly reminded his captain Ramirez, in the upcoming match, "You must be particularly cautious of Meli." Ramirez turned to him, puzzled by Hu Lai's sudden warning, but nodded in acknowledgement. "I will. Thank you for the reminder, Hu." Ramirez soon understood the reason behind Hu Lai's caution. As the match resumed, the home team, Madrid Kings, found themselves trailing once more amidst the roaring cheers of their fans. Akin to a frenzied ocean, surging with overwhelming waves that battered the vessel of the pirates. The Kings were incensed. Meli was also stirred, though not in anger, but rather provoked. If he had lost his composure, it might have been manageable. The true concern lay in facing a calm, yet fiercely determined Meli. Meli Banega may not have possessed the best physical attributes, but his speed was remarkable. This swiftness was evident not only in his explosive bursts, but also in his quick thinking. While ordinary players focused solely on lowering their center of gravity and keeping their eyes on the ball, Meli had already contemplated whether to bypass the current defender and subsequently decide whether to evade another or pass the ball and reposition himself to receive it in open space. The swiftness of thought, coupled with rapid movement, elucidates the brilliance of Meli's dribbling. He is indeed a true prodigy, should one manage to truly provoke him. Causing him to become consumed by fury, it may paradoxically become easier to defend against him. Ramirez endeavored to obstruct Meli's advance, yet as soon as he extended his foot, Meli had already deftly directed the ball to the left with the inner side of his right foot. By the time Ramirez's foot landed for the interception, the ball had already vacated that position, colliding instead with Meli's left foot. The crowd erupted in resounding cheers. Meli gracefully maneuvered past Ramirez, who had barely raised his arm to seize Meli's jersey. He couldn't even commit a foul. Fortunately, Meli's long-range shot outside the penalty area was thwarted by the Pirates' goalkeeper, Havel, averting a goal. "Forward, Kings! Never surrender! Fight to the end!" Such fervent cries resonated throughout the stands of Crown Stadium. Faced with the frenzied Kings, Parati urged the entire team to tighten their defensive formation, emphasizing the need to endure this tumultuous period. Chapter 89. Is a draw an acceptable outcome? Ultimately, the Madrid Pirates withstood the furious counterattack of the Kings, albeit at a significant cost. Their captain, defensive midfielder Juan Ramirez, received a yellow card for fouling Meli during the defense. In addition to him, center-back Kepa Amantegui also bore a yellow card. With less than 15 minutes into the second half, both defensive stalwarts were cautioned, complicating the remainder of the match. Thus, despite failing to convert this assault into a goal, the spirits of the Madrid Kings supporters remained undeterred. They collectively sang in the stands, rallying behind their team. Han Shiyu overheard the excited discussions among the Kings fans nearby. Ramirez can no longer stop Meli. He carries a yellow card. Another would lead to his dismissal. A goal is within reach. Yet merely equalizing the score is just the beginning. Their defense is inadequate to withstand us. We must press on and completely overwhelm the Pirates. Come, let us continue to cheer loudly. The wretched Pirates are on the brink of collapse. Forward, Kings! We are the Kings. Han Shiyu found herself in agreement with the sentiments of the Kings supporters. It seemed the Pirates were on the verge of crumbling. Their defense evidently could not withstand the relentless assaults from Meli and the other Kings players. Now, both starting defensive midfielders of the Pirates bore yellow cards, with only center-back Moreno remaining unscathed, though it was unlikely he could hold out for long. Had Joaquin Bella not committed a retaliatory foul against Van den Berg in the first half, perhaps his situation would be considerably better without that yellow card. However, this is the Madrid Derby. How many players can maintain their composure amidst such fervent atmosphere? Do not speak merely of the players on the field. Even Han Shiyu, amidst the fervent throng of fans, felt an exhilarating surge of emotion, nearly forgetting her precarious situation. Had it not been for Hu Lai's goal arriving so unexpectedly, she might have found herself cheering aloud, only to hastily flee to avoid confrontation. This is no mere hyperbole. The history of the Madrid Derby is replete with instances where fans from both sides have clashed violently in the stands. In recent years, civility has prevailed to some extent, and large-scale brawls have diminished. However, if one inadvertently finds themselves seated among the opposing supporters, it is prudent to conceal one's true allegiance. Otherwise, once discovered, a few punches and being jostled about would be the least of one's troubles. And the pressure of being jeered at by hundreds around you is certainly no small burden. Being escorted out by security might even be considered a stroke of luck. From the perspective of her own safety, perhaps Han Shuyu should genuinely hope for the king's victory. This way, even if the nearby king supporters were to unearth her identity, their joy might compel them to overlook her. After all, Hu Lai had already scored, accomplishing the primary objective. The outcome of the match between the teams held little significance for Han Shuyu. Furthermore, this result aligned perfectly with her prior expectations, the king's victory and Hu Lai's goal. Just as she was convincing herself to accept the possibility of Hu Lai losing his first Madrid derby, she felt a gentle nudge. "Hey you." A young man nearby was looking at her. Han Shuyu stared blankly at him, unsure why he was addressing her. "Cheer for the team." The young Madrid King supporter pointed toward the pitch, mistaking her for a fellow King fan due to her attire. He noticed her standing there in a daze while everyone else was vociferously rallying for the team, rendering her somewhat out of place. Realizing her earlier lapse in enthusiasm was inconsistent with her persona as a King supporter, she quickly joined the throng, shouting in Spanish, "Forward, Kings! Never give up! Fight to the end!" Well, this chant was familiar to her, and she navigated it with ease, raising no suspicions among those around her. "Dad, are we going to lose?" asked Max Kyrie's son, suddenly turning to his father while watching the television. His mother, surprised, reached out to stroke his head. "Why do you ask?" "We are leading in the score." The boy pointed at the screen, but didn't the commentator just say? "The Pirates are in a precarious position." Sophia was at a loss for words and turned her gaze toward her husband. Max Kyrie furrowed his brow. "Indeed, it is quite dangerous. But it may end in a draw." "A draw?" Sophia inquired, perplexed. "Yes, a draw. Ramirez is an exceptional defender. Even with a yellow card, it won't hinder him. As long as he can contain Melli, the King's offense will pose less of a threat. With less than 30 minutes remaining. If the King scores after the 75th minute, we can maintain the draw," Kyrie explained to his wife and son. A draw is indeed a commendable outcome," sighed Sophia. Although she harbored a stronger desire for the Madrid Pirates to triumph, she rationalized that if victory proved elusive, at the very least, they should not face defeat. Given the recent onslaught from the Kings, she deemed a stalemate entirely acceptable. After all, this was the home ground of the Madrid Kings. The Pirates, battling away from home. Managing to secure a draw against the Kings could certainly be regarded as a victory in its own right. It is worth noting that in the previous season's 2 encounters of the Madrid Derby, the Pirates suffered a double defeat at the hands of the Kings, losing 0-2 away and 1-2 at home. In the season prior, the Madrid Pirates endured a 1-4 loss against the Kings on their own turf. The last time the Pirates triumphed over the Kings in an away match dates back 5 seasons to the 2022-2023 season, when they emerged victorious with a slender 1-0 win, ultimately clinching the league title that year. As it stands, if the Pirates managed to secure a point away from home, it would be a result that they could wholly accept. Upon hearing the commentator's words from the television, Li Qingqing scoffed. "A draw is acceptable? Surely that sentiment should be directed towards the Kings. After all, they are the ones trailing. Why should the leading side accept a draw?" She conceded that part of the commentator's assessment was valid, particularly regarding the Kings' intensified offensive pressure, which had relegated the Pirates to their own half, making counterattacks challenging with few opportunities. However, fewer opportunities do not equate to a complete lack of chances. It must be acknowledged that the Pirates possess Hu Lai. What kind of forward is Hu Lai? A sharpshooter. Such players often require ample support from the team. Otherwise, they become ineffective. Yet, contrary to the conventional perception of a pure striker, Hu Lai does not require numerous opportunities, nor does he necessitate the entire team's backing. Throughout his tenure at Shining Stars, Leeds City, and even the national team, her boyfriend has never been the type to unleash a barrage of shots, only to score a single goal. From the outset, Hu Lai cultivated the habit of seizing every opportunity presented to him. This may stem from his early experiences with the Dongchuan middle school team, where he understood that he would not have an abundance of chances to squander. To rise to prominence, it is best to capitalize on the first opportunity, for it may well be the first, and possibly the only, last chance. Thus, Li Qingqing did not equate the Pirates' scarcity of offensive opportunities in this match with her boyfriend's lack of chances. At that moment, the television broadcast zoomed in on the Pirates' star player, Hu Lai, who was shaking his head, presumably assessing the surrounding situation. Shortly thereafter, the close-up was replaced by a wide shot, capturing the Pirates initiating a counterattack. Despite being besieged by the Madrid Kings, the Pirates were not entirely without the means to retaliate. Utilizing a sharp counter, they advanced the football into the attacking third. Hu Lai positioned himself just outside the penalty area, receiving the ball and preparing to confront Peralta's defense. Peralta observed Hu Lai receiving the ball just outside the penalty arc, a wave of tension coursing through him. For it was from a similar position that Hu Lai had scored at the onset of the second half. Then, he witnessed Hu Lai indeed wind up his left leg. Peralta's body tensed like a coiled spring, ready to launch into action. In fact, his right leg had already begun to rise, poised to thwart Hu Lai's impending shot. However, Hu Lai did not strike. Instead, he lifted his left foot only to bring it back down, deftly redirecting the ball to his right foot. Peralta seemed to have miscalculated. Yet his reflexes were swift, as he pivoted to extend his foot just in time to block Hu Lai's attempt. The ball, propelled by Hu Lai's kick, struck his leg with force, soaring high in a parabolic arc, and ultimately flew out of bounds. He had successfully thwarted Hu Lai's shot. Alas! The commentator He Feng exclaimed in disappointment, lamenting that Hu Lai had nearly deceived Peralta, but the Argentine's reaction was remarkably quick. He had deflected Hu Lai's shot out of bounds. However, it was of little consequence, as the Pirates earned a corner kick. For the beleaguered Pirates, such set pieces were their most precious opportunities to score. If executed properly, they could turn the tide. He Feng refrained from elaborating further, aware that this corner represented a rare opportunity for the Pirates, and he was reluctant to indulge in unnecessary commentary that might dampen spirits. In the stands, Han Shuyu widened her eyes, fully aware of the significance of this corner. Anyone with even a rudimentary understanding of the game would grasp its importance. She hastily activated her phone's video recording function, aiming the lens at the goal of the Madrid Kings. While she was uncertain whether this corner would result in a goal, she recognized that such chances for the Pirates would diminish as the match progressed. No opportunity could be squandered. This was the creed of a video vlog creator. After all, one could never predict how a moment of negligence might lead to missing a breathtaking spectacle. In the distance on the field, the two center backs of the Madrid Pirates, Moreno and Amintigi, surged forward from their defensive line. Captain Juan Ramirez trailed behind, serving as the last line of defense before goalkeeper Hewell. His focus was on the speedy Melabanija, who was positioned outside the penalty area. He noted that Melabanija had not retreated into the box to assist in defense, but had instead positioned himself as the furthest forward player for the Madrid Kings. While the set piece was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Pirates, it simultaneously presented a chance for the Kings to counterattack and score. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 90. Impressive. Juan Ramirez fixed his gaze firmly upon Melabanija, who stood outside the penalty area, becoming the foremost player for the Kings. He understood that Melabanija intended to exploit the set piece for a counterattack. Ramirez had no doubt regarding Melabanija's capability. He had even prepared for the worst. Should Melabanija succeed in launching a counterattack, Ramirez would not hesitate to commit a foul, even at the risk of receiving a red card. He recalled Hu Lai's earlier reminder, clearly understanding that Hu Lai had anticipated Melabanija's next move. Murley was evidently stirred by Hu Lai's goal. He remained unconcerned about Ramirez's vigilance towards him, as his focus was solely on the King's goal. This corner kick was crucial for him to execute a splendid counterattack. Hence, he was particularly attentive to whether his teammates could thwart the Pirates' corner offensive. The two central defenders of the Pirates, Kepa Amintigi, towering at 1.89 m, possessed remarkable heading ability and extensive experience. His partner, Riva Moreno, though slightly shorter at 1.82 m, demonstrated exceptional accuracy in judging the ball's trajectory and was more agile than Amintigi. During corner attacks, he rarely stationed himself in a fixed spot waiting for a header. Instead, he would suddenly dart towards the ball's landing area as the corner was taken. Amintigi's role during these attacks was to provide cover or set screens for Moreno, a tactic frequently employed by the Madrid Pirates. However, attention must also be directed towards one individual, Hu Lai. Hu Lai stood in the penalty area, closely guarded by the King's defensive midfielder, Osei. Osei gently placed his hand on Hu Lai's lower back, only to hear Hu Lai remark, "No tricks, my friend." Osei, perplexed, retorted, "I merely placed my hand there. I didn't even tug your jersey." "How is that a trick?" Hu Lai replied, "I know you'll pull my shirt once the ball is in play. Don't think I'm unaware." Osei begrudgingly acknowledged this thought, but felt slightly embarrassed by Hu Lai's direct accusation. "I won tea," he insisted. "Then keep your hands to yourself," Hu Lai challenged. Instinctively, Osei considered placing his hands behind his back, but as soon as he did, he realized that would be precisely what Hu Lai wanted. Why should he acquiesce to this opponent? Thus, he decided to place his hands back on Hu Lai's lower back. Noticing this movement, Hu Lai chuckled coldly. Just remember, my friend, I warned you. You're currently on a yellow card. Osei initially thought to dismiss the significance of his yellow card, but he suddenly realized Hu Lai aimed to provoke a foul and deceive for a penalty kick, perhaps even to have him sent off. With this in mind, Osei hesitated and ultimately withdrew his hands from Hu Lai. At that moment, Hu Lai, who had been standing still, suddenly dashed forward. Osei hurriedly followed, but was a fraction late. Simultaneously, Tanini struck the ball towards the king's goal. Hu Lai's sudden movement not only drew Osei away, but also captured the attention of other players, who assumed Hu Lai was attempting to seize a header at the near post. Meanwhile, Moreno crossed paths with Hu Lai, heading towards the far post. The defender assigned to Moreno, Sequeiros, turned to chase him but nearly collided with Osei, forcing him to swerve urgently. Chaos ensued in front of the king's goal. Although Hu Lai's unexpected sprint disrupted the king's penalty area, Moreno failed to connect with the ball heading to the far post, as the advancing goalkeeper, Rodriguez Backer, punched it away with a powerful fist. What a remarkable play! As the primary commentator, Sanchez extolled the decisive intervention made by Buckler. In the midst of chaos within the penalty area, a goalkeeper who can utilize their hands possesses a significant advantage. At such moments, an ordinary goalkeeper might opt to remain stationed near the goal, awaiting the outcome between their defenders and the opposing players before reacting. In contrast, a top-tier goalkeeper seizes the initiative, transforming a defensive stance into an offensive one, boldly entering the fray like an avenging angel to quell the turmoil. However, this approach is not without its perils. For instance, Buckler's effort was thwarted by the leaping Amintigi, which prevented him from clearing the ball effectively. The soccer ball sailed out of the penalty area, drifting toward the forward, D'Cunzo, of the Pirates. Simultaneously, Peralta shouted, "Push out," urging the players from Madrid Kings within the box to surge forward, thus placing all remaining Pirates players in an offside position. This also applied pressure on the ball carrier, D'Cunzo, instilling a profound psychological burden that would likely lead to hasty and imprecise passing or shooting. This tactic is routine. Slower reacting attackers often fall victim to deliberately constructed offside traps. Presently, the center-backs Amintigi and Moreno found themselves behind the Kings' defensive line. Should the ball be played to them or deflect off them, it would result in offside, rendering the Pirates' attack futile. Yet, D'Cunzo refrained from passing to them, instead swiftly using his right foot to angle the ball towards Hu Lai after stopping it. Originally, Hu Lai had been making a run toward the near post, but he had no intention of contesting for a header, understanding that the ball would likely be directed toward Moreno at the far post. Thus, he merely feigned a dash to the near post, quickly halting his advance. Upon witnessing Buckler's clearance, he did not remain stationary. Rather, he retreated with remarkable speed, even quicker than the collective forward surge of the Madrid Kings players. Consequently, when D'Cunzo delivered the ball his way, he was not offside. D'Cunzo's pass reached Hu Lai. Positioned on the right side of the penalty area, Hu Lai found himself unmarked. An opportunity. Peralta, the fastest reacting player in the Kings' defensive line, immediately pivoted and rushed forward. Truly, he was among the top 5 defenders in the rankings of Champions Godfather 2027. Hu Lai had already carried the ball into the box. The Pirates had their chance. Ignoring Peralta, Hu Lai, after penetrating the penalty area, focused solely on the ball at his feet, arms outstretched for balance, readying his right leg for a shot. Peralta, witnessing Hu Lai's intent to shoot, slid in to intercept. Initially, he had been at some distance from Hu Lai, but he closed the gap in an instant. Although this maneuver compromised his center of gravity, risking his subsequent reaction, failing to block Hu Lai's shot would render any further response moot. Just as Peralta lunged, Hu Lai swung his right foot, striking at the ball, not a shot. Instead, he deftly pushed the ball to the left. Just as Peralta slid past him, they barely brushed shoulders. In a literal sense, Peralta's shoulder grazed the grass as he slid to the right, while the football rolled slightly ahead of him to the left. He could only watch helplessly, utterly powerless to intervene, not even able to reach out to play the ball. In Peralta's line of sight, Hu Lai deftly maneuvered the ball past him and unleashed a powerful strike with his left foot. This time, it was not a feint. He struck the ball with the inside of his foot, sending it arcing past goalkeeper Baker's outstretched fingers, heading straight for the far corner of the net. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Sanchez's voice soared, stretching into a roar. His exclamation ceased only when the ball found the back of the net, only to be immediately replaced by an ecstatic shout. Golazo. What a goal. Splendid. Hu Lai has scored twice in this match. He suddenly leapt up from the commentary seat, one hand pressing against his headset while the other clenched into a fist and waved downward. Hu Lai. Hu Lai. 31. The Pirates lead the Kings by 2 goals away from home. Everyone had anticipated that the Kings would seize control of the game from here on. Yet who could have predicted that the Pirates would capitalize on this corner kick to extend their lead? With approximately 24 minutes remaining, Hu Lai's goal provided a much-needed boost of confidence for all Madrid Pirates fans. Magnificent. Hu Lai. This is his first Madrid derby, and he has scored 2 goals, 2 left-footed strikes. He has already showcased the aura of a superstar. Peralta lay half reclined on the ground, maintaining his sliding position. Baker had fallen, propping himself up with his upper body while glancing back at the goal. The other Madrid Kings players in the penalty area also turned in unison, their movements synchronized and precise. This time, Hu Lai did not cover his mouth in celebration, but instead ran towards the corner flag beneath the north stand, eager to mark his presence at the Crown Stadium. The north stand erupted with the furious boos and jeers of Kings fans. Yet their anger could not deter Hu Lai from performing his celebration right before their eyes. He leapt forward, twisting in midair, arms crossed over his chest. And as he descended, he swung his arms downwards. Finally, he landed firmly on the grass, proudly displaying his number and name to the Kings fans behind him. Number 14. Hu Lai. As Hu Lai nearly jumped directly in front of her, Han Xiyu struggled mightily to suppress the urge to shout "Ho!" She gritted her teeth, steadying her phone to avoid any blemishes on the screen during this moment of glory. She watched the screen intently as Hu Lai completed his entire celebration routine, arms wide open to embrace his approaching teammates, completely unfazed by the thunderous roars and jeers behind him, as if nothing had transpired at all. The players of the Pirates erupted in laughter as they surrounded him, brandishing their fists defiantly at the enraged Kings fans in the stands. The cacophony of insults directed at Han Xiyu grew louder, resembling a tempest unleashed. In the midst of the storm, Han Xiyu, like those around him, raised his hand to point at the Pirates below, simultaneously shouting, "Awesome. Hu Lai is incredible." Chapter conclusion. Chapter 91. Time is running out for the Kings. Awesome. Hu Lai is incredible. So cool. I can't believe it. Hu Lai is phenomenal. Before the television, countless Chinese fans leapt up, waving their fists and cheering exuberantly. This match commenced at 10 o'clock in the evening in China, a prime viewing time for fans, avoiding the 6 o'clock hour when people were still out dining and entertaining themselves, and not conflicting with the prime slots of various dramas and variety shows that aired at 8 or 9. The time after 10 o'clock belonged to the fans. Thus, a multitude of spectators tuned in, including some who were not even fans, drawn merely by the convenience of the hour. These individuals were undoubtedly fortunate, as they witnessed Hu Lai's 2 spectacular goals during the match. If some among them were inspired to develop an appreciation for football, it would be a wonderful outcome. In addition to cheering in front of their screens, numerous fans flooded the internet to express their emotions in real time. When Hu Lai scored his first goal with his left foot, I initially attributed it to luck. However, with a second consecutive goal using the same foot, it could hardly be dismissed as mere fortune. Has Hu Lai's left foot achieved mastery? Although I am a Kings fan, I found myself cheering for Hu Lai, for he is a source of pride for Chinese football. In the face of the nation, there are no kings. Brother, how noble you are. If only all Kings fans could embody your spirit. I noticed some who claim to be Kings fans disparaging Hu Lai on Weibo. Friends, do not pay heed to such fools. I firmly believe that the vast majority of Chinese Kings fans are rational. Haha. Hearing the boos from the Kings fans in the stadium fills me with joy. Well done, Hu Lai. Although this season has seen several of our players competing in Europe, it is indeed Hu Lai who captivates our attention. Li Qingqing, upon seeing Hu Lai sprint towards the corner flag, leapt from her couch, synchronizing her celebratory gestures with him on screen. She then turned, her face radiant with joy as she beheld Hu Lai on the television. In a nearby villa, several meters away, Maxi Kyrie's son mirrored her celebration, cheering, "Fantastic. We're leading by 2 goals. He then turned to his father and asked, "Dad, can we win this match?" Kyrie sat on the sofa, utterly astonished, his gaze fixed on the field, offering no reply to his son's inquiry. The television broadcast captured Hu Lai embracing his teammates as they gathered in celebration beneath the northern stands of Crown Stadium. Maxi Kyrie. who once scored the solitary goal for the Pirates during the Madrid Derby in the 2022-2023 season, leading his team to triumph over the King's Derby heroes, now finds himself relegated to the confines of his living room, merely a spectator. This team appears to have moved beyond the need for their former hero, having welcomed a new champion, whose remarkable brace propelled the Madrid Pirates to a commanding 3-1 lead against the Kings. What was once a precarious situation for the Pirates has been dramatically reversed. The morale of the Kings has suffered a severe blow. With a 2-goal advantage, the Pirates can now execute their defensive counterattacks with greater composure. On the television, commentator Alvarez Sanchez rambles on. Just minutes earlier, he had expressed his concerns for the Madrid Pirates, suggesting that securing a draw would be a satisfactory outcome. The atmosphere at the Crown Stadium is electric, with a cacophony of boos, jeers, and the cheers of 5,000 Pirate fans intertwining, transmitted through satellite signals and the speakers of the television into the living room. Another left foot? Was it luck again? Roivy stood before the coaching staff, arms outstretched in question. No one responded, not even the assistant coach Fernando Gonzalez, who had previously dismissed Hu's left-footed long-range shot as merely fortuitous. A goal with the left foot can certainly be attributed to luck, no doubt. But what of 2 left-footed goals? Moreover, for the second goal, Hu clearly deceived Peralta by initially feinting with his right foot, only to strike with his left. Why employ a right-footed feint? Because Peralta was focused on defending against Hu's right foot. A right-footed feint followed by a genuine left-footed strike signifies an acute awareness of his left foot's scoring potential. In such circumstances, to claim that a left-footed goal is merely a stroke of luck becomes an affront to one's intelligence. Thus, Gonzalez could only conclude that Hu had deliberately led them to believe his left foot was inadequate, when in fact it had long been capable of matching his right. The realization of this conclusion startled Gonzalez. How could this be possible? Hu's previous inadequacy with his left foot was no secret. He himself had acknowledged in earlier interviews that his left foot paled in comparison to his right. Gonzalez had indeed heard that since transferring to the Madrid Pirates, Hu seemed to be consciously enhancing his left foot training. Yet, even so, the question remained, how could this be possible? He joined the Pirates in late July, and it had only been 2 months. 2 months to elevate his left foot from 0 to 100? No, let alone achieving perfection. Even reaching a passing mark of 60 seemed implausible. In Gonzalez's 24 years of coaching, he had never encountered a player who progressed at such an astonishing rate. He had seen prodigies, such as Meli, who were exceptional talents. These geniuses possess an extraordinary understanding that enables them to grasp concepts that would take ordinary individuals considerable time to comprehend. They possess the ability to effortlessly master skills that require immense time and effort for others to learn. Yet, this acquisition seems innate to them. How is it that Hu Lai can so quickly score with his left foot? Gonzalez is perplexed by how Hu Lai managed to learn this in merely 2 months. He can only arrive at a logical conclusion in his mind. Hu Lai must have been practicing his left foot long before joining the Madrid Pirates, perhaps even during his time at Leeds City. This theory holds some merit. He had once been mocked for striking the ball with his left foot during the UEFA Europa League quarterfinals, an act that had led to ridicule equating his left foot with disability. Perhaps it was from that moment that he began to hone his left-footed technique. It has been nearly 6 months since then. Although this period is still brief, it is certainly more palatable than just 2 months, is it not? However, these musings remain unspoken within Gonzalez's mind, for this is not the opportune moment for him to share his insights with Roivy. The team is trailing by 2 goals, with less than 30 minutes remaining in the match. Pondering how Hu Lai suddenly became adept at scoring with his left foot is a fruitless endeavor. Ultimately, Roivy substituted the seasoned midfielder Osei for the 19-year-old Russian winger Andrei Kalashnikov, a tactical decision aimed at bolstering their offense. Kalashnikov, who transferred to Madrid Kings from Russia this summer, is regarded as a prodigious talent in his country, known for his remarkable speed and penetrating ability. In Russia, he is often referred to as the Russian Messi, a testament to his exceptional dribbling prowess. Kalashnikov indeed shares some similarities with Messi, not solely in his dribbling skills, but also in their physiques. Both are not particularly robust and possess a shorter stature, allowing for greater agility. Interestingly, Kalashnikov and Hu Lai have crossed paths before during the 2026 World Cup in the United States and Canada, where the 18-year-old Kalashnikov was the youngest player on the Russian national team. However, he only made a brief 8-minute appearance in the final match against Algeria, having spent the entirety of the encounter against China on the bench. Thus, their interaction was limited, and they have never faced each other in competition. After observing Kalashnikov for 2 years, the scouting system of Madrid Kings finally secured his services this summer. Upon joining the Kings, Kalashnikov has been training with the first team while simultaneously participating in the second team's matches in La Segunda Division, a strategy designed to facilitate his adaptation to Spanish football. Occasionally, he has been included in the first team's matchday squad, as was the case in this Madrid derby. Roivy, anticipating that Messi might be closely monitored by the Pirates during the match, devised a backup plan. This contingency has proven effective. Following the substitution of Jose, Roivy intends to reposition Messi back to his familiar midfield role, centering him, while allocating the right-wing position to the newly entered Kalashnikov. This maintains the 4-3-3 formation, yet it leans more heavily towards an aggressive offensive strategy, brimming with intensity. The Madrid Kings are poised for a desperate struggle, with just over 20 minutes remaining in the match. If they wish to extend their remarkable streak of 4 consecutive home victories against the Pirates since the commencement of the 2023-2024 season, the Kings must score 3 more goals. Time is not on their side. The air above the Crown Stadium resonates with the fervent cheers of Kings fans. They have lost count of how many times they have chanted that famous slogan during this match. Onward, Kings. Never give up. Fight to the end. But this time, it remains uncertain whether the spirit of the Kings will shine through. Chapter 92. Strategic depth recently substituted Andrei Kalashnikov, eager to make an impact, faced the defense of Inigo Martinez. He opted for a direct approach, attempting to outpace his opponent with sheer speed. However, he underestimated the prowess of Martinez, who had triumphed alongside the Spanish national team in the World Cup. Just as Kalashnikov pushed the ball forward, Martinez swiftly cut in, intercepting before Kalashnikov could accelerate. His impeccable timing prevented it from being deemed a foul. Having thwarted Kalashnikov, Martinez took control of the ball. In the face of Kalashnikov's close marking, he executed a feint, hinting at a turn towards the penalty area. Successfully misleading his opponent, he deftly flicked the ball towards the sideline with the outside of his right foot, while simultaneously pivoting his body, narrowly evading Kalashnikov. By the time Kalashnikov attempted to turn, it was too late. Martinez had created a gap. After advancing a couple of steps, drawing the attention of Madrid Kings midfielder Alban Estrom, he passed the ball to Joaquin Vera, who awaited in the center. The 19-year-old Kalashnikov found himself overshadowed by Martinez's experience. However, the pressure on Captain Juan Ramirez was significant. Meli, Meli, Meli. The commentators from around the globe shouted the same name in various languages. Meanwhile, the stands of Crown Stadium erupted in jubilation. On the pitch, Meli was engaged in a duel with Ramirez. With a swift movement of his left foot, he executed a subtle bicycle kick, the deceptive nature of which was enhanced by the minimal lift of his foot, leaving spectators uncertain whether he intended to push the ball to the left or merely feint. Ramirez remained unfazed by the feint. Indeed, Meli's maneuver was merely a ruse. He then swung his right foot towards the ball. Anticipating Meli's intent, Ramirez prepared to intercept. Yet, just as he lifted his foot, Meli struck first, gently prodding the ball with his toe, sending it through Ramirez's legs. An exquisite nutmeg. Ramirez reacted swiftly, turning and slightly spreading his arms in an attempt to block the advancing Meli. However, upon realizing the imminent threat posed by Meli, Ramirez swiftly made a decisive move. Lunging towards the ball with fervor, he managed to prod the sphere away just ahead of Meli, though he did not entirely disrupt its integrity. He merely nudged it a safe distance, allowing Meli to continue his pursuit. Nevertheless, this intervention undeniably shattered Meli's original rhythm, compelling him to accelerate once more, thereby incurring a greater cost in his attempt to regain possession. This significantly heightened the stakes of Meli's offensive endeavor. Moreover, Ramirez's action inadvertently directed the ball closer to the Pirates' central defender, Moreno, who, with a mere stride, could seize the ball ahead of Meli. He feigned a powerful clearance. Yet at the moment of impact, he abruptly tempered his force, deftly pushing the ball past the airborne Meli, smoothly evading him in the process, and subsequently forwarding the ball. At this juncture, the Pirates remained focused on employing counterattacks to stifle the Madrid Kings' onslaught, rather than succumbing to the fear of merely clearing the ball. Having spent 2 seasons under Parati's emphasis on possession, the Pirates players were acutely aware that effective defense did not entail relinquishing ball control. Only by maintaining possession could they enhance their chances of securing victory. Despite failing in this offensive attempt, Li did not linger in despair but swiftly pivoted to reclaim the ball, acutely aware of the dwindling time. There was no opportunity for dramatics. As the match progressed, the king's hopes of clinching victory grew increasingly dim. With less than 30 minutes remaining, scoring 3 goals was not entirely implausible, albeit challenging. However, with merely 15 minutes left, the prospect of netting 3 goals against a team like the Madrid Pirates seemed akin to chasing a mirage. Thus, a more pragmatic approach emerged, securing 2 goals to level the score. At the very least, they could not afford to lose to their archrivals on home soil. Li retreated to a central midfield position, with Roivy aiming to leverage his dribbling prowess to invigorate the King's offense. Meanwhile, the original attacking midfielders, Dudu Carlos and Albin Estrom, withdrew further back to assume defensive roles. The midfield formation transitioned from an inverted triangle to a conventional one. However, this shift did not signify a deceleration in the King's offensive momentum. Rather, it became increasingly ferocious. The newly substituted Pirates midfielder, Damian Dia, although positioned on the right, was primarily tasked with bolstering Ramirez's defense, often retreating to the center. Consequently, the Pirates' right flank was left to right back Jose Irasusta, while the King's left back, Brazilian international Russell Fonseca, frequently surged forward to apply pressure on the Pirates. In response to this development, Parati adjusted his strategy, instructing forward D. Quanzo to track back to the wing to contain Fonseca's fervent incursions. This left Hu Lai stationed centrally, serving as a strategic deterrent, warning the King's 2 central defenders against advancing recklessly, as they still possessed the capability to threaten their goal. The match time swiftly elapsed as the 2 teams engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle, countering each other's moves. As the game entered its final 10 minutes, the Kings intensified their offensive onslaught. Substitute Damian Dia committed a foul and received a yellow card, halting Li's advance and alleviating some pressure from Ramirez. Otherwise, Ramirez might have found himself in trouble, facing a second yellow card that could lead to his expulsion from the match. Even Hu Lai retreated to the halfway line to assist in the defense. In the 84th minute, he chased after Li, seemingly intent on confronting the Argentine directly. Yet, after just a couple of strides, Li eluded him effortlessly. Fortunately, through the collective defensive effort of the Pirates, they managed to withstand the King's assault. As the ball sailed out of play, Hu Lai collapsed onto the ground, calling out to his nearest teammate, Joaquin Bella, "Quick, Joaquin, I'm cramping." Bella hurried over to help him stretch. Goalkeeper Havel noticed the situation and gestured to the referee, signaling an unexpected occurrence on the field. He remained there, refusing to request the ball from the ball boy, who had already returned it to the pitch, choosing instead to ignore it. Determined not to resume play until Hu Lai's situation was addressed, he stood his ground. The crowd erupted in boos, though it was unclear whether they were directed at Havel or Hu Lai. The referee indicated a pause in the match and hurried over to assess Hu Lai's condition. The jeers from the stands grew louder. Upon reaching Hu Lai, the referee found him grimacing in pain. "How are you? Do you need the team doctor?" he inquired. Hu Lai quickly waved him off. I'll be fine. He then turned to Bella. "All right, Joaquin, help me up." Bella released Hu Lai's cramping left leg and assisted him to his feet. Hu Lai attempted to walk a couple of steps on his own, although he limped slightly. He nodded to the referee. "I'm okay now, sir." The referee acknowledged him and returned to the front, signaling Havel to take the goal kick. The Belgian goalkeeper, ignoring the ball that had already been thrown onto the field, turned to request another from the ball boy, a blatant act of delaying the game that the referee swiftly curtailed. He pointed to the ball already in the penalty area, indicating that Havel should use that one. Reluctantly, Havel approached to place the ball. Fortunately, behind the Pirates' goal in the second half, there were no die-hard Kings fans gathered in the northern stands. Or else, he would have undoubtedly heard some rather unflattering remarks about his family lineage. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Parati instructed assistant coach Valentin, "Have Ruiz warm up." Valentin turned and ran to summon the substitute from the bench. The Madrid Pirates substitute forward, Sanabria Ruiz, was called to warm up, seemingly indicating an imminent substitution for Hu Lai. Hifeng noted the developments on the sidelines and explained to viewers, Hu Lai is pushing through to the point of cramping, which is quite rare for him. It is evident just how intense the Madrid derby has become. The match has indeed unfolded with remarkable fervor, characterized by a relentless physical contest that has persisted from the very first minute. Currently, the Madrid Pirates have accrued 4 yellow cards, while the Kings have received 3, yet. Thankfully, no red cards have emerged thus far. As the match progresses, the Pirates find themselves tantalizingly close to securing their first victory at the Crown Stadium in 4 years. Considering the stoppage time, there remains less than 10 minutes on the clock. For the Madrid Kings to score 2 goals in this brief span appears exceedingly challenging, if not outright impossible. Though Feng's assertion may seem somewhat definitive, none contest it, for there is a consensus on its validity. Thanks to Hu Lai's contributions, the Pirates enjoy a 2-goal advantage, which translates into ample strategic depth. Even if they concede a goal in these final moments, the ultimate outcome remains unaffected. Even the players of the Madrid Kings seem somewhat disheartened. Yet, Li continues to seek opportunities, seemingly oblivious to the fact that even if he scores, it will not alter the fate of the Kings. He maneuvers down the left flank, attempting to break through, only for the ball to be deflected out of play by Irasusta. Li immediately turns to the ball boy for a new ball, and the home ball boy, understanding the urgency, swiftly tosses it to him. Upon receiving the ball, Li spins around to reintroduce it into play. However, at that moment, the referee's whistle pierces the air, signaling Li to pause before taking the throw in, as another situation has arisen on the field. Hu Lai has once again collapsed to the ground. Clutching his left leg in pain, he has suffered another cramp. Li, hands raised in exasperation, gazes skyward with a sigh of resignation. How could he not perceive that Hu Lai is deliberately stalling for time? But what does it matter? Just like the deafening boos that resonate throughout the stadium, they cannot alter the course of events. The defeat of the Madrid Kings is all but sealed. Chapter 93. A rising star as Hu Lai collapsed for the second time due to cramps. An unprecedented chorus of boos and jeers erupted from the stands of the Crown Stadium. The Kings fans naturally assumed Hu Lai was feigning injury, just as they believed that Tony Ni's earlier free kick was a ruse orchestrated by Hu Lai. Caught in this tempest, Han Xiu could only retort inwardly, "What nonsense! Does it concern you how I utilize the rules? Do you think everyone is like your Quella, unwilling to leave the field without risking injury?" In truth, Hu Lai was genuinely cramping. Since joining the Madrid Pirates, aside from his debut match as a substitute, he has started every subsequent game. The injury to Max Kyrie has made Perotti reluctant to rotate the squad, compelling Hu Lai to give his all in every match. Even with the aid of stamina potions, he can only recover the energy expended during the game, not increase his physical limits. Thus, if the energy consumed in a match exceeds Hu Lai's stamina threshold, he must grit his teeth and persevere in the final minutes. This Madrid derby has proven to be just such a contest. From the very first minute of the match, the players from both teams engaged in a fierce contest, demanding far more physical exertion than typical gameplay. The most exhausting aspect of any match is not merely running, but rather the physical confrontations. As the leading forward for the Pirates, Hu Lai, who scored twice in this match, was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of the Kings' defenders. Peralta, a robust center back, seized every opportunity to engage Hu Lai in intense physical clashes. This relentless engagement drained Hu Lai's stamina at a significantly accelerated rate compared to an ordinary match. However, Hu Lai adeptly exploited the rules to his advantage. For instance, during his second fall to the ground, he could have done so earlier. Yet he intentionally chose to collapse, just as Li was preparing to quickly execute a throw-in. This tactic not only allowed him to consume time, but also disrupted the opponent's rhythm, undermining the morale of the Madrid Kings. Hu Lai's actions can be likened to a form of self-preservation. Did the opponent fail to make contact? No, they did. Was there a foul committed? Yes, indeed. Was Hu Lai's fall somewhat exaggerated? Certainly. Does his exaggerated fall imply that the opponent did not commit a foul? Absolutely not. Similarly, questions arose about whether Hu Lai truly suffered a cramp. He did. Could he have chosen to fall at another moment? Yes, he could. So why did he select this particular moment? Simply because he wished to. In truth, Hu Lai refrained from dramatically collapsing while Li was in possession of the ball, thereby compelling Li to kick the ball out of bounds, a demonstration of sportsmanship. His hesitation likely stemmed from a concern that Li might be even less scrupulous, driven by fervor to complete the attack. Thus, he opted to wait until the ball was out of play before finally collapsing, granting his cramping left leg a much-needed respite. Ultimately, Hu Lai was assisted off the field by his teammates. Meanwhile, Sanabria Ruiz stood at the sidelines, awaiting Hu Lai's exit for the substitution. Typically, substitutions due to injury or cramping do not necessitate a formal handover. As soon as the substituted player exits the field, the waiting player may enter. However, Hu Lai had yet to leave the pitch. The rules also state that a player does not need to exit from the designated substitution area, but may depart from anywhere on the field. Yet, Hu Lai's second fall occurred at the center circle, a considerable distance from the sideline. Consequently, everyone could only wait as he limped off, supported by his teammates. The crowd erupted in jeers, akin to a tempest. Watching this unfold on television, Shelon felt no worry for her son. Rather, she found herself amused. The louder the boos from the Kings fans at Crown Stadium, the more it indicated her son's commendable performance in the match. What is their enemy's grievance is her hero's triumph. Shelon staunchly supported her son, perceiving nothing amiss in his deliberate delay tactics. When Hu Lai exited the field, it was the 88th minute of the match, with the score still standing at 1-3, the home team, Madrid Kings, trailing by 2 goals. In the stands, a number of Kings fans, unable to bear the disheartening outcome, have left prematurely in disappointment. As stoppage time commenced, the chorus of boos reverberated throughout the Crown Stadium. However, the nature of the discontent had shifted. Previously, the jeers erupted whenever a Madrid Pirates player touched the ball, particularly when the loathed Hu Lai and Ramirez were in possession, causing the cacophony to reach unprecedented heights. Conversely, when the Kings players took to the offensive, the atmosphere was filled with encouraging cheers from their supporters. Yet, during the Kings' ball control, the disapproving sounds did not dissipate. Seated on the substitutes bench, Hu Lai turned to glance at the stands, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly directed at our own players?" He had heard tales of the unforgiving nature of the Madrid Kings fans towards their team. A slight deviation from excellence would provoke an unrestrained barrage of boos from the stands. One extreme instance involved a prodigious player who, at the tender age of 17, joined the Madrid Kings amid great expectations. His debut, however, unfolded as a calamity. Overcome by nerves, or perhaps excessive enthusiasm, his performance was far from satisfactory. By halftime, with no sign of improvement, the Kings fans' patience waned, and they began to jeer at the young talent. This hostile treatment left the youth bewildered. Having never encountered such hostility from his own supporters on home turf was profoundly disheartening. His performance deteriorated further, and the jeering intensified, becoming increasingly pronounced. Ultimately, after a dismal 66 minutes, he was substituted. That marked both his first and last appearance for the Kings. Following that day, the young athlete declined to appear in the first team again, relegated to the reserves. After grappling with 2 arduous seasons, he negotiated his release from the club, departing as a free agent from the very team that had once ignited his dreams. The club, which had once represented boundless aspirations for him, transformed into an indelible nightmare that haunted his career. In the aftermath of his departure from the Kings, he traversed various locales, yet failed to manifest the talent that had once prompted the Madrid Kings to sign him. Ultimately, at the age of 26, he chose to retire in the distant Singapore League. Upon his retirement, apart from that singular appearance with the Kings' first team, few even recalled his other endeavors. Following his exit from the sport, he neither pursued a coaching career nor took on the role of a scout. His subsequent life bore no connection to football, as if he had never forged a bond with the beautiful game at all. This case is indeed extreme, for in the annals of the Madrid Kings club's history, it stands as a singular instance. However, it is precisely due to their extreme and peculiar nature that they are firmly etched in memory, becoming a quintessential example of the stringent expectations held by the fans of the Madrid Kings. They are often revisited as a testament to the eccentricity of these supporters. Yet, the fans themselves do not seem to perceive this as a negative trait. They believe that if one aspires to play for the finest team in the world, one must endure the most rigorous demands, possess the most resilient spirit, and deliver the utmost performance. Should any aspect fall short of these standards, it is best not to overestimate one's capabilities in aspiring to become a Knight of the Kings. As a player for the archrivals of the Madrid Kings, Hu Lai naturally does not see anything amiss with the fans' behavior. After all, it is not he who is injured, if they wish to engage in such antics. It is not for him to meddle. Moreover, if this could potentially destabilize the mindset of the Kings players, Hu Lai would wholeheartedly endorse it. Let the storm of boos grow even more intense. He rose from the bench, genuinely raising his arms in fervor. It was at this moment that he heard the sharp whistle from the field. 1, 2, 3. Hu Lai's raised arms waved vigorously once more. Beside him, his fellow pirates leapt from their seats, charging onto the pitch. The match concluded. The match concluded. He exclaimed excitedly. The first Madrid derby of the season has come to an end. The visiting Madrid Pirates triumphed with a score of 3-1, courtesy of Hu Lai's remarkable brace, marking their first victory at the Crown Stadium in 4 seasons. Sanchez jubilantly proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Pirates have toppled the Kings in their palace." Prior to the match, many anticipated a fiercely contested battle, and indeed, the on-field display reflected this, with both teams showcasing an exceptionally high level of play. Yet the scoreline was astonishing, 3-1. The Pirates bested the Kings by 2 goals, all of which were scored by the same player, the Chinese forward Hu Lai, who transferred for a staggering $120 million this summer. He emerged as the decisive factor in this match, the principal architect of the Pirates' success against the Kings on their home turf. Although Hu Lai did not immediately rush onto the field to celebrate, a cameraman swiftly approached him, thrusting the camera into his face. This action signified that the Player of the Match award was beyond dispute. It belonged to Hu Lai, the architect of victory, with his 2 goals, undoubtedly the best on the field. This contest was not merely a clash between the Madrid Pirates and the Kings. It was also a duel between 2 young talents. At least in this match, Hu Lai triumphed over Meli. While their styles and positions on the pitch may differ, Hu Lai undeniably contributed to the Pirates' victory, whereas Meli did not achieve the same. With 7 matches yielding 11 goals, and factoring in his performance against Ruhrland in the Champions League group stage, Hu Lai has scored in every match since joining the Pirates, netting 13 goals in 8 matches. What an astonishing efficiency! I have witnessed efficient shooters, yet I have never encountered one so young exhibiting such remarkable proficiency. Is 120 million exorbitant? I believe anyone who witnessed this match would find it far from excessive. Sanchez showered Hu Lai with accolades, sparing no praise. He boldly expressed his sentiments, unafraid of offending the fans of Merli. For he spoke the truth. If Merli's supporters feel discontent, they should wait until their idol delivers a performance akin to Hu Lai's in the Madrid derby before voicing their opinions. Let us maintain this momentum. Hu Lai? This Madrid derby merely marks the inception of your legendary journey in La Liga. At this moment, dear viewers, I am reminded of the Olympics 3 years ago. Our national U23 team faced Argentina's U23 team, where our players seemingly became mere background figures to Merli. I am certain many pondered how fortunate we would be to possess a prodigious talent like Merli. At that time, few realized that a footballing genius from China was already among us. If Hu Lai's hat trick against Argentina's U23 team was once dismissed as mere luck, the subsequent encounter unequivocally revealed that it was no fluke. It heralded the emergence of a superstar on the rise. He Feng spoke with increasing fervor and excitement. Observing Hu Lai, closely followed by cameras, embraced by teammates, stepping onto the pitch to raise his hands in gratitude towards the Madrid Pirates supporters. Though Hu Lai has achieved notable success in the Premier League, never before has he felt such a powerful urge to articulate the words he had long kept buried within. This young man is destined to become a global icon. He fears no detractors. Performances like Hu Lai's are beyond reproach. Li Qingqing, seated before the television, had already risen, arms aloft in celebration of Hu Lai's brilliance. Yet, a slight furrow of concern crossed her brow as she began to contemplate how to avenge her club. End of chapter. Chapter 94. Tear it well, make it resound. La Liga has just concluded the most anticipated match of this round. The Madrid Pirates triumphed over the Madrid Kings with a score of 3-1 at the Crown Stadium. Recently in fine form, Hu Lai continued to exhibit his exceptional skills, netting a brace to secure victory for his team. Notably, both goals were scored with his left foot. In a post-match interview, Hu Lai was queried about his left-footed goals. He appeared on the news, standing before a backdrop, stating, "Indeed, my left foot is not my strong suit. This is no secret. I have never denied it. The reason I scored 2 goals with my left foot today is that Peralta clearly focused his defense on my right foot. Thus, during halftime, my coach Mr. Parati encouraged me to attempt more shots with my left foot, assuring me that even if I missed, it was all right. Consequently, I endeavored to shoot more with my left foot in the second half, and to my astonishment, I actually scored. When I scored that long-range goal, I was as surprised as anyone. You could certainly tell from my celebration." As he spoke, Hu Lai smiled, seemingly in self-mockery. The first goal scored with my left foot instilled a sense of confidence within me, prompting another attempt with that same foot, which unexpectedly found the back of the net. This truly exceeded my expectations. I had been training my left foot, but it had only just begun, and I was far from mastering its use in a match. I must admit, my fortune in this game was remarkable. 2 strokes of luck led to goals. Yet I do not believe my left foot is fully reliable just yet. I still have a long journey ahead. To triumph over the Kings with these fortuitous strikes brings me great joy, for the Kings are formidable opponents. It is evident that we must exert ourselves fully and rely on a bit of luck to secure a victory against such a powerful team. I believe the scoreline does not accurately reflect the strength of both teams. We merely triumphed, and it was not an easy victory. At the post-match press conference, Pirates head coach Etteri Parati corroborated Hu Lai's sentiments. The scene shifted to the press conference, where the kind-faced Parati addressed a multitude of cameras, stating, "Indeed, during halftime, I encouraged him to attempt more shots with his left foot. It might yield remarkable results. However, I did not anticipate that his very first shot in the second half would find a goal. We were indeed fortunate." Parati chuckled, not in self-deprecation, but in genuine delight. Although I have mentioned this before, I must reiterate how pleased I am that the Pirates triumphed in securing Hu Lai during this summer's negotiations. Choosing to emphasize this again after the match against the Madrid Kings is somewhat poignant, considering that the Madrid Pirates snatched Hu Lai from the Kings, only for Hu Lai to assist the Pirates in defeating the Kings in this local derby. Had the Kings successfully signed Hu Lai initially, perhaps today's defeat would not have occurred. Now, the Pirates not only bested them at home, but must continue to humiliate them. What a bitter blow. From the very beginning, I had no doubts about Hu Lai's ability to adapt to La Liga. His attributes destined him to seamlessly integrate into various tactical systems and styles of play. He has already netted 11 goals in 7 matches. I am uncertain where his limits lie, but I harbor great confidence and patience for him. Even though Parati is known for his amiable nature, it is rare for him to so openly extol his players in a post-match press conference. This clearly illustrates his satisfaction and fondness for Hu Lai, who undoubtedly deserves such treatment. Considering his performance, it would be absurd to suggest any coach would not appreciate him, unless, of course, that coach belongs to the opposing team. Roy Vey, during the post-match press conference, refrained from discussing Hu Lai's left-footed goal and did not even mention him. He simply stated that he took full responsibility for the defeat and praised his players' performance on the field before departing the press conference. As the most anticipated match of the weekend, the Madrid derby generated a plethora of news and discussions across media platforms following its conclusion. The clash between the two teams naturally draws the most attention, yet the rivalry between Hu Lai and Li also captivates discussions. Much like the outcome of the match, their confrontation unfolded without any suspense. Hu Lai triumphed over Li with a score of 20, although Li provided an assist during the game. He failed to score and could not aid his team, the Kings, in securing victory. Thus, in terms of individual performance and contribution to the team, he was overshadowed by Hu Lai. The fervent fans of Li, who had leaped with high hopes before the match, fell into silence afterward. Of course, a few diehard supporters continued to lament that Hu Lai had merely scored 2 goals, arguing that this paled in comparison to Li's prowess. They scoffed at the notion of celebrating luck in achieving 2 goals. Such sentiments seem rather foolish. In this match, Hu Lai netted 2 goals, leading the Pirates to victory, while Li went scoreless, contributing only an assist, and the Kings lost. How could anyone genuinely believe Li performed better than Hu Lai? Yet, there are those who do. One should never underestimate the intellect of fans, particularly those who are overly zealous. If they were rational, they would not be deemed as such. The phenomenon of idol worship lacks any semblance of reason. Within a fervent collective, even the slightest rational thought can be overshadowed. These fervent fans of Li were naturally met with ridicule from Hu Lai supporters, who gleefully pointed out that while Hu Lai scored 2 goals, Li failed to find the net. A performance that truly fell below expectations. It is said that Li invested €200 million to ensure his legs, but neglected to ensure his head. This was undoubtedly a wise decision, for Li does not need his head. His intellect holds little value. Are you unaware of the height restrictions at the Crown Stadium? Following the declaration that headers would be deemed invalid, the Kings issued a new ruling today, rendering left-footed goals also invalid. This move further solidified Li's lead. Finally, Li's fans discovered a flaw in the Pirates supporters' argument and retaliated. Do the foolish Pirates not know that Li can score with his left foot too? In response, the Kings announced an amendment declaring that all left-footed goals, except those by Li Banega, would be rendered invalid. How rigorous! Unlike the fans who engage in petty banter and attacks, more professional journalists and former players maintain a higher standard. although supporters of both Li and Hu Lai still express their allegiance. Agustin Rivero, who once set a record for consecutive goals within the Pirates, remarked in an interview with Spanish media, "Hu Lai has scored in 7 consecutive matches, and I am optimistic he will break my record. I am aware of the debates surrounding Li and him, and I believe they are different types of players. If I had to choose one to join my team, I would undoubtedly select Hu Lai, as his efficiency greatly benefits the team." Now 53, Rivero is the head coach of the prominent Uruguayan team Central Railway, which under his leadership secured the spring championship in the Uruguayan domestic league. Both Uruguayan media and fans anticipate his future role in coaching the national team, indicating that he is a competent coach, not one to speak lightly. In response, Argentina's national team coach, Carlos Ojeda, expressed his dissenting opinion. Messi is more versatile than Hu, and his remarkable improvement in goal scoring this season is evident. To assert that Hu surpasses Messi based solely on the number of goals scored is utterly absurd. Hu's recent scoring spree merely indicates a temporary peak in form. As the coach of the Argentine national team, I consider Messi to be a treasure bestowed upon Argentina by God, second only to Higuaín. Luis Cuellar, a representative of the King's spirit, criticized the performance of the King players post-match but lauded Messi. "Frankly, I am dissatisfied with their display. In the final moments of the match, they did not show the determination to win, except for Messi, who fought until the end. Thus, in losing the game, the only individual who should not face criticism is Messi. I cannot comprehend why some believe Messi's subpar performance was the reason for the team's defeat." Bobby Klein, a former England international and renowned figure in football, remarked on Twitter after the match, "It is well known that I have always supported Messi. Yet I feel some discussions have strayed from the point. Are we not discussing this match? Messi performed admirably, providing an assist for Solace and consistently threatening the Pirate defense, drawing yellow cards from 3 defenders. However, it is also true that Hu's performance in this match was superior to Messi's. What is there to debate?" Tony Clark, Hu Lai's former coach, expressed his support for his protege in a phone interview with British journalists. "I am delighted to see him deliver top performances so swiftly after joining La Liga. This validates our initial expectations of him. In my eyes, Hu is the best young player in the world, without exception. I only regret that Leeds City could not retain him." Argentina's legendary star, the Pampa Eagle, Fury Higuaín, scoffed at claims that Hu Lai is superior to Messi. Has modern football fallen to such depths? A mere striker is being compared to a genius like Messi? No matter how many goals Hu scores, he will never compare to Messi. Messi epitomizes the artistry and spectacle of football. The team honors he has achieved are a testament to his ability to weave together aesthetic appeal, artistry, and utility seamlessly. What does Hu have? Goals. He may become the greatest scorer, but he will never be the greatest player or the king of football. Higuaín, who once led the Argentine national team to 2 World Cup victories, was not a prolific scorer, though he did earn the Golden Boot. His style of play was notably captivating, and today's Messi closely resembles him. In his era, he was universally recognized as the king of football. He indeed has the credibility and qualifications to make such claims. However, his assertion that high-scoring players cannot be the greatest has provoked another individual, the former French superstar, Sylvain Montiel, an eternal legend in European football and currently the all-time top scorer for the French national team. Montiel has once claimed the Golden Boot at the World Cup and twice at the European Championship. He set an unparalleled record of 82 goals in a calendar year, a feat that remains unbroken to this day. Additionally, he has been awarded the League One Golden Boot for 4 consecutive seasons and has amassed a total of 10 league Golden Boots throughout his illustrious career. Upon his retirement, he had netted a remarkable 721 goals in official matches, a tally that positioned him at the pinnacle of the global scoring charts until last year. That record was eclipsed by the Emperor of Turin, Celsus Caesar, who now boasts 12 more goals than Montiel. Owing to his exceptional physical attributes and prolific scoring, Montiel earned the moniker the French Cannon. His career trajectory nearly coincided with that of Argentine superstar Higuaín, as both were rivals on the national and club stages. This competitive dynamic has persisted even post-retirement. When Higuaín expressed disdain towards the notion of a top scorer, Montiel interpreted it as a veiled attack, prompting the French Cannon to declare, "What determines the outcome of a football match? Goals. Otherwise, why do the rules of football not stipulate that the score should be decided by the number of dribbles? As long as the rules dictate that victory is determined by goals scored, then scoring is the most vital aspect of the sport. A great scorer can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the greatest players. Montiel's reference to navel pertains to Luciano Naval, the Argentine legend who holds the record for most goals in Argentina's national team history. He was also Higuaín's illustrious partner in the national team, significantly contributing to Argentina's 2 World Cup victories, particularly in the second triumph, where his impact was arguably greater than Higuaín's, especially considering Higuaín's 2-match suspension during the knockout stages due to a severe foul. Without Naval's stellar performances and goals, Higuaín might not have even had the opportunity to compete in the World Cup final, let alone lead the team to victory. However, the bond between Naval and Higuaín was strong. Montiel's remarks can be seen as an unfair jab, especially since Naval tragically passed away in a car accident in 2019, leaving no chance for him to support Higuaín. Both Higuaín and Montiel hold significant standing in the world of football, and even years after their retirement, they continue to wield considerable influence and connections. Their quarrel has incited their respective supporters to rally in defense of their favorites. Quentin Poinroy, the editor of the prestigious French football magazine Ballon d'Or, intervened during this heated exchange, stating, "I do not know who was the first to compare Messi and Ronaldo. I find such comparisons rather trivial. Both Messi and Ronaldo are exceptionally talented young players who represent the future of football. A single Madrid derby cannot definitively resolve anything. Their careers are still unfolding, and many more encounters lie ahead. To declare one superior to the other at this juncture is utterly meaningless." As one of the organizers of the European Ballon d'Or, Poinroy's neutrality is paramount, and he cannot afford to lean towards either side. Otherwise, the supporters of the opposing side may revisit past grievances during the future Ballon d'Or selections, casting doubt upon the authority, professionalism, and fairness of the award. As ardent advocates for Hu Lai, Chinese fans and media sought to voice their support for their own. However, when they charged into the fray, filled with righteous indignation or eager enthusiasm, they were collectively taken aback. Observing the fierce exchanges online among esteemed legends, celebrated figures, and renowned journalists, passionately debating whether Hu Lai or Mei Li reigns supreme, Chinese fans and media found themselves at a loss for words. Who are we? Where are we? What purpose have we come to serve? It dawned upon them that this fervent debate signified a pivotal realization, irrespective of whether Hu Lai surpasses Mei Li. The mere fact that so many individuals are earnestly deliberating the merits of Hu Lai and Mei Li implies that Hu Lai can indeed be compared to the world's foremost young prodigy, Mei Li. Such a notion was previously unfathomable. Comparing Hu Lai to Mei Li? Even in China, to broach such a subject would invite ridicule and criticism. How presumptuous! How delusional! Hu Lai is indeed remarkable, but he has a long journey ahead to reach the pinnacle. Do not elevate him to his detriment. Such sentiments were rampant. Yet what they now beheld was the media and experts from the footballing world engaged in a vehement, even brutal, discourse over who is superior, Hu Lai or Mei Li. They did not perceive this as a mere jest. Some Chinese fans translated the heated online debate and shared it back home, accompanied by an image summarizing the frenzy. Fight on, and make it louder. End of chapter. Chapter 95. A beautiful day. Do not take it too seriously, Mei Li. They are merely a passing breeze. In a couple of days, this tempest will subside, and they will cease their discussions, remarked Alfonso Candela, Mei Li's agent, as he welcomed Mei Li back home. From the moment the match commenced, a debate erupted online regarding Mei Li and Hu Lai. This contention intensified following the conclusion of the match. Given the apparent outcome, the prevailing sentiment online was decidedly unfavorable towards Mei Li, with the majority asserting that Hu Lai's performance was superior. Candela worried that a dual loss for both the team and Mei Li could dishearten him. To his surprise, Mei Li's reaction was more positive than he had anticipated. "I did not pay much heed, Alfonso," Mei Li stated, casually tossing his backpack onto the floor. "Since I chose who was my rival, such outcomes are inevitable. Had I triumphed in this match, who would have faced similar scrutiny? I believe he understands this too." Candela breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Ah, it is wonderful that you can think this way. As a consolation, let me treat you to a meal." "Not at Violet," Mei Li shook his head. "Certainly not, as it is likely overrun by the pirate players now. Given that the town of Herrera hosts numerous players from both sides, the town's finest dining establishment is naturally frequented by players from both teams. It is not uncommon for players from rival teams to encounter each other in everyday life. However, following a derby match, the victorious side typically gathers at a particular restaurant to celebrate, a tradition that continues after championship victories as well. In such circumstances, the defeated side naturally finds no need to indulge in self-pity. This scenario resembles the goddess of Harvest Square, where fans vie for dominance, while the Violet Restaurant serves as a haven for players to revel in their triumphs. Generally, prior to each derby, players from both teams make reservations at the Violet Restaurant. After the match concludes, the winning side proceeds to dine, while the losing side cancels their reservation. In the event of a draw, attendance is optional, and the outcome is inconsequential. The restaurant is well aware of these customs and prepares accordingly to accommodate both teams. Over the past decade, this has become a small tradition for the establishment. As Melly remarked, following the match, several Pirates players indeed made their way to the Violet Restaurant, gathering to celebrate their victory in the derby. However, the key contributor to their success was notably absent. "What a pity it would have been if Hu could have joined us," someone sighed. "He probably wouldn't feel comfortable attending. We all brought our families. How could he? Would he bring his girlfriend from the Kings women's team to celebrate the Pirates' victory over the Kings?" Joaquin Bella spread his hands. If they were photographed together, it would undoubtedly embroil his girlfriend in controversy. Hu Lai indeed declined to join the celebratory dinner for this reason, and no one could contest his decision. It was a practical issue. Hu Lai and his girlfriend belonged to two rival teams, although the men's and women's teams rarely intersect. As long as they maintained a low profile, no one would make a fuss. However, should one party choose to publicly provoke the other, it would become an entirely different matter. After the Madrid Kings' recent loss, it was wise for him to avoid bringing his girlfriend to the gathering, thereby preventing any provocation of Madrid Kings fans. "Does that mean he won't be able to join our victory celebrations in the future?" Tony asked. "Of course he can, as long as we agree beforehand that no family members are allowed," Ion replied with a laugh. Tony, whose wife sat beside him, pretended not to hear and did not engage with the comment. "Let's not worry about Hu. I'm sure he is happier than any of us right now." Ion raised his glass. "Come on, guys, let us toast to today's victory. This is the first time in 4 seasons we've turned the tables on them in their own home. Let us continue this momentum and gather here again at the end of the season to celebrate the complete demise of the Kings." Sitting at the table, Li Qingqing rested her chin on her hand and asked Hu Lai, "Will it be regrettable for you not to celebrate the victory with your teammates?" Hu Lai shook his head vigorously. "Regret? Why would there be any? Dining with a bunch of smelly men cannot compare to enjoying your delicious beef stew at home. Your survival instinct seems to be a bit excessive." Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing smiled with delight, then proceeded to explain, I'm just concerned about your rapport within the team. My relationships are just fine, rest assured," Hu Lai replied, patting his chest. "Look at my celebration after scoring the first goal in the match. It was a spontaneous decision. My teammates immediately grasped my intention and cooperated seamlessly. See how well-liked I am. Was it truly a spur-of-the-moment decision?" Li Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "I assumed you all had coordinated beforehand." "Not at all. It simply occurred to me that I could mislead the opponents," Hu Lai answered. Li Qingqing recalled Hu Lai's remarks during a post-match interview, which mirrored this celebration. Clearly, he wished to maintain the illusion that his left foot was ineffective. Thus, she felt compelled to point out, "I fear your ruse may not deceive many for long. After all, scoring 2 goals with your left foot in a single match is hardly something that can be attributed to luck. If you truly intended to trick them, you should have scored only 1 goal with your left foot." Hu Lai, however, was rather indifferent. "It doesn't matter. I never expected to fool many people or for long. If I can deceive even one, that's a win, no matter how brief." Yet, in truth, Hu Lai did not genuinely believe this. At least before he scored the first goal, that was not his intention. He had originally planned to score just 1 goal with his left foot to influence Peralta's judgment, complicating his defensive choices and thereby alleviating some pressure on himself. This would afford him more scoring opportunities. To put it simply, the reason for enhancing his left foot scoring ability was to leave the opponent uncertain about which foot to defend against. Although his left foot had yet to reach proficiency, he could still use this left-footed goal to mislead Peralta. However, immediately after scoring with his left foot, he discovered that the system had updated its series of tasks. It required him to accumulate 5 goals with his left foot, excluding the recent one, meaning he would start from scratch. The task reward included 50,000 points and a bottle of recovery ointment, while also unlocking the next stage of the task. The reward was still modest. But considering that he only needed to score 5 goals with his left foot, and with further tasks to follow, Hu Lai naturally would not dismiss it. Consequently, in subsequent matches, he opted to use his right foot for feints rather than attempting to lure Peralta with his left. Indeed, he achieved the first left-footed goal necessary to complete this task. The task progress now displayed a count of 1 out of 5. For more goals were needed to fulfill the requirement. Of course, even with only 4 goals remaining, the task was by no means simple. Hu Lai's left foot had not yet developed to the point of precision, and his right foot remained the primary scoring weapon. If he forced himself to rely more on his left foot to complete the task, it could adversely affect his scoring efficiency, ultimately proving counterproductive. This task would progress alongside his improvement with the left foot. He would not deliberately pursue left-footed goals in future matches. Furthermore, following the match against Real Madrid, it is anticipated that opponents will be acutely aware of the need to defend against his left foot, thereby limiting the opportunities he can create with it. In such circumstances, he must contemplate whether to continue his humble development or to persist in training his left foot, albeit without harboring excessive expectations for its current capabilities. In the forthcoming matches, he shall utilize whichever foot is most suitable. He will not deliberately refrain from using his left foot as he did previously, for that would now be unnecessary. His prior restraint was a tactical maneuver against Real Madrid. Having successfully outwitted them, there is no longer a reason to maintain that guise, as it would appear disingenuous. From a rational perspective, having already scored with his left foot in a match, it would be most irregular to refrain from using it in subsequent games. Should an opportunity arise suitable for a left-footed strike, Hu Lai would undoubtedly seize it. In essence, all actions must align with logical reasoning. This mirrors his ability to score from distance. Though capable, he does not employ it with excessive frequency. He will take a shot when the opportunity arises, celebrating if it results in a goal, and remaining indifferent if it does not. At present, I am not preoccupied with his left foot. A matter of greater significance weighs upon my mind. Hu Lai's expression suddenly grew solemn. What could possibly be more important? Li Qingqing inquired, her eyes widening in confusion. I am contemplating how you will avenge the king this evening. Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Then her face flushed crimson as she retorted, rogue. Hu Lai erupted in hearty laughter, unashamed and reveling in his jest. To win against a bitter rival by day and share a bed with a beloved one by night truly marks a splendid day. This chapter concludes with Chapter 96, A Longing Beyond Reach. Kendall Cabanca received a call from his agent, Igor Alayo. During the conversation, Alayo informed Cabanca that the Catalan club intended to acquiesce to the demands he had previously put forth. This revelation caught Cabanca off guard, as discussions had been ongoing for quite some time without any progress. It seemed that the Catalan club had reconsidered their strategy upon learning that Cabanca was not inclined to renew his contract with Manchester Athletic, seeking to gain the upper hand in negotiations with Alayo. After all, should Cabanca choose not to renew with Manchester, his options would be severely limited. The Catalan club believed he would have no choice but to come to them, using this as leverage to pressure Alayo regarding his offer. However, Alayo firmly disagreed. As per customary practice, when a player transfers freely to a new club, thereby alleviating the new club of transfer fees, the new club ought to reciprocate with favorable personal terms. Thus, higher salary demands, increased signing bonuses, and agent fees must be uncompromisingly met. Additionally, there remained the question of what status Cabanca would hold at the Catalan club. Alayo insisted that the club guarantee Cabanca would be the team's star player and remain among the highest-paid athletes. Should any other players at the Catalan club receive salary increases surpassing Cabanca's, he too must receive a corresponding raise to reclaim his status as the top earner within the team. The Catalan club acquiesced to some of these demands while rejecting others. However, Alayo remained steadfast, leading to a stalemate between the two parties. Cabanca initially believed that this impasse might persist indefinitely. Alayo suggested that he could simply renegotiate his contract with Manchester Athletic, allowing time for Catalonia to offer a more substantial transfer fee next year, or perhaps move to Blue-White Munich. Torino was also eager to acquire Cabanca. In essence, given the current prowess and reputation of Kendall Cabanca, numerous teams were vying for his signature. Catalonia was well aware that they would eventually have to concede. Yet, even Alayo did not anticipate how swiftly Catalonia would capitulate. Was Catalonia finally coming to terms? Cabanca, filled with uncertainty, inquired of his agent. Alayo, on the other end of the line, chuckled joyously. We owe our gratitude to Hu and Meili. Grateful to them. Cabanca was perplexed. Alayo, still laughing, elucidated the situation to Cabanca, who soon joined in the laughter. Indeed, he had reason to thank Hu and Li. The aftershocks of the Madrid derby did not fade with the conclusion of the match. The debate surrounding who was superior, Hu or Li, permeated various discussions, even affecting Catalonia, seemingly unrelated to the Madrid derby. Earlier this morning, an article surfaced online. It utilized the ongoing dispute between the supporters of Li and Hu as a pretext to delve into the history of Catalonia. Many were aware that Catalonia had pursued Hu twice unsuccessfully, once during Hu's transfer to Leeds, where both the king and Catalonia vied for him. However, it later emerged that Catalonia had never genuinely intended to secure Hu, as they had not even made an offer. They likely sought merely to annoy their bitter rivals, Madrid kings, complicating their pursuit of Hu. As for Hu's abilities and potential, Catalonia had not taken the time to consider or care. The second pursuit of Hu by Catalonia was more earnest, occurring this past summer. However, their resolve remained tepid, as they halted their offer at 90 million, clearly deeming Hu not worthy of more than that valuation. Ultimately, as everyone knows, after the Pirates expressed their sincerity with a €120 million offer, Hu transferred to Madrid Pirates. Thus, Catalonia missed yet another opportunity to sign Hu, potentially their last. Similar to Hu, Catalonia had also overlooked Li Qingqing. Initially, in the competition against the Kings, their sincerity paled in comparison. They believed they were merely passing on an ordinary young talent. Later, regret consumed Catalonia. The article's author, evidently a Catalonia supporter, questioned the club. Catalonia once had the chance to undermine their archrival, Madrid Kings, and compete with Madrid Pirates. Yet due to the club's upper management's folly, we squandered such exceptional opportunities twice. Li and Hu will no longer be joining Catalonia United. So must we continue to miss out on Cabanca? Although the club has yet to officially acknowledge any private discussions with Cabanca's agent, the implications are not difficult to discern. It is already common knowledge that Cabanca has concluded renewal negotiations with Manchester Athletic and intends to depart from the club. Come January, he will be free to engage in transfer discussions with any team. Among those, Catalonia United appears to be the most likely candidate to secure his signature. Thus, the prospect of Cabanca joining Catalonia United seems almost certain. Yet, this Catalonia United supporter, who penned the article, remains anxious that history may repeat itself, prompting such fervent expressions of concern. Whether it is due to the viral nature of this article among the supporters or not, today, Catalonia United proactively reached out to Alero, seeking to swiftly finalize an agreement. The two parties have privately arranged to sign a formal contract in January. After listening to Alero's account, a thought suddenly struck Cabanca, and he inquired, "Igor, was that article you're doing?" Alero denied. Indeed, it was not. Cabanca nodded. Alero's word was trustworthy after years of collaboration. Now, they await January 1st, when all agreed terms with Catalonia United will be set in writing. Then, by July of the following year, Cabanca could officially become a player of Catalonia United. In other words, rather than merely being a spectator to the vibrant scenes of yesterday, he would soon be able to partake in them personally. At this point, Alero's tone shifted, and Cabanca felt a surge of excitement. Why must he join Catalonia United? Because only there can he compete directly with Li and Hu. Although he never held much affection for Hu while he was at Leeds City, he found himself increasingly nostalgic for the rivalry as time passed. As Ricardo Belia entered the players' tunnel, he spotted the figure of Kinder Cabanca and approached him, speaking in Portuguese. "I know you wish to join Catalonia United." Cabanca regarded him with a glance. His desire to join Catalonia United was no secret. He had nearly accomplished it last summer. However, hearing someone voice this while he believed his agreement with the club was confidential startled him, making him think that the details had been exposed. Unaware of Cabanca's internal musings, Belia continued, "But in the Premier League, I am your true rival." Cabanca suddenly chuckled at this Portuguese prodigy, responding, "You have reminded me, Belia." "Thank you." Belia was perplexed, unsure why Cabanca would say such a thing. Had he truly reminded him of something? What was there to thank him for? Belia was simply caught up in the fervor of yesterday's Madrid derby, feeling that football should always feature a worthy adversary to be truly captivating. Thus, he approached Cabanca to issue a challenge, aspiring to defeat him. He cautioned Cabanca not to reach for the unattainable, for his greatest rival stood right before him. However, Cabanca's response left him perplexed. Was it a challenge accepted or a challenge declined? The atmosphere at the Feisoa Stadium was electric, with Rokai seated on the bench, gazing at the ongoing match. In this round of the European League, apart from the Madrid derby, there was also the Manchester derby. Yet, in terms of influence, the latter paled in comparison to the former. The primary reason being that while Manchester Athletic boasts considerable strength in the current Premier League, they have yet to secure a Champions League title, rendering them somewhat less esteemed compared to illustrious clubs like Real Madrid or the Madrid Pirates. Trem, on the other hand, is a traditional powerhouse, though its prowess has noticeably waned in recent years, struggling to reclaim its past glory. Thus, the contest between these two teams, while significant within Manchester or the Premier League, does not hold a candle to the clashes of the Madrid Giants. Nonetheless, being included in the matchday squad for such a high-stakes encounter indirectly attests to Hu Lai's status at Trem, as he is one of the 18 players trusted by head coach Kevin Locke. Yet, that is where the accolades end. With 10 minutes remaining in the match and the score at 3-1, Manchester Athletic held a 2-goal advantage over Trem. Coach Locke had already exhausted his 3 substitution opportunities in an attempt to alter the course of the game, while Hu Lai remained seated on the bench. His hopes, or perhaps fantasies, of making a dramatic entrance, seizing the moment, and gaining recognition with a pivotal goal had not materialized in this match. Instead, he could only watch as Kinder Cabanca seemed to thrive, dominating the game from the very first minute. Trem's star talent, Ricardo Ballier, appeared almost juvenile in Cabanca's presence. His once prized skills were dwarfed by Cabanca's prowess. While Ballier was confined to the flanks, Cabanca roamed freely across the pitch, orchestrating relentless attacks for Manchester Athletic. The disparity in their abilities was stark. Hu Lai had faced Cabanca in the World Cup previously and had sensed his formidable strength even then. Observing Cabanca's merciless performance against Ballier from the sidelines, Hu Lai felt that the Brazilian had only grown more formidable. Under Cabanca's leadership, it seemed a foregone conclusion that Manchester Athletic would defend their league title this season with ease. Yet, some still believed Cabanca to be inferior to Melli, who, ironically, had succumbed to Hu Lai in yesterday's match. Hu Lai's heart was heavy with bitterness. The goals one fervently strives to attain often seem to transform into insurmountable mountains, looming right before them, yet perpetually out of reach. Chapter 97. The disheartened Josejin Hu Lai remained seated on the substitute bench for a grueling 90 minutes, never granted the opportunity to step onto the pitch. Thus, he brushed past his very first Manchester derby in life. Kendall Cabanca was substituted in the 88th minute. This change bore no tactical significance. It was merely to allow Cabanca to bask in the applause of the home fans. Despite nearly departing the team last summer, and the protracted negotiations regarding his contract renewal, it was evident to all that Cabanca truly desired to leave Manchester Athletic. Nevertheless, the fans generously bestowed their applause upon him. This was, in part, due to Cabanca's esteemed status among the Manchester Athletic supporters, and, on the other hand, a fervent hope from the fans that their enthusiasm might sway Cabanca to reconsider. It was clear that Cabanca, upon being substituted, was genuinely moved, frequently waving in acknowledgement to the home fans. This might have led some Manchester Athletic supporters to believe they had succeeded in their plea. Yet, deep within Cabanca's heart, he was acutely aware of where his future lay. Since his arrival in Europe from Brazil, he had already switched teams twice. No longer a novice easily swayed by the affections of fans. Still, he sincerely expressed his gratitude, as this feeling indeed stemmed from his heart. Cabanca's substitution signified the conclusion of the match. Ultimately, Trem succumbed to their city rivals, Manchester Athletic, with a score of 13-0. Consequently, Manchester Athletic continued to lead the league standings. Had this occurred 2 seasons prior, Cabanca would have felt invigorated and elated by such an outcome. However, now, he felt no emotional stirrings. Rather, he yearned to depart the Premier League for La Liga, as the current Premier League presented little challenge for him. The once formidable opponents, Stan Park Rangers, had entered a decline following their captain Harry Bergad's severe injury. Their city rivals, Trem, remained far from regaining their former glory. Leeds City, devoid of Hu Lai, had devolved into mere contenders for European competition. Although only 7 rounds of the Premier League had been played this season, it seemed Manchester Athletic was on a solitary path to triumph. If Manchester Athletic could secure an unchallenged domestic victory, creating a more favorable environment for European competition and potentially clinching the Champions League title, perhaps Cabanca might reconsider his departure. However, the issue lay in Manchester Athletic's underwhelming performance in the Champions League. Last season's defeat in the final to Blue-White Munich had thoroughly shattered Kabanka's patience and faith in the club. He believed that remaining with Manchester Athletic would yield no breakthroughs in the Champions League. Such sentiments may appear somewhat pessimistic, yet they are, in truth, entirely normal. Professional athletes, regardless of their prowess, are merely performers on the field, not omniscient deities capable of foreseeing the future. Thus, it is not uncommon for a player to transfer to a more formidable team in pursuit of greater accolades, only for their former club to clinch the championship title they yearned for the following season. Such instances, however, are quite rare. The majority of players adhere to the simple truth that a change in environment can yield new opportunities. If they cannot secure a championship with their current team, they may seek out a more competitive club. The potential outcomes of such a transition are considerations that should not burden a professional athlete. Luo Kai feels a sense of regret and dissatisfaction for not having had the chance to participate in the Manchester Derby. In contrast, Zhou Zijing is experiencing a situation markedly different from Luo Kai's, yet his emotional response is similarly poignant. He is being substituted. In the 7th round of the league, Leeds United faced Shades. Zhou Zijing started in this match, marking only his second starting appearance since joining Leeds, the first being after an impressive display against London Mars, which earned him a place in the starting lineup for the away match against Burley. Unfortunately, his good form did not persist, despite starting the match. He was substituted in the 67th minute. His performance could be succinctly described as unremarkable. Today's match against Shades is Zhou Zijing's second start and his first consecutive appearance in the starting lineup. However, he does not feel elated, as he understands what this starting role signifies. It is certainly not a reward. Following the match against Shades, Leeds will host their Champions League group stage opponent, Madrid Pirates, next Tuesday. In the opening round of the group stage, Leeds drew 0-0 away against Kiev, and if they wish to advance from this group, they must capitalize on their home advantage in the second round and defeat Madrid Pirates at all costs. Despite the presence of familiar faces from their past, Leeds has no alternative but to confront the formidable Madrid Pirates. To secure victory against such a powerful opponent, a rotation of players is necessary, resulting in most key players not starting today. Those who do start in this match will likely find it challenging to be in the starting lineup for the Champions League match next week. At the very least, players like Zhou Zijing, who are not considered pivotal team members, do not possess the privilege of consecutive starts across 3 matches. Nonetheless, Zhou Zijing quickly regains his composure. He believes that a stellar performance in this league match could afford him a chance to start in the Champions League. What constitutes an outstanding performance? Perhaps scoring a brace or even a hat trick. Regrettably, not only did Zhou Zijing fail to score twice, but he did not find the net at all during his 71 minutes on the field. He also did not provide any assists. However, Zhou Zijing's performance was not entirely lacking. Otherwise, Clark would not have allowed him to remain on the pitch until the 71st minute before substituting him. Describing it as ordinary presents no issue. While it certainly lacks highlights, there are no significant blunders either. If one must search for a silver lining, it can be noted that his playing time in this match exceeded that of the previous game by 4 minutes, an indication of progress. Such performances are rather commonplace, as no player can guarantee scoring or providing assists upon stepping onto the field. Zhou Zijing is perhaps being overly critical of himself. However, having just witnessed Hu Lai's remarkable display in the Madrid Derby, alongside the ensuing debate among legendary figures regarding whether Li or Hu Lai is superior, Zhou Zijing feels compelled to be stringent with his own standards in his quest to surpass Hu Lai. His unremarkable, yet mistake-free performance does not suffice to challenge the prowess of Hu Lai. Upon being substituted, Zhou Zijing received a warm acknowledgement from coach Tony Clark, who extended his hand to him, simultaneously patting his shoulder, and expressed, "Well done, you performed admirably. Now, go take a rest." Under normal circumstances, receiving such praise and comfort from the coach would bring Zhou Zijing immense joy, as it signifies that he has earned the trust of his superior. Yet now, a shadow of disappointment and frustration lingers upon his face. Clark, not probing into Zhou's expression, merely patted him before directing his attention back to the field. With his head bowed, Zhou Zijing returned to the bench, plopping down into his designated seat. He removed his cleats and tossed them aside, stripping off his socks completely, revealing his shin guards. He sat barefooted, resting while gazing absently at the field. He was acutely aware that with such performance, he stood no chance of being a starting player in the upcoming UEFA Champions League group match. He even questioned whether he would make it onto the roster for the Champions League fixtures. In the northern stands of Flanders Stadium, David Miller and his companions had just finished singing the song of Hu in unison with other fans. This anthem, once reserved for Hu Lai's goals, had lost its opportunity to be sung following his departure. The Leeds City supporters, unwilling to let this song fade from the Flanders Stadium, cast aside their previous restraint, now singing it freely whenever they wished. They expressed their longing for Hu Lai in this manner. Furthermore, singing it during today's match held additional significance, as they aimed to warm up for the upcoming Champions League group stage. The Leeds supporters had agreed to sing it once before the match commenced, to convey their gratitude and nostalgia for Hu Lai. "Did you witness that Madrid derby?" one remarked, who scored 2 goals, yet after his iconic celebration, the Madrid Pirates supporters managed to shout in disarray, "What a disgrace." Levin expressed his disdain for the Spanish fans. David Miller then inquired of John, "You mentioned you would find a way to convey our sentiments to Hu. Do you have a method now?" John felt somewhat disheartened. "I sent a private message to Hu on Twitter, but he hasn't replied." David Miller rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Seriously? Is your so-called strategy merely sending him a private message? His social media accounts are likely managed by a public relations firm, and countless messages flood in daily. How could he possibly notice yours?" John, feeling somewhat chastised, quickly countered, "But I have another idea." David Miller was increasingly skeptical. "This time, it will definitely work. Do you remember how we coordinated online to gather everyone for the bus to watch the Europa League final? We can initiate a similar campaign online, rallying support to ensure Hu is aware of our endeavors. Moreover, we can enlist Mullin's help to promote it. That will pose no issue at all." John fervently articulated his plan. As he spoke, David Miller ceased his sarcasm and eye-rolling, his expression gradually becoming earnest. He pondered, recognizing that this approach might indeed hold merit. The final whistle blew. Cheers erupted over the Flanders Stadium as Leeds City triumphed 10-0 against Sheherts, securing a win even with a rotated squad, undeniably a cause for celebration. While applauding, David Miller turned to John and said, "The match has concluded. We must commence crafting a welcome tifo for Hu. The matter of connecting with him is in your hands, John. Be sure to convey our heartfelt sentiments. Let him know that, regardless of circumstances, Flanders will always be his home, and our love for him is unwavering." Like David Miller, the majority of the crowd in the stadium began to eagerly anticipate the upcoming Champions League group match on the following Tuesday. Chapter 98. Hu a challenge. Upon seeing her father return from the Flanders Stadium, John's little daughter wore a puzzled frown and asked, "Didn't Leeds City win? Why do you not seem happy, Papa?" "Yes, they won, but I am preoccupied with matters unrelated to the match." "What matters? Can you share them with me, Papa?" John glanced at his adorable and obedient daughter and ultimately decided to share his troubling thoughts. Although he had confided his vague intentions to David Miller during the game, he lacked a concrete plan to create sufficient impact, one substantial enough that Hu Lai could not overlook. Should he, as before the Europa League final, issue a call on the fan forum? Certainly, he would do so, yet John felt that this method might not yield the desired influence, as time was of the essence, and adhering to traditional approaches felt somewhat sluggish. After hearing her father's concerns, his little daughter burst into laughter. What seemed burdensome to him was trivial in her eyes. She giggled. "Why can't you use TikTok for promotion, Papa?" "TikTok? Indeed, in terms of speed and influence, I believe TikTok far surpasses Twitter and Facebook." John was certainly aware that the younger generation favored platforms like TikTok, as his little daughter was particularly enamored with it. Thus, he inquired, "What should I specifically do?" She suggested, "Dad, you could initiate a celebration dance challenge on TikTok, accompanied by the sound while performing the moves. However, ensure that this event is not solely directed towards Leeds United fans. Rather, strive to promote it widely so that those who are not fans of Leeds United can also know about it and be inclined to participate. I believe that will lead to success." Her words opened a new realm for John. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he instinctively felt that his daughter's idea was remarkably feasible. Naturally, they would need to reach out to influencers or individuals with substantial sway to partake in this endeavor. It was akin to pushing a snowball from the summit of a hill. Once initial momentum was applied, the snowball would continue to grow larger. Would it then be possible for Hu to remain oblivious to such a phenomenon? John embraced his daughter, exclaiming, "This is indeed a splendid idea. I know what to do now. Thank you, Chelsea." Meanwhile, Matthew Miller was lounging in bed, scrolling through TikTok when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure on his screen. This figure was dashing and leaping in his backyard, executing a 180-degree turn midair, legs spread wide, arms swinging downwards, performing the iconic celebration move of Hu Lai. As he landed, he shouted "Hu." After his exclamation, he pointed at the camera, declaring, "Tuesday, September 28th, at Flanders Field, we await your participation, HU." The on-screen caption gleamed, "HU Challenge. We await your participation." Young Matthew stared at the screen, momentarily speechless, before he suddenly sprang from his bed, bare feet racing out of his bedroom and down the stairs. Dad, you must look at this." David Miller, who was watching television in the living room, was momentarily disturbed by his son's outburst and replied impatiently, "What is it?" The son raised his phone screen before his father's eyes, replaying the video. "Hu. Tuesday, September 28th, at Flanders Field, we await your participation, HU." David Miller's eyes widened in astonishment. "John?" The individual mimicking Hu Lai's celebratory move was none other than his old friend, John Fockingham. He swiped through his phone screen and discovered the next video featured the same content. Someone performing Hu Lai's celebration and shouting HU upon landing. In this instance, however, the performer was not John Fockingham, but another familiar Leeds United fan, Neil Mullen, who used the front of his large truck as a backdrop. Neil Mullen held significant influence among Leeds United supporters. As David Miller scrolled down, he found a plethora of similar videos. The individuals in question are undoubtedly fervent supporters of Leeds City, comprising both men and women, who, in various settings, mimic the same gestures and utter identical phrases. This phenomenon is known as the Hu Challenge, which simultaneously serves as a chain reaction. Young Matthew gazes at the video on his phone screen and remarks, "So, is this the method Uncle John spoke of?" David Miller, snapping back to reality, turns to his son and exclaims, "Let us join in." "Absolutely," replies young Matthew with enthusiasm, finding the endeavor quite entertaining. Recently, an abundance of videos imitating Hu's celebratory gestures following his goals has surfaced on the social media platform TikTok. Compared to the celebrations of other players, Hu's distinctive mannerisms are indeed more unique and easier to replicate. This activity swiftly captured the attention and interest of other netizens, leading to an exponential increase in imitation videos, with fans, regardless of their allegiance to Leeds City, eagerly partaking in the mimicry. Rumors circulated that those who could accurately replicate Hu's celebration at any McDonald's restaurant in Leeds would be rewarded with complimentary meals, which propelled this imitation spectacle to new heights. A multitude of fans flocked to various McDonald's outlets, performing a myriad of celebratory gestures in hopes of securing a free meal. Despite McDonald's efforts to dispel the rumors and deny any such promotion, the fervor of the fans remained undeterred. In a news clip, an individual suddenly dashed to the McDonald's counter, executed Hu's celebratory move, and bellowed "Hu," drawing the attention of bystanders. Laughter from the video recorder could be heard in the background. Although the rumored complimentary meal promotion from McDonald's was merely a fabrication, another renowned British chain, Red Chilli, announced that from September 26th to September 28th, all 4 of their locations across the UK would offer a 50% discount. By performing Hu's celebratory gesture publicly in the restaurant, patrons could avail themselves of this discount. This decision ignited a sensation, with reporters observing long lines forming outside Red Chilli restaurants in London and Leeds. We randomly interviewed several fans at the gathering, some of whom were neither Leeds City fans nor supporters of Hu. They were merely drawn by the prospect of enjoying a 50% discount at the famous Chinese chain by imitating Hu's celebration. We reached out to Mr. John Fockingham, the Leeds City fan who initiated this activity, and he expressed his astonishment at the extent of its impact. His original intention was simply to convey the support and affection of Leeds City fans for Hu. Subsequently, John appeared on the news, addressing the camera, Yes. I was the one who originally started this activity. I just hoped to catch Hu's attention, as we have a small sentiment we wish to convey to him." The reporter, taken aback, had not anticipated such a development while merely investigating a commonplace cultural phenomenon. "What sentiment do you wish to communicate to Hu?" "We hope that if Hu manages to score in the upcoming match against Leeds City, he will not decline to celebrate. He should, as he has done countless times before, perform his iconic celebration at the Flanders Stadium." The reporter was astonished. Why? Even the most devoted fans of a departing player would not wish for that player to celebrate upon scoring against their team. Conversely, If a player chooses to refrain from celebrating when facing their former club, they earn the applause of the fans. This reflects the camaraderie and loyalty inherent in football, a tacit understanding among players and supporters alike. As a journalist, he believes it would be entirely reasonable for Hu Lai not to celebrate should he score against Leeds City. Indeed, the fans of Leeds should feel pleased if he does so. Yet, why do the Leeds fans hope that Hu would celebrate if he scores against them? It is because we want Hu to know just how much the Leeds fans cherish him. Well done, John. In the pub, David Miller raised his glass and loudly proclaimed to John Fockingham, "I am certain that once the media covers this, it will capture Hu's attention. He must be aware of our heartfelt intentions." Others joined in, raising their glasses to congratulate John. However, John himself was not particularly elated. He did not reciprocate their enthusiasm but gently shook his head, saying, "But I am unsure if this will make any difference, guys." David Miller patted his shoulder and replied, "Hey, we have done our utmost, given everything we could. What remains should not concern us. Let us leave it to fate to determine the value of our efforts." Indeed, David was correct. Levin chimed in, "Regardless of what decision Hu makes, I support him unconditionally. Yes, even if we ultimately do not have the chance to roar in person. Through this event, I believe many Spanish Pirate fans will have taken notice. They will eventually come to appreciate us as well." David Miller raised his glass once more. "Let us toast to John, and to Hu returning home. Cheers." Han Shuyu placed her phone on the stand, activated the recording function, and then stepped out of the frame. Accompanied by the sound of Ho Wu, she jumped back into the shot. After completing her performance, she quickly rushed back to check the footage. If it was unsatisfactory, she would return it to reshoot, to ensure she could leap into the center of the frame. She had even marked a spot on her dormitory floor. Thus, she practiced repeatedly. This time, the filming results appeared to be superior to any previous attempts. Han Shuyu contemplated whether to lightly edit the video before posting it on Douyin, completing the Hu challenge. Just then, a new message popped up on her WeChat. Sender, Sister Shanshan Content. Shuyu, are you interested in becoming a freelance reporter for our sports channel? Han Shuyu's eyes widened. The chapter concludes. Chapter 99, No Celebration. Hu Lai, do you truly intend to disregard the Leeds fans' requests? In the dimly lit courtyard, illuminated only by the soft glow of lights, Li Qingqing was passing the football to Hu Lai. Accompanying her pass was a question. Hu Lai lifted his left foot, opting not to halt the ball but instead to take a direct shot, sending the football towards the small goal against the wall. The ball bounced on the grass, veering off course. With a sigh of regret, Hu Lai dashed to retrieve the ball while responding to Li Qingqing's earlier inquiry. "No, I won to celebrate after scoring at Flanders. What would that distinguish me from Sean Barnett of yesteryears?" he asserted. "In truth, many fans wish for you to do so. And if you actually did, no one would consider you ungrateful. That is their opinion. I hold my own, and I shall not betray my beliefs." Hu Lai replied with conviction. He retrieved the ball and passed it to Li Qingqing with his left foot. Upon receiving the ball, they transitioned to a different training method. She dribbled to the far side of the swimming pool, with Hu Lai positioned across it. Then, with her left foot, she executed a long pass, sending the ball over the pool towards Hu Lai. He was required to control the ball with his left foot and then send it back to Li Qingqing on the opposite side of the pool. As the distance increased, the accuracy of their passes diminished sharply. Initially, during their training, Hu Lai even mishit the ball, sending it into the pool. Consequently, he used his inability to swim as an excuse, prompting Li Qingqing to dive in and retrieve the ball. This allowed him to admire the sight of her, drenched, as her wet clothes clung to her skin, accentuating her graceful curves, causing his heart to race and his breath to quicken. Apologizing, he inadvertently kicked the ball into the pool again. Indeed, Hu Lai could not swim. He was not deceiving Li Qingqing. He even suggested that she wear a bikini for their next training session, so she wouldn't hesitate to retrieve the ball from the water. However, Li Qingqing proved to be more astute than Hu Lai anticipated. She simply drained the pool. Thus, within their opulent mansion, the outdoor heated swimming pool now stood dry, devoid of a single drop of water. Did the football fall into the pool? No matter, whoever kicked it would have to retrieve it. Under the strict tutelage, Hu Lai's left foot skills improved rapidly, for he did not wish to repeatedly leap into the pool to fetch the ball, only to climb out again. It was indeed exhausting. After receiving another pass from Hu Lai, Li Qingqing returned the ball while calling across the pool, "But you will disappoint them, Hu Lai." Hu Lai did not respond, instead focusing on controlling and passing the ball. Observing his demeanor, Li Qingqing chose not to pursue the topic further. From the moment she met Hu Lai, she recognized his extraordinary stubbornness. The fervor exhibited by the Leeds City fans was aimed at inspiring Hu Lai to celebrate should he score during a match. Logically, this seemed a positive outcome for all involved. He merely needed to perform a celebratory gesture to bring joy to all, while simultaneously fostering a legendary tale in the realm of football. How splendid that would be. Yet, he resolutely refrained from doing so. In certain matters, Hu Lai exhibits a notable lack of principles. For instance, during the last moments of the previous match against the Real Madrid, he suffered from consecutive cramps, which drew criticism and attacks from the Royal fans post-match. They accused him of feigning injury, claiming he was deliberately wasting time, devoid of any sportsmanship. Hu Lai did not bother to clarify that he had indeed experienced legitimate cramps, rather than merely acting. Regardless of the vitriol directed at him, he appeared utterly indifferent. It seemed as though he deliberately sought to provoke the animosity and dissatisfaction of the rival fans. The more they insulted him, the more invigorated he became. Conversely, in other matters, Hu Lai demonstrated a profound sense of integrity. This standard was not dictated by the significance of events, nor by the perceptions of others, and could not even be gauged by notions of right and wrong, merely a matter of Hu Lai's personal preference. Upon his arrival at Leeds Airport with the Madrid Pirates, he was cornered by journalists at the exit. Reporters from Britain, Spain, China, and various other nations thrust their microphones emblazoned with their respective media logos toward Hu Lai. Who? Have you heard the calls from the Leeds City fans? What are your thoughts on this? The Hu Challenge, orchestrated by John Farquharson, was a resounding success, not only gaining popularity among the Leeds City fans, but also attracting participation from numerous Pirate supporters. Their joyous atmosphere suggested that the upcoming match between the two teams was of little consequence. Furthermore, the phenomenon transcended fan circles, as individuals beyond the realm of fandom began imitating Hu Lai's celebratory moves on TikTok. This affair had evolved beyond merely expressing the Leeds City fans' affection for Hu Lai, transforming into a cultural phenomenon. Nonetheless, the crux of the matter remained. How would Hu Lai respond to the fervent Leeds City fans? Would he fulfill their desires? This issue sparked widespread discussion online. The host Klein and his two guests, Ingram and Nelson, earnestly deliberated this question on the program during the season, contemplating whether Hu Lai would cater to the wishes of the Leeds City fans. They all concurred that he should indeed oblige, as it would be a mutually beneficial outcome. Furthermore, if he did so, it would add another enchanting chapter to his narrative, akin to the match between Leeds City and London Mars. Fans from his former club wept and clamored for Hu Lai to celebrate should he score against them, a scenario unprecedented in the annals of world football. Should Hu Lai acquiesce, he would etch his name in history as the first to do so. However, before the eyes of the global media, Hu Lai revealed his stubbornness. I cannot predict whether I will score in the match, but should I do so, I will not celebrate. I know the Leeds City fans hold me in high regard, and I cherish their affection and gratitude. I believe that the bond we share does not require superficial validations. It is inherently present. With a gentle pat on his left chest, Hu Lai faced the camera. During an interview, he candidly stated that he would refrain from celebrating should he score, a sentiment that would undoubtedly disappoint many Leeds United fans if he were to find the net. Nevertheless, I perceive Hu Lai's decision as astute. He has not allowed the fervor of a segment of Leeds supporters to cloud his judgment. After all, as a player revered by Leeds fans, celebrating a goal against his former club would inevitably feel awkward. At the very least, I find it difficult to envision such a scenario. Indeed, the thought of celebrating a goal against a former team invariably brings to mind the iconic moment when Sean Barnett sprinted to the Flanders North stand after scoring against Leeds, sliding to his knees in jubilation. Truly a classic, indeed. In the first-team dining hall of Leeds training facility, the 18 players selected for the Champions League roster were enjoying their dinner. On the television, hosts and guests were discussing the news that had unfolded earlier that afternoon at Manchester Airport. Inadvertently mentioning a figure nearly forgotten, Peter Williams had just shifted his gaze from the screen when he noticed the team's captain, Lorenzo Esposito, sitting across from him with a tray in hand, winking as he asked, "Are you thinking about Sean too?" Peter remained silent, yet Lorenzo continued, "I recall Sean's words and actions after he departed from the team. He frequently lamented his departure from Leeds in various settings. Yet, it seems that a player who professes his love for his former club does not genuinely cherish it. He merely seeks to exploit the affections of the fans." Peter finally spoke up, Crafting a perfect image serves to enhance his commercial value. Those who are obsessed with maintaining a certain persona inevitably destroy the very identity they have painstakingly cultivated. Lorenzo sighed, because that is not the true self. The inauthentic will eventually reveal its flaws. In contrast, Hu has not publicly mentioned the team since his departure, which appears to be devoid of sentimentality. Lorenzo glanced at Peter and inquired, "Does Hu's statement about not celebrating provide you with some relief?" Peter shrugged, "Captain, I think everyone is missing a crucial point." "What is that?" "Everyone is debating whether he will celebrate after scoring, as if we all assume he will definitely score. Why can't it be that he might not find the net at all during the match?" Lorenzo regarded Peter Williams with a serious expression, devoid of jest. He chuckled. "Peter, you have become a commendable captain." End of chapter 100. A visit to Leeds. Hu Lai stood by the window of his hotel room, gazing at the streets below, feeling a sense of nostalgia. This marked his first visit to Leeds as an opposing player, and remarkably, the hotel he was staying in was the very one where Li Qingqing had once been unable to secure a reservation. This seemed to serve as a catalyst, evoking a multitude of memories from his time in Leeds. Though he played for only 2.5 seasons in Leeds, the city and the club have profoundly influenced him. After all, it was his first stop in Europe, and everyone tends to cherish their inaugural experiences. Hu Lai suddenly recalled that not only was Leeds his first venture into European football, but his tenure at Anton Shining Star, the starting point of his professional journey, was also brief. Remarkably, both of these teams that have left a lasting impact on Hu Lai were part of his career for the same duration. If one were to reminisce, it would be easy to assume that both Anton Shining Star and Leeds were substantial chapters in his life, laden with rich details and countless memorable stories. Hu Lai had already obtained permission from his coach, Parati, to spend time with friends after the match. Regardless of the final outcome, he planned to return to Madrid alone the following day. Parati acquiesced to his request without imposing any conditions, unlike Clark had previously done. There was no requirement for goals, nor did the Madrid Pirates need to secure a victory. As soon as the match concluded, Hu Lai could leave the team to reconnect with his former teammates. Truly, Parati was a commendable individual. Certainly, Hu Lai did not perceive his post-match gathering with former teammates as unprofessional. Professional athletes are human too. After fulfilling their responsibilities, their time outside of matches and training belongs to them. As long as they are not indulging in nightly revelries that might impede their next day's training and competitions, no one is entitled to cast judgment. Unlike the shared accommodations in Leeds, every player at the Madrid Pirates enjoys the privilege of individual rooms. This arrangement facilitates better rest for the athletes, albeit at a greater financial cost to the club. Yet, such is the nature of prestigious clubs. If players cannot have their own rooms, how can they embody the essence of a grand organization? The players' dormitories at the Madrid Pirates training base also feature single rooms, with each door displaying the player's number and name. The rooms are equipped with private bathrooms, meeting standards comparable to those of five-star hotels. At this moment, Hu Lai need not worry about anyone abruptly asking him what he was pondering. He stood relaxed by the window for quite some time. The hotel was modest, consisting of only 5 stories, and his room was situated on the 3rd floor, in close proximity to the bustling street below. He noticed some Leeds fans congregating outside. In fact, when the Madrid Pirates arrived at the hotel, an even larger crowd of fans had gathered. The supporters of the Pirates were in the minority, overshadowed by the Leeds fans, who were not there to welcome the Madrid Pirates, but rather to see Hu Lai. When he disembarked from the vehicle, he waved to them, prompting an eruption of excitement from the crowd. Some fans even brought the Hu challenge from TikTok into the real world, performing it in front of Hu Lai, which drew the attention of the Madrid Pirates players nearby, who paused to witness the lively spectacle. This scene was soon captured and shared on TikTok. The fans gathered now are those who remained after the earlier crowd dispersed. It is evident that their presence here is not motivated by a desire to obtain Hu Lai's autograph. However, they have not made any noise that might disturb the resting players of the Pirates. They merely stand by the street, gazing upwards, seemingly searching for Hu Lai's room. At this moment, Hu Lai believes that if he were to appear by the window and wave, he would once again elicit a chorus of cheers and screams. Furthermore, the visuals of this adulation would surely resurface on TikTok, serving as yet another compelling testament to his popularity among the Leeds City fans. Yet, Hu Lai refrains from this display. He conceals himself behind the curtains, observing the scene outside through the narrow gaps. It is easy to bask in the limelight and flaunt how beloved he is among the fans here. However, prior to the match between the Pirates and Leeds City, Hu Lai is reluctant to indulge in the affection directed towards him. Despite media headlines heralding a return home, he does not perceive this as a sentimental encounter. Should Leeds City falter at home against the Madrid Pirates, their chances of advancing from the group would significantly diminish. If he were to continuously showcase how well received he is by the fans of his former club, what would his former teammates, who have diligently prepared for this match, think? Why is he unwilling to cater to the expectations of the fans, and why does he not celebrate a goal if he scores? It is because he wishes to convey that this is merely a regular match. Since it is an ordinary game, they are adversaries, and a victor must be determined. He sets aside the sentimental veneer and suppresses any self-indulgent emotions, ensuring that the focus remains clear. This focus is that Leeds City aims to win, and the Madrid Pirates are equally determined to secure victory, regardless of how warmly and forgivingly the Leeds City fans may treat him during the match. He will exert every effort to score and assist his new team, the Pirates, in claiming the top spot in the Champions League group. After a moment of contemplation behind the curtains, Hu Lai fully draws them shut. As he turns back to lie on the bed, he is struck by a sense of novelty. Since his initial days after joining Leeds City, he has not stayed in a hotel in Leeds. Now, as he reclines once more on a hotel bed in Leeds, it dawns on him that, regardless of others' opinions, he is indeed a guest in this city. Beneath a sleek urban jacket, Han Xiyu wears a red jersey emblazoned with the number 14 of the Chinese national team. She feels immensely grateful for her decision to bring a jacket to the UK, especially as it is currently raining. Though the rain is light, the drizzle, coupled with the British weather, makes her feel somewhat chilly. Fortunately, the scarf she wears, commemorating the match between Leeds City and the Madrid Pirates, provides her with a modicum of comfort. Beneath the scarf, she sports a media pass that she just collected from a designated window, holding her phone mounted on a stabilizer. She is conducting interviews with the fans outside Flanders Stadium. These interviews are conducted to gather material for her own vlog, rather than at the behest of CCTV. In truth, she must wait a while for CCTV to send a request for a live connection, after which she will engage briefly with the host in the studio, responding to their inquiries and relaying the situation at the scene. Once the match concludes, she will connect with the studio once more, and her work will be complete. As Sister Shan once told her, being an external part-time reporter is quite a straightforward task. Such simplicity allows her to enjoy the privilege of watching matches without the worry of securing tickets. With a media pass in hand, she even has access to certain perks that elude many fans, such as enjoying catering services exclusively provided for journalists before the match. Moreover, the media seating areas in various stadiums offer the best views for watching the game, allowing her to cheer for Hu Lai without fear of attracting hostility from those around her. Thus, when Sister Shan approached her, she readily agreed. Sister Shan explained that she noticed the numerous interviews with on-site fans in the vlogs that she posted on Bilibili. This realization led her to believe that Han Xiyu could serve as a permanent reporter for CCTV in Madrid. After all, it is unnecessary for CCTV to consistently dispatch a team of reporters to Madrid, especially since matches like the Madrid Derby do not occur every round. To adequately satisfy domestic fans' interest in everything related to Hu Lai, the most effective approach would be to find a reporter right in Madrid. Han Xiyu, a popular content creator among domestic fans, was thus recruited. As for the specifics of compensation, Han Xiyu did not concern herself. Being able to watch the matches for free was reward enough. We regard this match as Hu's homecoming game. A Leeds fan interviewed expressed, he left Leeds rather abruptly, and we didn't even get a proper farewell in Flanders. Another Leeds fan interjected, who departed the team while training in Frankfurt. There was no farewell match. No farewell ceremony. Nothing. We simply wanted to give Hu a proper send-off. He is right. Indeed, this match signifies both a reunion and a farewell for Hu and us. The first interviewee nodded in agreement. Thank you for accepting my interview. You're welcome. The two interviewees gave Han Xiyu a thumbs up. China, New BE. Watching the two Leeds fans blend into the crowd as they headed toward Flanders Stadium, Han Xiyu switched her camera to the front-facing mode and took a deep breath. On camera, her nose and the area around her eyes appeared slightly flushed, yet not from the cold. I can sense that even though Hu Lai has departed from Leeds, the love for him still lingers in this city. As one enthusiastic fan previously articulated, Hu Lai graced this team for merely 2.5 years, yet managed to etch the most illustrious chapter in the annals of Leeds City Football Club. It is said that the ardor of Leeds City supporters for a player manifests in the form of murals adorning the exterior walls of their homes. During my visit to Leeds, I encountered numerous houses embellished with the likeness of Hu Lai. With my camera, I directed attention to this vibrant display. Han Shiyu concluded her current video recording, switching to the rear camera. She captured a row of residential dwellings behind her, each a quintessential example of English architecture, situated merely a street away from Flanders Stadium. Clearly, the residents here are also fervent supporters of Leeds City. Though the architectural designs of these houses vary, they share a commonality. Their exterior walls facing Flanders Stadium proudly feature grand murals of Hu Lai, each differing in pose and artistic style, indicating they were crafted by various hands. When Hu Lai was still playing for Leeds City, his likeness graced the advertising on the stadium's exterior wall. However, with his departure, those advertisements were removed. Yet, visitors to Flanders Stadium need not fret about missing Hu Lai, for there are 12 charming houses, each adorned with his image. In this manner, Leeds City fans have immortalized their hero. Thus, I believe the earlier sentiment expressed by that Leeds supporter rings true. This match represents both a reunion and a farewell for Hu Lai and the fans alike. She had already contemplated what she would convey during the live broadcast connection with the national sports channel, CCTV. She intended to share with the domestic hosts, commentators, and fans just how deeply loved a Chinese player is in distant Leeds, England. She wished to express the immense pride and joy she felt as a Chinese fan at this very moment. Chapter 101. Welcome home. Having completed her first live broadcast connection with a national television station, Han Shiyu made her way to the media lounge. Here, enveloped by the enticing aromas of food and coffee, she realized just how hungry she had become. Having been so engrossed in the live connection that she had forgotten she had only consumed breakfast that day. To enrich her vlog, Han Shiyu had risen early and, after a simple breakfast at the hotel, set out with her camera in tow. She even made a special pilgrimage to the Red Chili Chinese restaurant in Leeds, a revered establishment among Chinese football fans. Arriving during the lunch hour, she had contemplated dining there to experience the flavors that the Leeds City players frequented each season. However, upon seeing the long queue at the entrance, she wisely dismissed that idea. Instead, she continued capturing footage. As the day progressed, Han Shiyu inadvertently missed lunch. With dinner time approaching and the match drawing near, she had to hasten her filming, interviews, and await the live connection with CCTV. By the time she finally found a moment to pause, it was already quite late. Even so, the time remaining before the commencement of the match was scant, leaving her little opportunity for a meal. In the press lounge, she grabbed a cup of coffee and a beef burger, consuming them with haste. Naturally, she also took the opportunity to record a food vlog. For her, an ordinary student, experiencing various culinary delights at different stadiums was indeed a novel venture. Moreover, this was her first encounter with a working meal. She wondered how it differed from the fare available at the stadium restaurant. Having never purchased a burger at Flanders Stadium before, she was unaware of the distinctions between the media's working meals and those sold to fans. Nevertheless, the taste was quite agreeable, perhaps intensified by her ravenous hunger. After finishing her meal with great enthusiasm, Han Shiyu slung her bag over her shoulder, took her filming device, and hastened to the media section within the stadium. Flanders was not a particularly large venue, accommodating merely 30,000 spectators. The stands were generally low, lacking the grandeur of the Pirates' home ground, Pirate Park, and certainly did not compare to the King's majestic Crown Stadium. Consequently, the media section at Flanders was not as elevated as those at Pirate Park and Crown Stadium. However, having never visited the media sections of the aforementioned stadiums, Han Shiyu discovered that the view from the media area at Flanders provided an excellent vantage point for observing the match. The media seats were situated in the eastern stand of Flanders Stadium, directly opposite the benches for both teams located in the western stand. Behind her were the VIP boxes. From this location, there were no obstructions, allowing for a clear view of every corner of the pitch. In her previous match, Han Shiyu had secured a seat in the northern stand of Crown Stadium, a gathering place for the most ardent fans of the Kings. Some might presume that a stand filled with diehard supporters would be the optimal viewing location. However, this is not necessarily the case. The reason that the stands behind each goal tend to attract loyal fans is their proximity to where the action unfolds. The noise generated by supporters in these areas can easily resonate throughout the stadium. Thus, the experience of watching a match here is less about the game itself and more about the exhilarating communal atmosphere of shouting alongside like-minded individuals for 90 minutes. In truth, Viewing a match from the stands behind the goal can be quite subpar. One can only clearly see the events occurring at the nearby goal, while the far goal remains obscured by distance, rendering many details indiscernible. If one happens to be seated in the front rows of such a stand, congratulations are in order. Aside from the ability to vocally critique the opposing goalkeeper or perhaps interact closely with the goalscorer, there is little else to enhance the viewing experience. The distant goal seems to lie beyond the horizon, and one must rely on the reactions of fans in other stands to discern whether a goal has been scored. This is also why tickets for stands behind the goals are typically the most affordable across various stadiums. From her position in the media section, Han Xiyu absorbed the atmosphere of Flanders Stadium in its entirety. Towering before her were two enormous typhos unfurling across the northern and southern stands. One side of the typho is dedicated to supporting the Leeds City team, which Han Xiyu had previously observed during a broadcast of their home match. The other side of the typho features a solitary figure, Hu Lai, captured mid-celebration. This artwork also conveys the greetings of Leeds City fans. Welcome home, Hu. The enormous typho is divided into two halves, yellow and blue, reflecting the colors of Leeds City's home kit, yellow shirts and blue shorts. Hu Lai, adorned in a yellow Leeds City jersey and blue shorts, has performed this celebratory gesture countless times on this very field, where the crowd would erupt in fervent cheers for their hero, much like the Hu depicted on the typho. Regrettably, however, this scene is unlikely to unfold today. Hu Lai has declared that even if he scores, he will not celebrate. In truth, Han Xiyu wishes Hu Lai would heed the public sentiment, for she too longs to witness this moment at Leeds City's home ground. She vividly recalls the first time she heard tens of thousands of fans collectively chant Hu. The sensation was electrifying. As Hu Lai completed his celebration, the cheers cascaded from the heavens. Even though she was watching a highlight reel rather than a live broadcast, the experience sent shivers down her spine. It was her inaugural encounter with the sound of multitudes producing a succinct note. The air compressed and then explosively released from their mouths. Han Xiyu immediately thought of the term, air cannon. It truly resembled the thunderous roar of artillery. Although there remains some time before the match commences, Flanders Stadium is already filled to capacity, with merely 100 seats reserved for the visiting Pirate fans. This is not a ploy by Leeds City to bolster their home advantage. Rather, this match holds extraordinary significance for the fans. No one wishes to miss this event. If it were not necessary to reserve tickets for the away team, Leeds City would gladly allocate all 30,000 seats to their supporters. Tickets for the match were nearly sold out a week in advance, with countless individuals seeking to purchase them at exorbitant prices, yet few have succeeded. Had Han Xiyu not been assigned as a reporter for CCTV, attending this away match would have been utterly impossible for her. As the Pirate players emerged for warm-ups, the first wave of excitement erupted among the Leeds City fans, who could no longer contain themselves and began singing the song of Hu, welcoming the return of their legendary hero. The enthusiasm exhibited by the Leeds City fans left a profound impression on the Pirate players, who had just returned to the locker room. I almost thought we were at our home ground, wasn't it? Inigo Martinez replied with a grin, noting that the fans here are devoted followers of Hu. I believe this must be the easiest away match we've ever played. Some teammates chuckled at his remark. This away match experience has indeed been thoroughly enjoyable, not only during warm-ups on the field, but from the moment they arrived in Leeds yesterday. All the Pirates players have been immersed in the genuine fervor of the Leeds City fans. Wherever they went, the majority of the welcoming crowd consisted of Leeds supporters. With a mere wave of his hand, Hu Lai could summon a throng, the cheers resonating like thunder. The friendly gestures of these fans instilled in many of the Pirates players a sense that today's match was akin to a grand celebration. A joyous festival atmosphere enveloping everyone's hearts. Once the game commenced and the music played, all could indulge in the joyous moments. As for the outcome of the match, is there any suspense? The more formidable Pirates would effortlessly triumph over Leeds City. The opponents likely wished only to reminisce with Hu Lai, rather than mount a resistance. After hearing the words and laughter of Inigo Martinez, Hu Lai could not help but interject. I truly advise against such thoughts. I am well aware of how formidable Leeds City can be when playing at home. Should we underestimate them, we are bound to face defeat, believe me. Captain Ramirez also stepped forward, asserting, Hu is correct. Do not let the fans' amiable demeanor towards Hu give you the impression that they will extend the same kindness to the rest of us. They are vying for a spot in the next round. How could they concede on their home turf? Everyone, focus. IOM quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Just joking, Captain, just joking. Ramirez then turned his gaze to the others, and under his watchful eye, those who had been smiling quickly subdued their expressions. All right, gentlemen, do you recall what Hu mentioned before his departure? Peter Williams, fully attired and sporting a red captain's armband, addressed his teammates in the locker room. He stated that should we meet on the field in the future, he would show no mercy. With that, Peter smirked. How fortuitous. We shall also show no mercy. He then clapped his hands decisively. Let us go. It's time to take the field. Let's give Hu a proper welcome. Everyone rose from their seats, following Peter Williams as they made their way out of the locker room. The cleats struck the solid floor, producing a rapid and crisp clattering sound. End of chapter 102. Hidden Peril. The match between Leeds City and the Madrid Pirates has commenced. Zhou Zijin sat on the bench, observing the game. Indeed, he did not secure a starting position in this match. The sole piece of good news was that he made it onto the 18-player roster, thus still retaining a chance to come on as a substitute during the match. Just moments ago, Zhou Zijin experienced firsthand the magnitude of Hu Lai's influence within the team. Before the players took the field, there was a segment where the club's DJ led the crowd in chanting the names of the players. Traditionally, this segment was reserved for the home team, with the visiting players being bypassed entirely. However, today, prior to announcing the names of the home players, the DJ led the crowd in a fervent chant. Let us welcome the prodigal son, Lai. The 30,000 fans in attendance erupted in unison. Heu. Unlike the brief shout following a goal by Hu Lai, this was an elongated roar. If the short Hu was akin to a thunderclap, then this extended Heu resembled a rolling thunder, reverberating through the sky of Flanders Stadium and echoing in Zhou Zijin's heart. Goosebumps even rose on his arms. Before arriving in Leeds, Zhou Zijin had witnessed, through television broadcasts and online videos, how the Leeds fans expressed their affection for Hu Lai. He understood that when Hu Lai took the field, the fans would chant loudly. At that time, he thought it was nothing extraordinary. Who hadn't he seen such displays? Yet, as he stood in Flanders Stadium, experiencing this moment up close, he felt as though his soul had been struck. He couldn't help but drift into a reverie. How exhilarating it would be if, one day in the future, when he stepped onto the pitch, countless fans elongated their voices to call out his surname. Not only the fans, but even the players of Leeds, as they passed through the tunnel before the match, greeted Hu Lai warmly, exchanging pleasantries and smiles. Laughter erupted in the tunnel as someone recounted a humorous anecdote from the past. The atmosphere before the match was impossibly harmonious. Even the commentator, Matthew Cox, couldn't resist a quip. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers at home, you are now witnessing a friendly match preceding the 2027 to 2028 season, featuring Leeds against the Madrid Pirates. Goodness, the Champions League group stage has transformed into a friendly. He Feng and Yin Kang's attention was wholly focused on Hu Lai's rapport with the team. It was evident that although he had departed, Hu Lai's popularity at Leeds remained strong. Every Leeds player who passed would greet him and engage in brief conversations. This is a triumphant return, He Feng. Yin Kang laughed heartily. For him, as a proud Chinese fan, this match was undoubtedly exhilarating. Such an amiable atmosphere was truly intoxicating. Yet, once the opening whistle blew, everything changed. The tender facade was torn away, replaced by fervor. As Hu Lai was aware, the match commenced with Leeds, enjoying the advantage of home ground, launching a fierce assault against the Madrid Pirates. Within the first 6 minutes, there had already been 2 attempts on goal, an average of 1 every 3 minutes. Although neither shot found the target, the expression of Madrid Pirates assistant coach, Valentin, grew increasingly grave. Are they not considering that the space behind them could be exploited for a counterattack? If they were, they wouldn't be Leeds, Parati remarked calmly. Offense is the lifeblood of their existence. It is the domain in which they excel, and it is the only approach they know. Their philosophy is to breach their opponent's defense before conceding a goal. Previously, Leeds City could launch such relentless assaults because they had Hu. However, Hu is now on our side, as Valentin speculates. If we can withstand their initial barrage, the scales of victory will tip in our favor. Parati nodded, expressing his agreement with his chief assistant's assessment. Indeed, the success of Leeds City in the past 2 seasons can be largely attributed to their possession of a remarkably efficient striker. The presence of Hu Lai rendered Leeds City's desperate style of play rather secure, as they invariably found the back of the net before their defense was compromised. Once Leeds City took the lead, Their opponents were compelled to commit more resources to attack in an attempt to equalize, inevitably leaving their defense vulnerable. This allowed Leeds City to score even more goals. Their offensive onslaught often resembled an avalanche. Once a breach occurred, it could lead to a catastrophic downfall for their adversaries. Understanding this, Parati did not perceive Hu Lai merely as a relatively prolific goal scorer, as some might assume. Consider this. Having a player who consistently scores first is akin to starting a match with a score of 10. What a tremendous tactical advantage that is. This is something even casual fans should recognize. Currently, however, Leeds City lacks such a player, and their aggressive strategy has lost its crucial foundation. The team's underwhelming performance in this season's league, characterized by a lackluster offense, is closely tied to this issue. Clark has experimented with various personnel and tactical combinations, yet none have yielded satisfactory results. The primary concern remains the inconsistency of the players' form, failing to meet expectations. Forwards like Kamara and Lasky are not merely passive participants. They have demonstrated moments of brilliance, but cannot sustain such form consistently. The other Chinese forward, Zhou Zijing, is similarly affected. He once made a notable impact as a substitute against London Mars, scoring a goal and providing an assist. However, in the subsequent league match against Burley, Zhou Zijing started but delivered a rather lackluster performance. Inconsistent player form renders even the most ingenious tactics ineffective. After all, a skilled chef cannot cook without ingredients. The Leeds City players, accustomed to playing alongside Hu Lai, seem yet to have overcome the void left by his departure. Thus, when faced with Leeds City's initial onslaught, Parati remained unfazed and made no adjustments, opting instead to observe the match alongside his assistant coach. His only concern was that the prior affection shown by Leeds City fans towards Hu Lai might cause his players to underestimate their opponents, mistakenly believing this to be an easily manageable away game. However, having seen Hu Lai and Ramirez in the pre-match locker room remind the players of their responsibilities, it seemed this concern was largely alleviated. The formation arranged by Tony Clark for this match was a 4-3-3, with the starting center forward being Polish international Dominik Klasinski. On the left flank was Ismail Kamara, while the right was occupied by the newly acquired Swedish international Fredrik Soderberg. Both players stretched wide, operating close to the touchlines to fully exploit the width of the pitch. Peter Williams orchestrated the attack from a central position, flanked by Jay Adams and Junpei Senkawa, playing as defensive midfielders behind him. Senkawa primarily focused on intercepting and sweeping, providing protection for his two midfield partners, while Adams supported Williams. This was the lineup for Leeds City in the midfield and forward positions, with the only personnel change being the inclusion of Soderberg. He was the club's most expensive signing this summer, with Leeds City investing $42 million to acquire him from La Liga powerhouse Valencia. This transfer fee made him the marquee signing of the season for Leeds City. The Swedish international is known for his speed and ball control, though his shooting ability is rather average, making him a quintessential winger. Having previously played for Valencia, Soderberg was well acquainted with the Pirates, having faced them numerous times in La Liga. Conversely, the Pirates were also familiar with him. His abilities indeed surpassed those of Charlie Porter, the player he replaced, and his performances since the transfer have lived up to expectations, justifying his price tag. However, to claim that his skills are exceptionally remarkable would be an overstatement. The $42 million fee makes him the most expensive player at Leeds City, yet in the context of Madrid Pirates, it only places him at a moderately lower tier. As such, transfer fees are abundant. As a right winger, Soderberg found himself up against the Pirates' strongest flank, composed of Tony and Ian on the left. Ian was currently positioned defensively, prepared to thwart Soderberg's advances, confident in his ability to prevent Soderberg from breaking past him. However, Soderberg's decision surprised Ian. Instead of engaging in a confrontation, the Swedish international opted for a long pass, transferring the ball to the opposite side. The ball soared across the pitch and was received by Kamara on the left flank. As the ball sailed through the air, Leeds City's right back, Ferret Quinn, decisively surged forward from his position, ready to coordinate with Kamara. By the time Kamara received the ball, Quinn had already positioned himself behind him, accelerating forward without any intention of slowing down. His movement compelled the Pirates' right back, Irasusta, to retreat, fearing that Kamara might deliver a pass behind him, allowing Quinn to sprint in. This retreat opened up the opportunity for Kamara, who now faced only the mediocre Portuguese midfielder Silverio. Without hesitation, he advanced the ball towards the center. With a sudden burst of speed, he left the unprepared Silverio in his wake. Observing that Silverio could not contain him, Pirates captain Juan Ramirez hurriedly approached to provide support. However, Kamara seized this moment to pass the ball laterally to Peter. After delivering the pass, he abruptly changed direction and sprinted towards the penalty area. While Joaquin Bella advanced to defend against Peter, Peter skillfully shielded the football in front of him, thwarting Joaquin Bella's attempts from behind, before elegantly passing the ball forward to the advancing center forward, Raski. Although this Polish striker may not epitomize the archetype of a robust center forward in stature, he certainly does not resemble the frail type like Hu Lai. Boasting commendable physical resilience alongside remarkable technical prowess, he embodies a versatile forward. With his back to the direction of attack, he feigned a maneuver to pivot away from his left side, enticing the Pirates' central defender, Kepa Armandajai, to shift his weight in anticipation. As the ball arrived, Raski deftly flicked it behind him with the outer part of his right foot, allowing it to roll into the penalty area from the opposite side. This was not merely an evasion, but a clever pass. The stands of Flanders Stadium erupted in jubilation. Suddenly, Kamara, who had made a sharp run into the penalty box, appeared behind the ball, chasing after it. Another central defender for the Pirates, Riva Moreno, turned to follow the ball and, witnessing the scene, hastily lunged to intercept, aiming to thwart Kamara's advance. However, Kamara's quick footwork outpaced him. He deftly pulled the ball to the left with his right foot, leaving Moreno to miss his tackle entirely. With remarkable speed, he then pushed the ball slightly forward with his left foot, skillfully bypassing Moreno. Sensing the unfolding action, the Pirates' goalkeeper, Havel, wasted no time and charged out of his goal to block Kamara's shooting angle. With arms flailing, his imposing figure nearly suffocated all of Kamara's shooting opportunities. Yet, Kamara did not shoot. Instead, he horizontally passed the ball. Raski, the Polish forward, who had surged into the center, capitalized on the attention drawn to Kamara, positioning himself in the most lethal area. Meanwhile, Armandajai was completely left behind. With a gentle push of his foot, Raski guided the ball into the net. The cheers from Flanders Stadium reached a fever pitch. In just 12 minutes since the kickoff, Leeds City led Madrid Pirates 1-0. Chapter 103. Let us showcase our might. Solberg executed a lateral shift, offering a wide field of vision as Kamara received the ball, with Quinn advancing beside him. Kamara cut inward. Across. Williams shielded the ball effectively. Excellent. Williams advanced the pass, and Raski, without a touch, delivered a ball behind. Magnificent. Accompanied by the commentary of British broadcaster Matthew Cox, Leeds City's attack flowed seamlessly into the penalty area of Madrid Pirates. Kamara. What a play. Kamara delivered a cross. Raski scores. What a splendid display of teamwork in the final third. What a beautiful goal. Leeds City took the lead just 12 minutes into the match. They orchestrated a perfect blitzkrieg. The goal scorer, Raski, pointed at Kamara, who had assisted him, joyfully running over for an embrace. Kamara stood with open arms, awaiting him. The stands of Flanders Stadium reverberated with applause. The fans, who moments ago had cheered for a Pirates player, now celebrated their team's goal with unrestrained exuberance. It has become evident that regardless of the affection and admiration for Hu Lai, there remains a fervent desire for Leeds City to triumph in the match. Perhaps it echoes the sentiment expressed by Han Shiyu during a previous interview with CCTV, who may score, but Leeds City must win. As the players of Leeds City celebrated their goal, the athletes of the Madrid Pirates stood frozen in disbelief, seemingly unable to recover from the shock of conceding so early in the game, struggling to accept the reality of the situation. The Madrid Pirates, one of the 13 elite clubs, had just emerged victorious in a Madrid derby, overcoming their fierce rivals, the illustrious Real Madrid, with a score of 3-1. Yet, upon encountering what was deemed the weakest-seeded team in this year's Champions League, they found themselves trailing just 12 minutes into the match. Where could one seek justification for such an unexpected turn of events? The astonishment was palpable not only among the players of the Madrid Pirates, but also amongst their coaching staff, who stood at the sidelines, equally dumbfounded and unable to comprehend the unfolding scenario. It seemed inconceivable. The recent form of Leeds City had been rather mediocre. How could they suddenly erupt in this match? Perotti, wide-eyed with astonishment, turned to his assistant coach, Valentin, only to discover that the latter mirrored his own expression of disbelief. The confusion was evident in their exchanged glances. It was clear that Leeds City's players had entered the match with remarkable alacrity, akin to a vehicle revving its engine to 7,200 RPM before launching forward. While Parodi and his coaches were left pondering this enigma, on the adjacent Leeds City bench, head coach Tony Clark was engaged in a jubilant high-five with his assistant coach, Sam Rander. Well done. These lads have truly excelled. We have succeeded, Tony, Rander exclaimed with palpable excitement. They had been preparing for this match since their encounter with Burley, fully aware of its significance for Hu Lai, who was returning to Flanders for the first time since his transfer. Leeds City's supporters would extend a warm welcome to Hu Lai, and this fervor would likely bewilder the Pirates players, leading them to mistakenly perceive the match as an easy encounter. Even a subtle thought of such nature could sap the Pirates' morale and fighting spirit. Subsequently, Leeds City's fans orchestrated a splendid display that captured everyone's attention, diverting the majority from the actual match itself. Media coverage was dominated by how Leeds City supporters were welcoming Hu Lai, relegating news of Leeds City's preparations to the background. However, Clark viewed this as advantageous, relishing the notion that no one was focusing on his team. Thus, they could develop quietly. From the outset, Clark had instructed his players to give their all in this match, aiming to secure victory against the Pirates at home. To achieve this, they needed to maximize their proficiency in fast breaks, launching their offensive immediately from the very first second of the match. In order to swiftly immerse the players in the competitive spirit, he devoted considerable effort to providing them with psychological guidance, urging them to reflect on their past while reassuring them that even in the absence of Hu Lai, they possessed formidable strength. He even capitalized on the current nostalgia and admiration that Leeds City fans harbored for Hu Lai, further motivating his players. You must use this match to demonstrate to everyone that it is you who are fighting for Leeds City now. It is time to turn a new page in the history of Leeds City, a narrative that contains no mention of who, only of you. The 12th-minute goal served as a testament to Clark's effectiveness in this regard, achieving results beyond expectation. The prestigious Madrid Pirates were caught off guard. Moreover, this goal would bolster the self-belief of the Leeds City players in their prior assertions and strategies. In essence, they would be emboldened to confront the Madrid Pirates with renewed confidence. Indeed, they were truly battling for Leeds City now. Listen to the cheers from the stands. The Leeds City fans echo this sentiment. Despite their previous fervor for Hu Lai, once the match commenced, they wholeheartedly chanted and applauded their players. The earlier exuberance of the Leeds City supporters had seemingly led some to misconstrue their attitude, assuming they were indifferent to the outcome of the match. But how could they possibly be indifferent? Who desires to see their team lose? We should express our gratitude to Hu, Clark remarked with a smile to Randall. For he invigorated our players, and everyone is in excellent form for this match. Hu Lai's presence indeed energized the Leeds City players. Although they had maintained a good rapport with Hu Lai, it did not diminish their desire to prove their strength in his presence. Whether it was Peter Williams, Kamara, or Lasky, who had directly benefited from Hu Lai, they all shared the mindset. When we reunite, we shall showcase our prowess. After Hu Lai kicked the ball away, the match resumed. The Pirates, exploiting their advantage in possession, controlled the ball without haste to advance. This approach of delaying play is one of the strategies against fast-paced teams. If the opponent thrives on speed, one must find ways to decelerate the game, preventing them from gaining momentum. This is common knowledge. The possession-oriented Pirates seemed well-suited to counter such teams reliant solely on rapidity. They exchanged passes in their defensive and midfield areas, rendering Leeds City's attempts to capitalize on their earlier momentum futile, as though their efforts were absorbed by a sponge. No matter how forcefully they attacked, the sponge would gradually revert to its original shape. However, Clark did not alter his tactics. He continued to encourage his team to press forward. This was not due to foolishness or underestimation, but rather the only course of action available to him. The strength of Leeds City indeed paled in comparison to that of the Madrid Pirates, although they boasted the advantage of playing on home turf. And the players' morale was quite commendable. To triumph over the Madrid Pirates on their home turf, immense sacrifice and effort are still imperative, accompanied by a touch of fortune. From the onset, Leeds City executed a swift strike against the Pirates, leaving the opposing players momentarily bewildered, their emotions visibly shaken. This was the opportunity that Leeds City must seize and exploit, should they manage to score again while the Madrid Pirates are momentarily unsettled from conceding. Leeds City's chances of maneuvering would increase significantly. While a definitive victory could not be guaranteed, the likelihood of winning would certainly rise. The disarray among the Pirates following the goal would not endure for long. Thus, Leeds City could not afford to retreat and adjust their pace, engaging in a slow contest with the Pirates. As the match progressed, the Pirates would inevitably regain their composure. Clark was also prepared. Should they fail to score within 10 minutes following their initial goal, it would be prudent to slow the tempo and fortify their defense against the Pirates' counterattack. Observing Hu Lai retreating to engage in the team's possession play, constantly moving and passing to orchestrate Leeds City's players, Matt Don, perched atop the stands recording the match, mused to himself. Although he had only been gone for just over 2 months, it appeared that Hu was adapting quite well to the Pirates. Matt was well aware of what Hu Lai embodied at Leeds City. He was the sharpest blade in Clark's arsenal, always aimed forward. Clark did not require Hu Lai to frequently drop back to assist his teammates in transitioning the ball. That was not his designated role. His singular purpose at Leeds City was to score goals. Thus, he must predominantly position himself where he posed the greatest threat to the opponent's net. Given Leeds City's relentless football style, mere back-and-forth passing would be futile. He would never witness Hu Lai, clad in Leeds City colors, weaving through positions, receiving passes from teammates, and then distributing the ball before darting to the next support location. Additionally, Hu executed numerous deceptive runs and seemingly purposeless off-the-ball movements. Matt Don had once believed that Hu Lai's transition to a possession-oriented team would require considerable time to acclimate to an entirely different tactical system. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Hu not only adapted swiftly, but did so exceptionally well. I should reach out to Sports Ranger again, suggesting they enhance Hu's adaptability in the next update, but in hindsight, his decision to leave Leeds City seems wise. Remaining here would not yield any further advancement for him. Matt sighed. Since Hu Lai's departure from Leeds City, it had been quite some time since he had coached the team in Championship Godfather, and he had initiated a new Leeds City save. As Championship Godfather 2028 had yet to be released, the game's data was not up to date. Hu Lai was still at Leeds City. This was indeed a piece of good news. For this reason, Matt even contemplated not purchasing the new generation of Championship Godfather. While Matt Don was engrossed in recording the match from the stands, lost in thought, Leeds City was striving with all their might to secure another goal in a short span. Yet, they failed. The Madrid Pirates, under the leadership of Perotti, exhibit remarkable resilience. Although they were momentarily taken aback by Leeds City's swift assault, such a blow was insufficient to instill complete panic in these seasoned maritime warriors. Within 7 to 8 minutes, they regained their composure. Clark, adapting swiftly, transitioned the team to a defensive stance in less than 10 minutes. Nevertheless, Leeds City currently holds the lead. With their players in fine form and buoyant spirits, the likelihood of securing victory at home remains substantial. Chapter 104. What is gained and what is lost each time the Leeds City players gain possession? The resounding cheers echoing above Flanders Stadium serve as a poignant reminder to the Pirates. The pre-match warmth has dissipated, or rather, been temporarily subdued. This arena undeniably belongs to Leeds City and is far from a grand homecoming celebration for the Pirates. In truth, upon re-establishing this understanding, the match transformed into a routine affair for them. After leveraging their control to withstand Leeds City's relentless onslaught, the Pirates gradually seized the upper hand, beginning to apply pressure on Leeds City's goal. Throughout this process, however, the Pirates displayed commendable caution, advancing with deliberate steps and a steady approach. They refrained from making reckless, all-out assaults. Instead, upon sensing any discord, they would promptly retract, passing the ball back to reset their formation. Yet, this method, while prudent, is not without its flaws. The absence of a commanding figure in their midfield renders their transitions somewhat lacking in creativity and adaptability. Although they can rely on Perotti's coaching staff to refine their possession-based tactics during training, encountering a formidable opponent or an insurmountable situation may expose the shortcomings of this strategy. Coach Perotti is acutely aware of the limitations inherent in his tactical approach. This understanding fuels his belief that Maxi Kelly could coexist harmoniously with Hu Lai, as their styles do not conflict. Perotti earnestly encourages Kelly, post-injury, to modify his playing style, shifting from a reliance on speed and individualism to a more nuanced application of skill and experience in possession play. This adjustment aims to fortify the critical link in the Pirates' midfield and attacking organization. Interestingly, Perotti did not initially implement a possession-based system upon his arrival at the Madrid Pirates. His tactical philosophy, much like his persona, appears somewhat nebulous and lacks distinctiveness. Li Qingqing's description of him is astutely incisive. The tactical ideology of this Italian coach, Ettore Perotti, flows like water. It is adaptable, capable of transforming in response to circumstances. Water, at times, may seem gentle and devoid of destructive power, yet it possesses the capacity to carve through mountains and reshape the earth, demonstrating that it can also embody fierce ferocity. In his inaugural season following the departure of Hanchek, he led the team to victory in the Europa League. At that time, the tactical approach of the Madrid Pirates was rather simplistic, relying on the utilization of both flanks and the extraordinary individual prowess of Kyrie. The results were remarkably effective. Maxim Kyrie was widely regarded as the foremost player beneath the legendary four, a title he rightfully deserved. At his peak, he was indeed formidable. Had he not sustained an injury prior to the World Cup and instead guided the Netherlands to victory, it is believed that the hierarchy of the four greats would have been re-evaluated, with Kyrie taking the place of Sarados. Yet, it was precisely at that pivotal moment that he was sidelined by injury, when Kyrie suffered a severe injury before the World Cup, rendering him unavailable for nearly half the season. Perotti recognized that the successful tactics of the previous season were no longer applicable. He had to implement changes. Many despaired at Kyrie's performance post-injury, deeming him finished, and suggested he be discarded. However, unlike these skeptics, Perotti believed that Kyrie could still be salvaged. He posited that if Kyrie could adapt his playing style, the longevity of his career would not be significantly diminished, and he could still play a crucial role. Indeed, he could remain the core of the team. In Perotti's initial vision, a reborn Kyrie would serve as the central figure in the Pirates' midfield, and it was essential to create a suitable platform for him to thrive. Thus, the team needed to alter its tactical philosophy, focusing on possession and high pressing. However, who could have anticipated that Kyrie, a superstar with a distinct temperament, would stubbornly refuse to adapt? Even after encountering setbacks, he persisted in playing according to his accustomed style, resulting in yet another injury. Although this time it was not a recurrence of his knee injury, it still kept him sidelined for another half-season. With the most critical component of their tactical system unavailable for an extended period, the Madrid Pirates were compelled to navigate through the season employing a fragmented possession-based strategy. Consequently, last season, the Madrid Pirates found themselves empty-handed, failing to secure any honors. The league title belonged to Catalonia, the Copa del Rey to Madrid, and they were eliminated in the quarterfinals of the Champions League. While the new season commenced smoothly, without the unexpected emergence of Hu Lai, the Madrid Pirates' path would likely remain fraught with challenges. Perotti was acutely aware of his team's shortcomings. Thus, alongside possession play, the Madrid Pirates emphasized attacking through the flanks, a return to their traditional approach. However, the team's wing play was compromised, as they were essentially limping on one leg. Originally, the Madrid Pirates thrived with dual threats on the wings, but after winning the Europa League, their right midfielder, Martin Rosada, was lured away by his former coach Hanchek to Blue-White Munich. Additionally, the team's former captain and starting right-back, the French international Corentin Kaliki, announced his retirement after the 2025-2026 season. The departure and retirement of these two key players left the Madrid Pirates with only the left-wing duo of Tonini and Ian to carry the weight of their offensive strategies. The abilities of Irasusta are relatively balanced, which is commendable. However, he has just joined the team and has yet to fully integrate. Silverio, on the other hand, has been with the squad for a season, yet his performance has been inconsistent, reminiscent of the Leeds City players at the beginning of this season. This inconsistency has rendered the right flank of the Madrid Pirates' attack sporadic, akin to Schrodinger's right wing. Thus, in a strict sense, the current iteration of the Madrid Pirates does not represent the ultimate vision Perotti holds. Had last season's Madrid Pirates faced last season's Leeds City, it is conceivable that Leeds could have secured a home victory against the Pirates. Yet, fate has played its tricks, leading to intriguing transformations in both teams. Hu Lai, formerly of Leeds City, has now joined the Madrid Pirates, altering the balance of power between the two sides. Leeds City failed to score again within 10 minutes after their initial goal, gradually ceding control of the match to the visiting Pirates. As assistant coach Valentin has astutely analyzed, Leeds City's offense has taken on a somewhat predictable pattern. If they can withstand this initial onslaught, the absence of Hu Lai significantly diminishes Leeds City's threat. Of course, the Pirates' offensive tactics are not particularly diverse. However, they possess the lethal Hu Lai, a highly efficient striker. Previously, it was Leeds City that reaped the benefits of this formidable talent. And now they must experience the sensation of facing their former adversary. Tanini attempts to weave through on the wing, yet Leeds City's right back, Josh Lawler, remains unfazed. The Brazilian is not attempting to rely on such a simplistic dribbling maneuver to bypass Lawler. Instead, he is waiting for Ion. As anticipated, upon his third touch, Ion surges forward at high speed, accompanied by Leeds City's right winger, Solberg. Even as Ion accelerates, Lawler remains indifferent, seemingly content to entrust Ion to Solberg. Focusing solely on Tanini, Tanini passes the ball to Ion, who speeds towards it. It appears he intends to break through Leeds City's defense for a cross or an inward cut. However, just as he reaches the ball, he deftly nudges it sideways with the outside of his right foot. The ball rolls past the retreating Solberg, slipping into the gap between Solberg and Lawler, an opening that now belongs to Li Qingqing. This diminutive Italian forward possesses remarkable agility, and as he receives the ball, he darts into the penalty area. Junpei Senkawa, tasked with defending against him, initially attempts to intercept the ball, but, upon noticing Li Qingqing's entry into the box, immediately raises his hands in a sudden halt. Yet, he does not stop there. Raising his hands is not an act of surrender, but rather a plea of innocence to the referee. This abrupt halt is also intended to avoid physical contact, thus preventing Li Qingqing from falling in the penalty area. After this emergency stop, Senkawa resumes his pursuit and lunges in with a tackle. He did not aim to take down Li Qingqing. Rather, as he attempted to intercept the ball beside him, he observed Li Qingqing poised to deliver a cross with his left leg raised, signaling his intent to pass the ball. Yet, despite his earnest efforts to chase back and execute a tackle, he failed to prevent the ball from being played past him. Junpei Senkawa's gaze followed the trajectory of the ball as it veered towards the penalty area, where he swiftly recognized the impending danger. Sure enough, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure. Initially, the figure pretended to charge towards the ball, but just as he made his move, he abruptly halted, bending low and retreating, thereby deceiving Leeds City's central defender, Von Atchison. However, due to his feigned advance, the ball was played behind him, leaving him unable to shoot directly. For that figure, this did not seem to pose much of a challenge. As he evaded Atchison, he immediately pivoted, opting not to control the ball, but instead swung his right leg, striking at the ball with fervor. Without pausing to gather himself, he turned and shot. His swift action took everyone by surprise. For instance, Leeds City's other central defender, Ben Grist, stood idly by, entirely oblivious to the need to rush forward and block the impending shot. It was only when the ball was launched towards the goal that Leeds goalkeeper, Van der Ven, realized a shot had been taken. By the time he attempted to make a save, it was already too late. The ball soared past his outstretched hands and into the net. The Flanders stadium erupted, not in a chorus of cheers or jeers, but the distinct roar of over 1,000 Pirate fans was unmistakable. In the 31st minute, Hu Lai scored. End of chapter.